Rolin arrived in a fantastical world, assuming the title of a rural baron. Drawing upon his profound fascination with the Industrial Revolution from his previous life, coupled with an enhanced memory acquired post-transmigration, Rolin developed his territory, assembled aides, and armed himself with the power of technology, transforming his nation from a diminutive barony into a formidable powerhouse on the continent. The protagonist of this narrative lacks a system or any supernatural advantage. Hence, the progression of the technological tree is rather gradual, relying instead on the disparity between firearms and cold weapons, as well as the diplomacy and strategies among various nobles and nations to achieve victory. Chapter 1. The Rise of a Rural Baron. My lord, Butler Dawn stood respectfully beside Rolin, attempting to utter words of consolation. No need for words, Dawn, Rolin promptly interrupted, stepping back from the gravestone. It was a chilly afternoon in early spring, and the weather left Rolin feeling somewhat cold. Nevertheless, Rolin held himself upright and spoke in a somber tone. My father upheld the honor of the Clinton family throughout his life. We should take pride in him. Observing this, Dawn bowed his head in response and refrained from further comment. Although Rolin endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor while subtly revealing a hint of sorrow, deep within, he felt no pang of loss for the father he had in this world, for he was not originally from here, and the man named Miles Clinton was not meant to be his father. Approximately 2 weeks prior, a mundane office worker named Rolin, weary from a 6-day workweek, succumbed to slumber. He was meant to awaken in his own bed, reaching out to illuminate his phone screen to see the relentless messages from his insufferable boss. Instead, he unexpectedly tumbled from his bed. With a touch of bewilderment, Rolin opened his eyes once more, noting a wooden bed frame to his right and, not far to his left, a wall constructed from piled stones. Amidst his astonishment, he discovered an unwarranted memory nestled within his mind. Recollecting his first day in this world, Rolin realized that perhaps it was the man named Miles Clinton who met an untimely demise during a nighttime raid by enemy forces, whose son he had usurped, thus assuming the body of Rolin Clinton. With a gentle sigh, Rolin pondered the fate of Miles Clinton, who fell in battle, while his wife, Joy Clinton, succumbed to postpartum hemorrhage. Their sole son, Rolin Clinton, had his consciousness obliterated. Thus, even though he possessed full inheritance rights to the Clinton family and its domain under the kingdom's laws, the original Clinton lineage had effectively ceased to exist. Dawn, having heard Rolin's soft sigh, assumed that his master, now his lord, was unable to conceal the grief stemming from his father's passing, and promptly suggested, My lord, the funeral has concluded, and daylight wanes. I believe it prudent for us to return to the manor and rest. Rolin nodded and turned to retrace his steps. The Clinton territory, which Rolin inherited, was the result of the efforts accumulated over 2 or 3 generations by the Clinton family, further solidified by his grandfather through a series of strategic exchanges, ultimately acquired over 30 years ago following a national war against the Duchy of Stokes in the Valandia Kingdom. In that national conflict, numerous noble lords from Valandia perished, leaving their families without heirs to inherit their lands, thus granting emerging families, including the Clintons, an opportunity to ascend from mere knights to the ranks of nobility. The Clinton family also seized a coastal fief located in the eastern part of Valandia through their own means. The proximity to the coast was advantageous, as it lay 2 baronial territories away from the eastern shoreline. Valandia, having exhausted its vitality in that national war over 30 years ago, managed to retain its territory, but suffered tremendous losses in both finance and population. Had it not been for the severe toll on the Duchy of Stokes to the north, and the reluctance of the duchies to the west and south to mobilize their forces against a neighboring superpower, the Carcoya Empire, Valandia might have vanished entirely from the annals of history. However, after more than 30 years of recuperation, bolstered by the fertile lands of the prosperous eastern coastline, the duchy gradually emerged from the shadows of war. Upon his arrival in this world, Rolin experienced dissatisfaction. Despite becoming a lord and thus far ahead of many in this realm, the primitive societal structure, the arduous lifestyle, and the unpalatable food made him long for his previous life of grueling 996 work hours, even if it meant enduring verbal beratings from his boss. At least he had a warm home and a plethora of food choices. What saddened Rolin the most, however, was the sensation of having brought nothing along with him. There were no essential systems or golden fingers typically associated with transmigration, nor any divine abilities bestowed by reincarnated goddesses. Even this world resembled a medieval era devoid of magic or witches, where life was reduced to the grim reality of blade against blade. Yet, it was not long before Rolin discovered his own unique advantage, though perhaps it was not fitting to label it as such. It seemed that the amalgamation of others' memories had enhanced his cognitive abilities, significantly improving his memory. Even the words he had merely glanced at in his previous life could now be recalled with perfect accuracy upon reflection. Additionally, Rolin had been captivated by the history surrounding the Renaissance and the subsequent technological advancements. As he reflected, the blueprints for firearms and the intricacies of production and forging became vividly clear in his mind. With this realization, Rolin felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. "My lord, the times are changing." The following day, shortly after rising, Rolin received a message from the governor's office. "My lord, Governor Dorr invites you to the governor's residence, presumably to discuss the compensation regarding the late Baron Miles. Indeed, speaking of which, the campaign against the pirates in the valley has reached a conclusion. The recent pirate raid resulted in considerable losses for the valley. While the losses of the noble private forces were not the governor's responsibility, if a noble fell in battle due to a summons from the governor, he was nominally required to provide a form of compensation to express his regard. Rolin mounted the sole valley horse belonging to his family, which had once been Miles's steed. Miles had ridden this horse in a battle alongside the governor. Upon Miles's death, the horse, along with his remains and all personal belongings, had been returned to the manor. Upon arriving at the governor's mansion, Roland was soon granted an audience with Governor Dorr. "Ah, dear Roland, after several years of absence, you have grown so tall." In truth, this incarnation of Roland in this world is not of the same age as he was in his previous life. The body he now inhabits appears to be in a state of youth, not yet 20 years of age. I lament the circumstances surrounding Myers. He was a valiant and fearless individual, fighting until the very last moment of his life, embodying the spirit of chivalry. And you, Roland, I have every confidence that you shall inherit the glory of the Clinton family and carry forth the spirit of Myers. Governor Dorr appropriately expressed a hint of sorrow, gently patting Roland's shoulder as a gesture of consolation. Chapter 2. The Garcia Sisters. My father devoted his entire life to serving the governor, and I believe he would take great pride in his legacy. The conversation meandered through trivial topics for a while until the governor finally broached the main subject. "Roland, you have now been elevated to the status of a new baron of the Clinton family, and there will be numerous occasions requiring financial resources. Here are 100 gold coins, a modest inheritance gift from me on behalf of your father." The governor presented a box, revealing a gleaming array of 100 gold coins. While 100 gold coins could afford a common individual years of opulence for a baron of a fief, such a sum was merely enough to make a few ripples within his domain. It was evident that this compensation did not satisfy Roland, and he pondered whether the governor's intention to offer such a paltry sum was an attempt to assert dominance over him. Thus, Roland chose silence as his response. "Oh, my dear child, please do not harbor any discontent towards me. You are aware that the recent campaign against the pirates has incurred significant losses in the valley. The expenses of the governor's office have reached alarming levels, nearly depleting our resources," sighed Governor Dorr. He was not entirely incorrect. The campaign had claimed the lives of many nobles and required considerable mobilization and preparation, resulting in severe financial strain on the governor's office. However, the notion of being on the brink of ruin was one Rolin could scarcely believe. Nonetheless, despite the financial crisis facing the governor's office, I have taken the liberty of procuring a few other items for you, courtesy of my friendship with Myers, which I shall include as part of your inheritance. The governor's tone shifted as he beckoned to his servants. Shortly thereafter, 2 exquisitely adorned young girls were brought forth. In recent times, the northern countries have been embroiled in continuous warfare, particularly following the conflict between the 2 mightiest empires in the north, resulting in many being captured and sold into slavery. The 2 great northern empires differ markedly from Valandia, where serfdom prevails, and free citizens comprise only a small fraction of the populace. In contrast, the empires have abolished serfdom and significantly weakened the feudal system, curbing the military and judicial powers of local nobility. The ideology of centralization has taken root, with the emperor emerging as the absolute sovereign of the entire empire. Naturally, such reforms have ignited substantial internal discord, causing what was once a unified northern empire to fragment into 2 factions. Although both new empires successfully implemented centralized governance after a brief period of calm, the accumulated internal strife compelled them to turn their attention outward, particularly towards the rival empire, ultimately igniting this recent war. These 2 girls belong to the Rosia family of the Harlan Empire, which suffered a tragic fate due to its proximity to the border. The unfortunate young ladies were captured and trafficked here. Given your age, and perhaps your need for, well, companionship, I thought it prudent to select these 2 for you. Roland, please have a kind heart and take in these unfortunate children." The governor smiled, his eyes narrowing. Even though Roland felt his fortitude had been sufficiently tested, witnessing the governor speak of the transaction of slaves with such grandeur made him acutely aware of his youth. Could there truly be those whose fates were so woeful? Their future lives will now rest upon my shoulders, Rolin thought, promptly acquiescing. Must I not indulge in the privileges of being a baron in this world? However, while the aristocracy in this realm often indulged in debauchery, Myers adhered to the chivalric code, diligently managing the fief and maintaining a respectable private life. This, too, was a point of pride for the Clinton family. Alas, the Clinton lineage has perished, and their ideals hold no relevance to me, Rolin. As for why the governor did not claim them for himself, this batch of slaves is substantial, and His Excellency has already acquired far too many. My child, seeing your kindness and compassion fills me with joy for your father. Governor Dorr uttered a rather ambiguous remark. However, Your Excellency, you mentioned that many slaves have recently arrived in the valley? Indeed, Rolin, might you have an interest? The governor revealed a barely perceptible smile. While there are numerous merchants of slaves, most of them are commoners. If you seek higher quality, I can assist you. Sensing Rolin's intrigue, he no longer concealed his intentions, brazenly bringing the subject of slave trading into the open. Higher quality? Indeed, be they minor nobles, merchants, or knights, these families are most susceptible to the upheaval of war. I possess many of their kin. These individuals not only carry education and refinement, but are also more exquisite in form, far more engaging than the lowly commoners. Governor Dorr's smile took on a sinister edge. Rolin, I am delighted. Your swift integration into the noble circle astounds me. Now let us discuss business, dear governor. Rolin's smile was even more wicked than the governor's. Upon departing from the governor's residence, Rolin had not only invested the entirety of the fief's revenue for nearly 5 years, but had also returned the 100 gold coins recently gifted by the governor. In exchange, he was now accompanied by a procession of individuals, their hands bound together with a long rope. It is worth noting that the entire fortune of the Clinton family had been funneled into the development of the fief, which had only recently turned a profit after 2 decades of struggle. One could say that the Clinton estate was just beginning to find its footing. When the old Don saw the elegantly attired women, oh my heavens, even men among them, it felt as though his heart was ensnared by the hands of a demon. He opened his mouth, but could utter not a word. Don, take these artisans and settle them in the fief. Gather all the vassals the day after tomorrow. I wish to convene a grand assembly. Yes, yes, my lord. It was then that Don noticed a number of plainly dressed slaves trailing behind, seemingly of freeborn origin. The artisans shall be accommodated well, and the other slaves should be dispersed among the peasant ranks. We must prevent them from clustering together, allowing them to become acquainted with the rules here. Those of noble, merchant, and knightly descent shall be arranged near the manor, under strict guard, so they may first understand their status. With that, Rolin led the 2 girls from the Rosilla family back to the manor. Chapter 3. Training the Private Army. It is not that Rolin sought to show favoritism. After all, only these 2 were true nobles, whereas the others were merely functionaries under the nobility's purview. This was an unavoidable circumstance. The nobility on this continent enjoys privileges, and by the rules, even defeated noble captives are granted noble treatment. Once their families gather a reasonable ransom, they can return to their fiefs. Thus, it is rare for nobles to be reduced to slavery. However, in cases where a fief is plundered and its noble population decimated, the kingdom may declare the family extinct, resulting in their removal from the noble list. This is precisely the plight currently faced by the Rosilla family. What are your names? Rolin inquired, summoning them forward. I am Luana Rosilla, my lord. I am Luna Rosia, my lord. They did not perform the noble salute, but rather the gesture of vassals towards their lord, which pleased Rolin, indicating that the slave trader had indeed done considerable work along the way. Since you were once nobles, you must have received a fine education, correct? We have studied language, mathematics, and the history of the continent, as well as noble etiquette and equestrian skills. Furthermore, we possess a certain understanding of commerce, Luana responded. Her reply was tinged with a hint of northern accent. However, this continent was once governed by a unified kingdom, and although local dialects varied, a common language was employed. Rolin nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the most suitable task to assign to the 2 of them. Luana, sensing Rolin's silence and feeling a slight tremor in her body, mustered the courage to speak. My lord, we could work as maids in the manor. Whether it be cleaning or kitchen duties, we are capable of performing both. We implore you to show us mercy and grant us a chance at life. Rolin's expression was somewhat peculiar. Did she perceive him to have some bizarre inclination? Let be for now, he replied. There are several vacant rooms in the manor. You and Luna may choose one to reside in. Regardless, you are both nobles, and I shall extend to you the courtesy befitting your rank. Nobles? A flicker of confusion crossed Luana's mind. She had been stripped of her noble status by her own country, and in this foreign land, what nobility could there possibly be? Before long, Dawn led the two young women to a vacant room on the first floor of the manor. After summoning a maid to tidy the space, he indicated the room, saying, "You shall reside here from now on. Dinner awaits you on the table." Here, both Luana and Luna were taken aback. The room was not only bright and clean, but the table was adorned with food that met noble standards, causing the sisters, who had followed the slave caravan southward, to swallow hard. In their minds, slaves, particularly those of their kind, were only accustomed to dwelling in dark, damp basements, subsisting on barely adequate sustenance. Could it be that this baron harbored some more sinister intentions? Of course, Rolin was oblivious to their thoughts. At that moment, he was preoccupied with planning the future of his territory. He had exchanged 5 years' worth of revenue from the territory for this batch of slaves, and naturally, he did not intend to squander them as mere cheap labor. Among this group of slaves were 3 noble affairs officials, 7 merchants and caravan leaders, 2 knights, and 3 knightly attendants. Additionally, Rolin had returned with 47 craftsmen and apprentices, encompassing a wide array of skilled trades such as carpentry, masonry, blacksmithing, and pottery. Furthermore, he had procured a limited number of peasants and laborers, or rather serfs, primarily to bolster the population. This was not a large number, as Rolin did not possess the financial means to indulge excessively. Moreover, these individuals were freeborn, and their sudden transition to serfdom posed significant challenges to the territory's security. Currently, the economy of the territory relied heavily on grain exports, and there was a small iron mine present, but the extracted or could not be processed and was only sold as is, yielding minimal profit. Nevertheless, Rolin had devised a plan for prosperity: soap, perfume, and glass. Additionally, the iron mine should no longer be sold externally. The territory must develop its own iron smelting technology. The following day, Rolin summoned the captain of the guards and instructed him to gather all the guards, knights, and their attendants. "My lord," Captain Hogg greeted respectfully. Rolin nodded and stated, "I have called you here to form a standing private army of my own, initially training a contingent of 100. You may select personnel from the serfs. Upon completion of their training, they will become a fully fledged force." Hogg expressed his confusion. "My lord, there already exists a guard unit and a militia. Our defensive matters can be sufficiently managed without additional personnel." Rolin shook his head, but offered no explanation. "You need only execute the task. Furthermore, the training will focus solely on physical conditioning, formation, and spear techniques. They must train during the off-season and will be entitled to the same rations as the guards. Inform them that upon successful completion of their training, they will not only receive a salary, but also an opportunity to shed their slave status." Of course, Rolin was not partial. All guards responsible for training would see their wages increased by 30%, along with additional rewards based on training outcomes. Finally, Rolin turned to the 5 knightly slaves, saying, "You will also take on training responsibilities and, upon completion, will assume the roles of commanders, deputy commanders, and squad leaders. During this period, your rations will match those of the soldiers. The most outstanding among you will be appointed commander and will regain your status as free individuals. And all will thereafter receive salaries and opportunities to escape slavery." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the 5 slaves filled with bewilderment and astonishment. In this realm, once one became a slave, it was nearly impossible to escape that status. Not only they, ordinary knights and attendants, but even genuine nobles, once deemed slaves, were condemned to languish in servitude for a lifetime, bound to obey their lord's every command, reduced to mere objects bereft of rights. Yet, Rolin not only directly offered the commander a reprieve from slavery, but also extended a chance for liberation to all, including the serfs. Although the lord's promises to the slaves could very well be empty words, contingent solely upon his whims, the first words spoken by their new lord brimmed with hope, leaving them momentarily speechless. Subsequently, Rolin summoned his 2 affairs officials, as he was merely a baron and did not engage in the intricacies of classification. Therefore, both held the title of affairs official, and their responsibilities were often ambiguous, determined by whoever the lord wished to assign a matter to. Naturally, this was a common practice among the lesser nobility across the continent. These affairs officials were likely the second sons of merchants or nobles, having received some education but lacking the rights to inherit their family's fortunes, thus seeking a livelihood in another's territory, praying for the day when their master would rise to prominence, allowing them to ascend alongside him. Chapter 4. Recruitment Bill. Cohen, I recently discovered some intriguing records in our family's ancient texts, and I have also conducted some research into various crafts. I believe these insights will significantly benefit the development of our territory, and I require your implementation. Yes, my lord. We shall heed your commands, Bill responded with a bow. Rolin then began to discuss the matter of fertilizing the fields. "This, my lord, I beg your pardon, but the use of such unclean substances as manure in the fields will contaminate the crops," Cohen interjected hastily. "I dare to suggest that we refrain from such practices." At this juncture, Rolin found it challenging to alter their mindset, so he asserted his rights as lord. "I have made my decision, Cohen. This initiative must not only proceed, but be implemented throughout the entire territory. The outcome will become evident when the harvest arrives. Since you're so opposed to this, let will take charge of it. Additionally, those affairs officials from the north shall be under your leadership. Inform them that as long as they work for me and perform excellently, they may shed their slave status and become my assistants." While Rolin did not expect Bill to fully grasp his intentions, at the very least, he did not reveal it, allowing him a chance to try. "Yes, my lord," Bill replied once more. The second matter concerned the results of his research based on ancient texts. Rolin produced his notes, written on parchment, detailing the formulas and manufacturing processes for soap and perfume. Gather the craftsmen and produce these two items. However, the research pertaining to these two products is the territory's greatest secret. All participating craftsmen must be meticulously selected and monitored. No one is to disclose any information regarding soap and perfume, not even to others within the territory. Cohen, you shall oversee this matter. Furthermore, inform those craftsmen that their rations will be improved, and should they succeed in their endeavors, they will receive generous rewards. Although Cohen's thinking was somewhat traditional, he possessed the virtue of being honest, taciturn, and meticulous. "Yes, my lord." Cohen had just been apprehensive about his earlier suggestion, fearing he had offended the Lord. But upon seeing Rolin entrust him with such a significant responsibility, he felt a sense of relief. The reason Rolin has chosen these materials for study primarily lies in their easy accessibility and the simplicity of the production process, which, given the current level of technological advancement, can be swiftly developed. Perhaps they could also delve into the art of papermaking, a straightforward yet lucrative enterprise. Following that, it would be prudent to procure nitrate and sulfur. The territory lacks its own merchant convoy, as previous trade has always been conducted by external merchant groups visiting the Clinton fief. However, after years of management, the Clinton fief has now established a stable trading convoy. Rolin is well acquainted with these merchants and promptly dispatched a letter informing them of his intention to acquire substantial quantities of nitrate and sulfur, citing a keen interest in alchemy as his rationale. Although he has brought back a group of merchants, Rolin is hesitant to allow them to venture out. He can assure that if he sends any merchant out for trade, they shall never return. It is essential to cultivate a sense of belonging among these merchants towards the Clinton fief. Nevertheless, Rolin does not intend to undertake this task personally. Rather, he plans to nurture the approval of the two sisters from the Rosea family first, allowing them to influence the merchants, as they hail from the Harlan Empire and would likely find it easier to resonate with them. This seems entirely reasonable, does it not? On the following morning, the assembly convened punctually in the center of Clinton Town, the heart of the territory and its largest village. Rolin's estate is situated on the outskirts of Clinton Town. The serfs from various farms gathered, timidly observing their new lord. The recently arrived slaves were also present, but appeared somewhat ostracized by those around them. "Good morning, my subjects. I am Baron Rolin, your lord. The Clinton family has cultivated this land for decades, and we have reaped the fruits of our labor. The progress of the Clinton fief is, in part, attributable to your efforts." This declaration stirred a murmur among the subjects. Having lived on this land for so many years, they had always regarded themselves as the personal property of their lord. Now, to hear Rolin claim that they shared in the fief's development was unprecedented. "As my subjects, I hope you will take pride in the Clinton fief. Therefore, I am enacting a new policy to enhance labor benefits and stimulate currency circulation. From now on, all enslaved individuals participating in work will enjoy improved rations, and upon completion of their tasks, they will receive payment on a daily basis, with a day off every 10 days. Free citizens engaged in labor for the fief will also see an increase in their remuneration. Starting today, certain food items from the Lord's estate will be available for sale, including grains, meats, and vegetables. Furthermore, the territory will gradually introduce commercial and recreational activities to ensure that your earnings do not languish unused." Upon hearing this, the discontent among the populace intensified. Although they were uncertain about the specifics of the remuneration or the pricing of the estate's food, the promise of improved rations was tangible. Even the prospect of a modest increase in their bread could alleviate their hunger. In addition, I shall provide opportunities for you to escape the bonds of slavery. Hogg and Cohen, please share your plans. Hogg spoke of recruiting a standing army, while Cohen mentioned the enlistment of artisans, though he refrained from detailing the tasks involved. As they concluded, the crowd erupted into excitement. Silence. Silence. The guards maintained order amidst the chaos. Hogg and Cohen would soon conduct the selection process. Finally, to demonstrate my sincerity, I invite you to orderly collect your meals for today. Buckets of lunch were brought forth, containing unadulterated black bread and a vegetable soup with a hint of oil, a substantial improvement for the free citizens. In an era where serfs were accustomed to eating bread mixed with sawdust, such fare could be considered a feast. Will we all be able to eat like this in the future? A young serf gazed longingly at the food, his stomach audibly rumbling. You're dreaming, aren't you? Just being able to have one meal like this is already more than enough for me, scoffed an older serf nearby. But didn't the Lord just say he would improve our rations? Rolin overheard their conversation and approached them, assuring, Indeed, you shall frequently have such meals in the future. My lord. As Rolin neared, several nearby serfs hurriedly knelt in respect. His promise spread rapidly through the crowd, and as Rolin passed, serfs bowed deeply, reverently offering their newly acquired food as a gesture of gratitude. Chapter 5. Recruitment. Thrust. Recover. Thrust. Recover. In the guards' training grounds, the selected serfs had just completed a round of spear training. Among them were many who hailed from the north, possibly motivated by the ambitions of the knightly slavers or the recent conflicts. Many had even seen battle as mere fodder. Lunchtime, with a melodious call, the troops officially disbanded, heading toward the food station. Oh my heavens, how many days has it been since I've seen meat? One serf exclaimed upon seeing a piece of bacon in his hot soup. I've eaten nothing but black bread my entire life. I never thought I would experience such a feast in my lifetime. Look at how sumptuous this soup is. Enough already. I was driven all the way from Rolin, barely getting enough to eat. Had I been given just a piece of black bread back then, my daughter, my poor little Lucy, would have surely survived. Oh, it's all the fault of those heartless slave traders. Clearly, the relationship between the northern serfs and the indigenous people had significantly improved after some time. In the guards' barracks, the soldiers were also engaged in lively discussions. Just look at those serfs. They nearly weep at the sight of a few slices of bacon. If they knew that Fry was rewarded with a large chicken leg yesterday, they would surely faint on the spot. Fry had received the reward for his outstanding training performance. You know, I saw him devour that chicken leg yesterday. It nearly drove me mad with envy. Fry even gnawed on the bones. If I had known, I would have trained harder. That chicken leg looked so appetizing. Elsewhere, the artisans were also served their lunch. Today's meal is quite decent as well. I'm almost forgetting my status as a slave. What are you talking about? Have you not seen the meals of those free citizen artisans? They eat even better than we do. Really? They never dine with us. I've never seen what they have in their bowls. Hey, I can guarantee you that when you were a free citizen in the Harlan Empire, you would never have eaten such food. Their daily wages suffice to buy enough food for 3 people from the Lord's estate. Frankly, Lord Rolin is undoubtedly the most benevolent lord in this world. Then I must get this thing called perfume made quickly to escape my bonds of servitude. At the Lord's estate, Rolin had just returned from inspecting the territory when he noticed the Rosea sisters standing side by side at the dining table. Upon seeing Rolin, they immediately bowed in respect. What is it, Miss Luana, Miss Luna? Have you encountered any issues? None at all, my lord. Our recent lives have been quite pleasant. However, if I may be so bold, what precisely do you require of us? Luana responded. Recently, their lives have been so comfortable that it filled them with an increasing sense of apprehension. One day, she had asked Dawn if they could venture outside the estate. And to her surprise, Dawn had shown no sign of opposition. Initially, they had believed themselves to be the kind of slaves confined within the estate, yet to this day, Rolin had not even entered their quarters, let alone seen them more than a few times. Oh, I see, Rolin realized. Recently, I have found myself overwhelmed with the myriad affairs of my territory, tirelessly toiling from dawn until dusk, to the extent that I had nearly forgotten the existence of the 2 sisters. Thus, Miss Luana and Miss Luna, might I extend an invitation for you to work for me? Employ? Work? Luana expressed her confusion, pondering whether this was some esoteric jargon of the aristocratic circle. I have heard Governor Dale speak of your family's tale. It appears that the downfall of your lineage was precipitated by the treacherous actions of your own kin. Was it not? Upon hearing this, Luana's body quivered slightly. The demise of the Rosea family was, in truth, orchestrated by their governor, Duke Talif, who sought to consolidate land and deliberately allowed the forces of Valantia to seize the Rosea territory. He even allied with the imperial troops to encircle them from another direction, under the guise of establishing a defensive line with the true intention of trapping the Rosea family within their own land. And no, my lord, I'm unaware of such matters. It was evident that Luana harbored doubts towards Rolin. Aware of her skepticism, Rolin continued, though you may perceive my words as mere boast, I assure you, should you choose to serve me, I will exact vengeance for your family upon Duke Talif. Vengeance? Luana's pupils dilated in shock. But why would you do such a thing? We are merely two slaves. Certainly, it is because of your beauty, Rolin mused inwardly, for I aspire to conquer the entire continent, and Talif is undoubtedly among my targets. However, such thoughts must be cloaked in grandeur. Miss Luana, I harbor a dream. Rolin spoke of opposing oppression, transitioning to the principles of monarchy and the governance of a wise ruler, ultimately invoking the ideal of a harmonious world and universal brotherhood, captivating both Luana and Luna with his eloquence. My lord, while we have been aware of recent events within the territory, we never imagined you to be such a benevolent and worldly master. Luna spoke, to serve you must surely be a privilege. Flattery, and more flattery. Rolin was thoroughly pleased with her response, feeling his efforts of the previous evening were well rewarded. Dear ladies, there exists a predicament within the territory that has been troubling me, and I believe you may possess some insights. He continued, as you know, I have taken in a group of people from the Harlan Empire, yet due to cultural differences, they have yet to integrate into the Clinton domain. I trust you can devise a solution for this, for the sake of our shared vision. The following morning, Rolin invited the Rosias sisters to breakfast. After all, they were now his employees, and he wished to exhibit a considerate side towards his subordinates. Today's breakfast was unlike any other, featuring cakes, cookies, and warm milk. The recipes for the cakes and cookies had long been entrusted to the manor's kitchen, and after numerous attempts by the chef, Mrs. Spurl, and Roland's own taste testing, they had finally reached a standard he deemed acceptable just 2 days prior. Seeing the unfamiliar delicacies laid out before them, the Rosias sisters looked up at Rolin, unsure of what to make of it. Do try this soft creation known as cake, and the firmer one is a cookie. I believe you shall enjoy it, Rolin said with a smile, before returning to his meal. Luana was the first to mimic Roland's actions, taking a bite of the cake, and exclaimed, so soft, with the scent of eggs, and this strange layer is so sweet. That layer is cream, Rolin chuckled at her reaction. Witnessing her sister's expression, Luna eagerly grabbed a cookie and took a bite. So sweet. This is delicious. Her reaction mirrored that of her sister. My lord, you truly possess an exquisite taste for life. Observing their delight, Rolin began to formulate a plan for a dessert shop. The serfs were starting to accumulate a bit of spare coin, yet the commercial offerings within the territory were lacking in variety. Since the merchants could not venture out to trade, it would be prudent to establish shops within the territory, with a dessert shop being Roland's first ambition. He would need to provide Mrs. Spurl with more dessert recipes for experimentation. 10 days passed, and one afternoon, Cohen rushed towards the manor, cradling a yellowish solid in his hands. My lord, he burst into the manor, only to find himself breathless, needing a moment to recuperate. Seeing the item in his grasp, Rolin understood the situation. Take a moment to rest. I shall inspect this piece of soap. He took the item from Cohen, dampened it slightly, and rubbed it against the back of his hand. It appeared to be precisely what he desired. Save for its unappealing appearance, all other aspects were satisfactory. You've done well, Cohen. Which artisan crafted this? Yes, my lord. It was made by 2 artisans. One is our own sop, and the other hails from the north. Named Opera. Excellent. Reward Sop with 5 gold coins and restore Opera's status as a freeman. Furthermore, we must commence mass production of the soap, and let those 2 oversee the process. However, the final product must exhibit a uniform shape, infused with fragrance, and bear simple patterns on the surface. It must be aesthetically pleasing, as we are targeting the noble market. By the way, the essential oils for the perfume have been developed, correct? Yes. We have successfully created essential oils using the lavender from our territory. Well done. The oils will not only serve in the production of perfumes, but are also a high-end luxury item that can be sold. Cohen, identify a suitable plot of land within the territory for cultivating lavender, and designate it for exclusive cultivation. Once the glass is successfully developed, bottles containing the essential oil will undoubtedly incite a new wave of demand in the noble market. Yes, my lord. It is an honor to serve you. Cohen, unaware of Roland's deeper intentions, was simply elated to receive the lord's praise. Days later, the perfume was also crafted, and Roland imparted the principles and processes of papermaking, glass manufacturing, and high-furnace iron smelting to them for independent research. He returned to the manor, bringing both the perfume and soap to allow Luana and Luna to experience the results. My lord, is this yet another novel dessert? Luana inquired, eyeing the items before her. Recently, the manor's kitchen had been producing an array of new sweets, with cream bread and pudding now gracing the table. And pudding had become a favorite of the 2 sisters. This is not a dessert. This is soap, designed to cleanse your body during bathing and can also be utilized for laundry. This here is perfume, intended to mask unpleasant odors. Do give it a whiff. After spending so many days together, the once timid Luna had become quite lively. She was the first to seize the perfume, unscrewing the cap to inhale its fragrance. How delightful! It is even more fragrant than the flowers in the fields. Luna turned to Rolin, asking, "How is this used?" "Simply dab a bit upon your skin. Fear not, it poses no harm." Both sisters applied a little, and then leaned in to inhale deeply, as if transported to a floral paradise. These products were sure to be a hit among the ladies. Rolin smiled. "I intend to establish these two items as signature products of the Clinton territory, to be named Clinton Soap and Clinton Perfume. By the way, you may also try the soap while bathing. It is quite beneficial for the skin." After spending so many days together, the already vivacious Luana became even more daring, retorting, "My lord, it appears you have a penchant for fragrant ladies. After our bath tonight, what do you wish to do with us?" As she spoke, she sent Rolin a flirtatious smile. Rolin raised an eyebrow, bemused by the audacity of the young girl, who had barely been there for a few days, yet was already attempting to overturn the established order. It seemed the time had come for him to demonstrate the prowess of the Clinton lineage, compelling her to beg for mercy. Just as he was about to respond, Luna interjected, "My lord, did you invent all of these things? I have developed some underlying principles, but the actual creation was accomplished by the craftsmen of the territory." Rolin turned, puzzled by the suddenness of her inquiry. Luna's expression appeared somewhat hesitant, and after a moment, she continued, "During my time with the family, I developed a fondness for reading and became quite intrigued by your inventions. If you would permit me, I would like to participate in some research and manufacturing endeavors." Noting Rolin's momentary silence, she quickly added, "Regarding the tasks you assigned me, I feel that my performance has been rather lacking. Sister Luana is vivacious and can easily connect with others, but I am not like that. I prefer to delve into research. I believe I could achieve better results in the realm of manufacturing." Luana gazed at her sister, astonished. Her sister was indeed a reserved individual, ill-suited for her current responsibilities. Yet, back in their family, she had never dared to oppose their father's wishes. Now, she was boldly expressing her opinions to the Lord, indicating a profound level of trust and camaraderie with Rolin, almost perceiving him as a peer and friend. Indeed, Rolin was her contemporary. Luana was 22 this year, while Luna was 19. "Of course, if you wish," Rolin assented with a nod. "Cohen, oh, he is one of my secretaries. Though knowledgeable, he lacks depth, making it difficult for him to provide substantial assistance in manufacturing. If you possess a talent in this area, that would be splendid." "Thank you, my lord. I shall strive to repay your kindness," Luna replied, genuinely pleased with herself. Chapter 7. Rolin's Confectionery. The following day marked a day of rest in the territory, coinciding with the grand opening of Rolin's Confectionery. All operations of the dessert establishment were managed by the merchant Kikes, a man vetted by Luana for his integrity and diligence. Thus, Rolin decided to appoint him as a pilot case, simultaneously setting an example for other merchants. Promotions for the confectionery had been disseminated well in advance, resulting in an eager crowd clamoring to discover what this delicacy, supposedly reserved for the nobility, truly entailed. Rolin's Confectionery opens today. Special offers. Buy more, receive more. Miss this opportunity, and it shall never return. Kikes proclaimed outside, while the store attendants fervently promoted the offerings. My heavens, the aroma wafting through the air is intoxicating. "I can smell it from afar," exclaimed a patron, his stomach growling as he observed the ravenous consumption of those ahead of him. By the way, is that not Fry from the guard? Fry had risen early that day, prepared himself, and hurried to queue. Before long, it was his turn to purchase. "Good sir, what would you like?" Fry pointed to the most fragrant slice of cake. "Yes, I would like to try this, the one called cake." In no time, a warm slice of cake was packaged and handed to him. Upon taking a bite, his eyes widened in astonishment. "This is simply divine. My gluttonous little one at home would devour it to the point of bursting." The people behind him, intrigued by his enthusiasm, leaned further into the queue, straining to catch a glimpse of the offerings within. Those unable to see resorted to pressing against the backs of those in front, as if their proximity would hasten the line's progress. Fry, observing the lengthy queue behind him, stomped his foot in frustration. "Damn it, I should have bought more while I had the chance." Suddenly, he thought of something and called to his fellow guard, Tars. "Hey, Tars, when you get to the front, please buy me a couple more slices of cake." 2 weeks passed, and the territory progressed steadily according to Rolin's vision. In the meantime, the research on papermaking succeeded, and glass production was completed. The first batches of soap and perfume were produced, with the soap housed in wooden boxes and the perfume stored in newly crafted glass bottles, both appearing quite sophisticated and eye-catching. Additionally, due to the impact of the Northern War, the prices of slaves plummeted. Rolin made another trip to the governor's office, acquiring a new batch of slaves for Luana to organize and assess. One day, as Rolin was enjoying breakfast at the manor, his steward, Doan, came to report, "My lord, a caravan from the Business Trade Guild has arrived, led by our old acquaintance, Mr. Trait. Ah, he has finally come. I hope he has brought ample goods, especially those I requested." Rolin promptly mounted his horse and rode to Clinton Town, where the caravan had already stopped on the street, and the crew was unloading cargo under Trait's supervision. "Trait, my friend, I have eagerly awaited your arrival." Rolin greeted him with a light embrace. "My dear Baron Rolin, your letter spoke of remarkable inventions in your territory, propelling me to hasten my journey." Trait responded with a smile. "I trust you will not disappoint me." "Yes?" Rolin nodded. "Indeed, you shall see soon enough. For the next few days, you and your caravan shall stay at my estate. I will ensure you are well accommodated." At this moment, Rolin recalled that the territory lacked any dedicated inns for travelers. While the absence of inns might be overlooked, typically taverns in towns would provide lodging services. The greatest issue was that even Clinton Town had no tavern. This was not the fault of Baron Myers. After all, in such a rural barony, only caravans and other nobles would require lodging, and the manor itself sufficed for their needs. Nonetheless, given that the technology for brewing had matured due to the production of perfume, it seemed prudent to invest in establishing a brewery. This would not only serve as a commodity for sale, but also facilitate the creation of a tavern for the locals, effectively resolving the lodging issue. Truly a multifaceted solution. Rolin contemplated this and decided to arrange it forthwith. "By the way, Mr. Trait, what progress has been made on the items I requested in my earlier correspondence?" "Haha, fret not, my lord. The majority of the carts in my caravan are filled with your desired goods. After all, you did mention in your letter that you would purchase anything I brought. And aside from the alchemists and courtiers of the major cities, there is scarcely anyone else who would buy in such quantity. It was rather easy to procure a considerable assortment." With this, Rolin felt entirely reassured and summoned Cohen and his recently appointed financial officer, Fernandez. Fernandez was one of the first merchants he had purchased, and after Luana's training and Rolin's personal assessment, he decided to include him in his management team. However, as he was still a slave, appointing him as a secretary might provoke discontent from Bill and Cohen. Additionally, Rolin intended to diversify the authority within the leadership team, ultimately forming distinct departments with clearly defined roles. Thus, he created a position called financial officer for him. "Cohen, please work with Fernandez to tally the goods. Additionally, bring forth our territory's specialties. Once I finalize the prices with Trait, we can complete the transaction." Cohen accepted the command and turned to attend to the task. "Come, Mr. Trait, allow me to show you something splendid." Rolin led Trait back to the manor and presented the carefully prepared samples of soap and perfume. Once Trait understood their uses and tried them for himself, his reaction was precisely as Rolin had anticipated. "These two products will undoubtedly create a sensation among the nobility, I assure you, my lord. Additionally, I have a modest suggestion. The packaging of this perfume is excessively tailored to a feminine aesthetic. Of course, this is not an issue per se. However, it would be prudent to design an alternative packaging that would appeal to the male demographic, thereby facilitating market expansion." "Thank you for your insightful suggestion, Mr. Trait. Your commercial acumen is indeed commendable," Rolin concurred. Previously, the focus had solely been on making the perfume appealing to women. Yet it is evident that there exists a substantial demand for such products among the noble gentlemen as well. One could also consider varying the types of essential oils to create differentiated products for both genders. Chapter 8. Whispers of War. Next came the tedious negotiation phase. Ultimately, due to the relatively modest production volume, Rolin sold all the perfumes and soaps for a sum of 2,000 gold coins, and procured sulfur and saltpeter for 1,500 gold coins. Although this yielded a modest profit of 500 gold coins, it nonetheless brought Rolin considerable joy, for this marked his first significant earnings in this world. Mr. Trait expressed regret over the cessation of iron sales in the Clinton territory. However, such decisions rest with the Lord, a reality he had grown accustomed to. "By the way, Baron Rolin, I received some information on my way here that I believe may be of assistance to you." "Oh, pray tell." Rolin was intrigued. "In this era, the news industry is exceedingly underdeveloped, and my means of obtaining external information are largely reliant on rumors from merchant caravans and tidings from nearby nobles. Recently, the Duchy of Stokes has sensed a restoration of its national strength and believes it prudent to reignite the war that commenced 30 years ago. Currently, the Duchy's army is advancing towards the border. In the last great conflict, the Duchy's forces had maintained the upper hand, But a grave miscalculation by the Supreme Commander during the assault on the second defensive line allowed Valandia to inflict severe losses upon the enemy, driving the Stokes forces back to the border and compelling them to accept a ceasefire agreement without gaining any territory. It is likely that this time, Stokes feels more confident of victory. As long as their forces do not exhibit foolishness akin to their previous blunders, the capture of Valandia should be well within their grasp. This indeed is a grave piece of news. Although the kingdom's wars traditionally require just cause, in the face of such a significant disparity in national strength, a mere pretext suffices. Thank you for your information, Mr. Trait, Rolin remarked, resolutely deciding to prioritize the enhancement of military capabilities. After briefly hosting Mr. Trait for a day, he departed Clinton territory, and Rolin spent the night devising the process for gunpowder and drafting blueprints for a stone-throwing catapult, which he entrusted to Luna for further research. It is worth noting that Luna has gradually supplanted Cohen's position, essentially becoming the head of the yet-to-be-established Ministry of Industry in Clinton. Cohen now oversees the production in the workshops, while Luna leads a team of experienced and creative craftsmen in research endeavors. Remarkably, this young lady exhibits a prodigious talent for research. Her advancements in the invention of paper and glass have far surpassed Roland's expectations. His only course of action is to procure additional artisan slaves to bolster the workforce for Luna and Cohen. My lord, what new endeavors do we embark upon this time? Luna inquired with enthusiasm, for not only did she revel in research, but Roland consistently provided her with ingenious ideas, making her feel as if he were either a rare genius or an embodiment of the goddess of wisdom. Both of these initiatives must progress alongside the iron smelting research. With these advancements, our territory will be better equipped to defend against external threats, Roland stated. Luna took the parchment and, after a cursory review, furrowed her brow. This all appears exceedingly complex. I cannot fully comprehend it at the moment. My lord, I shall need to return and study it more thoroughly. Rolin was unperturbed. If Luna were to grasp everything in such a short span, he would indeed question her identity. Fear not. These processes are indeed intricate. Furthermore, while researching gunpowder, ensure that everyone maintains adequate safety precautions. The catapult can initially be cast in bronze. After imparting this information, Rolin promptly sought out Cohen, instructing him to procure a batch of serfs to operate the gunpowder experiments once they reach the trial stage. After all, artisans are invaluable resources that cannot simply be sacrificed, and this matter must remain undisclosed to Luna. Recently, he had spoken of resistance to oppression and benevolent governance. To then treat slaves as expendable would certainly tarnish our impression of him. As summer arrived, the harvest season commenced. One day, Bill hurriedly approached Rolin, exclaiming, My lord, you are truly the incarnation of the harvest goddess. The grain in the territory has been fully reaped, and today's tally has concluded. This year's yield has increased by 30% compared to previous years, with the fields brimming with heavy grains, resembling a miracle wrought by your hand. Rolin found himself somewhat taken aback by the manner of his flattery. Nevertheless, the increased grain yield was largely attributable to Bill's efforts. Well, when the agricultural production department is established, I shall appoint you as its head. You have done exceptionally well, Bill. I will provide you with additional methods to enhance production, and you must diligently implement them. Bill bowed in acknowledgement, harboring no doubts regarding Roland's vast knowledge. Recently, he had heard from the craftsmen that Lord Rolin had devised numerous alchemical methods, even mastering the iron smelting process. Oh, do not inquire further. The answer lies in the legacies of the harvest goddess and the goddess of wisdom. With this bounty of grain, Rolin felt liberated. Having accrued a modest sum of wealth, secured a food supply, and completed the training of his private army, he could now consider acquiring another batch of serfs. Simultaneously, he aimed to expand his military, ideally to a scale of 500 men, preparing for the eventual completion of firearms research to establish a pike and shot formation, ready to dominate the valley. One day, Rolin rode to the governor's office, intending to purchase a group of slaves to bring back to the territory, but upon arriving in Cornerstone City, he encountered disheartening news. The royal conscription order had long since been issued. Logically, the Valley's army should have begun assembling, preparing to advance towards the border in due course. However, Governor Dorr had postponed the conscription plan, citing the recent heavy losses sustained in the eradication of pirates as justification. Now I understand, Rolin mused. No wonder the Stokes Duchy's forces had mobilized towards the border while the valley remained entirely inactive. It appears this information was deliberately disseminated by the governor to curry favor with the nobles and subjects of the valley. Upon arriving at the governor's office, Rolin was warmly welcomed by Dorr, who had become increasingly enthusiastic with each of Rolin's visits, particularly as he consistently supported Dor's slave trade. Oh no, humanitarian rescue efforts. After exchanging pleasantries, Rolin made clear the purpose of his visit. However, before discussing business, Dor relayed some unfortunate news. Dear Baron Rolin, while I would very much like to proceed with our transaction, as usual, I must inform you that slave prices have risen significantly of late. I trust that, with your astuteness, you can deduce the reasons behind this. Although Rolin had not considered this issue previously, after a moment's contemplation, he grasped the implications. With war imminent, international trade would inevitably be affected, especially as the army was stationed near the northern border, and most slaves were transported from the north. Once the border was sealed, trade caravans would have to take detours, significantly increasing costs. Most critically, a substantial number of Valandia's populace had been conscripted to the front lines, creating a domestic labor shortage. As the war unfolded, this shortage would only exacerbate, prompting many lords to procure slaves for labor or as expendable resources. Regrettably, even if slave prices have surged, Rolin must still make a purchase. Chapter 9. Sister Tyrol. I understand, Governor Dor. Please state your price. Dor smiled slightly. You possess great resolve, Rolin, which I greatly admire. Given the circumstances, allow me to share some information that may be unfamiliar to you. In truth, war has already arrived. Along the Fronte defensive line, skirmishes have commenced, with Stokes' 50,000 troops positioned a mere 20 kilometers north of the line. Though no further actions have been taken as of yet. The combined forces of Valandia currently number around 30,000, dispersed along the front, and the situation appears rather grim. Has the war truly begun? This revelation took Rolin by surprise. Traditionally, following the mobilization of troops along the border, there should be a negotiation process presided over by the Church. Although both Valandia and Stokes are situated in the east, separated from the Church's origins by an entire continent, the Church's influence is notably weak, rendering it incapable of brokering a ceasefire agreement. Yet, tradition is tradition, regardless of the Stokes' impatience. They ought not to engage in hostilities before negotiations commence. Indeed, Stokes has rejected the Church's intervention, even threatening to burn down churches and execute priests and bishops should the Church involve itself. This bodes ill for our position. Without the Church's delaying tactic, Valandia's response to the war is far from the rapid mobilization exhibited by Stokes. Additionally, our smaller territory, coupled with our inferior national strength and population, places us at a distinct disadvantage. Such is the case. Dole nodded, then opted to be straightforward. Rolin, you are a reasonable individual. I trust you have your own assessment of the war's dynamics. I have been delaying the royal conscription order in hopes of preserving the strength of the valley. The Clinton family has resided in the valley for decades, and amidst the current turmoil, I, as the governor of the valley, wish for all subjects to unite around the Stoughton family. Most of the lords in the valley have exchanged opinions with me, and many astute individuals have chosen to band together as a cohesive entity. Rolin, I believe you to be a wise person, correct? Upon hearing this, Rolin comprehended Dole's intentions. He sought to leverage Valandia's disarray to extract the valley's independence, although it remained unclear whether he intended to declare himself king or seek refuge with another nation. It was evident that he aimed to sever ties with Valandia. According to Dole, the majority of the valley's nobility had already resolved to follow the Stoughton family. Undoubtedly, many were compelled by circumstance, much like Rolin himself, whose territorial development had only begun to flourish, yet his defensive capabilities remained feeble. In comparison to the Stoughton family, he felt akin to a neighbor stockpiling grain while others amassed weapons. Therefore, if he were to reject Dole's proposition, Rolin could easily envision the hardships that lay ahead. Conversely, acquiescing would mark him as a complete traitor. Dole's willingness to take risks stemmed from substantial incentives. Yet Rolin's involvement would merely render him a pawn in someone else's game. Your Excellency, this matter bears significant weight. I must ponder for several days before providing a response. Rolin could only evade directly. Observing Rolin's stance, Dole appeared displeased. Rolin, you must understand, I once discussed this matter with your father. Regrettably, he was too stubborn to heed reason. I had hoped you would prove to be a clever individual, capable of offering me a satisfactory reply rather than remaining obstinate and making further mistakes. With that, Dole glared at Rolin before turning to leave. Now it became clear to Rolin, Myers was indeed among the more formidable figures within the nobility. It seemed that Dole had seized the opportunity presented by the ambush to launch a purge of dissenters. Most of the nobles who perished that day were likely those who had rebuffed Dole's suggestions. The pirate attack was undoubtedly not premeditated. After all, both the Valley and Dole had suffered considerable losses due to the assault. However, it was entirely reasonable for Dole to turn the situation to his advantage. Ultimately, Someone had to undertake the perilous task of breaching the encirclement, while the command lay under Dole's purview. Rolin narrowed his eyes, observing Dole's retreating figure, and a decision crystallized within him. In truth, he perceived Myers as an inconsequential character in this world, devoid of any emotional ties to him. Yet, Dole was equally no paragon of virtue. Rolin could not align himself with such a man. If he must choose a side, he would not hesitate to avenge the original owner of this body. Emerging from the governor's mansion, Rolin's initial plans to purchase slaves were, of course, left unfulfilled. Nonetheless, he was unperturbed, for the city of Connie Corner harbored numerous slave traders. Upon arriving at the slave market in the impoverished district, a merchant recognized Rolin's noble status and approached him with a beaming smile. "Sir, are you in need of slaves? You have come to the right place. I have a fresh batch that I acquired just the day before. Excellent workers indeed. Of course, if you seek something more entertaining, I have items suitable for that as well." "Show me," Rolin interjected, cutting off the merchant's pitch, and followed him into his establishment. What was termed a shop resembled more a prison, with iron cages lining the walls, each containing groups of slaves. Rolin passed by each cage, selecting those who appeared robust, ultimately halting before a particularly dimly lit cage at the back of the shop. "Oh, these are the toys, then. Should you be interested, I can offer you a very reasonable price." The merchant continued to beam. Rolin surveyed each individual inside, then turned to question the slave trader. "Are these all commoners?" "Indeed, sir. The slave traders throughout Connie Corner can only procure commoner slaves. However, they are quite satisfactory for play, and most importantly, they are inexpensive should they be damaged. One need not feel remorse." Rolin silently chuckled to himself. Among these individuals, one bore an aura that was distinctly unlike that of a commoner. Though disguised and her hair shorn and disheveled, she could not deceive Rolin. "Take her as well," Rolin commanded, pointing to the person he had selected, before turning back to negotiate the price in the main hall. Tyrael was originally the daughter of a middle-class family in the Valantia Empire. 5 years prior, at the tender age of 12, she was sent to the church to become a nun. It was expected that she would establish herself within the sisterhood with her family's support and formally become a member of the church. However, following the outbreak of war with the Harlan Empire, she accompanied the entire sisterhood to the front lines, serving in wartime medical duties. Ordinarily, due to the church's influence, even on the front lines, the sisterhood would be among the safest groups. Yet, unfortunate Tyrael found herself in a nearby village to procure supplies for her sisterhood when she encountered mercenaries from the Harlan Empire pillaging the settlement. These mercenaries, who might be more accurately described as bandits masquerading as mercenaries, showed no regard for the church. Realizing that revealing her identity as a nun would only draw unwanted attention, Tyrael dirted herself and donned commoner attire, blending into the crowd. Chapter 10. The Maid Brigade. As she had anticipated, the mercenaries would take the supplies and valuables and depart. However, she had underestimated the situation. Poor Tyrael was captured and sold to a slave trader, eventually ending up in Connie Corner. Reflecting on the past month felt like a surreal dream, as she had descended from the daughter of a wealthy family to the status of a slave. She dared not reveal her identity, knowing her noble lineage would only invite greater troubles. Fortunately, the hardships endured along the way had nearly allowed her to assimilate into the common folk. On her first day in Connie Corner, Tyrael experienced a moment of suicidal despair. Hearing the slave trader refer to her as a toy and contemplating her potential fate, she felt that such a characterization was a profound desecration of her faith as a nun. Yet, her teachings also condemned suicide, asserting that those who took their own lives would never ascend to heaven. "Surely, God can forgive my impurities, absolve my unclean thoughts," Tyrael mused, ultimately succumbing to tears. At this moment, Rolin rushed back to his territory with a group of slaves, moving with utmost urgency. Although she had yet to reject Dole, the presence of others on their territory filled her with trepidation. It was only upon returning to her own domain that she could truly relax. Upon arriving at the manor, Rolin entrusted the others to Luanna, keeping Tyrol by his side. Luanna cast a sly glance at Rolin, but chose to say nothing as she departed. When Tyrol was summoned before Rolin, she sensed that her end was nigh, and her legs momentarily weakened. "What is your name?" Rolin inquired, adhering to customary protocol. "I am Tyrol Noon, my lord," she replied. "What was your former status?" Rolin asked directly, without preamble. "Status? My status?" Tyrol's pupils dilated, bewildered by how Rolin discerned her true identity. "You are not a commoner, are you, Miss Tyrol? Do not fear, I am Rolin Clinton, the lord of this land. I brought you here because I require talent. If you are not of humble origins, you must possess certain abilities that could serve me better. Feel free to explore the territory and listen to the opinions of the residents. I believe I am a benevolent lord. Is that so? Tyrol responded, somewhat skeptical. Yet, realizing she had been seen through, she decided to take a gamble and divulge her background and experiences. Unknown, Rolin was indeed taken aback by Tyrol's revelation. However, when he learned of her knowledge in medical treatments, he recognized he had made a wise choice. Of course, the medical standards in this world were dismal. With indiscriminate use of remedies and no understanding of bacteria or viruses, bloodletting and enemas were, however, executed with remarkable proficiency. Tyrol's knowledge of herbalism and basic bandaging techniques made her a valuable asset in Rolin's eyes. Excellent, Miss Tyrol. My territory is in need of someone with your skills. As it stands, there is only an elderly village physician whose medical expertise is woefully inadequate. Therefore, I wish to employ you as a nun to perform healing tasks for the domain. Tyrol was taken aback by Rolin's proposal. The notion of hiring a slave was utterly beyond her comprehension. As she unconsciously reached out to grasp Rolin's outstretched hand, her mind was in turmoil as she followed Dawn out. Did he not regard her as his possession, but rather as a person? Tyrol pondered. That evening, Luana, hearing commotion from the adjacent room, ventured over to investigate, only to find Tyrol preparing to dine. She smiled knowingly and greeted her. Hello, beautiful lady. Startled by the unexpected voice, Tyrol saw a well-dressed, exquisite girl and surmised she must be from the Clinton family. She quickly rose to curtsy, my lady. Luana's smile widened upon hearing the title, her hand covering her mouth as her eyes sparkled with mirth. After a lengthy pause, she replied, Do not call me my lady. I am, like you, a slave of Lord Rolin. You too? I assumed, given your appearance and health, that you were a noble here. Once I was indeed a noble. But alas, Luana sighed softly. I am Luana Rosia, from the Harlan Empire, now serving Lord Rolin. And you? I am Tyrol Noon, from, Valencia. Ha! Ha ha ha! Luana erupted in laughter. How amusing. From your accent, I thought you hail from Harlan as well. Who would have thought that two individuals from rival nations would find themselves in the southern lands, serving a rural baron? Fate is truly fascinating. A rural baron? Tyrol gasped, realizing the gravity of the statement should it reach Lord Rolin's ears. She quickly stepped back, as if to distance herself from Luana. It's nothing, Tyrol. In a few days, you will understand. Lord Rolin is a commendable nobleman, unlike any other. Oh wait, Luana made a comical face, glancing sideways at Tyrol. I shouldn't be telling you this. I remember when I was trembling in fear with Luna for several days, and now I'm just giving it all to you. Who is Luna? Tyrol inquired, intrigued by yet another name. My sister. We were sold here together. Come, let me introduce you to her. And once again, welcome to Rolin's private maid group. Although you are currently the only newcomer, I believe you won to be the last. Private maid group? Tyrol echoed, puzzled by the term. Your sister just informed me about it. What is the matter? Luana replied, equally confused. Thus, Luana turned to gaze at her sister. It was just established. Is there an issue? I am the leader, and Luna, you shall be the vice leader. As for Tyrol, you are still in your probationary period. Temporarily a trainee member of the maid group, Luana declared with certainty. Though we're just 3 now, I believe it won't be long before our maid group expands to 30 or even 300. By then, Tyrol, you can become the head maid, and we shall control all of Rolin's maids. After hearing Luana's impassioned speech, Luna's heart raced, and she promptly fell asleep. Chapter 11. The Traitor Among Traitors. Upon returning from the governor's mansion, Rolin was deep in thought regarding countermeasures. However, the current situation was unclear. Even the royal court was preoccupied with its own troubles. Even if they had the capacity to address this matter, distant waters could not quench immediate thirst by the time the kingdom's army arrived. He might already be completely devoured by dole. You are forcing me to become a double agent, Rolin sighed. Thus, he penned a letter affirming his loyalty, accompanied by a selection of the territory's latest concoction, perfume purportedly suited for men, as a gesture of apology for his prior hesitation. Of course, Dole quickly responded, expressing appreciation for Rolin's return to the right path. Time passed in this manner until one day, a resounding boom shattered the tranquility of the territory. A few days prior, Luna had informed Rolin that the research on the catapult was nearing completion and hoped he would personally witness the first test firing. Rolin gladly accepted and arrived at the testing grounds early in the morning. After admiring and caressing the cannon for a while, he exclaimed, "Ah, the beast of war." He gestured for Luna to commence the demonstration as several serfs skillfully loaded the cannonball and ignited it. Boom! Following the deafening roar, a cloud of dust billowed from the distant hillside. Excellent. Splendid. Rolin rejoiced, waving his arms exuberantly, even losing his composure. Just like that, Cohen, organize a team for production. Make this the territory's top priority. Yes, my lord, Cohen replied, fully aware of the catapult's significance and not daring to slacken. Then, in front of everyone, Rolin scooped up Luna and planted a kiss on her. And my lord? Luna froze in place, her cheeks flushed. Yes, Luna, you are the great contributor to Clinton's domain. Tonight's dessert at the manor shall be abundant, so eat your fill. Yes, my lord, Luna stammered, clearly still recovering from the earlier shock. Rolin was elated. With the successful research on the catapult, the arrival of Firearms was not far off. He quickly retrieved the gunpowder schematics he had long prepared and handed them over to the craftsman responsible for the research. After observing the test firing, Rolin hastily summoned Hogg. Hogg, select some clever soldiers from the army to learn how to operate this catapult. I will compile a manual for its use and deliver it to you tomorrow. The firing of the cannon was not particularly difficult, but Rolin planned to incorporate ballistics into the training as well. Engaging in artillery fire holds little significance. What truly matters is striking the enemy's head. The following day, Trout arrived at the Clinton territory bearing a fresh supply of saltpeter and sulfur, accompanied by disheartening news. The front line had collapsed, and Valandia's remaining forces were reduced to fewer than 20,000, retreating to the Sycan line. This outcome was, to some extent, anticipated. Frankly speaking, it was remarkable that Valandia had endured for so long. Subsequently, Trout departed with the goods prepared by Rolin. He had traversed from the west, allowing trade to proceed normally. However, should the flames of war continue to spread southward, the commerce in Clinton territory would likely be severed entirely. Simultaneously, a summons from the governor's office reached Rolin's hands, commanding him to lead 100 soldiers to gather at Connaught City and depart for the capital in 3 days to provide support. Although 100 men seemed a meager number, the combined forces of all the lords in the valley could exceed 3,000, with the governor's troops forming the bulk of that number. This was, after all, unavoidable, unless the situation necessitated conscripting serfs to fill the ranks. The military strength held by the lords was limited, as the majority of the population within their domains was occupied with production. It appeared that due to the collapse of the front line, Dole could no longer delay his actions. However, since he had resolved to sever ties with Valandia, what could be his intention in summoning the inhabitants of the territory to the capital at this juncture? Rolin was not overly concerned. He selected 100 old and frail individuals from his domain, spent 2 days training them in formation, and then set off. Regardless of whether Dole genuinely intended to support the capital or was merely plotting rebellion, Rolin had already resolved to remain uninvolved. As long as he cast aside notions of honor, duty, and chivalry, even if the governor assigned him a perilous task, he could simply make his escape. This journey also provided an opportunity to observe the situation. Merely hearing rumors was insufficient. Should the royal forces truly find themselves in dire straits, he could pledge his loyalty to the governor, with the prospect of later betraying him as the ultimate traitor. Conversely, if the royal forces managed to hold their ground, he would adopt a stance of neutrality, seeking merely to extend his own time for development. A contingent of 3,000 troops marched majestically towards Goya. It was, after all, Rolin's first visit to the capital as a rural baron. Upon receiving a personal audience with King Medellin and entering Goya, Rolin seized the opportunity to explore the surroundings. This was the epitome of a city, far surpassing Connaught City in grandeur. Rolin mused to himself, when might he too possess such a splendid city? The governor and the king had convened to discuss the situation, leaving no matters for a minor figure like himself. Relishing the moment of leisure, Rolin planned to visit a tavern in the capital known as Golden Purple to sample their renowned grape wine. At this time, the evening was in full swing, and the tavern buzzed with activity, filled with the aromas of food and drink. Rolin ordered a glass of golden purple wine, accompanied by a roasted chicken and bread set, and indulged joyfully in his meal. After the exhausting march and journey, it was not merely the fatigue that troubled Rolin, but the insipid taste of the food. Seeing the delectable dishes before him, he wasted no time and feasted heartily. "Little girl, did you steal my money and run, thinking I would find you?" Just as Rolin was engrossed in his meal, a dozen burly men stormed into the tavern, surrounding a table beside him and pushing him aside. That table had previously been occupied by a few drunken patrons who, upon witnessing the commotion, quickly sobered up and scrambled away to escape the encirclement. Sensing the escalating situation, Rolin edged away while holding his plate. Chapter 12. Feline Galen. "What money is yours?" "It is evidently mine," the girl surrounded by the men retorted instantly. "You promised to pay me 30 copper coins a day for acting as your scout. The job is done. If you refuse to pay, I shall take what is owed. What is the issue with that? Besides, as mercenaries, you earn a considerable sum. Can you not afford my 30 copper coins? I give you what you can take. If I do not give it, you cannot reach for it, understand? The mercenary leader grinned menacingly. Go cut off her hand. Do you dare? The girl leapt onto the table. Then, with a nimble push, she sprang out of the encirclement. Alas, that was the extent of her escape. Despite her evident agility, she stood no chance against the hulking man, and in her attempts to defend herself, she could only flee in desperation. The mercenary leader observed the cat-and-mouse game with amusement. As the entrance was blocked by his men, they merely had to wait until she exhausted her strength. As for the city guards, he had no cause for concern. During wartime, the status of the kingdom's mercenaries was notably elevated, as long as he asserted that she was one of his own and had stolen from him. It would be deemed an internal affair with no repercussions. Rolin watched the scene unfold, and once he had finished his meal, he wiped his mouth, took a sip of his wine, and stood up, calling out with as much authority as he could muster. Cease this at once. Instantaneously, the clamor within the tavern ceased, and all eyes turned toward Rolin. And you are? The mercenary leader glared at him, visibly displeased. Rolin met his gaze steadily and replied, I am Rolin Clinton, Baron of the Valley, here by royal decree to offer support. At the mention of nobility, the leader's demeanor shifted significantly. It was true that mercenaries often acted tyrannically among common folk, but in the presence of nobility, they were compelled to observe a degree of respect. While they might maintain their bravado on the battlefield, here in Goya, where the class system was most rigidly enforced, their attitude changed drastically. What is your command, my lord? The leader inquired, though his tone was laced with dissatisfaction. Rolin remained composed, gesturing towards the girl not far away. The laws of the kingdom uphold fairness. As a noble, I too must uphold justice. She performed the work you contracted her for, and it is only fair that you compensate her. The leader scrutinized Rolin for a moment, cursing his misfortune at encountering a meddlesome noble in such a small tavern. Ultimately, as if arriving at a final decision, he replied, You speak the truth, my lord. I shall take my leave now. We shall meet on the battlefield. With that, he exited the tavern without a backward glance. Rolin exhaled a sigh of relief. He understood that any rational individual would recognize that should he lay a hand on a noble, regardless of whether the noble was harmed, his entire group would likely face execution. Nevertheless, what if? What if the adversary was not a sound mind? Rolin could only hope that his own agility would serve him well today. He then turned his attention to the girl, who stood frozen in place. His intervention, fraught with risk, was motivated by his interest in her remarkable skills, as he intended to recruit her into his service. As Rolin approached her, the girl finally regained her composure and promptly bowed. My lord, my name is Feline Galen, and I thank you for standing up for me just now. Rolin was disinterested in the pleasantries and cut straight to the point. I see you possess considerable skill. Did you come from a knightly lineage? Not all, my lord. My father was a guard for a merchant caravan, and influenced by him, I have long desired to become a knight. Ah, I see. Rolin mused internally, recognizing the rarity of her situation. A guard for a merchant caravan could scarcely afford a fencing instructor. She must have relied on her own wits to hone her abilities. You appear quite young to possess such skills. What is the reason behind it? I'm already 16, my lord. My mother passed away when I was young, and my father traveled for trade. I was left to fend for myself. Then one day, after he departed, he never returned. I know not whether he met with an accident or chose to abandon me as a burden. Regardless, since that day, I have wandered with various caravans and mercenary groups, learning a few skills along the way. 16, you say? Observing her diminutive stature of merely 1.50 meters, albeit with a robust physique, one cannot help but conclude that she appears exceedingly short. It is likely that she endured considerable hunger during her childhood. Thus, I perceive that you are in dire need of employment, and I happen to require someone of your caliber. I am willing to offer you 1 silver coin per day to serve as my bodyguard. What say you? After the events of today, Rolin harbors concerns for his safety. Previously, within the confines of the territory, such worries were negligible, but the prospect of future battles and the constant threat of adversaries and assassins loom ominously. Had Faye been by his side today, even if they could not have triumphed together, she could have discreetly slipped away to alert his troops, thereby altering Rolin's demeanor when confronting the mercenary leader. 1 silver coin as remuneration? My lord, is this truly the case? Faye's skepticism regarding such generous compensation was palpable. I am a noble of my word, Miss Faye. Here's what I propose. I shall advance your pay for this month each morning, and starting next month, you will receive your salary in accordance with my guard-ass schedule. Would this be agreeable? As he spoke, Rolin produced a silver coin and extended it towards Faye. Accepting the coin, Faye recognized the value of this opportunity and promptly declared, From this day forth, your enemies shall be mine, my lord. Consequently, Roland escorted Faye to the street, where he selected another tavern, ordering roasted meat, grapes, and vegetable soup as a welcoming gesture for her new role. It had been 7 days since Dor had arrived with his army at Goya, and during this span, he had not taken any decisive action. Roland, content, spent his mornings training his troops and his afternoons wandering the streets, returning to the inn provided by the king for a restful night's sleep. Though he claimed to be training his forces, this primarily involved formations and long-distance running, as long as they could maintain order during maneuvers and exhibit a semblance of vigor. With a swift retreat when necessary, Roland's expectations were met. After all, he was here to bide his time, not to risk his life for others. Regrettably, this idyllic existence lasted only 7 days. After a week, Dor commanded the entire army to assemble and march towards the Saikin line. Roland paid little heed to Dor's destination or intentions, as he was not privy to the decision-making processes. He was merely a player in a game of vested interests, focused solely on preserving his own life. However, once Dor led his troops out of the city, the pace of their march slowed dramatically, from an initial 20 kilometers a day to a mere 5, before ultimately halting altogether. Dor justified this cessation with the explanation of awaiting supplies. Roland discerned that Dor was employing a strategy of delay. Soon enough, Roland understood Dor's intentions for this standstill. On that fateful morning, Dor issued a military order. All forces were to march swiftly back to Goya. Chapter 13, Dor's Conspiracy. Is he plotting treason? Yet, with a mere 3,000 troops stationed outside the city, how could they possibly penetrate the capital? If treason was indeed the aim, action should have been taken while still within the city. Although Roland was uncertain of Dor's true motives, he sensed that their return to Goya heralded significant events, prompting him to summon Faye and instruct her to return to the territory discreetly with his message, notifying all his troops, along with the trebuchets, to advance towards Goya. Due to Dor's deliberate deceleration on the journey, the troops reached the foot of Goya by the evening of the 3rd day. The city was rife with shouts, and the northern gate stood wide open, seemingly awaiting Dor's arrival. Rebellion. Even as Dor returned to Goya, the insurrection had already commenced within the city. Listen to me. A voice called out. The eldest prince governs without skill, leading the royal army to repeated defeats and proving unworthy as an heir. Yet our king, aged and frail, is easily swayed by the machinations of the unscrupulous, insisting on naming the eldest prince as his successor. Valandia is on the brink. Only the second prince can lead us out of this predicament. We must clear the royal court and petition his majesty to depose the eldest prince and proclaim the second prince. Before entering the city, Dor, mounted at the forefront of his troops, raised the banner of the Stennin family and delivered this speech. To his majesty, we shall support the second prince, cried Dor's followers, attempting to rally the crowd, and soon more voices joined in, swelling the chorus. Supporting the second prince? So it is the second prince who seeks to usurp the throne. Yet, given that the royal army is presently occupied with defending the borders, it indeed presents a prime opportunity for a coup, Rolin mused. At that moment, only the royal guard and the city defense forces remained within Goya. The royal guard pledged loyalty solely to the king, indicating that the second prince must have secured the allegiance of the city defense forces. While the latter's combat effectiveness was inferior to that of the royal guard, with Dor's backing, the outcome of the ensuing conflict was uncertain. After articulating his objectives, Dor led his troops through the northern gate, while Roland lingered behind. Although both sides held a plausible chance of victory in this coup, Roland was disinclined to bear the label of a conspirator. The nobility valued their reputation, and even if the second prince ultimately emerged victorious, history would not be blind to the underlying truths of this conflict. Roland, though not virtuous, maintained his own principles. Moreover, having resolved to avenge Myers, it was neither just nor reasonable for him to align with Dor. Upon entering Goya, Roland began to grasp the current situation. The city defense forces were gradually encircling the outer city from the walls, asserting control, while the royal guard remained entrenched within the inner palace. With both sides in a stalemate, neither dared to make a reckless move. Knowing that the royal guard was still holding firm and the palace remained unbreached, Roland felt a measure of relief. Calculating the time, his artillery should soon arrive. With this elite contingent, he finally had the means to participate in the conflict. As for the 100 elderly and weak he currently commanded, he could only hope they would prove fleet of foot when the time came. At that moment, Faye returned with the anticipated news. My lord, your troops have arrived 5 kilometers east of the city, awaiting your command. With this, Roland felt a profound sense of reassurance. Now, he faced 2 potential strategies. 1, to advance his troops and bombard the city walls, creating an escape route for the king and the royal guard. However, this approach bore two significant drawbacks. First, his forces were far too few, facing 1,000 city defense soldiers and Dor's 3,000, albeit all poorly trained. Yet, sheer numbers could overwhelm. The second issue was the lack of communication and coordination with the royal guard, should a misunderstanding arise, and the royal guard mistake him for an enemy. Their refusal to exit the inner city would spell disaster for him. The alternative strategy would involve holding his troops in place, allowing the two armies to engage, and then approaching to reveal his identity, persuading the king to lead the royal guard in a charge eastward. Once they reached his troops' position, he could array them, leveraging the firepower of the trebuchets to decimate the enemy. Yet this plan, too, was fraught with peril. The royal guard would inevitably suffer casualties in the charge, and there was no guarantee that the king would trust him. He might not even afford Rolin the opportunity to speak before ordering his execution by arrows. This was indeed a perplexing situation. Rolin found himself at a loss, unable to reach the king, while his troops could not advance too close. The realization struck him that his forces were simply too weak. Had he an additional 1,000 or 2,000 men, along with a dozen cannons, matters would not have reached this impasse. As Roland grappled with these dilemmas, time continued to slip away. Just as dawn began to break, a rallying cry echoed from afar. While Roland was still uncertain of the circumstances, he received yet another command from Dor. All forces, proceed to the southern gate to prevent the enemy's escape. With this, Roland was filled with immense joy. It appeared that with Dole's participation, the Imperial Guard felt the pressure and decided to break out first. Phelan, instruct Hogg to maneuver southwest, occupy advantageous terrain, and refrain from firing at the city walls. Wait until we see the city defense forces or Dole's banner emerge from the gates before opening fire. Then, seizing the moment of chaos during the troop movement, Roland gathered his aged and weak militia, disregarding how many had been lost in the hasty retreat, and promptly followed in Phelan's footsteps, making their way out of the city through the northern gate. Once outside, the path was clear, and Roland quickly reunited with his main forces, which were still on the march. Hogg, upon seeing Roland approach, was equally elated. "My lord, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. I have brought your 500 private soldiers, 50 guards, and 5 cannons. Additionally, just before setting off, Miss Luna entrusted me with 2 firearms, asking me to deliver them to you." "Oh, the firearms have also been procured?" Roland took the guns and examined them for a moment. "Well, since Luna dared to entrust them to me, there should be no issues." He then declared, "Now, we shall advance southward. The Imperial Guard is well equipped, and breaching the city gates should not pose a significant challenge. At that point, we will intercept the pursuing enemy forces." As the sun gradually rose, nearly 2 hours had passed since the Imperial Guard's breakout. Roland arrived at the southeastern side of Goya City's southern gate and did not wait long before witnessing the gates being breached. A squad of bloodied cavalry charged forth, followed by a large contingent of soldiers clad in the Imperial Guard's armor pouring out through the southern gate. Chapter 14. Supporting the Imperial Guard. From a distance, Roland estimated the number of Imperial Guards to be less than 1,000, having suffered over half their ranks. Meanwhile, the city defense forces closely pursued, continually emerging in hot pursuit of the fleeing enemy. It appeared that the city defense forces had not suffered significant losses. Could it be that Dole's troops were at the forefront of the blockade? Roland could not ascertain, and there was no time for contemplation. With the city defense forces continuously emerging, he promptly began issuing orders. Artillery, aim at the southern gate, fire at will. Boom, boom, boom. With the cannons roaring, the southern gate was instantly enveloped in smoke. If Roland's vision could pierce through the haze, he would witness a scene of carnage. The southern gate had collapsed under the bombardment, and those unfortunate city defense soldiers congregated nearby were inevitably caught in the onslaught. Some luckier souls who avoided immediate death still met their fate, buried beneath the rubble of the fallen gate. What is happening? Why has the gate collapsed? Dole, still within the city, remained unscathed but wore a grim expression. The Imperial Guard's forced charge at dawn had indeed disrupted their plans, especially with the inept city defense forces, who had been holding their ground in the north and were even preparing to force an entry, only to see the southern city defense forces collapse in less than a moment, requiring Dole's men to rush in to fill the gap. After this battle, the losses were indeed severe, but these paled in comparison to the consequences of the king's escape. If the king were to flee, even if the second prince captured Goya, he would never ascend to the throne, as the charge of usurpation would be firmly established, leading to dire consequences for all. Flank them. Exit the city through the western gate. We must keep the enemy occupied. On the side of the Imperial Guard, Sergeant Barron spotted Roland's forces. Although he was unaware of how Roland had caused the gate to collapse, He recognized that he must seize this slender opportunity. Your Majesty, I advise consolidating forces towards the southeast and preparing for the enemy's approach. We hastily engaged yesterday with insufficient cavalry and suffered considerable losses during the charge. Now, most soldiers are on foot and will be gradually overtaken by the enemy. We must engage in decisive battle here to inflict heavy damage on the enemy if we are to have any chance of victory. Then let us gamble once more. Baron, the events have led to this point, and the fault lies entirely with me. You all have suffered alongside me. Baron was deeply moved by this and shouted to the entire army, "We pledge to follow His Majesty unto death. To death, we shall follow His Majesty." As the smoke dissipated, Rolin could finally assess the battlefield. The gate lay in ruins, with most of the enemy trapped within the city, unable to break free for the moment. The city defense forces that had surged forward were too few in number and dared not pursue further. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guard had shifted direction and was advancing toward him. Excellent. The sergeant has performed admirably. Everything is unfolding in the most favorable manner. Rolin was highly satisfied with the current situation and commanded his troops, all hands, form ranks for cover, and prepare to welcome His Majesty. Before long, the Imperial Guard had reached the front lines, and Rolin raised his family banner, stepping forward alone to declare his identity and stance. Upon approaching, Rolin discovered that, in addition to the king, the little princess, his third child, had also escaped. I am Baron Rolin Clinton of the Clinton family, and upon discovering the insurrection within the city, I dispatched troops to rescue you. Lord Rolin, thank you for your assistance, but now is not the time for idle chatter. The rebels will soon be upon us. We must inflict heavy damage on the enemy if we are to have any chance of continuing our retreat. I hope you will continue to lend us your aid. Baron glanced over and noted the cannons in Roland's troop. Though uncertain of their nature, he speculated that they were the cause of the gate's downfall. Lord Rolin, it is a pleasure to see you here. The Clinton family is renowned for its valor and chivalry, and your presence assures me that you have splendidly inherited the glory of your lineage. I assure you, if we can thwart Finger's conspiracy, you shall receive the reward you rightfully deserve. King Medellin spoke up at this moment. Finger was the king's second son, the same Dole referred to as the second prince. Hearing the king's words, Rolin realized he had struck a beneficial arrangement and immediately bowed, declaring, for His Majesty the King. Once he had joined forces with the Imperial Guard, Rolin could see how dire their situation truly was. The Imperial Guard now numbered only 500 to 600, with less than 50 being cavalry. According to Baron, the city defense forces still had around 800 men, most of whom were cavalry, in addition to Dole's infantry regiment. Although Dole's side had suffered heavy losses during the breakout, they likely still had over 1,000 remaining. Baron, I will strike at their lines, but I need you to advance and provide cover, withstanding the cavalry charge to ensure our position remains secure. In medieval open field combat, there was typically no concept of fixed position, as formations were constantly shifting. However, Roland's artillery unit was moving exceedingly slowly, and they represented his greatest asset in battle. Thus, if their position were breached, it would spell doom for him. I have complete faith in you, and I wish you great success in battle. Whether he truly believed this or not, Baron accepted Roland's plan. Imperial Guard, form ranks. Advance forward. At that moment, the rebel forces that had taken a circuitous route came into view, with cavalry at the front, mounted archers to the side, and infantry advancing slowly behind. 3 cannons targeting the mounted archers, 2 aimed at the cavalry. Rolin commanded. Load the ammunition, aim. The artillery captain, Gray, ordered. Infantry, form a shield wall to protect the artillery. Rolin directed the infantry to defend against potential arrows and any scattered cavalry that might slip through the Imperial Guard's lines. As the frontline cavalry neared firing range, Rolin immediately commanded the artillery to fire. Another round of thunderous explosions erupted, echoing like the roar of thunder outside Goya City. Although the cavalry's charge was more dispersed than that of the infantry, it was still tighter than the formation seen during World War II. After several shots, a significant number of cavalry fell, leaving gaping holes in their ranks. What kind of sorcery is this? Is it witchcraft? A demon's spell? Witnessing their comrades being sent flying, some of the less resolute city defense soldiers began to contemplate fleeing. Continue the charge. We must annihilate the enemy, leaving not a single one alive. The commander of the city defense forces issued another order, attempting to bolster morale. However, before they could reach the front lines, a second barrage of artillery descended upon them. This time, the artillery shells fell among the infantry at the rear, and due to their denser formation, the damage inflicted was naturally far greater. No, this is a devil's war. I cannot fight. This ragtag army, pieced together from disparate groups, lacked any semblance of cohesion. After enduring a round of cannon fire, they immediately began to disintegrate. Chapter 15. The Death of Dal. As for Dal, when he witnessed the collapse of the southern gate, he sensed something amiss, and thus he kept his distance during this charge, remaining completely outside the ranks. Without Dal's presence to maintain order, the noble commanders quickly lost their resolve, and soon some expressed their unwillingness to continue the fight. The city defense forces had already engaged the royal guard. However, after sustaining several cannon strikes, their numerical advantage had evaporated. Rolin ordered another volley directed at the infantry in the rear before deciding to cease fire and command his troops forward to support the royal guard. With Rolin's involvement, the pressure on the royal guard was significantly alleviated. The cavalry of the city defense forces maneuvered around the square formations, seeking a breakthrough. But upon observing the infantry in disarray, they realized that no reinforcements would arrive and thus resolved to charge through, hoping to kill the king amidst the chaos, thus giving the second prince a chance at victory. Charge! At the command of their leader, all cavalry ceased their maneuvers and surged forward in unison. Form spears. Create a shield wall. Baron arranged his troops to tighten their formation in preparation for the impending charge. Stab. Instantly, the city defense forces were thrown into disarray, and casualties fell on Rolin's side as well. Continue the charge, for the sake of His Highness, the second prince, to vanquish the incompetent king. The city defense forces did not falter. Instead, they pressed on with their suicidal assault. The cavalry faced a disadvantage when colliding with the infantry square, and particularly the mounted archers fared even worse, as they lacked the pikes necessary to penetrate the ironclad formation and instead found themselves skewered by the infantry spears. The king and Rolin stood at the heart of the military formation, well guarded by layers of protection. Ideally, as long as no unforeseen events occurred, the city defense forces would be the first to suffer significant losses. However, Rolin was unwilling to endure a protracted exchange. His troops had been painstakingly trained, and he could not allow them to suffer a 50% loss in their first battle. Moreover, should anything happen to the king, all his efforts would be in vain. To capture the leader before the soldiers, he resolved to eliminate the opposing commander, believing that the remaining troops would disperse more rapidly in the face of inevitable defeat. Thus, he raised his firearm, aimed at the enemy commander, and pulled the trigger. This gun was a matchlock, requiring time to reload. Bang! The first shot veered slightly off target. Rolin, undeterred, quickly switched weapons, aimed again, and fired. The city defense commander heard the sound, although it was not as thunderous as the earlier cannon fire. It instinctively struck fear in him. Scanning the battlefield, he spotted a dark iron tube aimed directly at him. He raised his wooden shield while attempting to take cover behind a soldier. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. He felt his body sway, and upon looking down, he discovered a perforation in his shield, while simultaneously blood gushed from a wound in his abdomen. Moments later, his vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. With the commander dead, the city defense forces lost their courage to fight to the death. Some continued to follow orders and charge, while others had already fled on horseback. Your Majesty, we are victorious. Baron observed the retreating rebels, letting out a sigh of relief. Yes, you have done well. And you, Rolin, I shall not forget your contributions. Now, take their war horses and continue the retreat southward. Once we reach the mountains, we should be safe. Upon hearing this, although Rolin was concerned for his territory, he remained silent. Given his betrayal, Dal would undoubtedly seek revenge. However, if he were to propose leaving now, it would incite the king's displeasure, significantly diminishing his own merits. Bringing the king back to his territory was impractical, as it lay within Dal's sphere of influence. He could only hope that Dal would not harbor vengeful intentions against him. For now, with the king still alive, both he and the second prince should focus their attention on safeguarding the monarch. The retreat south progressed smoothly. Although Rolin's artillery slowed their march considerably, neither King Metelin nor Sergeant Baron raised any objections. After all, possessing such a formidable weapon was far more advantageous than a 1,000-man legion. During this time, Baron attempted to subtly inquire about the artillery and firearms. But Rolin deftly evaded the questions. Thanks to scouts sent ahead to notify the mountain forces, after just a day and a half of marching south, reinforcements arrived. Of course, as Governor Mon of the Mountains was engaged at the front, his son Hudson came to their aid. Your Majesty, Governor Mont's son Hudson has summoned 1,500 soldiers from the mountains for support. At this moment, Rolin may not have realized that his battalion had already become the talk of Goya City, due to the thunderous sounds accompanying their assaults. Rolin's forces had garnered another name in the outside world, the Thunder Army. Meanwhile, the defeated Dal stood in the palace, facing the furious second prince. His head bowed and countenance dejected. Look at the foolishness you have wrought. My city defense forces fought valiantly at the front, and what of you? Your troops fled before even engaging the enemy. Your Highness, it was that traitor Rolin Clinton. His forces seem to possess a dark sorcery that calls forth the power of thunder. You must have heard it in the city. After those thunderous sounds, our soldiers were as if struck by a tempest. Thunder? Sorcery? Fingal scoffed. Are you spinning tales for me, doll? If he could truly summon thunder, why not simply strike me dead here? I tell you, there is no sorcery in this world. You are merely seeking excuses for your cowardice. At this moment, Doll fell into complete silence. Without killing the king, the second prince could never become the legitimate heir, and his treasonous actions had already been solidified. He was bound to face death. Now, he could only contemplate how to atone, praying for the king's mercy, at least to leave a spark for his family. Doll, we have already failed, Fingal remarked coldly. Perhaps you are now pondering how to redeem yourself, even considering handing me over to my father? Doll's heart jolted. Fingal's words sent a chill down his spine, and he faintly sensed that matters were turning dire. No matter what, I'm a prince of this kingdom, the king's child. My father may punish me, but he would never kill me. And you, dear Doll, you cannot escape death. If that is the case, why not bear all the blame yourself? In that way, it would count as your final act of service to me. In an instant, Doll felt the chill run down his spine as a long sword pierced through his heart from behind. His vision blurred as he slumped to the ground, succumbing to Fingal's cold laughter. Chapter 16, Promotion to Governor. At this moment, the king remained unaware of the events in Goya City. Anticipating the worst, Doll would return to the valley to gather all available forces and pursue them southward. Once united with the mountain troops, the king would have the confidence to turn back north and reclaim Goya City. Goya City was the political center of the entire kingdom. The longer the situation dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for Valandia. Moreover, with the war against Stokes ongoing, if this matter could not be resolved swiftly, Metalin feared that even if he succeeded in quelling the rebellion, he might ultimately lose his throne due to the failures in foreign conflict. Furthermore, with Rolin possessing such excellent siege weaponry, Metalin's confidence was bolstered. However, before Rolin and his forces could return for long, a messenger from Goya found them, delivering a letter penned by the second prince to the king. In the letter, the second prince, Fingel, shifts all blame onto Dale, claiming he was swayed by Dale's cunning. He asserts that there are treacherous individuals surrounding the king, and with the welfare of the Valandia people in mind, he plans to instigate a military coup. However, Dale's ambition to seize Goya and declare himself king spiraled the situation beyond Fingal's control. He now states that he has killed Dale, taken command of his troops, and sincerely requests the king's return to the capital, having resigned himself to await punishment. It seems he is playing the victim now that he finds himself powerless. Maitland suppresses his fury. Emboldened by his lineage, Fingel dares to deceive him so openly. Baron, send a contingent to the capital to ascertain the truth of these claims, and then we shall make further arrangements. The king's hasty retreat left many ministers in Goya, leaving him without immediate counsel. Roland, now regarded as Maitland's confidant, is significantly involved in planning and decision-making, a far cry from his previous status as a mere valley governor. Once he felt like an insignificant figure, but now the king seeks his counsel, and Roland finds satisfaction in his current standing. As Maitland reads the letter, he does not overlook Roland's presence. Upon hearing Fingal's intention to show weakness, Roland surmises that there is an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance it is true. Unlike the eldest prince, who wields military power, Fingel must have exhausted considerable effort to manage the city defense forces. Now, having reached a dead end, further resistance seems futile. The moment he failed to eliminate the king in Goya and stabilize the court, Fingal's fate was sealed. With the urgency of the king's departure dissipated, and Baron deliberately allowing the troops to rest, they finally set out for Goya 2 days later. Meanwhile, scouts sent into the city returned to report that all developments aligned with Fingal's assertions. Nevertheless, the king remained cautious, first allowing Baron to command the royal guards and assume military authority within the city before returning to the palace alongside Roland. How the king chooses to address this rebellion would no longer concern Roland, who expressed his desire to return to his territory for recuperation. The king did not object, but before Roland's departure, he fulfilled his promise, elevating Roland to the title of Viscount and temporarily appointing him as the valley governor. Maitland, burdened by a multitude of pressing issues, did not bid farewell to Roland, but instead sent the young princess Mira in his stead. After several days of marching, Roland had become acquainted with the young princess, yet their relationship remained superficial at best. After all, given her status as a princess, it would be unreasonable to expect a close rapport with a mere country nobleman. On behalf of His Majesty the King, I extend my gratitude once more for your assistance and wish you a safe journey, Mira said as she escorted Rolin out of the palace for their final farewell. That is what I ought to do. Until we meet again, Princess Mira. The journey home always brought a sense of joy, though the slow pace, due to towing artillery, was not insignificant. Nevertheless, observing the grand army behind him filled Rolin with pride. The king had granted him the position of governor, yet he could not yet assume control over Stanton's territory. He must await the king's judgment regarding the Stanton family's assets before they might rightfully belong to him. Regardless, his status had advanced, his strength had grown, and he could further expand his military capabilities. First, I shall replenish the lost troops, and then train a new battalion of 500 to be dubbed the New Army. Upon returning to his territory by evening, Roland entered his study to further plan for future developments, while Phelan was assigned to the estate by Dan, residing near Luana and the others. Passing by Luana's room, Phelan observed 3 girls engaged in cheerful conversation and decided to attempt to integrate herself. Hello, I apologize for intruding, but seeing you all so joyful has piqued my curiosity. May I join your conversation? Well, look at that, Luana remarked. Our group is expanding faster than I anticipated. Phelan sensed a hint of unfriendliness in Luana's tone. Yet unlike her initial encounters with Tyrol or the Rosilla sisters, she was a free citizen and Roland's employee. Thus she did not falter. I beg your pardon if I have interrupted your discussion. I shall take my leave. No, it's quite all right. I am Luana. This is my sister Luna, and the one over there is Tyrol. And you, dear miss? I am Phelan, employed by Lord Roland. I assume you are in a similar situation, correct? Not quite, Luana replied, her expression peculiar. So, you are a free citizen? I have been a free citizen since birth. Phelan retorted, a hint of indignation in her tone. Oh, do not misunderstand. Dear miss, Luana quickly clarified, but among us, you are the only one with free status. Huh? Phelan was taken aback. Then you all are. Slaves, Luana completed her sentence, wearing a proud expression. We are all slaves purchased by Lord Roland. Only you would regard that status as a mark of honor, Luna interjected, her face darkening. It is no wonder. I detected a hint of a northern accent in your speech. Phelan finally comprehended. Yes, we were all sold from the north due to the war. However, since Miss Phelan is not a slave, that complicates matters, Luana stated. Hey, Vice Captain, can our maid group recruit free citizens? Don't ask me. Luna responded, utterly exasperated with her sister, rolling over in bed, pulling the covers over her head, and falling asleep. Chapter 17, Barbecue. A maid group? What a peculiar notion, Phelan expressed. Confusion etched across her face. Regardless, welcome to our midst, Tyrol said calmly to Phelan. With you here, I'm no longer the newcomer in the group, she mused inwardly. Upon returning to the territory, Roland's first order of business was to summon Cohen to arrange for the mass production of firearms. Cohen, the development of the firearms is complete. Let us swiftly produce a batch for the troops to train with. By the way, can I implement an assembly line approach, allowing craftsmen to focus solely on one component before final assembly? This would significantly enhance production efficiency. His second task was to have Hogg take 2 samples of the firearms and select individuals with shooting aptitude to train as marksmen. He also presented Hogg with his plans and tactical concepts for the bayonet shooting formations. Select a captain for the firearms team, responsible for the daily training of the marksmen. Then, coordinate with the others to establish this formation for me. Lastly, he called for Luna. The development of firearms has been exceptionally successful. I truly appreciate your hard work during this time. However, there is still considerable room for improvement regarding the matchlock guns and stone cannons. I have some ideas that you may explore. There is no rush. Our current equipment suffices, and our primary focus remains on expanding troop numbers. Having completed these tasks, Roland allowed himself a moment of relaxation. Aside from an urgent need to bolster the population of his territory, no pressing tasks awaited him. As for the resettlement of the population, since cement had already been developed, there were numerous quarries in the southern mountains where stones could be procured, and labor could be arranged to construct a batch of housing. Oh, and one more thing. Roland summoned Tyrol and tasked her with assembling a medical team. During the recent military campaign, since Roland had not mentioned it in his orders, Hogg had not brought Tyrol along. Indeed, Roland himself had forgotten this detail. However, after enduring significant personnel losses, Roland recognized the paramount importance of medical support and resolved to seize the moment to initiate its development. Once he had arranged everything, Roland stretched languidly. He mused, having completed a significant leap in social status. It was time to indulge. Having subsisted on the army's rations for several days, Roland felt an intense discomfort and was eager to return to his territory to explore the delights of gastronomy. Without hesitation, he retrieved a charcoal grill and requested Cohen to craft a wire rack for him. He then personally sharpened a series of bamboo skewers, procured beef, lamb, and pork alongside vegetables from the kitchen, washed, diced, skewered, and ignited the fire. "My lord Rolin." At that moment, Fairlin rushed over. "Please do not disturb me. I am barbecuing," Rolin replied, his gaze fixed intently on the meat sizzling on the grill. "Barbecue?" Fairlin tilted her head and leaned in to sniff. "Isn't that just grilled meat? I can do it too. My lord Rolin, I came to discuss something with you." Having spent some time together, Fairlin had grown familiar with Rolin, shedding the shyness she had displayed upon their first encounter. "What is it?" This was the first time Fairlin had approached him with a request, piquing Rolin's curiosity. "It's about that. What is it called?" "The gun. Can I try it as well?" Rolin understood the matter at once. While he was amenable to the idea, it was not feasible at that moment. Once the territory produces its first batch of firearms, you may select one to play with for a couple of days. However, that weapon is ill-suited for you, too lengthy and cumbersome. When the territory can manufacture handguns, I shall provide you with two. That evening, Rolin presented his barbecue creations and invited Luana and the others to dine with him, both to celebrate his recent promotion and to commend their hard work. The table was adorned with a variety of other delectable dishes, each place setting also featuring desserts. Ever since the discovery of the saltpeter mine, ice cream had been invented. Amidst the exhilarating contrast of hot and cold, Rolin realized that his barbecue seemed to be the least successful dish on the table. Undoubtedly, it was due to the lack of seasoning. Yes, that had to be the reason, Rolin thought. Given the scarcity of spices in his territory, he had only added salt to his barbecue. Should he consider having the territory produce a batch of chili powder? He promptly dismissed his own suggestion. The development of the territory had only just begun. Indulging in such luxuries was not appropriate. He recalled the tale of King Zhou and the ivory chopsticks, and resolved to chastise himself for such sinful thoughts. A moment of indulgence can lead to a lifetime of regret, Rolin. You must reflect. Tyrol, having resided in the manor for some time, had grown accustomed to such fare, but Fairlin was another story. She seized a piece of cake with her left hand and a pork chop with her right, and upon noticing the gazes directed at her, she mumbled with her mouth full of cake, "Why aren't you all eating such delicious food?" "Because we are all tired of it," Luana shrugged. "You'll understand in a few days, newcomer." Rolin found it amusing. "There is no need to rush, Miss Fairlin. No one is competing with you. Today, there's more than enough food for everyone." As Rolin savored the fleeting tranquility of his territory, the situation in Valandia was in constant flux. The king had quelled the rebellion, dealing with those involved in the conspiracy. The Stun family, as the principal offenders, had their assets confiscated, were stripped of their noble titles, and were exiled from the kingdom. All family members participating in the rebellion were executed, while other nobles in the valley who had been complicit faced varying degrees of punishment, with those who had followed Dor being beheaded and subjected to fines. Fingel, having orchestrated the rebellion, was permanently stripped of his inheritance and barred from participating in royal affairs. Baron and Rolin were rewarded for their contributions in quelling the rebellion. Baron received a fief near the capital and was appointed as a baron, effectively establishing a new family line. Rolin, having swiftly rendered aid and secured victory in the most critical battle, was elevated to the rank of Viscount and officially became the governor of the valley, taking over the Stun territory. Even the son of the mountain governor received a monetary reward for dispatching troops to assist and escort the king back to the capital. As for external matters, following the rebellion, Maitland decided to first address the domestic chaos and was willing to cede lands north of the Seekin line while paying a tribute of 100,000 gold coins to negotiate peace. The Stokes, having been unable to breach the Seekin line for an extended period, were apprehensive of a repeat of the situation from over 30 years ago, when a singular battle misstep had led to their retreat back to the borders, causing them to relinquish the lands they had gained. Consequently, they also acquiesced to Valandia's request and signed a peace agreement. Chapter 18, Counteroffensive. Valandia enjoyed a brief period of peace, and Rolin assumed his new responsibilities, relocating his family to the governor's residence, with all things progressing in a positive direction. An even more fortuitous development was that, as the Stun territory bordered his own, the two regions naturally connected. As for the loss of northern territories, it was sufficient for the king to manage that concern, if he found it overwhelming. The multitude of ministers in the court would assist, thus it was not Rolin's burden to bear. While the royal family confiscated Stun's assets, the population of the territory remained under Rolin's control. The real estate cultivated by generations of the Stun family was now under Rolin's purview. Having organized his belongings, Rolin officially stationed his army in Kenai Corner. Along the journey, Bill was in high spirits, gesturing animatedly to Cohen, who occasionally responded, "Hey, joining the Clinton family was the wisest decision of my life." Just look at it. How long has it been since Lord Rolin inherited the territory? He is already the governor of the entire valley. We can now claim to manage an entire valley. Valley fiefs belong to other noble lords. You have no authority to interfere. You can only manage Lord Rolin's territory. Oh, that depends on whether the Lord grants you an opportunity. That is more than enough. Let me tell you, the Lord is already a governor at such a young age. In a few years, he is bound to achieve great things in the capital. Who will be responsible for the family territory, then? It will inevitably fall to us. The arrangement for the stun-on subjects was typically overseen by Luana and Bill, though Rolin, in accordance with tradition, delivered an invigorating speech. The tax burden on free citizens has been reduced by 20%. Now only 30% is due. William, your mill is about to make a fortune. Your shop is the real moneymaker. Isn't it? Speaking of which, the new governor is increasing the benefits for serfs. I truly wonder what good it will do to provide those beasts with better food. As time passed, Rolin systematically assimilated his new territory, and everything fell into place. The only one who might feel inconvenienced by Rolin's promotion was Cohen, as Luna's laboratory had few items that could be easily transported, unlike his extensive production lines. Moreover, Rolin was reluctant to relocate the production lines. Kanai Corner was bustling with trade and people, making it easy for a factory of such magnitude to attract attention. Thus, Cohen remained primarily in Clinton Town, working alongside the laborers. During this period, numerous nobles from the valley visited their new governor. However, as the older generation of lords had largely been executed for their involvement in the rebellion, most of those who came were newcomers. Not having fully mastered the art of concealing their emotions, they seemed to harbor a natural animosity towards Rolin. This was quite understandable, for their betrayal of the valley and alignment with the king had led to the failure of the coup. Even though Rolin represented the righteous side, the enmity born of indirect patricide could not easily be dismissed. Rolin remained unfazed. He simply needed to strengthen his own power. If you do not provoke me, I shall not concern myself with you. Should you engage in covert sabotage, do not blame me for unleashing an 800mm siege cannon and placing its barrel at your doorstep. In addition to welcoming the new inhabitants of the conquered territories, Rolin also procured another group of individuals from the slave traders within the city. However, this cohort did not originate from the north, but rather from the lands lost by Vlandia. Following the northern conquest by the Stokes, all serfs and free citizens who could not escape were captured. The development of the new territories naturally required manpower. Thus, Stokes retained a portion of tamed slaves to work for him, while those who were difficult to tame were bundled and transported by slave traders across the continent. Seizing the opportunity, Roland acquired a batch of these individuals, for they hail from Vlandia and possessed an inherent sense of identity, making them far more amenable to taming than slaves from the north. With the increase in population, the size of the army naturally swelled. Roland's forces permitted slaves to enlist, offering them a far superior compensation than labor on the land, along with the opportunity to emancipate themselves. Consequently, during the recruitment days, the enlistment office was bustling with eager candidates, leaving Hogg quite overwhelmed. Presently, the artillery units had been separated, and the new recruits had completed their training and were integrated into the military. This newly formed army, totaling 1,000 men, was officially designated by Roland as the First Army, with over half destined to become musketeers, while the remainder would retain cold weapons for close combat protection. Of course, alongside military advancements, commercial development was concurrently progressing. In addition to the existing goods of the territory, large-scale production of glass had recently commenced, enabling exports. And the brewing industry was also gaining momentum. Roland had an inkling that this sector would become a new pillar for the territory's growth. However, what thrilled Roland the most was the establishment of trade caravans. After several rounds of talent acquisition, coupled with Luana's training and, shall we say, persuasion, Roland finally established 2 of his own trading caravans, freeing himself from dependence on the merchant guilds and eliminating intermediaries. Regrettably, Roland's period of prosperity was short-lived, as a decree from Goya soon arrived, summoning him to the royal capital to discuss future national policies. Once all the governors gathered, the meeting commenced as scheduled. Just as the king took his seat, the Crown Prince Dengil immediately voiced his opinion. Your Majesty, Stokes, as our long-standing adversary, poses a significant threat if allowed to grow stronger. They have already seized the forested lands, expanding their territory further. If we neglect this situation in due time, they will undoubtedly march south once again. What shall we use to defend ourselves then? In the past, we faced internal strife and hastily settled for peace, resulting in the needless sacrifice of our soldiers at the front. I shall refrain from elaborating on that, now that the domestic situation has stabilized. I propose we secretly gather our forces and reclaim our rightful lands while they remain unprepared. Upon hearing such a proposal, the Mountain Governor Mani was the first to voice his opposition. Your Majesty, I must express my disapproval. The armistice agreement has only been in effect for less than 6 months. To initiate war now would be a breach of diplomatic decorum. Diplomatic decorum? Scoffed Dengil. Did the Stokes consider such niceties when invading our lands? They even disregarded negotiations with the church. We too should employ their tactics and combat evil with evil. The governor of the lost forested lands spoke up as well. Though he still held the title of governor, his influence had drastically diminished after losing the forest, rendering him less significant than the newly appointed valley governor, Rolin. Fearing he might soon be discarded by the nation and reduced to a mere nominal governor, he was eager to instigate war. Whether or not he could reclaim the forest was a gamble he felt compelled to take. Chapter 19, a double act. The previous war had severely drained our resources, and with the 10,000 in tribute for the peace settlement, our treasury was nearly empty, teetering on the brink of collapse. Your Majesty, to wage war anew would likely hasten our own demise. The Minister of Finance was exasperated by the warmongers, each fixated on conflict without a shred of foresight, oblivious to the immense effort required to maintain the kingdom's fiscal stability. If we can win this war and seize resources from the Stokes, all financial issues would be swiftly resolved. It is the delay in action that keeps our economy in a state of paralysis. At that moment, the Minister of Military Affairs also expressed support for war. Ah, Lord Trimmy, as the representative of the military, you cannot utter such irresponsible words. You must be acutely aware of the considerable disadvantage we face compared to Stokes in terms of troop strength. Or do you possess some ingenious strategy to ensure our victory over the Duchy of Stokes? The governor of the Western Marches dismissed the military minister's assertions with disdain. On that note, Lord Rolin, I have heard from Sergeant Baron that you command a force that instills dread in our enemies, known as the Thunder Army. Trimmy turned his gaze towards Roland, and as soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to Roland. Huh? Are they directing their hopes towards me? Realizing the shift in focus, Roland understood he could no longer remain a silent observer within the meeting. Rapidly, his mind whirred as he crafted his response. Lord Trimmy, while my army is indeed formidable, it is not without significant drawbacks, chiefly its sluggish mobility, rendering it of limited utility in warfare. Moreover, that scant force would be akin to a solitary boat amidst a tempest when faced with tens of thousands of troops, destined to be swiftly overwhelmed by the storm. Roland quickly deflected Trimmy's flattery. He was still in a period of growth, and such ostentation could prove detrimental. Moreover, the old man clearly sought to exploit his military strength. Should they prevail, it would be credited to Trimmy's recommendations, while failure would be attributed to Roland's incompetence, leaving him bereft of any merit or recompense. Roland, in this hour of national crisis, as a mere governor, do you lack any sense of responsibility? If difficulties arise, one must confront them. If the nobility of our kingdom were to succumb to complacency like you, we would be on the brink of ruin. The Crown Prince was dissatisfied with Roland's refusal. Influenced by the national war from over 30 years ago, the Crown Prince had long desired to engage in governance and leave a legacy as a capable ruler. Now, at over 30 years of age, he remained merely the Crown Prince. This was tolerable, yet his father's commitment to a cautious approach to governance had left him, in the eyes of the public, an obscure prince, which infuriated him. However, recent events had presented him an opportunity. Following the earlier rebellion, the king had recognized his own frailty and intended to gradually delegate power to the Crown Prince. Now, despite the Crown Prince's unwelcoming demeanor, Roland's expression hardened. Times had changed. As the valley governor, even the king accorded him a measure of respect, and yet this young upstart dared to overstep. Enough, Dengil. You are not in Roland's position and cannot fathom the challenges he faces. Roland, Dengil speaks from a place of concern for the kingdom. He may have been somewhat impolite out of urgency, so I hope you can overlook that. Vlandia, indeed, stands at a critical juncture. If we do not engage in this battle, we shall soon find ourselves at the end of our rope, unable to endure much longer. If your forces truly possess the capability to alter the tide, regardless of the obstacles, we hope you will exert every effort, and the kingdom shall provide the necessary resources. The king interjected, seeking to ease the tension. Roland discerned that this so-called national policy discussion had never intended to afford the governors any room for debate. The decision to wage war had likely been made long ago. The two men were playing their parts, one as the antagonist and the other as the protagonist, effectively blocking any avenue of retreat for themselves. It was conceivable that the king had anticipated this outcome the very first time he beheld the strength of Rolin's forces. Nevertheless, having governed for many years, the king was adept at discerning the subtle machinations of the nobility. Rolin has consistently emphasized the hardships, yet he has never opposed the initiation of war. Rather, he is merely leveraging the situation to negotiate benefits from the royal court. Now that the king has brought it up publicly, Rolin seizes the opportunity to discuss the remuneration for his labor. Upon exiting the palace, he is in high spirits. He has already developed the necessary firearms, but mass production remains unachievable for the time being. However, with the king relying solely on him to secure victory in this impending conflict, Rolin feels assured of his position. In addition to acquiring the financial and material resources needed to establish factories and production lines, he audaciously extorts a hefty sum under the pretext of exorbitant research and training costs. Observing the caravan sent by the king to deliver goods, Rolin's heart is elated, though he maintains a facade of grave seriousness due to the pressing tasks at hand. With a grand gesture, he hastens the convoy back home. The following day, Cohen, having heard of being assigned an important task, rushes to the governor's office early in the morning. Yet, before he can enter the main building to meet Rolin, he is struck by the sight of the yard piled high with iron, ore, timber, and gold coins. At that moment, Rolin steps out to greet Cohen, pointing at the goods on the ground. Cohen, take these back to Clinton Town and gather the workforce to establish production lines. We need several lines for muskets and cannons, including siege and field artillery. I will send the raw materials for gunpowder shortly. Rolin is concerned that the royal court might deduce the components of gunpowder from the supplies he demands. Thus, he opts to provide them in the form of gold coins. Although a thorough investigation would likely yield information from the Merchant Guild, he hopes to delay any such discoveries for as long as possible. Cohen remains in a state of disbelief. My lord, are we to put all of this into production? Indeed, all of it. Have the workers implement a shift system, 3 shifts a day, to expedite production. I will compensate them with additional wages. Subsequently, Rolin calls in Luana and Hogg. Luana, instruct the caravan to procure a substantial amount of gunpowder materials. Additionally, have them bring back a batch of slaves. Our territory is in need of manpower. Hogg, we must continue to expand our army, particularly the ranks of artillery and musketeers. Go forth and recruit new soldiers and commence their training immediately. Chapter 20. Eastern Front Operations. The machinery of the Clinton territory begins to operate at high speed, as Rolin, armed with the king's authorization, solicits manpower among the various nobles in the valley to undertake tasks that require discretion. With the king's endorsement, even nobles who harbor grievances against Rolin must acquiesce. Nevertheless, Rolin does not push them too far. In addition to compensating for the borrowed labor, he also takes responsibility for their sustenance. After all, it is winter, and these lords have ample serfs with little to occupy them. Thus they agree to Rolin's requests. By March of the following year, during the so-called March campaign, the Crown Prince, after consulting Rolin, deems the moment ripe and decides to secretly issue summons to the governors of various regions, instructing their troops to gather and march swiftly, aiming to reach the Saikin line by April. Rolin transmits these orders, requiring all lords to lead their troops to Connaught City within 10 days to embark together. However, considering the marching speed of the artillery, he schedules their departure a few days earlier, planning to rendezvous with them en route. Along the march, the various nobles of the valley express keen curiosity regarding the weaponry of Rolin's army. Your Excellency, I have heard rumors that you command a formidable force known as the Thunder Army, which the king relied upon to quell the rebellion. I presume this peculiar army is indeed the Thunder Army? Might you enlighten us on how this weaponry can vanquish the enemy? Baron Arthur, unable to contain his eagerness, steps forward to inquire. Rolin chuckles softly. This weapon is called a musket. It is essentially a novel crossbow, improved by the craftsmen of my territory and equipped for the army. If you have an inclination, I encourage you to experiment with a few crossbows. I believe you will glean significant insights. Go ahead and study it. I guarantee you will be left in a state of bewilderment. Rolin muses to himself. Ah, I see. Thank you, Your Excellency, for clarifying my doubts. Arthur replies, momentarily unable to discern the truth, and can only express his gratitude. Thus, the group continues on their way, reaching the castle of Kavina, located on the eastern front of the Saikin line. According to agreement, various regiments will soon take up positions along the line, ready to launch a general assault at dawn 3 days hence. That evening, Rolin convenes a military meeting to strategize the details of the impending attack. 3 days hence, our valley's troops will launch an independent offensive as the Eastern Front. However, do not be disheartened. Although our forces are limited to 5,000, My troops will serve as the main force, advancing north along the Badon main road. There are 3 strongholds along the way: East Forest Fortress, Cloud Mountain Fortress, and your fortress. Baron Robert, I need you to lead 2,000 men to besiege Cloud Mountain Fortress, while I will take my troops to capture East Forest Fortress and York Fortress. Baron Arthur, you shall take the remaining 1,000 men to clear out the enemy forces in the surrounding villages and gather military supplies. We aim to advance to the front line within a month, where we will rendezvous with the Western Front forces and prepare for a final assault to reclaim the front line. Initially, Rolin envisioned a unified advance of all troops, allowing the forces of the other lords to engage sequentially while he provided cover from the rear with muskets. Unfortunately, after spending time with these individuals, Rolin has discerned their ulterior motives, particularly their reluctance to accept a young new lord like himself. With a formidable enemy looming, he cannot afford to focus on fostering unity or camaraderie. Instead, he opts to compartmentalize the tasks and resolve his own issues. 3 days later, the army splits into 3 divisions, and Rolin leads his regiment into action. Inside East Forest Fortress, the Stokes forces have recently received news of the Valandian army's mobilization. However, reinforcements from within the country are still some time away from reaching the front lines, prompting the fortress commander to decide to shut the gates and defend the stronghold. Those Valandians must be mad. It is said that after the last great battle 6 months ago, they barely have 20,000 troops left, while we boast a full 40,000. Indeed, reinforcements are on their way. As long as we do not foolishly open the gates ourselves, we can hold out for at least 10 to 15 days. By then, once reinforcements arrive, our army will sweep south and annihilate those country bumpkins from Valandia. The soldiers within the fortress boastfully dismiss the Valandian assault, hardly considering it a threat. Of course, their bravado is not entirely unfounded, if not for encountering a monster like Rolin. All troops on high alert. The returning scouts have brought news of the enemy's movements. The commander immediately issues orders for everyone to stand ready. How many are attacking our fortress? Commander Steffrey inquires of the arriving scouts in the command room, roughly estimated at around 2,000. 2,000? Steffrey exchanges glances with his officers before bursting into laughter. Are the Valandian commanders fools? 2,000 men attempting to capture a fortress? Let them circle outside the city. The officers join in the laughter, with one exclaiming, "We thought they were adequately prepared this time, but it appears they are eager to meet their demise. We shall follow our plan to defend the city. Time is on our side." By midday, Rolin's forces arrive before East Forest Fortress. For this general assault, Rolin has ensured that the territory produced several siege cannons, and now it is time for them to prove their worth. Phalanx, raise your shields to defend against arrows. Musketeers, advance with the troops and fire freely upon the defenders on the walls. Artillery, bring the siege cannons forward. Let them taste the flavor of gunpowder. The siege cannons are slowly maneuvered into position, and the gunners begin to load them under the cover of the shield wall. Adjutant, what have they brought forth? Steffrey stood upon the city walls, orchestrating the archers and crossbowmen to mount a counterattack. A dark mass loomed large before him. Could it be a new-fangled battering ram? Target the walls, take aim, fire. Gray calculated the distance and angle, commanding the shot. Musketeers, load your powder, prepare for a fierce assault. The captain of the Musketeers, Fry, had distinguished himself through his exceptional marksmanship and leadership during the selection process. Boom! A thunderous cannonade erupted, and the walls of Donlin Fortress were shattered, creating gaping holes. The defenders momentarily lost their footing, and some unfortunate soldiers plummeted from the walls, lifeless. What is that out there? Why have our walls been breached? Steffrey, in a state of disarray, crouched on the ground, attempting to regain his footing. He had fortuitously clung to the wall during the bombardment, avoiding a fall. Archers, concentrate your fire on that dark object and the enemy behind it. Chapter 21. Support for Baron Robert. Another volley of arrows was loosed, this time aimed at the artillery units. Shield up, Hogg commanded, urging all shield bearers to converge upon the artillery position, raising their shields for protection. Reload, prepare, fire. Gray was not idle either. He began directing a second round of cannon fire, this time elevating the angle of attack to obliterate both walls and foes alike. With the elevated trajectory, the projectiles landed perilously close to the enemy. Many were struck by flying debris, while others were blasted off the wall by the sheer force. Among them was Steffrey, who this time was not so fortunate. A shard of stone struck his head, causing a profuse flow of blood, though he did not succumb instantly. Withdraw from the walls, form ranks behind them, and prepare to counterattack the invading enemy. Though uncertain of how the enemy breached the wall, he understood that it could no longer be held. Remaining there would only lead to his demise alongside the crumbling fortifications. So he resolved to engage the enemy on the ground in a decisive battle. Boom! Another round of cannon fire resulted in a section of the wall being utterly demolished. Stones cast skating to the ground, forming a small mound. However, Rolin refrained from hastily pushing his forces into the fortress. Instead, he ordered the artillery units to deploy field cannons. Aim at the breach, fire! At this moment, the enemy awaited behind the walls, and the opening was not sufficiently wide. A reckless assault would merely result in soldiers being trapped outside, hampering the musketeers' ability to fire in formation. Roland resolved to first clear the enemies behind the breach with cannon fire before advancing gradually. Another barrage ensued. Soldiers within the fortress instinctively crouched at the sound of distant explosions, while those with wooden shields raised them overhead to guard against falling debris. Maintain formation. Do not panic. Though Stay Free hid at the rear of the army, he still commanded with fervor. At this juncture, he admitted to feeling unsettled. The two forces had yet to engage, yet he could scarcely discern the opposing commander through the haze, and his troops were in retreat. In his heart, he equated the enemy with the malevolent deities of war. Curse those fools at the military headquarters for insisting on circumventing the church to wage war. Oh, God of War Ares, I have always been your faithful disciple. Please forgive your wretched followers. Bang! A cannonball struck the ground, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. Stay Free felt something fall near his feet and discovered a severed hand. Still oozing blood, the owner unknown. Please forgive your wretched followers. Stay Free gasped, startled, and even began to chant aloud. Outside the fortress, Roland sensed the battlefield was nearly cleared. So he stretched and commanded, pike formations, advance forward, leaving no survivors until they surrender. Medical team, prepare for rescue. He then relinquished command to Hogg, withdrawing to his tent to rest. Thus, Donlin Fortress was successfully captured. Roland rested for a day, surrendering the prisoners to the awaiting Baron Arthur before setting off towards Yunsan Fortress. Roland's strategy involved encircling Yunsan Fortress to sever reinforcements from York Fortress. This way, he could focus on capturing Donlin Fortress before continuing northward, dismantling each stronghold one by one. However, before he could approach Yunsan Fortress, he heard the distant cries and the sound of galloping hooves. A battle? Roland mused, uncertain whether the garrison of Yunsan had ventured forth to counterattack or if Robert, unable to restrain his impatience, intended a forceful assault on the fortress. He ordered his troops to march swiftly for support. As Roland neared, he discovered a dark mass of enemy forces far exceeding his expectations. Suddenly, he realized that the troops from York Fortress had likely emerged in full force, intending to annihilate his contingent. The two armies clashed, rendering artillery ineffective. Roland swiftly assessed the situation and decided to abandon the artillery units, leading the pike formations to provide immediate support. Spearmen advanced to support. Musketeers follow closely. We must engage the battlefield and discern the enemy before firing. Roland felt a pang of frustration. The enemy's bold emergence was indeed unforeseen. In such close quarters, avoiding friendly fire would make it exceedingly difficult for the musketeers to leverage their advantages. They needed to rescue Robert's forces, organize their formation, and then strike at the enemy. On Robert's side, upon seeing the governor's forces approaching, he rejoiced and hastily ordered a retreat. After all, being a knight, he possessed a certain understanding of warfare. Knowing that Roland relied on ranged troops for victory, he resolved not to engage in a melee that would complicate matters. My lord Sane, the enemy is retreating southward, drawing closer to reinforcements. We must pursue them while they are vulnerable. They have suffered significant losses, and we must capitalize on their retreat. However, we must time our advance carefully to avoid being ensnared by the reinforcements. Lord Sane, originally a knight under Stokes, had distinguished himself in the previous war and was rewarded by the king with a barony and a parcel of land. Unfortunately, the Sane family lacked substantial influence and could not choose from the lands of fallen lords, thus following the majority to develop south of the front line. Soon, Robert's forces began their retreat southward, suffering losses along the way, but he had no other options. Robert demonstrated a commendable resolve as a baron, and there was potential for future alliances. Roland was pleased with his performance. Now it was time for his own display. Musketeers, form lines, prepare to fire. Bang, bang, bang. Like a harvest of wheat, the soldiers at the forefront fell in unison. This is the visual spectacle I desired. Roland, witnessing this for the first time, was captivated. Bang, bang, bang. The musketeers in the rear followed suit with another volley. Even the heavily armored cavalry of the enemy could not withstand a single shot, pierced through along with their armor. What is happening? Why has our side suddenly suffered so many casualties? Sane, having never witnessed such a scene, was nonetheless acutely aware that the battle could not continue. Retreat. Hold the fortress. Alas, Rolin would not allow him to achieve that goal. Another 2 rounds of disciplined gunfire ensued, and observing that the enemy was within range, Rolin commanded the positioned field cannons to unleash a volley. Sometimes, life can be so monotonous. Rolin shook his head. The events unfolding were all too familiar to him from just 2 days prior. Chapter 22, Propaganda and Maneuvering. He arrived at the camp to check on the wounded Robert. During the retreat, Robert suffered a grievous wound to his left shoulder, and the medical team was diligently tending to his injury. "Baron Robert, you have endured considerable hardship during these days of siege," someone remarked. "Not at all," he replied. "It was merely a standoff without assault. There is not much to discuss. I must also extend my gratitude to His Excellency the Governor for his timely assistance. Otherwise, we would have faced a grueling battle. The forces stationed at the opposing 2 fortresses likely totaled around 1,500, and with the enemy flanking us from both sides, we found ourselves at a distinct disadvantage." Through this shared combat experience, Robert's demeanor towards Roland softened considerably. Roland, in turn, refrained from overstepping. After all, Robert was a baron with a fief, someone whose favor was not within his current reach. It would be more prudent to discuss territorial cooperation post-battle, gradually winning his allegiance. After capturing the Yinshan fortress, Roland, as was customary, took a day to recuperate before making his way directly to the York fortress. Unlike previous confrontations, the garrison at York had been nearly depleted in their efforts to provide support, leaving fewer than 300 soldiers to defend, compounded by the fact that the commander of the Eastern Front, Sane, had already been captured. Faced with Roland's force of over 3,000, the remaining nobles deliberated briefly before surrendering without hesitation. Their capitulation was hardly surprising. The returning soldiers and nobles had painted a vivid picture of Roland's army, their eloquent descriptions almost nightmarish. The surrendering nobles understood that, should they capitulate, their families would only need to pay a reasonable ransom to secure their return. Conversely, should they resist, as per the fleeing soldiers' accounts, they might not even comprehend the manner of their demise. Upon seeing the white flag hoisted above the fortress and the city gates flung wide open, with soldiers and nobles emerging with their hands raised in surrender, Roland realized that the anticipated spectacle was no longer forthcoming. As the walls of York had yet to bear the brunt of Roland's assault, he stationed his troops within the fortress to rest and await news from the Western Front. Naturally, not all soldiers could be accommodated within the fortress. Some lords with whom Roland had strained relations were compelled to keep their forces stationed outside. After all, it was spring, and the cold would not be fatal. Should anyone succumb to the chill, it was of no concern to Roland. News of the Eastern victory quickly reached the kingdom. The king, upon receiving the intelligence, felt an inexplicable surge of vitality course through his aged body, rising from his bed with newfound vigor. The military minister's face bore an uncontainable joy, his hands trembling slightly as he held the report. "Spread the word. Announce the triumph in the East, especially to our neighboring nations. Proclaim that our legion of 5,000 has advanced northward, conquering 3 fortresses and reclaiming our homeland, vanquishing 3,000 of the enemy. Nay, 5,000. Our casualties amount to but a fraction of theirs, and the Stokes people shall tremble in fear, surrendering at our doors. Yes, your majesty. This resounding victory will undoubtedly intimidate our neighbors, compelling those who would seek to seize a share of our plight to reconsider. And let us also herald Roland's name, declaring him an unparalleled general of our time, a titan who single-handedly faces 100 foes, a master of warfare. Should he manage to breach the Fronte line, let us bestow upon him the honorary title of Marshal of Valandia, solidifying his bond with our military might." Unbeknownst to Roland, he was being lauded back home. He had merely awaited for 8 days, and it was only then that he received word that the Western forces had swept through the woodlands, seizing the last fortress, and were now poised to advance towards the Fronte line. "The Crown Prince's maneuvers are rather sluggish," Roland remarked with a yawn, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Were it not for Arthur's raiding of villages to gather sufficient supplies, Roland would surely have faced starvation due to the Western Front's prolonged delay. Perhaps they doubted his capabilities, waiting for confirmation of his victory before launching their advance. Having been away from home for an extended period, Roland found himself yearning for familiarity. Were it not for the delightful company of 2 charming girls at his side, he would have surely succumbed to boredom. With this thought, he glanced at the map, where Fairlin appeared lost in thought, and he couldn't help but affectionately ruffle her hair. Fairlin snapped back to reality, regarding Roland with curiosity. "It's nothing, go play," he responded in a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Fairland shot him a glare before letting out a sigh. After consuming army rations for so many days, I find even your barbecues to be exquisite delicacies. Roland, when will this war finally conclude? Mind your manners. Roland playfully chastised, tapping her lightly on the head. After spending so much time together, Fairland had gradually shed her formalities, indicating that he ought to take the opportunity to educate her properly. It will take some time. Given the current situation, we may very well have to fight our way into Stokes territory. I wonder just how ambitious the king is and, what the military capabilities of Dungill truly are. Regardless of the crown prince's military prowess, Roland was acutely aware of his own limitations. He had commanded numerous battles, relying solely on overwhelming firepower to push through. But what was that saying? In poverty, one resorts to tactical maneuvers. In wealth, one relies on firepower. Since he possessed the strength to advance steadily, why resort to underhanded tactics? Roland mused, acknowledging the need to cultivate a cadre of competent military leaders. The following day, the troops departed from York Fortress, continuing their march northward to rendezvous with the Western forces. Once united, Roland assessed the remaining troops of the Western Front and discovered that their original strength of over 15,000 had diminished by a third. Before he could inquire further, the Crown Prince proactively explained, the commander of the Fronte line and the overall commander of the Woodlands, who is also the new governor, are quite close. Upon receiving the distress signal, they dispatched troops to intercept us, resulting in greater losses than anticipated. However, this also means less pressure when we eventually assault the Fronte line. Understanding dawned on Roland. It appeared he had underestimated the Crown Prince's challenges. The delays were not intentional, but rather a consequence of genuine adversity. That said, do you truly have confidence in swiftly breaching the defenses? He inquired. Recall how Stokes' 50,000 troops were stalled at the line for nearly a month. We currently lack even a numerical advantage. Leave everything to me, Your Highness Dungill, Roland replied with a smile, but the Fronte line possesses trebuchets, and I will require engineers to construct proper defensive positions for me, along with additional personnel to safeguard my troops. Chapter 23. The Final Charge of Seacrith. Dungill nodded in agreement and promptly arranged for engineers to commence their tasks. Within 2 days, the engineers, braving the rain of arrows, successfully erected a siege camp under the protection of soldiers. Nevertheless, Dungill remained slightly apprehensive about Roland and devised additional siege towers and battering rams for the assault. On the third morning, the artillery units, stationed at the ready, proclaimed the commencement of battle with a thunderous barrage. Given the significance of the defenses to the nation, the Stokes people had not been negligent. They concentrated resources to repair the stone walls that had previously been breached, erecting additional trebuchets for defense. Prioritized the trebuchets. Seeing that the artillery's initial volley had yielded less than satisfactory results, and that the enemy's trebuchets loomed high, posing a significant threat to his forces, Roland resolved to proceed cautiously, neutralizing the enemy's ranged capabilities before systematically dismantling their defenses. Of course, targeting the relatively small trebuchet units scattered atop the walls proved to be a formidable task. Fortunately, the stationary nature of the trebuchets allowed for multiple attempts should the aim falter. Eventually, he would strike true. During this time, 2 of his cannons were even concentrated upon and utterly destroyed, their fortifications failing to protect them, causing Roland considerable distress. However, the trebuchet has already been dismantled by its own hand. Breaching the city walls is merely a matter of time. Boom! With each thunderous cannonade, the command center of the defensive line trembles gently. Faced with the enemy's brazen and unreasonable assault, General Dedalian, commander of the front line, finds himself at a loss. Why was I never informed that the Valandians possessed such formidable siege weaponry? Aide, you have provided support to the Western Front. Could you not have noticed something as significant as this? Dedalian slammed his fist upon the table, his beard bristling with indignation. My lord, I assure you before the god of war, the enemy on the Western Front has never employed such weaponry, at least not in my presence. Otherwise, how could I possibly have returned to report to you? The aide protested, feeling aggrieved, having fought valiantly when he had been dispatched, where the enemy had taken considerable effort to vanquish his troops. After all, how else could he have brought Governor Lynn back alive? Could it then be from the Eastern Front? That seems plausible. The Eastern Front has frequently fallen, yet no intelligence has returned, likely encountering such abominable devices. Dedalian grunted. Where are the reinforcements from our homeland? Why is there still no word after such a prolonged absence? My lord, the lords at home believe that the Valandians cannot breach the front line. Thus their response to the call to arms has been lackluster. They may not have even reached the Red Moon Line yet. The Red Moon Line, once the front line of the Stokes people, has now become the southernmost second line of defense. A pack of useless wastrels. While we fight valiantly at the front, they languish in the rear as if on a leisurely holiday. We must devise a plan. At this rate, no matter how thick the walls, they will inevitably be breached by the enemy. Your Excellency, the enemy's primary advantage in their siege is those iron monstrosities that spew forth fire. Perhaps we should dispatch elite cavalry to maneuver around and launch a flanking attack to destroy those machines. Without them, our defensive walls should be sufficient to hold out until reinforcements arrive. A young baron, recently returned with the governor, proposed. Baron Secriff's suggestion bore merit. Thus, I appoint you as the leader of this mission. Do not fret. I shall ensure that my aide accompanies you. Dedalian had awaited this very moment. Seizing the opportunity to assign this perilous task to the foolish young man, while conveniently rid of an aide he found displeasing, a twofold triumph. The aide, aghast, hastily objected. My lord, my abilities are far too inadequate for such a grave responsibility. I believe Baron Secriff possesses a more agile mind and would be a far better candidate to lead. What nonsense is this? All soldiers along the defensive line are under my command. Do you truly believe they would heed the orders of an outsider in my absence? Dedalian countered decisively. Baron Secriff, I hereby appoint you as the captain of the assault team, and you, Aide Vis, shall serve as your second in command. You must accomplish your mission. Secriff, having just become a baron following his father's death in battle, lacked the cunning of these seasoned veterans and failed to recognize the nature of this death sentence. Regardless of the outcome, returning alive was unlikely, yet with pride, he executed a military salute. I am grateful for your trust, Lord Dedalian. I shall not disgrace my mission. It is over, all is lost. Hearing this, Vis felt his legs weaken. Had the baron possessed a modicum of wisdom, perhaps there might have been a sliver of hope for him. Now, witnessing Secriff's fervent determination to vanquish the enemy, he felt utterly helpless. Time was of the essence. Secriff promptly gathered his men and set forth. Although Dedalian understood they were marching to their demise, the task of dismantling the siege weaponry must be accomplished. Thus, he did not hesitate to allocate 800 of his cavalry to Secriff. Observing the 800 cavalrymen at his side, Secriff felt a swell of pride as a commander. Gentlemen, for the glory of Stokes, let us march forth. Secriff maneuvered to flank the forces of Rolin, spurring his steed to charge at full speed. Kill, he shouted, raising his shield forward, taking advantage of the enemy's disarray, seizing the opportunity to make a name for himself. Are they sending reinforcements? Rolin, hearing the cries from afar, turned to see the moving figures in the distance and laughed heartily, knowing another spectacle awaited him. A suicidal charge is ill-advised. Let me show you the despair of insurmountable odds. Gunners, adjust your aim and fire at will. Seeing the enemy's lack of intent to obstruct, Secriff's heart soared with hope. Sensing his moment had arrived, just as he turned to rally his men, a deafening boom echoed, and suddenly his steed collapsed beneath him, throwing him to the ground, where he rolled several times, sustaining numerous abrasions and fractures. Who dares? Secriff surveyed his surroundings, finding nothing but emptiness. Glancing toward the enemy, he saw no arrows flying. Yet his horse lay in a pool of blood, clearly beyond saving. Just as he contemplated uttering a word, another series of booms resounded, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Darkness enveloped him, and he coughed up a torrent of blood, collapsing to his knees. In his final moments, Secriff's last thought flickered through his mind. I have failed to serve His Majesty the King. I die with regrets, unable to face my father and my family. Chapter 24. The Deployment of the Front Line. Though Vis held the title of second in command, he did not accompany the captain. As soon as Secriff commanded the charge, he deliberately slowed his pace, trailing at the rear of the formation, and thus witnessed the entirety of Secriff's demise. Upon witnessing such an unusual death, Vis finally comprehended that the long iron tubes within the enemy's ranks likely served a purpose akin to those siege engines. With no chance of victory, he must flee. Vis immediately reined in his horse, casting one last glance at the rows of fallen cavalrymen ahead, then galloped away at full speed, retreating in the opposite direction. However, fate was unkind. The Valandian cavalry had also taken notice of this fleeing band. Realizing that their ranks had been decimated by gunfire and their fighting spirit extinguished, they sought to encircle them swiftly. Vis had not escaped far when an arrow struck him in the rear. Fortunately, the wound was not fatal, and he rode on, swaying with the arrow lodged in his backside, fleeing the encirclement at a breakneck pace. Dedalian sat in the command room, receiving reports from scouts who had just descended from the walls. My lord, Secriff's forces failed to accomplish their mission. They appear to have been routed by some new type of weapon. Useless little wretches. Dedalian grasped his hair, lamenting the loss of his 800 elite cavalry. Did anyone ascertain what manner of weapon it was? It seems similar to their siege weaponry, but the iron tubes are thinner. I wondered how the Valandians could muster the confidence to engage in battle. It seems their craftsmen have been hard at work. Dedalian scoffed softly. Retreat. There is no use in staying here. Once the walls are breached, how can we hope to withstand the onslaught of the enemy with such a meager force? Take everything from the defensive line. Destroy what cannot be taken. Do leave a small contingent of soldiers here to create the illusion that we are still holding firm, allowing them to shatter the defenses themselves. Once we rendezvous with reinforcement from home, they will have no defenses left to hold, and victory will be assured. Dedalian decisively made his choice. All soldiers within the defensive line sprang into action, beginning to clear out or destroy everything. Within half a day, Dedalian had gathered all supplies and marched his forces northward. As Dedalian had anticipated, Rolin and his men failed to realize that the front line was now but an empty shell. Exercising caution, they ordered an assault only after thoroughly breaching the defensive walls. As they approached the city wall, Dingear was filled with ire upon discovering that the opposing side was merely a battalion of quaking soldiers. The enemy had long since fled. Behind these walls, there was, if truth be told, not even a scrap of food, let alone timber. They had squandered so much precious time, merely capturing a handful of prisoners. However, he soon regained his composure. The decision to breach the city walls had been his own, for he, too, was reluctant to take risks in launching a direct assault. Yet, with no towering defenses remaining, even if he managed to seal this narrow pass, he would still have to confront the Stokes forces at the cost of lives. Feeling somewhat powerless, Dingear summoned his commanders to deliberate on a solution. Indeed, they had secured the front line and achieved a significant milestone. Nevertheless, a graver issue loomed ahead, one that was apparent to all. The Stokes army would soon arrive, and there was little time to restore their defenses. Let us hear your opinions. Shall we confront them here, or retreat to the fortress in the woods? Your Highness, the fortress's capacity is far too limited. It cannot accommodate our entire army. If we disperse to various fortresses, we risk being picked off one by the enemy. I cannot concur. The line stretches from east to west, and would equally disperse our forces. Moreover, the current state of disrepair renders it vulnerable. Should the enemy concentrate their might, our soldiers would find themselves caught in a pincer. The fortress, however, requires only minor repairs to provide a complete defense, granting us a considerable advantage. The opposing factions argued fervently, and no resolution was reached. Rolin, feeling somewhat awkward, mused to himself. Can I truly claim that the fortress I captured is the only one still intact, while the others are no better than this battered line? If only they had cement, he thought, to swiftly mend their defenses. Regrettably, such a simple product could not be revealed to outsiders, lest they replicate it too easily. After pondering for a while, Rolin finally expressed his viewpoint. Your Highness, I believe we must rely on the defenses of the line. The mountains flanking either side provide high ground, advantageous for ranged weaponry, allowing us to swiftly establish superiority. Furthermore, my artillery units move sluggishly and are ill-suited for support. Should the enemy truly intend to dismantle the fortresses one by one, I fear I would be rendered powerless. And what are the gaps in the line? Do you expect us to sacrifice our lives to fill them? Dingear was well aware of Roland's assertions. He simply did not wish to expend his soldiers' lives to create opportunities for Roland. In response, Roland could only remain silent. After all, he had laid his cards on the table. If they insisted on retreating to the fortress, they should not expect his assistance when they found themselves besieged. Noticing Rolin silence. Dingear stifled his anger. Then, if we're to hold the line, how confident are you in our ability to repel them? 9 parts out of 10, Rolin declared, offering a figure Dingear could scarcely refuse. In truth, as long as he had sufficient ammunition and the enemy could not close in, it would be akin to providing them with a free gift. The chasm created by technology was often insurmountable. Then it shall be so. However, this time we cannot spare forces to support you. The defense of your position must be your own responsibility. Dingear resigned himself to the situation, for he genuinely relied on Roland's formidable weaponry. At the same time, he resolved in his heart that he must acquire the technology of cannons and firearms for himself, lest he find himself at the mercy of Roland one day, should the latter choose to rebel. Thus, Roland and Hogg divided their forces, strategically positioning artillery and infantry on the western and eastern flanks of the line, respectively, while utilizing local resources to construct rudimentary defenses from stone and timber. To guard against a potential mass assault on their artillery position, Roland also arranged for boulders to be rolled down from the mountain path. Should these measures prove insufficient to withstand the enemy's onslaught, he would have no choice but to abandon the cannons and flee south. Chapter 25. The Defense of the Front Line. 5 days later, the Stokes Legion launched a counteroffensive from the north of the line. Due to their overwhelming numbers, General Gaynor of Stokes did not bother constructing many defensive fortifications, instead pushing his army forward with siege engines. Incidentally, Gaynor was the son of a former general of Stokes, who had commanded the war against Valandia over 30 years prior and had lost nearly all gains due to his own strategic blunders. Fire at will upon the siege engines. Rolin commanded. However, while such orders were easily given, Gray found himself in a quandary. Though the siege engines moved slowly, they were still in motion, complicating his aim. After 2 rounds of bombardment, the siege engines were significantly damaged, but the enemy soon discovered the artillery units positioned atop the mountain. These contraptions possess tremendous power. They must be destroyed at once. Deadlian felt a shiver run down his spine upon seeing the row of ominous black tubes. Gaynor shot Deadlian a glare, then turned to his infantry behind him, commanding, loosen formation and charge swiftly. Do not grant them excessive opportunities to attack. Nonetheless, Gaynor failed to recognize the terrifying strength of Roland. He believed he could not commit his entire army to the ascent, for if the enemy broke through the line, they would be sandwiched on all sides. Hence, despite Deadlian's urgent warning, only 5,000 troops were sent uphill. Moreover, these 5,000 soldiers, constrained by the mountainous terrain, could not surge forward all at once. With their formations scattered, even fewer soldiers were able to ascend. The enemy must be growing weary. Let us send down some rolling stones to give them a respite. Roland chuckled lightly, instructing his soldiers to push the boulders down the slope. The path had been smoothed by Roland's men, making it unsuitable for climbing, but perfect for rolling stones to tumble down. Watch out! The soldiers at the forefront witnessed this grim scene, attempting to dive to the sides, but before they could escape the range of the rolling stones, they were crushed beneath them. Vile scoundrel, where's your noble honor? Gaynor seethed, repeatedly waving his sword at the summit. It was no wonder Gaynor was incensed. Roland exhibited not an ounce of knightly virtue, crafting weapons solely designed to inflict harm in the most insidious manner, avoiding direct confrontation with the enemy. Thus, the rolling stones significantly hindered the enemy's advance, while the artillery unleashed a relentless barrage upon the dense mass of Stokes soldiers outside the defenses. Gaynor finally experienced the predicament of being caught between a rock and a hard place. To assault the line, he would need to concentrate his forces, which would inevitably tighten their formation, allowing Roland's every shot to inflict maximum damage. Yet, turning to attack Roland would leave them vulnerable to a flanking maneuver from the defenders, and the narrow mountain path would only permit gradual ascent. What the remaining troops? Should they line up in a single file? The very thought struck Gaynor as foolish. With no viable alternatives, they could only remain in a stalemate, but the longer they lingered, the greater the attrition of his forces. Time was no longer on their side to carve another path up the mountain. Deadlian, I command you to seize the forces atop the mountain at any cost. Gaynor bellowed in a near frenzy. Upon hearing this, Deadlian trembled. He had once sent a young baron to his death, and now Gaynor placed himself in a similarly perilous position. Meanwhile, on Roland's side, the soldiers had already sent down all the prepared boulders. Yet the enemy continued their reckless ascent, causing Roland to feel a twinge of anxiety. Let us begin rolling logs. They may serve some purpose, or, at the very least, act as obstacles to slow their advance. Roland sighed, contemplating that he could not escape the fate of close combat. However, when the battle truly commenced, Roland harbored no fear. His army was not solely reliant on ranged combat. It was high time for the close combat soldiers to taste blood. At long last, the first Stokes soldier charged up the hill, shouting a battle cry for the glory of the king, as he unsheathed his long sword and aimed to strike at the enemy before him. Regrettably, he was unable to deliver that blow, as he was swiftly pierced by a shot fired from a gunner behind him. Nevertheless, although he fell, an ever-increasing tide of soldiers surged forward, initiating a fierce melee. Order the artillery to retreat. Their work here is done, Roland declared, surveying the battlefield littered with corpses and the clashing soldiers, recognizing that the artillery had fulfilled their role. It was now time to assess the effectiveness of the pike formations in actual combat. Not an inch back. For Lord Rolin, the infantry commander, Lancelot, raised his sword and advanced, cleaving an enemy in two before him. Once a knightly slave from the north, Lancelot had initially believed he would spend his life like other slaves, toiling in fields or mines. However, he was purchased by Rolin, a noble who continually defied his expectations. For reasons unknown, Lord Rolin did not send him to the fields, but instead involved him in military training for the territory. As a former family knight of nobility, training new recruits had always been part of his responsibilities. Thus, drawing upon his past experiences, Lancelot distinguished himself amid the ranks. He forever remembered that afternoon when Lord Rolin, who seemingly had little reason to intersect with his life, arrived at the training grounds, publicly announcing his reward for Lancelot. He had uttered these words, "Prove your worth. Pledge your loyalty to me, and you shall be freed from your slave status, becoming my knight." Sometimes, life unfolds in unexpected ways. Lancelot could never forget that afternoon when his fate was irrevocably altered, marking the beginning of a new chapter in his life. Defeat the enemy. Defend the glory of the First Army. Many soldiers of the First Army, too, hailed from slave origins, whether driven from the north by the Harlans, the Valencians, or born as serfs in the Clinton territory. They had witnessed their comrades being honored for their valor and rising above their slave status. Today, the infantry regiment, having long awaited an opportunity to showcase their prowess, found themselves embroiled in their first great battle, with the chance to earn distinction before them. Kill! Kill! The battle cries resounded, and the infantry regiment fought with increasing fervor. Damn it, why are the enemy's close combat troops so formidable? Deadlian found himself disheartened. He had assumed that once the distance closed, the enemy, relying on ranged weaponry, would become easy prey. To his astonishment, the enemy's melee fighters were not only well-trained and well-equipped, but also brimming with high morale. Chapter 26, The Triumph. Rolin observed the bloodthirsty soldiers at the front line, nodding in satisfaction. His greatest concern had been that this infantry regiment, untested in battle, would falter in the face of the imminent threat of death. Yet now, their spirits remained steadfast, bolstered by a fresh supply of finely forged iron equipment from the territory, along with the support of the gunners. Victory was evidently within reach, and the transformation of this regiment into a truly elite force was equally close at hand. Rolin contemplated as he awaited the conclusion of the battle. As anticipated, the Stokes forces, having lost 60% of their troops, failed to reclaim the front line. Recognizing the futility of their efforts, Guy Nor, though reluctant to concede, had no choice but to acknowledge his defeat and retreated with the remnants of his army to the Red Moon line. However, the Valandians were not faring much better. Due to their significant numerical disadvantage, compounded by the losses incurred at the breach of their defenses, their once 20,000-strong army had dwindled to just over 10,000, with more than 2,000 wounded. Although Dungill attempted to press the advantage, he could only secure half of the territory between the front line and the Red Moon line before he was compelled to abandon his pursuit of further gains and accept the Stokes proposal for peace. News of the victory returned home. Despite suffering significant casualties, it did nothing to diminish the reality of their triumph, particularly amidst the Ministry of Military Affairs' deliberate concealment of losses. A wave of jubilation swept through the city of Goya. The taverns were abuzz with revelry, even more so than during the Festival of the Divine Descent. Under the royal guidance and propaganda, the Crown Prince was elevated to the status of a legendary military deity, and Rolin basked in reflected glory, becoming the people's champion and the face of the Valandian military. The tale of Dungill and Rolin's collaboration to drive the Stokes from Valandian soil began to circulate among the populace. In truth, however, the relationship between Dungill and Rolin was far from harmonious. In the west, in the Duchy of Tangli, King Sandor pondered the intelligence before him. Prime Minister, could it be that this Rolin is indeed a rising star, a military genius? Sandor queried, uncertain. Your Majesty, Dungill's performance in the defensive battle 6 months ago was nothing remarkable, yet barely half a year later, he has triumphed in this seemingly impossible war. The only variable is Rolin, the Prime Minister replied, affirming his belief. Moreover, Rolin has ascended from an obscure rural noble to a general favored by both Methelin and Dungill, indicating he possesses some exceptional qualities. The Prime Minister expressed his endorsement, but then shifted his tone. However, it must be noted that while Rolin may have achieved miraculous victories through his own talents and divine favor, his consistent ability to overcome greater odds suggests he may hold secrets we are yet unaware of. Sandor closed his eyes, deep in contemplation for a moment before dispatching someone to discreetly investigate Rolin, seeking to uncover his secrets. Should that prove unsuccessful, he would approach Rolin directly to express goodwill. If he is willing to join our kingdom, I shall offer him conditions that the Valandians cannot match, ensuring his satisfaction. With the Stokes initiating peace talks, Rolin found himself without further battles to fight. After enduring many days of arduous marching, Rolin felt as though he were finally returning home after a prolonged absence. Unable to contain his elation, Phelan shared in this sentiment, rising each morning to inquire how much longer it would be until they reached home. Yet, despite Rolin's eagerness to return, he could not forego the victory celebration. The king had already spread word of Rolin Clinton's name throughout the kingdom. If Rolin were to miss the ceremony, the public scrutiny would be relentless, and the king's reputation would suffer gravely, rendering Rolin an object of scorn. As they approached within a kilometer of the gates of Goya, they beheld the throngs of citizens lining the streets, waving their hats and cheering for the Valandian army. The soldiers, many of whom had never witnessed such a spectacle, stood tall and marched forward with pride, regardless of their wounds or injuries, determined not to lose face. Such was the reality. Valandia had not experienced a victory of this magnitude in far too long. Indeed, many of these soldiers may never have heard good news regarding the kingdom's army since their birth. Rolin rode atop his steed, following closely behind Dungil. Behind him trailed a cadre of governors and military commanders, with Hogg and the others further back. As for Phelan, she stood beside him, waving to the surrounding crowd. Considering his status, King Methelin refrained from personally greeting them at the city gates, instead taking his place upon a dais in the central square of Goya. Soon, the army would march past him, receiving his inspection. Behind him gathered the nobles and wealthy merchants of Goya, who had purchased their seats to witness the grand parade. For them, it symbolized not only their power, but also their status and standing. The royal army, having adjusted their formation briefly, advanced once more. At the forefront stands the Grand Prince, followed closely by his aide-de-camp and troops. Today, the Grand Prince is adorned in a crimson cloak, holding his helmet in his left hand and a decorative longsword at his waist. His armor gleams brilliantly, and even the armor of his steed has been meticulously polished. Exuding indéniable royauté. As he makes his entrance, the king rises from his seat, grasping the armrests, and smiles warmly, waving to his son. Behind him erupts a wave of applause and cheers, as the nobles who purchase tickets contribute to the celebratory atmosphere. As the Grand Prince's army passes, the applause gradually fades, giving way to the entrance of Roland. Roland, too, has taken great care in his appearance, holding his helmet in his left hand and a long sword at his waist, while a cloak emblazoned with the Clinton family crest billows behind him. Hogg, Gray, and Fry follow closely behind. Their troops have left their muskets on the supply wagons, along with the artillery, presenting a display no different from an ordinary military parade. The king once again stands briefly to acknowledge, and the atmosphere team behind him appropriately applauds and cheers. As the military's rising star, personally endorsed by the royal family, Roland receives honors that are second only to those bestowed upon the Grand Prince, Danghil. Chapter 27. The Banquet and Mira's Conspiracy. Following this, the various great nobles led their retinues to be reviewed in succession, with the entire ceremony lasting from daybreak until noon. The final segment involves the king delivering a customary address. In his speech, Methelin commends the contributions of the various generals and commanders, praising the combat prowess of the kingdom's army. After a brief preamble, the king announces the establishment of a triumphal arch along the main road at the northern gate of Goya City to commemorate the victory in this patriotic war, and declares that the awarding of honors will take place during the banquet. Surely, the banquet invited by the king will feature an abundance of delectable delicacies? Upon hearing of the evening's festivities, Fai Lin exclaims with delight, "Isn't it thanks to my influence?" Roland ruffles his hair. As one of the celebrated heroes of the war, he naturally has the right to bring along some trusted companions. Speak less and eat more tonight. Do not squander the king's goodwill. The banquet is held in the royal palace. Once the guests are seated, the king delivers a brief address and then announces the official commencement of the feast. Due to health reasons, the king temporarily withdraws, only to return for the final awarding segment. The banquet adopts a buffet-style format, with tables laden with food surrounding the room, while servers weave through the crowd, offering drinks to guests. Before long, Danghil is surrounded by nobles eager to congratulate him. Among them are lords who fought alongside the army, some distant relatives of lords, as well as officials and wealthy merchants from the city. Of course, these individuals have gained entry to the banquet through monetary means. Regardless of the Grand Prince's thoughts, any opportunity to introduce oneself before a future king is well worth the ticket price. Moreover, it is said that the Grand Prince's daughter is nearing marriageable age, should one be able to impress her with one's son's virtues and facilitate a union. It would lead to instant prosperity. Likewise, Roland finds himself encircled by a diverse array of individuals. Aside from offering their congratulations, these guests harbor two primary motives in approaching Roland. First, they wish for Roland to take their second sons under his wing, as these younger sons lack inheritance rights and must seek their fortunes elsewhere. If they could align themselves with Roland, a promising future awaits. The second motive is to introduce their daughters to Roland. Indeed, Roland has reached the age for marriage, prompting many to spend lavishly to bring their daughters to the banquet. Some even affording only a single ticket, sending their most beautiful daughters alone to attend while instructing them to dress exquisitely and surround Roland, showcasing their charm in hopes of capturing his attention. Among them are several alluring young matrons, whose husbands perished on the battlefield, seeking to win over Roland with their mature allure as a means of securing a reliable protector. The most audacious are women in their 30s, still confident in their appearance and physique, joining the throng to vie for Roland's favor. Having been socially anxious in his previous life, this is Roland's first encounter with such a grand gathering. Although his status affords him the luxury of speaking less, acting minimally, and making fewer mistakes, he still struggles to control his expressions and quickly seeks assistance from his subordinates. Surveying the surroundings, he notices that Hogg and the others are similarly besieged, seemingly sought after as conduits to connect with Roland. As for Fai Lin, she is diligently adhering to Roland's orders, hiding in a corner, indulging in a roasted pig with one hand and a large chicken leg in the other. Unreliable. They are all unreliable, Roland muses, feeling a twinge of sadness. It appears he must rely on himself. Roland, it is good to see you again. At that moment, a familiar voice calls from the periphery of the crowd. Turning his head, he spots a woman in a flowing gown, holding a goblet, standing gracefully apart from the throng surrounding him. Princess Mira, it has been too long. You have become even more enchanting. Roland quickly bows, and upon seeing the princess, the crowd respectfully follows suit. Thank you for your kind words. Since our last parting, your achievements have been remarkable. Even while residing in the royal palace, I frequently hear the ministers speak of you. It is a fortune for Valandia to have you as its protector, as well as for all its citizens. Mira steps closer to Roland, taking a sip from her goblet of red wine, and continues, so, my lord Roland, may I have the honor of inviting one of the evening's esteemed guests for a brief chat on the terrace? Hearing this request, Roland is more than eager to oblige. It is far easier to engage with one person than to navigate a crowd, especially since Mira is, after all, an acquaintance, making the interaction less awkward. Of course, Your Highness, it would be my privilege to converse with someone as esteemed as yourself. The surrounding crowd, understanding the situation, discreetly parts, allowing Roland and Mira to exit the hall together and step onto the terrace. Ensuring their privacy, Mira articulates her purpose. My lord Roland, during this time, you have undoubtedly become acquainted with my brother Danghil, as you both united against our enemies. Danghil is the eldest son of our father and the heir to the kingdom. Given our father's advancing age, should Danghil ascend to the throne one day, would that be to your liking? Faced with such a bold inquiry, Roland momentarily finds himself at a loss. Are you, a young lady, also contemplating a coup like your second brother? Prince Danghil is the designated heir of King Methlin. A fact known to all citizens, Roland intends to deflect the question back to her. Mira does not press the issue, instead continuing, though Danghil possesses commendable military prowess, he lacks intellectual acumen. Most critically, he cannot tolerate anyone in the army garnering more esteem than himself. And you, Roland, after these recent battles, have been venerated by both the royal guard and the kingdom's forces as if you were a deity. Not only that, but the strength of your territory and the power you wield pose a significant threat to Danghil. Given time, you could even oppose the entire kingdom. At that point, how much fighting spirit would the kingdom's army retain if they knew their adversary was you? Roland, I believe you cannot be oblivious to your current situation. Mira's words ring true. Innocent as he may be, possessing great wealth can be a liability, no matter how loyal he appears. Facing an internal threat capable of undermining his claim to the throne, Danghil's intentions are all too clear. I fear that after this war, Danghil has already begun to plot the elimination of you as a threat. Chapter 28, Rewards After the War. It won't be long before Danghil coerces you into relinquishing the technology for crafting firearms and artillery. If you were a person devoid of ambition, acquiescing to his demands might allow him to retain your fiefdom, perhaps even bestow upon you a nominal position to enjoy your twilight years. However, I can discern that you are not such a person. Am I correct? Mira continued to steer the conversation, noting that Danghil has never shown leniency in the eradication of dissent. As Mira asserted, Rolin would never surrender his troops and technology, allowing his fate to rest in another's hands. Moreover, unbeknownst to Mira, she had already developed considerable discord with Danghil. Mira cast a glance at Danghil, who was still surrounded by admirers in the hall, and continued, in truth, while my father holds Danghil in high regard, He harbors no genuine desire to see him ascend to the throne. His decision to name Dengil as the crown prince is merely a concession to societal customs and royal traditions. You may find this hard to believe, but consider this. My father is acutely aware of his health conditions, and the kingdom could face a change in succession at any moment. Under such circumstances, if he wished to remove obstacles for the crown prince, he should act now to suppress the military's influential figures. Yet instead of doing so, the king has actively cultivated your image as a military hero. Does this not seem rather unusual? Upon hearing Mira's words, Rolin indeed recognized a blind spot he had overlooked. In terms of political sensitivity, Rolin was merely an ordinary individual, having never formally studied such matters in his past life, thus finding himself at a disadvantage compared to those born into royal families, who are natural politicians. I can assist you in this regard. I have my own needs, and you have yours. Let us mutually benefit from this arrangement. Trust me, for you, there is no better trading partner in this kingdom than I. At this juncture, Mira finally revealed her intentions. What are you two discussing, dear sister? Dengil approached from the hall, noticing Mira's awareness of him and opting to be forthright. Such a promising young man as Lord Rolin, a star of our kingdom's future, I naturally wish to cultivate a friendship. Dear brother, your arrival has certainly interrupted the further development of our conversation, Mira retorted whimsically. I must sincerely apologize for that. However, you're already 25, Mira, approaching the age where one begins to fade, while our Rolin has only just turned 20. Even if you genuinely wish to pursue romance, I doubt Lord Rolin would be receptive. Or do you mean to suggest that your desires have risen to such heights? Dengil mocked, revealing the evident discord between the siblings, which even surpassed Rolin's own strained relationship with Dengil. Mira displayed no reaction to Dengil's jibe, turning to Rolin and stating, "We must keep in touch, Rolin. I shall keep you informed of the intriguing happenings within the palace, and you must share the amusing events occurring in the Vale." She then cast a sidelong glance at Dengil, remarking as she walked towards the hall, "After all, as my brother has pointed out, you are indeed my foremost candidate for matrimonial bliss." Rolin understood that Mira intended to inform him of Dengil's schemes and actions in the future, subtly conveying her message. Rolin. Dengil observed Mira's departure and recognized this as an opportune moment to engage in conversation, regardless of what Mira has told you. I merely wish for you to stand by my side. I am the legitimate heir to the kingdom, a power bestowed upon me by the divine. With your support, I am confident we can restore Valandia to greatness, allowing its people to roam freely across this continent, while you shall accompany me in achieving remarkable feats, becoming a legendary figure in history. Rolin, you must believe in me. Rolin felt puzzled, as the unfolding narrative diverged significantly from his expectations. Shouldn't Dengil be probing his thoughts or pressuring him to divulge his manufacturing techniques? Instead, he appeared to be adopting the demeanor of an enlightened monarch, appealing to Rolin's emotions. Of course, Your Highness, I have always stood by your side. Ultimately, Rolin resolved to maintain a steady course for the time being. Dengil nodded in satisfaction, gently patting Rolin's shoulder before turning away without uttering another word. As he returned to the hall, his aide approached cautiously and whispered, "Your Highness, did you not wish to test his intentions?" "Not necessary," Dengil replied, shaking his head. "My sister possesses a keen judgment of character. Since she has chosen to engage with Rolin, his nature requires no further elaboration. To probe further would only alert him and prompt him to prepare defensively. It is wiser to secure his allegiance first, and once our plans are fully laid, we can strike decisively. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Highness." The aide nodded in agreement. Dengil reiterated the importance of keeping this matter concealed from Mira, as it appeared she had already conspired with Rolin. Not only should they keep it from her, but also from their father and anyone else who could be privy to their plans. Remember, only our trusted confidants. Soon, the evening's festivities transitioned into the dance segment. In this segment, Rolin naturally garnered much attention, as numerous noble ladies eagerly awaited their turn to approach him with respectful curtsies, requesting to be his partner for the next dance. Rolin, well aware of the inevitable, decided to accept all requests on a first-come, first-served basis. The dance unfolded without incident, and upon returning to the hall, they finally arrived at the long-anticipated reward ceremony. The king, supported by his guards, entered the hall, surveyed the crowd, and commenced this eagerly awaited segment. After deliberations between the royal family and the council, it was announced that commendations would be bestowed upon those who had distinguished themselves during the war. Naturally, the results of these awards had been predetermined long before the army's return to Goya City, with allocations established regarding who would receive what. Rolin was granted the title of honorary commander of the Valandian kingdom, appointed as the military advisor and special consultant to the Ministry of Military Affairs, alongside a reward of 5,000 gold coins. Rolin had anticipated this outcome. A new fiefdom was out of the question, as he had already requested a substantial sum from the kingdom last year. Now, aside from a few inconsequential honorary titles, the maximum reward would merely amount to some gold coins. It seemed that the king was concerned that a lesser sum might provoke public dissent, thus artificially inflating the amount. However, Rolin knew that his expedition would yield far more than 5,000 gold coins, given that he had independently commanded the offensive on the Eastern Front. Capturing 3 fortresses in succession and plundering vast territories, the spoils of war would undoubtedly be significant. Although ostensibly these war gains were to be surrendered to the kingdom for centralized distribution, in these times, no one could genuinely verify which commander would not secretly hoard their share. Rolin was also awarded the former fief of Geoffrey Astor, allowing him to continue in the role of governor of the woodlands. Following this, a number of woodland nobles, having lost their fiefdoms, were either restored to their lands or, having performed poorly during the war, faced the loss of their territories to others. This war would undoubtedly give rise to a new class of nobility in Valandia, surpassing even the total number of new nobles in recent years. Of course, many families faced extinction, either due to the near total loss of members in the war or their economic inability to sustain their noble status, leading them to trade away their titles. After participating in various ceremonies and feeling thoroughly exhausted, Rolin returned home for a good night's rest, setting off early the next morning towards his territory. What a place of trials and tribulations this is. Rolin glanced back at Goya in the distance, shaking his head. If it were within his power, he would never wish to return. But the food at the banquet is quite delectable, perhaps even superior to your barbecue. Fairlin interjected at the opportune moment. Could you refrain from mentioning this matter again? Rolin replied, somewhat exasperated. I have told you numerous times that the failure during that occasion was due to the limitations of the food options available. Once the territory can produce the items I desire, I shall prepare it for you once more. Oh, never mind that, Fairlin laughed. There are so many delicious treats available. Why should I take that risk? Rolin was thoroughly persuaded. Indeed, he was not particularly gifted in the culinary arts. Why not entrust such tasks to the chefs? After all, as a lord, indulging in comfort was his rightful duty. Yes, precisely, Rolin nodded, setting aside that concern. Upon returning to the governor's office, Rolin was, as expected, warmly greeted by the Rosilla sisters. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction at their timely recognition of propriety. Affirming his care for them was not in vain. My lord, did you perhaps forget to bring something back? Luana, the leader of the sisters, suddenly inquired. Oh, so you seek gifts, do you? Rolin replied, somewhat disheartened, thinking they might have missed him as their lord. Nevertheless, he instructed Fairlin to bring forth a chest. Here, this is for you, and this is for Luna. I have already given Fairlin and Tyrol their gifts. No, my lord, that is not what I meant, Luana said, shaking her head as she accepted the gift. What then? Rolin was bewildered, wondering if he had overlooked something significant. Luana turned to Tyrol. Tyrol, where's our newcomer? Is she in one of the carriages? Tyrol shook her head, indicating she was not. Luana rubbed her chin, sighed, and addressed Rolin. My lord, are you truly content with this? Luna and I have been eagerly anticipating the arrival of the newcomer. How many times must I tell you not to include me? Luna exclaimed, covering her face with one hand, exasperated with her sister. What on earth is going on? Rolin was thoroughly confused. It seemed these young ladies were conspiring behind his back. Deciding to ignore them, he retreated to his room, opting for a well-deserved afternoon nap. With the recent war behind him, Rolin recognized that the First Army still faced considerable challenges. Primarily, the lack of mobility forced them into trench warfare to leverage their advantages. When ambushed or surrounded, escape was virtually impossible. Additionally, their capability for rapid strikes and support was inadequate, often resulting in a slow, relentless advance. First, he needed to lighten the artillery units, distinctly separating field artillery from siege weaponry. Secondly, the establishment of cavalry units was essential. The research on flintlock rifles was already underway, allowing for the simultaneous acquisition of numerous horses to form these cavalry troops. Whether for small unit skirmishes or guerrilla tactics during major battles, this would prove invaluable. Rolin contemplated these matters, once more setting about planning the future development of his territory. As for the economy, efforts must be made to expand the territory's specialty goods. Practical items such as matches could be produced on a large scale, serving not only the military, but also appealing to noble households. Furthermore, infrastructure improvements were necessary. I can no longer tolerate the foul stench pervading the town, We must construct sewers and latrines to encourage the populace to prioritize sanitation. With a modicum of disposable income at his disposal, Rolin began to focus on enhancing the quality of life. The previously overlooked issues of public sanitation, such as indiscriminate defecation, would now be addressed. Additionally, the production of bricks and tiles was imperative. Once brick production was complete, renovations on the governor's office must ensue. As it was far too cold, last winter he had dreaded rising from bed. Oh, and let us get a toilet installed, along with a water supply system. Yes, first, let us unify the water supply for Connaught and Clinton. Urban development needs to be prioritized. Having penned these various plans, Rolin nodded in satisfaction and summoned Bill to implement them. Since last year's bountiful harvest, the populace had increasingly embraced the practice of composting, and Bill was becoming increasingly idle. It was an opportune moment to assign him some tasks. Cohen also received his assignment. The production of simple items, such as bricks and matches, did not require Luna's involvement, and he could directly engage craftsmen to attempt the work. After all, match production was not an urgent necessity. As long as Cohen could produce bricks, that would suffice. Of course, Rolin did not forget his agreement with Mira. Just a few days after returning to the territory, he penned a letter to the capital to lower the enemy's guard. This initial correspondence merely expressed greetings to Mira and recounted amusing anecdotes from his journey back to the territory. Any investigator would find it devoid of any issues. Establishing a routine of letter exchanges would serve to obfuscate the enemy's perception, Rolin mused. Chapter 30. The Slave Trade. Thus commenced the infrastructure development within the territory. Yet Rolin's available labor force was once again severely lacking. Although his reforms had initiated a preliminary industrialization of agricultural production, with various new farming tools being widely utilized to save labor, the demands of industrial production continued to expand. Consequently, a significant number of slaves had transitioned from the fields to the factories, necessitating the urgent formulation of a pronatal policy. However, this approach merely addressed the symptoms without remedying the root cause of the territory's population dilemma. After much contemplation, Rolin painfully discerned that to resolve this issue, he would need to rely on the substantial purchase of slaves. The primary reason for this was the stark scarcity of free citizens in this era. The transient population was minuscule, and no matter how idyllic he constructed his territory, it would hardly attract many to relocate. Recently, the slave traders in Connaught had profited immensely from Rolin, having acquired nearly 90% of the slaves available. It was imperative to engage in discussions with these slave traders, ideally incorporating them into his service. Moreover, their purchasing scope needed to expand significantly. They should procure as many as possible. With these thoughts in mind, Rolin instructed Bill to convene the slave traders of the territory, informing them of an invitation to a banquet the following evening, where the governor had important matters to discuss. As night fell, the governor's office in Connaught was ablaze with light. In the hall, a long table was laden with exquisite dishes and fine wines, and the slave traders gathered in small clusters, conversing in hushed tones. Some wore expressions of confusion, while others appeared self-assured, seemingly having anticipated Rolin's intentions. Standing on the elevated platform in the center of the hall, Rolin donned a deep blue formal attire, a sword at his waist, and surveyed each person present. He gently tapped his wine glass, the clear sound gradually quieting the commotion in the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us this evening. Rolin began with a smile, his voice not loud, yet imbued with authority. I understand your time is valuable, so I shall get straight to the point. He paused before continuing. The development of the Clinton territory is inextricably linked to population growth, and you're the foremost experts in the trade of human resources in this land. Therefore, I wish to establish a long-term partnership with you, effective immediately. Clinton will purchase slaves at a fixed price, which will be 30% lower than the market rate. No sooner had he finished speaking than a murmur of low discussion rippled through the hall. Some frowned, others exchanged glances, clearly dissatisfied with this proposal. A burly merchant, his face adorned with a thick beard, stepped forward with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Your Excellency, the slave trade is already a meager profit. A further 30% reduction may render us unable to recoup our initial investments. Roland offered a slight smile, directing his gaze toward him. Mr. Callum, I comprehend your concerns. However, consider this. The demand in the Clinton territory far surpasses that of other lords. You need not scour the land in search of buyers, nor fret over unsold stock. A stable trade, is it not more reliable than the occasional high price? Another merchant, the lean and astute old John, squinted and ventured tentatively. Your Excellency, you mentioned long-term cooperation. Does this imply the possibility of additional benefits for us? A knowing smile graced Roland's lips. Certainly. As you're all aware, the ordinary slave market has reached saturation, yet the high-end market abounds with untapped potential. High-end market? Someone murmured, a glimmer of greed flashing in their eyes. Indeed. Roland descended from the platform, lowering his voice slightly. Nobles, knights, members of merchant families, and even scions of vanquished royal lineages. These individuals represent true luxury. Their worth far exceeds that of ordinary slaves. The merchants instantly perked up, whispering excitedly among themselves. Old John promptly declared, Your Excellency, if you can assure us of purchases, I am willing to accept your terms. Among those present, some remained silent, while Callum contemplated his response without further comment. Roland understood the impossibility of pleasing everyone and waved for a servant to present the prepared contracts. Then, for those willing to collaborate, please affix your signatures. From this day forth, the Clinton territory shall become your most stable partner. Of course, should anyone wish to delay their agreement, that is acceptable as well. Connaught Corner will soon become a pivotal trade city, where you may continue to seek opportunities or return to me when your hearts align. Several merchants stepped forward in turn, signing their names on the contract. Roland sat silently at the head of the table, seemingly indifferent, sipping from his goblet while listening to the flattery and compliments that surrounded him. Far away in the western continent, within the Grand St. Light Cathedral in St. Gory, Pope Gregory VII sat solemnly upon the sacred throne, his expression grim. Below him, a dozen cardinals lined the sides, the atmosphere tense. Your Holiness, the war between Valandia and Stokes completely disregards the authority of the Church. One cardinal erupted, slamming his fist upon the table. They waged war without the Church's mediation, even rejecting the envoy's arbitration. This is blasphemy against the Almighty. Another cardinal chimed in. Moreover, the newly appointed governor of Valandia, Rolin Clinton, is rumored to have developed a nefarious weapon capable of summoning the power of thunder. Such power could not possibly be wielded by mere mortals. It must be a gift from demons. The Pope slowly raised his hand, signaling for silence. His voice was deep and commanding. Gentlemen, I understand your fury. However, the Holy See is too far removed from Valandia. Even if we summon the nations to arms, the spoils of victory would be difficult to distribute. But your Holiness, a young cardinal interjected eagerly, if we allow this to go unchecked, other kingdoms will follow suit, and the Church's authority will be rendered null. The Pope paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. The Tangli and Klaus principalities also pay lip service to the Church. Even if we dispatch troops, they may not cooperate. Rather than exhausting our resources in a distant expedition, it would be wiser to issue a warning. He turned to his secretary and commanded, draft a letter of condemnation, sternly rebuking Valandia and Stokes for their barbaric actions, and demanding they cease their hostilities and seek penance from the Church. Otherwise, the Holy See will consider them heretics and call upon the faithful across the continent to rise against them. Though the cardinals were reluctant, they understood the Pope's decision was the more prudent course and bowed their heads in acquiescence. Chapter 31. Lord Robert's Gratitude. In Connaught Corner, Baron Robert's carriage rolled slowly into the courtyard, the sound of wheels grinding against the cobblestones echoing through the space. Upon receiving the news, Roland made his way to the main hall to meet Robert, who awaited him. Lord Robert, welcome to my abode, Roland greeted with a warm smile, his tone sincere and eager. Baron Robert, tall and resolute, bore the countenance of a soldier. After returning the greeting, his gaze lingered on Roland for a moment, and he remarked, Governor Roland, I have always held the life-saving grace you bestowed upon me on the battlefield in high regard. I have come today to express my gratitude. Roland waved his hand dismissively, signaling a servant to bring forth refreshments. You are too kind. It is only natural to fight side by side on the battlefield. Please, take a seat. Let us converse at leisure. As they sat down, Robert's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He lowered his voice, saying, Governor Roland, I come not only to express thanks, but also to convey a matter of concern. Roland raised an eyebrow, encouraging him to continue. The nobles of the Vale have voiced their discontent regarding you. Robert carefully chose his words, especially after the incident involving the Second Prince's rebellion. They perceive your stance as a betrayal of the Vale's interests. While they may not dare to confront you openly, there may be some clandestine machinations afoot. Roland chuckled softly. Taking a sip from his cup, I anticipated as much. Nevertheless, I appreciate your warning. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Roland's eyes as he regarded Robert, then continued. Since you have come today, I too have a small request. Speak freely. The development of the territory requires a substantial labor force, yet we are currently short-handed. I would like to borrow some serfs from you. compensating them daily while providing their sustenance myself. What say you? After a moment of contemplation, Robert lightly tapped his fingers on the table. He recognized that Rolin's proposal would be advantageous for himself. Having serfs idling in his domain was wasteful. Lending them out could yield profit and earn him goodwill. After a brief pause, he nodded, agreed. I will lend you 1,000 serfs for a period of 3 months. However, my territory also has many tasks requiring manpower, so I cannot extend the loan beyond that. Rolin beamed with satisfaction. A delightful collaboration. Moreover, if you're interested, I can provide some new agricultural tools to assist your territory in increasing productivity. Robert's eyes lit up. That would be splendid. The two shared a smile, the atmosphere amicable. Suddenly, Robert recalled something and inquired. By the way, I heard you are currently overseeing the sanitation of the town? The sewers and brick houses have stirred quite the debate. Rolin shrugged. The quality of life for the inhabitants must improve to better contribute value to the territory. As for the discussions, let them chatter. Robert laughed heartily. You are quite magnanimous. However, those old traditionalists will not easily accept new ideas. Time will prove all, Rolin replied nonchalantly. Once the business was concluded, Robert rose to take his leave. Rolin personally escorted him to the door, saying as they parted, Lord Robert, your support means a great deal to me. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Robert nodded solemnly. The same goes for you. As he watched Robert's carriage vanish from sight, Roland returned to his study, penning a note in the planning document. Receive 1,000 serfs from Robert's territory to be allocated to the brick factory and road construction. Upon returning home, Roland enjoyed a rare tranquility. The shadow of war had not cast its pall over the people of the Clinton territory, perhaps the most significant change. Aside from the continuously expanding factory lines and newly opened shops, was the daily influx of fresh faces. Some long-standing residents found joy in regaling newcomers with tales of how desolate and arduous life had once been, attributing the current state of the territory to their hard labor. On the military front, the First Army's personnel was fully replenished, and the Second Army had completed training, bringing the total to a combined force of 2,000, augmented by an artillery unit of 800 men. Roland's military strength now approached 3,000. With the continuous recruitment and the ongoing training of the Third Army, it can be said that at this moment, Roland truly possessed the scale of troops befitting a prosperous governor. Of course, he did not forget the potential threats and maintained correspondence with Mira, although the letters contained little of substance. Despite not acquiring much intelligence from the capital, Roland found himself unhurried. After all, if there were truly significant matters, Mira would undoubtedly find a way to inform him. Through multiple encounters, Roland had gained a general understanding of Mira and had firmly chosen to place his trust in her. In Goya City, Dengil was indeed facing considerable difficulties. Although he had summoned craftsmen to develop artillery and firearms, the sight of the products laid before him left him in utter despair. Standing in the secret workshop beneath the palace, Dengil's expression was as grim as iron. The craftsmen before him knelt in trepidation, afraid to raise their heads. On the table lay several crude brass cannons, their thick and short barrels possessing a range of less than 100 paces. Their power insufficient even to pierce a wooden shield. Is this the result of 3 months of labor and 5,000 gold coins? Dengil's voice was icy, his fingers striking the brass cannon heavily, producing a dull thud. The chief craftsman, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, stammered, Your Highness, we followed your specifications, but the gunpowder formula remains unstable, and the barrels frequently explode. Useless. Dengil kicked the brass cannon over, the resounding crash causing everyone to tremble. Roland can construct a trebuchet, yet you cannot even produce a decent weapon? I will grant you another month. Should you still present me with this rubbish? He narrowed his eyes, a chilling intent emanating from him. You and your family shall be sent to the mines. The craftsmen turned pale, repeatedly bowing their heads. With a cold snort, Dengil turned and departed. Upon returning to his study, Dengil's aide reported in a hushed tone, Your Highness, the scouts we sent to the valley have reported that Roland's firearms workshop is heavily guarded, with few able to access the core techniques. Furthermore, he is preparing to expand the Third Army. Dengil slammed his fist on the table, sending the wine glass toppling and staining the map with red wine. Why is his development progressing so rapidly? After a moment's hesitation, the aide added, Moreover, Princess Mira has been frequently corresponding with Roland, though the content has not raised any alarms. If she were not doing so, I would indeed begin to suspect her intentions. Dengil took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Since we cannot steal the technology, we shall purchase it. Disguised as a southern merchant, we will buy firearms and cannons at exorbitant prices. claiming it is for overseas trade. The aide complied and withdrew, while Dengil gazed out at the overcast sky, lost in thought. Chapter 32. Clinton General Store. In Connaught Corner City, at the governor's mansion, Rolin set aside the confidential letter, a smile gracing his lips. The letter, sent by Mira, subtly mentioned Dengil's recent flurry of activities, even attempting to win over the Minister of Military Affairs, Trimmy. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, he remarked to his companion, "Farron, it seems our prince can no longer contain himself." Farron tilted her head. "My lord, should we prepare in advance?" Rolin chuckled lightly. "There's no need for haste. Let us indulge him in his little performance." Indeed, 3 days later, a man claiming to be a merchant from the southern Summer Islands requested an audience, offering an exorbitant 50 gold coins for each of 100 firearms. Rolin feigned enthusiasm in his reception, yet sighed as the merchant made his demands. "You see, my lord, firearms are a closely held secret of the kingdom, strictly forbidden from being sold abroad. To engage in such treason would be a grave offense." The merchant's expression shifted, hastily increasing his offer. 80 gold coins. "No, 100 gold coins. Just give the nod, and the payment will be delivered immediately." Rolin shook his head, his tone regretful. "I am afraid I cannot comply." The merchant's eyes revealed disappointment. Realizing that further negotiation was futile, he quickly took his leave. Once he had departed, Farron approached, scoffing. "This scout's acting is atrocious. He can hardly imitate a southern accent." Rolin scoffed in return. "Dengil is desperate enough to resort to such foolish tactics." He turned to Luna. "How goes the improvement of the flintlock?" Luna's eyes brightened. "It has been successfully tested, with a firing efficiency 30% higher than that of matchlocks. Usable even in rainy weather, and production can commence shortly." "Excellent." Roland's gaze grew profound. "Prince Dengil, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers." In Goya City, within the royal palace's bedroom, King Maitland reclined against the headboard, his complexion ashen. Beside him, Foreign Minister Diloma held the papal bull, solemnly reading, "Valandia and Stokes have waged war without sanction, profaning the divine will. Should they fail to repent, the Holy Kingdom shall regard them as heretics and call for a holy crusade." Maitland coughed several times, his frailty evident. "For now, we shall disregard it. The Church has deemed us heretics for some time now. Rest assured, his reach does not extend that far." The king nodded slightly, signaling Diloma to continue his report. Diloma opened another document and stated gravely, "Your Majesty, the war between the Northern Heron Empire and the Valandash Empire persists, with both sides deploying more troops along the border. Yet the situation remains stalemated. Reports from the front indicate both nations have suffered substantial losses and are unable to advance southward in the short term." Maitland coughed lightly, a flicker of exhaustion crossing his eyes. "What of the Tanglai Duchy and the Klaus Duchy? Have they made any moves?" Diloma shook his head. "These 2 nations continue to publicly maintain neutrality, but according to intelligence from our secret channels, they have been secretly exchanging envoys and communicating frequently, seemingly intent on forming an alliance. However," he paused, "they appear to be quite wary of Governor Roland's new weaponry, suggesting their target is not Valandia." The king displayed a faint smirk. "Wary? They are indeed clever. Whether Roland's possessions are a gift from the gods or a boon from devils, I cannot say." Before he could finish, he broke into a violent cough, and attendants quickly offered him a medicinal potion. Once his breathing steadied, Maitland dismissed the others, leaving only Diloma to confide his thoughts. If Dengil makes no further progress, he may very well face total failure. That girl Mira likely never considered that her opportunity might one day truly arrive. Meanwhile, in the Eastern District Market of Connaught Corner City, a newly opened shop was thronged with curious onlookers. A wooden sign hung above the entrance, adorned with colorful paint that read Clinton General Store, beneath which was engraved a small emblem of the Clinton family. "It's open. It's open." With the clerk's call, the crowd erupted in excitement. Leading the throng was a middle-aged woman, basket in hand, and anticipation etched across her face, exclaiming, "I've heard that the soap here is highly coveted by noble ladies." Behind her, a young serf widened his eyes in disbelief. "I've heard of such things. Does our lord truly intend to sell such items to us?" Having come from the north, he was once a freeman of the Heron Empire, and after being captured, was sold to the Clinton territory. In his understanding, soap and perfume were luxuries exclusive to the nobility, and commoners were not even deemed worthy of a touch. Inside the store, shelves were neatly arranged with various goods, intricately patterned soaps, petite glass vials of perfume, and even newly launched lavender sachets. The clerks, clad in matching linen uniforms, warmly introduced their wares. "This rose soap is the favorite of the lord's lady. and is now available in limited supply, with a purchase limit of 2 bars per person. The Lord's lady? Whispers rippled through the crowd. An elderly man stroked his beard and chuckled. There's no lady in sight. This must be Miss Luana's idea. That girl is quite clever. The newly arrived serfs stood in stunned silence, never imagining that one day they could indulge in soap and perfume like the nobility. A timid young female serf asked, "See, can we really buy it?" The clerk beamed, "Of course. The Lord has declared that all residents of the Clinton territory, whether freemen or serfs, may purchase any items in the store." He lowered his voice, winking mysteriously, yet each person was limited to purchasing but a single bottle of perfume, as the supply was still somewhat inadequate. In a corner of the shop, Rolin, cloaked in a cape, silently observed everything. Beside him, Luana excitedly tugged at his sleeve. "My lord, look at that northern girl. She gazes at the soap as though she has stumbled upon gold." Rolin chuckled softly. "This is precisely the effect I sought." He gazed out the window, where the sunlight cascaded upon the cobblestone street, casting mottled shadows. Believing that providing the citizens with a dignified life would lead them to truly identify with this land. As night descended, the tavern in Connaught Corner buzzed with lively chatter. Citizens from various locales gathered, their conversations inevitably revolving around the day's visit to the general store. "If you ask me, Lord Rolin is unlike the other nobles," remarked a bearded blacksmith, taking a swig of ale. "The lavatories and sewer system he commissioned have certainly made my home much cleaner. And now he is selling soap to the common folk. My wife insisted I buy 2 today." An adjacent merchant interjected, "Not just soap. I've heard the Lord's manor has developed a contraption called matches. Soon we won't even need flint to start a fire." In a shadowy corner, a few newly arrived slaves listened intently, their eyes shimmering with hope. One whispered, "Perhaps staying here wouldn't be so bad." The tavern owner timely raised his goblet. "To Lord Rolin. Long live Lord Rolin." Cheers reverberated, causing dust to rain down from the ceiling. Chapter 33. The Visit of Mira. In the governor's study, Rolin perused various reports sent from afar. Luna knocked softly before entering, cradling an exquisite wooden box. "My lord, the first batch of flintlock gun samples is ready." Rolin accepted the box, gently opening it to reveal a finely crafted flintlock firearm nestled within. Cautiously, he lifted the weapon, scrutinizing each component. The lines of the gun were sleek, its metal parts polished to a gleam. Yet upon pulling the trigger, he discerned an evident lack of spring tension, resulting in a slight delay in firing. Frowning, he silently lamented, "Indeed, with the current level of craftsmanship, the spring's elasticity remains suboptimal." Luna stood beside him, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. "My lord, what do you think? We conducted numerous trials based on your designs to achieve this." Rolin looked up, a smile of approval gracing his face. "Luna, you and your team have done exceptionally well. This gun exceeds my expectations." He gently caressed the firearm as though admiring a piece of art, particularly noting the casting technique of the barrel, which had significantly progressed compared to the previous matchlock guns. Luna exhaled in relief, a joyful expression blooming on her face. "That's wonderful. We are also researching how to enhance the spring material, hoping to improve firing stability further." Rolin nodded, speaking kindly. "There's no need to rush. Mastery takes time. You have been working tirelessly. It is time you gave yourself a break." He closed the wooden box, handing it back to Luna, adding, "Take a couple of days to rest, spend time with Luana, or explore the city. The production of the new guns can commence once you are refreshed." Luna hesitated for a moment, a hint of emotion flickering in her eyes. "But my lord, the improvements are not yet complete." Rolin gently interrupted with a smile. "Rest is essential for better productivity. Moreover, you have contributed immensely to the territory. It is time you enjoy life a little." He paused, then added, "By the way, once the new guns are in production, remember to select 2 of the finest for Fairlin. She has been eager to try the new weapons to enhance her protection of me." Luna blinked, a sly smile appearing. "My lord certainly cares for Fairlin." Rolin cleared his throat, adopting a mock-serious demeanor. "This is for the safety of the territory. Now, do go and rest." Luna smiled and bowed, turning to leave the study. Rolin watched her retreating figure, his smile gradually fading. Meanwhile, in a hidden estate within the valley, several nobles gathered in a dimly lit chamber surrounded by flickering candles. Baron Arthur surveyed the room, lowering his voice. "Gentlemen, His Highness Prince Dengil has given us clear instructions. If we eliminate Rolin, the valley's profits will be redistributed, and our families will gain favor with the crown." An elder noble scoffed. "Rolin, emboldened by the king's favor, has been wielding power in the valley and imposing those so-called reforms, brazenly challenging noble authority. We can no longer remain passive." Another hesitated. "But his army is formidable. And those dreadful weapons. Do we truly stand a chance? Baron Arthur displayed a cunning smile. Prince Dengil has promised to send elite troops to aid us. Moreover, although Roland's armory is heavily fortified, there are always vulnerabilities. If we coordinate our efforts, we can surely catch him off guard. The group exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. Baron Arthur raised his goblet, whispering, "To the future of the valley, and to our families, cheers." In Connaught Corner, Rolin remained blissfully unaware of the machinations of the valley's nobles, as days passed peacefully from the sweltering summer into the harvest of autumn, until one day, a letter penned by Mira appeared on his desk. To His Excellency, Governor Rolin of the Valley, I have heard from merchants traveling to Goya that Connaught Corner has recently undergone significant changes, which pique my curiosity. Thus, I have taken the liberty to decide upon a visit in 2 days' time at noon, hoping my sudden arrival will not cause you too much inconvenience. Yours sincerely, Mira. Rolin gazed at the letter, a smile gracing his lips. Although he was aware Mira likely had matters to discuss, he surmised from her recent correspondence that it was not of great urgency. Gently rolling the letter, Rolin rose to begin preparations for her visit in 2 days. As Mira's carriage approached the gates of Connaught Corner, Rolin was already awaiting her with the guard. Sunlight bathed the flagstone walls, providing ample warmth to this rejuvenated city. As the carriage halted, Mira lifted the curtain, revealing a delicate visage. Clad in a simple yet elegant white gown, her hair adorned with pearls, she exuded grace and poise. Your Highness, welcome to Connaught Corner. Rolin stepped forward, bowing slightly, his face adorned with a sincere smile. With a light step, Mira descended from the carriage. Returning his smile, Governor Rolin, it has been too long. Your presence is even more impressive than before. Rolin gestured ahead. Please allow me to showcase the transformations within this city. Walking side by side, Mira's gaze was swiftly captivated by the sights within the city. The broad streets were clean and orderly, with cleverly concealed drains beneath the cobblestones, and the air was free from the unpleasant odors of the past. Passers-by moved about with contented expressions, some even bowing to Rolin in greeting. Is this drainage system your design? Mira inquired, pointing at the sidewalk drainage. Her eyes wide with astonishment. Rolin nodded. Indeed, Your Highness. Sanitation is fundamental to the development of a city. Only by addressing these issues can the citizens lead more comfortable lives. Mira sighed softly. In Goya, I have endured enough of the filth and stench. I never imagined you could transform an entire city so thoroughly. Continuing their walk, the shops lining the streets dazzled with an array of goods. The window of Clinton's general store displayed various soaps and perfumes, while the adjacent bakery wafted enticing aromas, and further down the street, a newly opened confectionery drew long lines of eager customers. Are these shops part of your enterprises? Mira paused, curiously eyeing the confectionery sign. Rolin replied with a smile. Some are operated by the territory, while others are managed by free citizens. I encourage commercial development. As long as one pays taxes as per the law, anyone can make a living here. Chapter 34, The Royal Game. Mira's gaze fell upon a mother and daughter. The young girl cradled the freshly purchased cream cake, delicately taking a bite, her face instantly lighting up with pure joy. Her mother gently caressed her hair, her eyes brimming with affection. Your subject appeared to be quite content, Mira remarked softly, a stark contrast to the scenes she had witnessed elsewhere. Rolin smiled slightly. I merely provided them with opportunities. Once individuals perceive hope, they naturally strive to forge a better existence. As they turned down a side street, Mira was captivated by the sound of crisp hammering. Following the noise, she beheld several artisans skillfully laying a new cobblestone road, their movements both adept and efficient. A cobblestone path? Mira blinked, realizing the expense it entailed. But it is worth it, Roland elucidated. Cobblestone roads are durable. They do not become muddy in the rain, nor dusty on sunny days. In the long run, they save on maintenance costs. Mira nodded thoughtfully. Your foresight is always so remarkable. The two continued their conversation until they finally arrived at the governor's mansion. The grand entrance stood open, and Luana and Faline awaited them at the threshold. Upon seeing Mira, they offered respectful bows. Welcome, Your Highness, Luana greeted with a warm smile. Mira's gaze lingered on the two for a moment before she chuckled. Roland, I had anticipated you would be a well-behaved child. Roland's cheeks flushed slightly, but he felt that any explanation would only exacerbate the situation. Thus, he opted for a wry smile in place of words. Upon entering the mansion, Mira expressed her admiration for the simple yet elegant decor. The hearth in the sitting room crackled with a comforting flame, and the table was adorned with fresh fruits and exquisite pastries. After they took their seats, a servant presented them with hot tea. Mira sipped delicately, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. This tea possesses a unique flavor. It is a floral tea produced in our territory, with a hint of honey added, Rolin explained. If you enjoy it, you may take some with you on your return journey. Mira set down her teacup, her demeanor growing serious. Hold on. My visit is not only to witness your territory firsthand, but also to discuss matters of greater significance. Rolin straightened slightly. Please go on. Mira locked her gaze with his. Do you understand why I wish to assist you? After a moment's contemplation, Rolin replied cautiously. Your Highness has mentioned that your governance philosophy differs from that of the Crown Prince. Mira nodded, her voice low and resolute. Although my father has designated the Crown Prince as his heir, his convictions remain unsteady. Dengel is proud and envious. However, the most pressing issue is his approach to governance, which mirrors my father's youth, conservative and lacking in ambition. Should he ascend to the throne, Valandia will remain stagnant. She rose and approached the window, gazing out at the city beyond. I aspire for Valandia to emerge as a true powerhouse, no longer to be scorned by neighboring nations, and perhaps one day, to shape the very landscape of the continent. Roland listened quietly, not interrupting. My father understands my aspirations, and I comprehend his, she continued. Hold on. If my father is determined to see Dengel crowned, he will undoubtedly suppress the military heavyweights before his demise to ensure a smooth transition of power. Yet you, as a rising star in the military, have become widely known through my father's promotion. Is that not rather peculiar? Mira turned back to him with a smile. Roland harbored some suspicions in his heart, but at that moment, he received confirmation from Mira's words. The future is shrouded in uncertainty. Hence, my father has chosen to entrust the decision to us. If I wish to realize my ambitions, I must demonstrate my strength by overcoming Dengel, the heir. Conversely, Dengel must prove his ability to defend our realm if he desires to become king. Mira began to pace. I simply wish for Valandia to no longer be at the mercy of others. Roland, I hold deep affection for this country, and I have not forgotten the glory of the royal family. Indeed, my devotion surpasses your imagination. Mira turned to him, her gaze intense. In my position within the royal court, I have found myself with scarcely any support. Yet your emergence has ignited a spark of hope within me. Your army, your territory, your ideals, and most importantly, your ambition have afforded me the hope to pursue my vision. Are you suggesting that? Roland set down his teacup, his voice barely above a whisper. The crown intends to aid you? My father has never made a definitive statement. Mira interjected, her slender fingers tapping gently on the table. But he has tacitly allowed this competition to unfold. If Dengel is indeed capable, he ought to validate his worthiness for the throne. Rolin inhaled deeply, his gaze drifting to the window. What do you require of me, your highness? He asked directly. Mira's lips curled into a subtle smile. I only need your loyalty, not to the royal family, but to me personally. She paused, in your ambition. Roland did not respond immediately. He rose and approached the hearth, staring into the flickering flames. Above the fireplace hung a map of the entire continent, with the boundaries of various duchies and principalities clearly delineated. Dengel has commenced the development of firearm weaponry. Although its effectiveness is currently subpar, it is likely that within a month or two, cannons will be ready for deployment. Mira continued, undeterred by Roland's silence. The nobles of the valley are also involved, contributing funds for the development. Presently, many in Valandia harbor animosity towards you. Your Highness, I am willing to be your sword. Roland finally spoke, not out of fear. Indeed, the situation is urgent, but I trust in my intellect and my people. We can thwart any impending danger. I wish to be your sword because I believe your ideals can be realized, and our paths will inevitably converge. Upon hearing this, Mira's expression remained composed. Indeed, we shall ultimately stride toward victory. At that moment, a rapid knock echoed at the study door. Faline burst in, her face unusually tense. My lord, Captain Hogg brings urgent military news. Roland exchanged a glance with Mira and swiftly commanded, let him in. Hogg hurriedly entered, his armor caked with dirt. He knelt on one knee. My lord, the border patrol has reported that the valley nobles are mustering their forces. There are at least 3,000 soldiers within Baron Arthur's territory, with more en route. Roland's brow furrowed in concern. What is their specific location? To the northeast. Less than 30 miles from us, Hogg gasped, and worse yet, we captured a scout who divulged that Dengel has dispatched an elite cavalry unit, expected to arrive within 5 days. Mira inhaled sharply. They intend to launch a surprise attack on Kenai Corner. Chapter 35. The Assault on Arthur's Camp. Roland's mind raced. The enemy's advance was swifter than he had anticipated. Although Dengel's artillery forces were not yet formidable, their collaboration with the Valley Nobles Coalition still posed a significant threat. Hogg, summon all officers to this location immediately, Roland commanded decisively. Put the entire army on high alert and recall all patrolling units. Once Hogg departed, Roland turned to Mira. Your Highness, you must return to Goya at once. If Dingil discovers you here. No, Mira firmly shook her head. If I return abruptly, it would only raise suspicions. Besides, a sharp glint flickered in her eyes. This presents an opportunity. Roland quickly grasped her intent. You wish to exploit this chance to weaken Dingil's power? Precisely, Mira affirmed, producing a delicate silver insignia from her pocket and handing it to Roland. This is my personal token. The bearer may mobilize a secret unit of mine stationed in the north. 500 elite knights, currently garrisoned at Greystone Fort. Roland accepted the insignia, feeling the weight of its significance. Mira had evidently been planning this for some time, cultivating private troops under Dingil's very nose. I will send Luana to escort you through the secret passage. Roland contemplated for a moment. You should first seek refuge in Clinton Town. It is safer there. Mira nodded in agreement, but then inquired, what course of action do you intend to pursue? Roland's lips curled into a cold smile. Since they desire war, I shall bestow upon them an indelible lesson. That night, the governor's residence was ablaze with light. Roland stood before a map, surrounded by his corps commanders, Hogg, Grey, Fry, and the newly promoted infantry commander, Lancelot. The situation was dire. Roland succinctly outlined the enemy's disposition. Baron Arthur had amassed approximately 5,000 troops, supplemented by 1,000 elite cavalry from Dingil, giving them double our numbers. However, we possess artillery and firearms. Grey asserted confidently. Let them taste the flavor of iron and fire. Roland shook his head. This time is different. The enemy is aware of our superiority in weaponry and will undoubtedly employ counter-strategies. He pointed with a stick to a valley marked on the map, noting that scouts had reported the Allied forces planned to launch a surprise attack from there, circumventing our outer defenses. Lancelot furrowed his brow. The sea breeze plain? That terrain is open. We are indeed unable to construct formidable fortifications. Precisely. A glint of determination flashed in Roland's eyes. I intend to turn the tables on them. He meticulously outlined the operational plan, dispatching well-trained skirmisher units to feign the main force, luring the enemy into the valley, while artillery would seal off the exits, and riflemen would occupy the high ground on either side, creating a crossfire. Concurrently, an elite cavalry unit would execute a surprise attack on the enemy's command post. Remember, I seek a swift resolution. Roland surveyed the assembly. Once battle commences, we must annihilate the enemy without leaving a single survivor. We cannot allow Dingil to discern our true strength. After the meeting concluded, Roland remained alone in the operations room. He retrieved a piece of parchment and began inscribing orders for the commanders of various territories. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from outside the window. Roland's hand instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. Who goes there? A familiar light laughter floated through the window. Roland, your vigilance has improved. Fairlin nimbly vaulted through the window, a mischievous smile gracing her features. Roland exhaled in relief. Next time, use the front door. He noticed a letter in Fairlin's hand. What is this? Luna asked me to deliver it to you. Fairlin handed over the correspondence, explaining that she had apprehended a suspicious individual attempting to steal designs for flintlock firearms. Roland swiftly tore open the letter, his expression darkening with each passing moment. The missive revealed that the spy was affiliated with Baron Arthur and had been lurking for several days, potentially leaking a significant amount of intelligence. Damn it. Roland slammed his fist on the table. They are closer to the core than I had anticipated. He quickly penned several secret orders and entrusted them to Fairlin. Deliver these to Hogg and Luna personally. Then seek Tyrol and have her prepare a medical team on standby. After Fairlin departed, Roland approached the window. The eastern sky was beginning to lighten, heralding the dawn of a new day. My lord, Luana quietly appeared at the doorway. Princess Mela has been safely escorted away. Excellent. Relay the orders. Roland decisively commanded. Fortify the eastern border defenses and place everyone on combat readiness. A steely resolve flickered in his eyes as he prepared for an offensive. Luana's eyes widened in surprise. An offensive? Against whom? Everyone. Roland's voice was as frigid as ice. Luana hesitated, but that would be an open defiance of the crown. No, this is self-defense. Roland corrected. Baron Arthur's treachery initiated this. We are merely safeguarding our territory. As for Dingil, he revealed a knowing smile. I believe His Majesty, King Methelin, still wields considerable influence. As the first rays of sunlight flooded the room, Roland was already donned in his armor. My lord, the troops have assembled. Hogg reported from outside the door. Roland donned his helmet and strode out of the room. In the square before the governor's residence, soldiers stood in disciplined formation, awaiting orders. Musketmen, artillery, spearmen, cavalry. This army, forged by his own hands, had now evolved into a formidable force. Rolin drew his sword, its blade gleaming in the light of the rising sun. For the Clinton territory. Forward. Rolin led the skirmishers through the morning mist, silently closing in on Arthur's forces. In the distance, the enemy's figures flickered in the dawn light. Rolin raised his hand, and the cavalry behind him immediately halted, awaiting his command. Divide into 3 groups for the assault, he ordered retreat after 2 volleys, drawing them into the valley. The skirmishers obeyed, swiftly fanning out like arrows, unleashing fire upon Arthur's troops, whose alarm bells rang out. Enemy attack. In the ensuing chaos, Arthur, clad in armor, surged forward, hearing the relentless gunfire and the whinnies of war horses. He bellowed, "Stay calm. Rally the troops, pursue the enemy." Rolling's skirmishers struck, and then withdrew, deliberately leaving conspicuous hoofprints as they galloped towards the designated valley. Arthur's aide rode up. "My lord, it is Rolling's skirmishers. They have temporarily retreated." Arthur squinted towards the distant, undulating mountains, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind, but soon he sneered. "Rolling wishes to force me into the valley? Unfortunately for him, I shall not play his game." He abruptly turned his horse around, commanding the entire army to head straight for Conquest City. Their main force was outside. The city was vulnerable. This was the opportunity. Chapter 36. The Defense of Conquest City. High ground in the valley, ambush point. Hogg crouched behind a rock, watching as the dust cloud in the distance veered off course from the predetermined path, his expression shifting dramatically. "My lord, Arthur has not fallen for the trap." Rolin took the binoculars, his brow furrowed. Arthur's army had unexpectedly altered course, racing towards Conquest City. He muttered a curse under his breath, then smirked. "I underestimated him." Fry exclaimed anxiously, "The city's defense forces are too few. Although we have ample artillery, we lack the time to adjust the firing angles." "No worries," Rolin mounted his horse. "The walls of Conquest City are no mere decoration. Relay orders to the skirmishers to return at full speed." Among Arthur's forces, Baron Arthur himself was in high spirits, basking in the flattery of his fellow nobles. Lord Arthur truly possesses the insight to see through Rolling's schemes. With the defenses of Conquest City so thin, Rolling must be in a frenzy. Humph, he relies solely on his newfangled weaponry to catch people off guard. What military genius! I think he possesses not an ounce of military acumen. Increase the marching speed. Do not afford Rolling any time for reinforcements. Our light marching formation is intended for a surprise attack. Prince Dengil has completed the artillery deployment, and when his support arrives, we can engage Rolling's troops in a decisive battle. Although Arthur relished the praise internally, he nonetheless endeavored to maintain an air of calm as he issued commands to his army. As Rolling led the skirmishers back to Conquest City at breakneck speed, the defenders upon the walls were already poised for action. He ascended the battlements, gazing down upon the approaching enemy forces, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Relay orders. All artillery, load solid shot, and aim at the enemy's siege ladders." Rolling's voice echoed along the walls. The defenders swiftly sprang into action, the cannons hidden along the walls quietly adjusting their angles, their dark muzzles pointing towards the open ground outside the city. Arthur's army soon reached the foot of the walls, soldiers hoisting siege ladders and advancing under the cover of archers. Arthur, atop his steed, gazed at the sparse figures on the battlements, a sense of triumph swelling within him. Indeed, the city is empty. Rolling's main force has yet to return. He raised his sword high, commanding, "Raise the ladders. Assault the city." However, just as the first wave of soldiers was about to reach the walls, a thunderous roar erupted from the battlements. Boom! 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 Dozens of heavy artillery pieces fired simultaneously, solid cannonballs hurtling towards the enemy formation. As the projectiles struck the ground, dirt exploded, the siege ladders shattered, and nearby soldiers were sent tumbling by the shockwave, their screams echoing amidst the chaos. What on earth is this? Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. He had never witnessed such a concentrated artillery barrage, nor had he anticipated the terrifying firepower of Conquest City's defenses. On the battlements, Roland observed the chaos of the enemy forces with a detached demeanor, laughing heartily at Arthur outside the city. This heavy artillery has been specifically designed for fortification, possessing the power to shatter any intruder. Arthur, quickly recovering from his shock, gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Do not retreat." Archers suppress the ramparts. Infantry continue the charge. He understood that retreating now would only lead to a collapse in morale. Only by fighting desperately could they hope for victory. However, As Arthur's soldiers braved the cannon fire to reach the foot of the walls and barely managed to set up the remaining siege ladders, a line of musketeers suddenly stood up on the ramparts. The flintlock guns in their hands gleamed coldly in the sunlight, their muzzles aimed squarely at the enemy below. Fire! With Rolin's command, the thunderous reports of the flintlocks immediately echoed across the battlefield. Projectiles poured down like rain, and the soldiers who had just begun to climb the ladders fell, riddled with bullets, creating a scene of carnage below. Advance! Continue the assault. They shot slowly, but once they reached the walls, victory would be theirs. Arthur watched as his soldiers fell, yet he remained unfazed. Nevertheless, reality struck Arthur forcefully. The deafening blast continued, and although it appeared that few soldiers were stationed atop the walls, his army could not breach them. Impossible! How have their firing rates increased? Arthur's face turned pale. He had believed that with his overwhelming numbers, the walls would fall within half an hour. Yet as time passed, his soldiers remained thwarted. Worse still, if the soldiers dispersed, they would give the musketeers the opportunity to reload, but if they clustered at the base of the ladders, they would be obliterated by gunpowder blasts. Many siege ladders were destroyed, only to be replaced by new ones, trapping them in a bewildering cycle. Even if a soldier occasionally managed to ascend the walls, they would be met with spears thrusting from all sides. The battle raged on for nearly an hour, and under the dual assault of cannon fire and muskets, Arthur's forces suffered significant losses. The siege ladders were largely destroyed, and the soldiers' morale plummeted. Ultimately, Arthur had no choice but to grit his teeth and order, retreat. We will regroup with His Highness Dungal's reinforcements and reassess our strategy. The remnants of the enemy forces withdrew like a receding tide, and cheers erupted from walls. Yet Rolin remained vigilant, gazing at the dust rising in the distance, stating gravely, "They are merely retreating temporarily. The true battle lies ahead." Lancelot approached and quietly inquired, "My lord, shall we pursue?" Rolin shook his head. "No need. Without the advantage of the fortifications, their army would likely suffer considerable casualties from pursuing forces. We will wait for Hogg and the others to return. I am curious to see what the Crown Prince has fabricated." As evening descended, Hogg led the ambushed troops back to Corner Castle, the twilight casting a dark red glow upon the soldiers' armor. Rolin stood atop the walls, spotting Hogg's banner in the distance, and his taut nerves relaxed slightly. "My lord." Hogg ascended the walls briskly, kneeling to pay his respects. "Arthur's army has retreated to camp, and there are currently no signs of pillaging in the villages. However, scouts have reported that Dungal's reinforcements are merely half a day away and are expected to converge by morning." Rolin nodded, his gaze drifting toward the dimming horizon. "How many men does Dungil bring?" "Approximately 2,000, half of whom are equipped with imitation firearms." Hogg's tone carried a hint of gravity. "Though their weapons are far inferior to ours, if used in mass, they could still pose a threat." Roland pondered momentarily before a cold smile crept across his face. "It seems Dungil is resolute in his intent to eliminate me. Indeed, if I am allowed to grow any stronger, he may find himself devoid of any chance of success." He turned to the messenger at his side. "Send word to reinforce the patrols on the walls and dispatch scouts to monitor enemy movements, particularly in the villages and farmlands. We must not allow them the chance to wreak havoc." Chapter 37. The eve of the final battle. The messenger departed, and Roland addressed Hogg once more. "Ensure the soldiers rest well. We may face a fierce battle tomorrow." At that moment, a guard hurriedly approached. "My lord, a messenger from Princess Mela seeks an audience." Roland raised an eyebrow. "Bring him forth." Moments later, a young man in plain attire was brought before Roland. He bowed respectfully and spoke in a hushed tone. "Governor, Princess Mela has instructed me to inform you that the kingdom's border troops and the royal guard remain idle, as per the king's wishes. She also mentioned that although she is destined to confront Dungil, this conflict must remain within controllable bounds to avoid destabilizing Valandia." A glimmer of understanding flickered in Roland's eyes. He nodded gently. "I comprehend. Please convey to the princess that I will handle it appropriately." The messenger bowed once more before quietly departing. Hogg could not restrain his curiosity. "My lord, what does the king imply?" Roland smiled faintly. "The king is observing. He wishes for me to contain the conflict with Dungil within manageable limits, ensuring that Dungil does not easily prevail, nor do I completely vanquish him. This is a test, assessing who among Dungil and I is more deserving of leading Valandia's future." Hogg nodded, appearing somewhat perplexed, and asked, "What about Dungal's reinforcements?" "They will not be many." Roland asserted confidently. "Since the king has tacitly permitted this conflict, he will not allow Dungil to mobilize a large army. His reinforcements should not exceed 3,000, and when combined with Arthur's remnants, Their total strength will not surpass 6,000. Meanwhile, he said, tapping the parapet of the wall, possess a fortified city and powerful artillery, which significantly increases our odds. As night fell, a profound stillness enveloped Corner Castle. Rolin stood in his study, gazing at the map on the wall, his mind ceaselessly strategizing for the forthcoming battle. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps outside. "Enter, Faline," he called without turning. The door creaked open, and Faline entered quietly, cradling a cup of hot tea. "My lord, you ought to rest." Roland accepted the cup, the warmth soothing his tense nerves. He looked at Faline, noticing a hint of concern in her eyes, and smiled. "What is it? Are you worried about tomorrow's battle?" Faline pouted. "I'm not worried. I just think you're too fatigued." Roland replied in a gentle tone, "Do not worry. Everything is under control." Faline hesitated before whispering, "My lord, I heard some rumors in the city today from outsiders. Some say that while Dungal's firearms are not as refined as ours, they have discovered a special formula for gunpowder that possesses immense power." Roland's gaze sharpened. "Is the information reliable?" Faline shook her head, uncertain. But such whispers do not arise without cause. Roland contemplated for a moment before a cold smile spread across his face. "Interesting. It seems Dungal is not entirely unprepared." He stood up and instructed Faline, "Go fetch Luna. I have inquiries for her." Shortly thereafter, Luna hurried into the study. Roland posed his question directly. "Luna, is there any possibility that our gunpowder could be replicated?" Luna paused for a moment before shaking her head. "Impossible. Our gunpowder formula has undergone numerous refinements under your guidance. My lord, outsiders cannot easily comprehend it. Unless what? Unless there's an insider who has stolen the gunpowder formula." Luna's countenance grew grave. A chill flickered in Roland's eyes. "I have indeed been careless regarding this matter." He turned to Luna. "Immediately inspect all personnel in the workshop, especially those who have had contact with the gunpowder formula. No one must be overlooked." Luna nodded in acquiescence and hurried away. Roland returned to his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the tabletop. If Dungal's firearms truly possess the enhanced power as rumored, tomorrow's battle may not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. He must prepare for every eventuality. The following morning, as dawn barely broke, Roland was roused from his slumber by a frantic knocking at the door. He swiftly donned his outer garments and opened the door, only to find the scout standing pale and drenched in sweat. "My lord, urgent military intelligence," the scout exclaimed, kneeling on one knee, his tone urgent. "Dungal's forces have joined with Arthur's remnants, but instead of advancing towards Coney Corner, they have diverted towards Clinton Town and its surrounding villages." Roland's pupils contracted as his mind raced. Clinton Town was the heart of the territory, not only an industrial hub, but also Melra's current refuge. Whether Dungal was aware of this fact remained uncertain, but one thing was clear: they could not relinquish Clinton Town. "Send the order down. The entire army must assemble immediately," Roland commanded sharply. "Lancelot, here." Lancelot approached quickly from the end of the corridor, his armor already donned. "You will lead the 3rd Regiment to defend the surrounding villages. Ensure you delay the enemy's advance, and by time for Clinton Town," Roland instructed solemnly. "Remember, if you encounter a large force, do not engage directly. Focus on harassing them." "Understood," Lancelot replied before departing. Roland turned and returned to his chambers, hastily donning his armor. Furin stood at the door, holding his sword. "My lord, I will accompany you." Roland accepted the sword and nodded. "Notify Hogg to have the 1st Regiment march with me. Gray's artillery must follow closely and arrive at Clinton Town by noon." Outside Clinton Town, Melra sat in the manor, her brow furrowed in concern. Luana stood beside her, her tone grave. "Your Highness, the enemy approaches. Should we evacuate?" Melra shook her head, a flicker of determination crossing her eyes. "No. Retreating now could lead us to encounter the surrounding enemy forces, which would be far more perilous. Rolin will surely come to our aid. We must hold steadfast." Luana bit her lip. "But the garrison in the town consists of fewer than 500 men, most of whom are militia." "Trust in Rolin," Melra interrupted, her voice unwavering. "He has never let us down." Taking a deep breath, Melra turned to Luana and ordered, "Send word to all militia to man the walls and prepare for defense. Additionally, instruct the craftsmen in the workshops to bring out all the stored gunpowder and weapons, distributing them to the townsfolk." Luana hesitated. "Your Highness, this. In these extraordinary times, we must arm everyone and prepare for the worst," Melra declared fiercely. Clinton Town was Roland's labor of love. It must not fall into enemy hands. Melra ascended the town wall to survey the distance. Soon, she could see dust rising and shadows gathering. She silently prayed, but beyond that, she was at a loss for what to do. As the dust drew nearer, Melra discerned the banners fluttering in the wind. It was the flag of the Clinton family, snapping defiantly. At that moment, Melra finally exhaled deeply and made a gesture of gratitude towards the goddess of fate. Chapter 38. The Final Battle for Clinton Town. Rolin led the cavalry through the city gates, with each unit entering in succession before the gates slammed shut once more. According to the scouts' reports, it was likely that the artillery would not make it inside in time. I have already dispatched orders for them to return to Connie Corner for defense. This battle shall be fought by us, Rolin informed Melra as soon as they entered the town. But do not fret. Although the walls of Clinton Town are relatively thin, we still have defensive artillery, and we will surely emerge victorious. Of course, I trust you, Melra replied, striving to compose her emotions and managing a light smile. By midday, a dark mass of troops appeared on the horizon outside Clinton Town. Dingel's reinforcements had indeed arrived as expected, marching in concert with Arthur's remnants, advancing robustly towards Clinton Town. Rolin stood upon the city wall, calmly observing the enemy's formation. Among Dingel's ranks, he spotted a peculiar contingent armed with makeshift firearms, though crude in design. Their numbers were significant. My lord, they are forming up, Hogg reminded him. Rolin nodded. Send the order down, prepare the cannons, and aim at that firearm unit. As the command was relayed, the cannon muzzles on the wall slowly adjusted their angles, targeting the enemy's core. However, at that moment, a sudden commotion erupted within the enemy ranks. Dengil, clad in golden armor and mounted on a grand steed, stepped forward from the formation. Raising his sword high and calling out in a booming voice, Rolin Clinton, come forth and answer. Rolin's brow furrowed, yet he approached the edge of the wall. Looking down upon Dengil, Prince Dengil, what brings your forces here? Dengil scoffed coldly. Rolin, you conspire with foreign foes and collude with the Stokes, intent on treason. Today, by the king's command, I have come to exact judgment. Rolin laughed derisively. Your Highness, you are mistaken. The notion of colluding with outsiders is purely your own fabrication. Utterly unfounded. Besides, it was Baron Arthur who led the siege against my territory. How could I be the one accused of treason? Are you attempting to invert truth and falsehood? Dingel's expression darkened, fully aware that both sides understood the true purpose of this war. He was merely attempting to assert a righteous pretense before the gathered crowd, and thus he ceased further dialogue, brandishing his sword and commanding. Words are futile. Attack. The drums of war echoed, and the enemy's infantry phalanx began to advance, with the firearm unit closely trailing behind, evidently poised to deliver a fatal blow as they neared the city walls. Roland's gaze was steely as he raised his hand. Fire! Boom! 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 The cannons on the wall roared in unison, their shells soaring towards the enemy ranks. However, to Roland's astonishment, the enemy's firearm unit swiftly dispersed, evading most of the artillery fire. Simultaneously, they raised their weapons, aiming at the walls and retaliating. How could such a small Clinton town possess so many firearms? Rolin marveled at the extent of their production capabilities. Dengil was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, thinking to himself, very well, let me show you my prowess. Bang! 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 The projectiles rained down upon the walls. Though their power paled in comparison to flintlock rifles, they still exerted considerable pressure on the defenders. Rolin narrowed his eyes, inwardly alarmed. Dingel's firearms have indeed advanced. My lord, their range is greater than expected. Hogg shouted anxiously. Rolin spoke firmly. Do not panic. Instruct the musketeers to concentrate their fire and eliminate that firearm unit. The orders were swiftly disseminated, and the flintlock marksmen on the wall adjusted their angles, targeting the enemy's firearm unit for precise shooting. The bullets from both sides intertwined in the air, plunging the battle into a fevered intensity. Yet at that moment, an uproar erupted within the enemy ranks. Rolin turned towards the sound, only to see a squadron of cavalry bursting forth from the flank, wielding a strange, cylindrical weapon as they charged towards the walls. What is that? Hogg exclaimed. Roland's pupils dilated, a warning bell ringing in his mind. It's explosives. Stop them. However, it was too late. The cavalry, braving the hail of gunfire, reached the base of the walls, hurling their cylindrical devices towards the city gate. A thunderous explosion erupted. The gate trembled violently under the shockwave, debris flying in all directions. The gate cannot hold. Soldiers cried out in panic. Rolin acted decisively. Reserve troops. Advance and hold the gate at all costs. Adjust the cannons' angles. Do not let those cavalrymen approach. The battle escalated into its most intense phase. The enemy's firearm unit relentlessly suppressed the defenders on the wall, while the explosive cavalry's assault threatened to compromise the city gate. Rolin realized that if this continued, Clinton Town would inevitably fall. Just as the situation grew dire, a resounding trumpet sounded from the distant hills. Following that, a cavalry unit surged into the battlefield like a whirlwind, its banner boldly displaying Melra's family crest. Its reinforcements from Princess Melra. Hogg shouted with excitement. A glimmer of astonishment flashed across Rolin's eyes, but it swiftly transformed into resolute determination. He raised his long sword high and bellowed, "All troops, heed my command. The time for counterattack has arrived. Open the city gates and charge forth." The gates creaked open with a thunderous roar, and Rolin's elite cavalry poured out like a torrent, subsequently splitting into two flanks to encircle the reinforcements led by Mira. The musketeers followed closely behind, firing forward under the protection of the grand formation. And the two armies clashed violently, the air filled with battle cries, making it impossible to discern which side held the upper hand. The battle raged on for the entirety of the morning, ultimately leading to the coalition of Dungill and Arthur losing their morale under the dual assault, abandoning a wealth of equipment and wounded, retreating in disarray. On the city walls, Roland watched the retreating enemy, exhaling a long sigh of relief. It had indeed been a brutal battle. Though victorious, the triumph had not come easily. The aftermath of the conflict cast a solemn pall over Clinton town. The smoke had yet to dissipate as Roland stood before the shattered city gates, his gaze sweeping over the weary soldiers and the bustling medical teams. Tyrol was directing apprentices and tending to the wounded, her garments stained with blood, yet her expression remained steadfast. "My lord, the casualty report has been compiled." Hogg approached briskly, his voice hoarse. "We have lost over 500 men, with more than 700 severely injured, not to mention countless minor wounds. The enemy's losses exceed 2,000. Yet Dungill and Arthur have managed to escape." Roland closed his eyes momentarily, suppressing the weight in his heart. "Provide a proper burial for the fallen and offer compensation to their families. Concentrate the severely injured in the hospital, and inform Tyrol to spare no effort in saving their lives." He paused, then inquired, "What are the reinforcements from Princess Mira?" Chapter 39. The King's Shifting Stance. "Her Highness has temporarily stationed the reinforcements here." Rolin did. Hogg then asked, "My lord, how shall we handle the captured enemy soldiers?" Roland pondered for a moment before responding. "Detain them for now, and we shall decide their fate once the situation stabilizes. Remember, do not mistreat them. We must endeavor to sow as few seeds of hatred as possible." Upon returning to the governor's office, Roland summoned his core advisors to discuss the next steps. Luna reported on the damage to the workshops. Although the enemy had failed to breach the town, several workshops on the outskirts had been damaged, particularly the gunpowder workshop, resulting in the loss of some materials and equipment. Roland furrowed his brow. Repair them promptly, while also strengthening the defenses of the workshops. Dungill may have failed this time, but more rats will surely come, whether from Dungill or other nations. Luana interjected, "My lord, Princess Mira has informed us that the king may impose restrictions on Dungill, but we must not let our guard down." Roland nodded. "Indeed, though Dungill has temporarily retreated, it does not mean he will relent. We must prepare for a protracted struggle." He turned to Lancelot. "What is the situation in the villages?" Lancelot stepped forward, his demeanor grave. "I have dispatched men to survey the damaged villages. We discovered 5 that were burned, with approximately 130 civilians dead or injured. We have driven the enemy away, and there are currently no enemy traces within our territory. The surviving villagers have been temporarily relocated to neighboring villages." Roland patted his shoulder, approvingly stating, "Well done. Issue a decree to allocate food and supplies from the treasury to assist the villagers in rebuilding their homes. Additionally, enhance patrols along the border to prevent further enemy incursions." Lancelot nodded solemnly, "Yes, my lord." After the meeting concluded, Roland stood alone by the window, gazing out at the distant fields. He understood that this struggle for power was far from over. Dungill still had numerous supporters within the kingdom, particularly among the nobles harboring dissatisfaction towards Roland. Moreover, the king's stance remained rather ambiguous, neither overtly supporting Mira nor entirely abandoning Dungill. "It seems we must hasten our pace," Roland murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in the city of Goya, King Medellin sat upon his throne, listening to the military minister's report. When he learned of Dungill's army's disastrous defeat outside Clinton town, a complex expression crossed his face. "Your Majesty, Prince Dungill has returned to the royal domain as per your command, yet he appears to be unwilling to accept it," the military minister cautiously remarked. Medellin sighed softly. "This boy is ultimately too impatient." He turned to a nearby attendant. "Send word for Mira to enter the palace." The attendant obeyed. Medellin then addressed the military minister. "Increase surveillance along the borders, especially regarding the movements of the Duchy of Tangley. This internal strife has likely drawn the attention of external foes. The military minister responded earnestly, "Yes, your majesty," outside the city of Kenai Corner. Mira waved farewell to Rolin as she boarded her carriage. "Then, I shall take my leave. Safe travels, your highness." Rolin stepped forward to pay his respects. "I will strive to bring an end to the war. We have sacrificed far too many lives, and continuing this internal conflict serves no purpose. I hope that when I return to Kenai Corner, it will have recovered from the shadows of war." Standing atop the walls of Clinton Town, Roland watched as Mira's carriage gradually receded from view, a multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind. Dungal's retreat did not signify the end of the struggle. He still possessed residual strength, and the king's stance remained elusive. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Hogg beside him and ordered, "Relay this command. The entire army shall rest for 3 days, yet we must not relax our defenses. Continue to strengthen patrols to prevent the enemy from returning." Days later, Mira returned to the Goya Palace. Dressed in a simple yet elegant gown, she entered the grand hall with a calm demeanor, bowing to her father. Medellin gestured for her to rise, his gaze scrutinizing. "Mira, in this matter, you have emerged victorious." Mira smiled faintly, speaking with composure. "Father, Dungil brother was merely impulsive. I believe he will come to understand your intentions." Medellin narrowed his eyes. "You speak on his behalf." Mira shook her head. "No, I merely speak the truth. Valandia requires unity, not infighting." Medellin fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "What do you think of Rolin of Clinton?" A spark of light flickered in Mira's eyes. "He is a rare talent and a visionary ruler. His territory may be small, yet it is governed with precision, and the people live in peace and prosperity." Medellin remarked meaningfully, "It seems you hold him in high regard." Mira replied calmly, "Father, if Valandia wishes to grow strong, we need talents like him." Medellin did not elaborate further, merely waving his hand. "You may leave now and take some rest." Mira bowed and withdrew, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she exited the grand hall. She understood that her father's stance was beginning to shift. Meanwhile, Dungil was seething within his fief. He smashed all the porcelain in his room, roaring, "Roland, Mira, I will make you pay dearly." His aide trembled as he urged, "Your Highness, the king has already issued orders. We cannot act recklessly." Dungil slammed his fist on the table. "Why can't my father understand that Mira's naive ideas are utterly unfeasible? Not to mention, if Valandia poses a sufficient threat, the surrounding 3 nations could unite against us, sealing our doom." He turned his aide. "Secretly contact those nobles who still support me, especially Baron Arthur. We need to gather strength and wait for the opportune moment." The aide bowed his head in compliance. "Yes, Your Highness." Time flowed like a river, and a month swiftly passed. Under Roland's governance, the Clinton territory rapidly regained vitality. The damaged villages were rebuilt, and the workshops resumed production. Even more encouraging was that Luna's team of craftsmen successfully improved the firing mechanism of the flintlock, significantly enhancing both its rate of fire and stability. On this day, while Roland was reviewing documents in his study, Faye hurriedly pushed the door open. "My lord, a messenger from Princess Mira has arrived." Roland set down his pen and accepted the letter. In the letter, Mira informs him that the king has decided to announce a significant decision regarding the succession of the kingdom in the near future. She hints at Roland to prepare for impending changes. Chapter 40. The New Heir Apparent. Roland folded the letter, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Rising to his feet, he addressed Fei Lin. "Send word to Hogg, Fry, and Lancelot. They're to meet me at once." Soon after, the 3 arrived at the study. Roland spoke plainly. "There may be changes in the capital. We must be prepared." Hogg's expression turned serious. "My lord, what do you mean?" Roland replied gravely. "We must bolster our border defenses and secretly assemble an elite force, ready to respond at a moment's notice." Lancelot inquired, "Are we to intervene in the struggle for the throne?" Roland shook his head. "War is not a certainty. The future is unpredictable. Nevertheless, we must prepare for the worst." Meanwhile, within the Goya Palace, King Methelin summoned all high-ranking officials and royal family members. Standing before the throne with a solemn demeanor, he proclaimed, "Today, I have a momentous decision to announce." The hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on the king. Methelin continued, "Baron Arthur bears the primary responsibility for the Valley Rebellion. His lands will be stripped from him, and the other nobles involved will face fines commensurate with their level of participation. Dungil has demonstrated his incompetence and is unfit to be the heir apparent. He has been stripped of his title and will return to managing his own lands. As I grow older, I will entrust the affairs of the kingdom to Mira." At this announcement, the hall erupted in murmurs, while Mira bowed slightly, her expression calm. as if she had anticipated this moment. After all, Arthur and his associates were merely pawns in the game for the kingdom's succession. Since the king had tacitly approved this contest, he could not be overly harsh on those pawns. The Minister of Military Affairs, Trimmy, shifted uncomfortably and rose to retort, "Your Majesty, it has long been customary for the eldest son to be the heir. This decision may be difficult to accept. Moreover, Princess Mira." Methelin shot him a glance. "What of her? Is she a woman? My little daughter? And what of it? Mira has already proven her ability and vision. Valandia requires a wise ruler, not a brash instigator of internal strife." Trimmy lowered his head, unable to speak further. Methelin turned to the gathered officials. "From this day forth, Mira will handle state affairs on my behalf. You are all to cooperate fully." The officials bowed in unison. "We shall obey your command, Your Majesty." The news swiftly reached the Clinton territory. Upon learning of it, Rolin let out a sigh of relief. Dingill had not yet acted. As long as the transition of power remained stable, everything would fall into place. Days later, a messenger from Mira arrived once more, bearing her handwritten letter. In it, she invited Rolin to Goya to discuss the future of the kingdom. Rolin tucked the letter away and smiled at Fei Lin. "Prepare yourself. We are to journey to the capital." Fei Lin blinked. "Will there be danger this time?" Rolin gazed at the horizon, where the sky was gradually lightening, the letter trembling slightly in the morning breeze. Fei Lin's question echoed in his ears. He chuckled softly, folding the letter and tucking it into his breast. "Danger?" He turned, patting Fei Lin's shoulder, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Goya was now Mira's domain. Who would dare act against him beneath her watchful gaze? Fei Lin pouted. But Dingill is still lurking in the royal territory. Who knows what desperate measures he might take? Let him act. Rolin narrowed his eyes. He had failed once before and would not falter again. 3 days later, Rolin's carriage, escorted by an elite guard, entered Goya City. Unlike the raucous celebrations of his previous triumph, the townsfolk greeted him with a restrained awe. At the palace gates, Mira awaited him, clad in a flowing silver gown. Her simplicity exuded an undeniable authority. "Rolin," she nodded slightly, a smile gracing her lips. "Your guard has grown even more formidable since last time." Rolin knelt on one knee, the sound of his armor clinking against the ground resonating in the air. "To serve your highness, one must indeed be adequately prepared." Following Mira into the palace council chamber, the room was aglow with candlelight. A map of Valandia spread across the long table. Mira signaled for the attendants to leave, her fingertip lightly tracing the northern part of the map. "The war between Harlan and Valantia has persisted for 5 years. Both nations are nearly exhausted. Intelligence reports indicate that both sides are secretly negotiating. A ceasefire agreement may be reached by next month." Rolin pondered. The northern conflict has dragged on for too long. It is indeed time for it to come to an end. Meanwhile, the Carcoyans, known for their martial prowess, have not engaged in battle for years and are undoubtedly prepared to seize the opportunity to invade either Tanglei to the west or Klaus to the south. He pointed to the western side of the map, particularly Tanglei, where significant territorial disputes with the Carcoyans make them the most likely target. Mira furrowed her brow. "How do you propose Valandia should respond?" "We should observe the situation," Rolin stated firmly. "Having just emerged from civil war, we need to recuperate. It would be wise to take advantage of our neighbors' turmoil to purchase serfs with the war reparations from Stokes. This would replenish our war-torn labor force, while simultaneously undermining our enemy's potential." He retrieved a scroll of parchment from his breast. "This is my proposed plan. The crown will lead the initiative to sell serfs at a low price to various nobles, replenishing the kingdom's population while garnering the lord's gratitude. Concurrently, we will mobilize the kingdom's caravans to gather food supplies, ensuring sustenance for our populace and recouping funds. However, we must carefully control the numbers. A large influx of outsiders will be detrimental to the lord's governance." Mira accepted the document, her gaze scanning the densely packed figures. "You intend to solidify your rule through economic means?" She suddenly chuckled, a commendable suggestion, just as Rolin was about to respond. Hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Minister Trimmy burst in. "Your Highness, urgent news from the border. A messenger from Tanglei awaits outside, seeking a military alliance." Mira exchanged a glance with Rolin. The threat from the Carcoyans had arrived sooner than anticipated. As dusk fell, Rolin and Fei Lin walked side by side along the somewhat desolate streets. The autumn wind swept through, rustling the fallen leaves. The remnants of war had yet to fully fade, with several damaged walls still awaiting repair, and an increased number of beggars lingered at the corners. Fei Lin gazed at the scene before her, a hint of sentimentality in her eyes. The palace meeting had lasted the entire afternoon. ultimately leading Mira to postpone the alliance with Tanglay under the pretext of needing to consult with the council. After all, unlike Stokes, the church was the state religion in Karkoya, and they could not circumvent the church to launch a surprise war. As the last rays of the setting sun bathed the road in golden light, the raucous sounds of a tavern spilled out from the purple gold tavern, the very place where he first encountered Fei Lin. Chapter 41. Ilo's Lied. Pushing the door open, the familiar aromas of food and wine enveloped him. Rolin chose a corner table and ordered a glass of wine. At the neighboring table, some mercenaries were loudly discussing. I hear Karkoya's cavalry has gathered at the border. If it weren't for those damn bureaucratic processes, they would have already crossed into Tanglay territory to set fire and plunder. Ha! One companion took a large gulp of wine and waved his hand, saying, a fight would be great. Without a fight, how would we make money? Rolin sipped his wine, his thoughts swirling. Mira had appointed him as the Deputy Minister of Military Affairs today, a move that not only served to counterbalance Trimmy, but effectively placed the kingdom's military strategy in his hands. If executed adeptly, Valandia could certainly profit from the turmoil in neighboring territories. Although Trimmy had not openly opposed the decision, Rolin had discerned his dissatisfaction in the fleeting change of expression. Of course, Rolin paid little mind. Trimmy was a longtime member of Dengel's faction, and the fact that his power was now being divided by Rolin, his adversary, was a result he should have anticipated. Rolin, do you remember the first time we met? Fei Lin sat in the tavern, interrupting Roland's reverie with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. It was there that you stood up for me and provided me with a job. Hold on. Returning to the present, chuckled softly. Of course I remember. You were quite unreserved back then, refusing even to use honorifics. Fei Lin stuck out her tongue playfully before adopting a serious tone. At that time, I was merely a destitute wanderer. Who would have thought that now? She glanced down at her neat uniform and a short sword at her waist, a flicker of gratitude crossing her eyes. My lord, you have not only given me a place to belong, but also an opportunity to prove my worth. You are the finest lord I have encountered, a true noble. Roland shook his head, his tone gentle yet firm. I merely did what was right. The title of nobility is not for ostentation. It carries responsibility. Ensuring my subjects live well is my ultimate goal. Fei Lin blinked, then suddenly laughed. Then you must strive harder, for all of Valandia is watching you now. Roland smiled in return. Rest assured, everything will turn out well. On the following morning, Roland bid farewell to Mira and, accompanied by Fei Lin and his guard, returned to the Clinton territory. As the carriage entered the square before the governor's mansion, a lavishly dressed slave trader approached swiftly, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. My lord governor, you have finally returned. The trader bowed deeply, barely able to contain his excitement. I am John, and at the last gathering of slave traders, I was your most loyal supporter. Recently, I have been diligent in my work, and of course, your contract has brought me considerable profit. I have prepared a small gift for you, hoping you will graciously accept it. Roland raised an eyebrow. Oh, what gift? John lowered his voice conspiratorially. A special high-ranking slave, of noble lineage, certainly worthy of your station. He waved his hand, and a servant promptly lifted the curtain of a nearby carriage. Inside sat a young woman, approximately 18 or 19 years of age, with slightly disheveled golden hair that still hinted at her former elegance. Her hands were bound by ropes, and her eyes betrayed a mix of defiance and fatigue. Though her attire was simple, it was made of fine silk. Despite her predicament, her back remained straight, clearly a product of a good, noble education. This is Miss Ilo Slid, John boasted proudly, the daughter of a baron from Stokes. Her father, aged and infirm, sent her to war in his stead, only for her to be captured by the Valandian army. Alas, her family is so impoverished they could not pay the ransom, and with her brother's opposition, she ended up sold at the slave market. Roland's gaze lingered on Ilo's before he turned to John. You brought her here for a reason. She must possess some exceptional qualities. John's smile widened. It is said you value talent highly. This young lady is not only literate and skilled in arithmetic, but also proficient in horseback riding and archery. Most importantly, her troops, against overwhelming odds, managed to break through enemy lines, only to be ultimately defeated by reinforcements from Dunghill. I see. Roland nodded, then felt a bit awkward. Such matters are better discussed away from the public eye, as they may affect my reputation. John could only smile nervously and nod repeatedly. Yes, yes. I understand. Roland signaled for the guards to escort Ilos from the carriage, then turned to Fei Lin. Take her to freshen up and change into clean clothes. Later, I wish to speak with her personally. Fei Lin nodded and led Ilos into the mansion. Ilos remained silent throughout, her vigilant gaze surveying her surroundings. After she had washed and changed, Rolin met the newly refreshed Ilos in his study. She wore a simple yet elegant long dress, her golden hair neatly tied up. Although her complexion was still pale, her spirit appeared to have improved considerably. "Please, have a seat." Roland indicated a chair opposite him, his tone calm. "I believe you're already aware of who I am." Ilos slowly sat down, her voice somewhat hoarse. "Roland Clinton, governor of the Valley of Valandia." She paused, meeting his gaze directly. "You're also the culprit behind our disastrous defeat at the front." Roland was not surprised by her hostility. He merely smiled faintly. "War knows no right or wrong, only positions. You are now my captive." A flicker of disdain crossed Ilos's eyes. "Be careful not to nurture a tiger. I might seize the opportunity to take your head." "I do not believe so." Roland shook his head, fingers interlaced atop the table. "My domain is home to a variety of people, from Harlan, from Valantia, and certainly from your Stokes. You are welcome to observe how your fellow Stokes citizens fare here. If given the choice, would they wish to return?" He shifted the conversation. "Of course, you might argue that they are mere serfs, the property of nobility, with no position to speak of. Well, I shall not elaborate, for I believe one day you will change your perspective." Ilos's fingers tightened slightly. "You wish for me to betray my country?" "No," Roland replied, shaking his head. "I will demonstrate to you that I possess more capability to build your nation and protect your people than your king does. Moreover, your brother would rather see you enslaved than pay the ransom. Is such a family worth your loyalty?" Ilos's gaze dimmed momentarily, but soon regained its resolve. "Even so, I'm still a Stokes." Roland nodded, his tone softening. "I admire your loyalty, but loyalty should not be misused." He stood and walked to the window. "I have heard of your exploits at the front. While I do not yet comprehend your motivations or ideals for fighting, I firmly believe you will find your purpose here. Grant me 6 months. If after that you still wish to leave, I will not hinder you." Ilos was silent for a moment before rising and bowing. "Thank you for your understanding, my Lord Governor." After Ilos departed, Phelan entered through a side door, curious. "Roland, do you think she will stay?" Roland gazed out at the darkening sky, speaking softly. "She is an intelligent person. She will make the right choice." Phelan tilted her head. "But what if she still chooses to leave?" "That would merely indicate my charm is insufficient," Roland chuckled. "I will do my utmost to keep her, as her valiant performance on the battlefield reminds me of Joan of Arc." "Joan of Arc?" Phelan blinked. "I've not heard of her. Nothing of significance." Roland chose to gloss over the topic. "Arrange a private room for her. Additionally, we must keep a close watch on her, until her mindset changes. She remains a potential adversary." As night fell, the governor's mansion grew quiet. Ilos sat alone in her room, gazing out at the moonlight, lost in thought. Her fingers brushed lightly over the soft fabric of the bedding, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Everything here was different from what she had imagined. No cold iron chains, no dark dungeons, and not even a locked door. This unexpected kindness left her feeling uneasy. Just then, a light, cheerful footstep approached, followed by a few bright knocks at the door. "Miss Ilos, are you there?" A lively voice called from outside. Ilos furrowed her brow, but remained silent. However, the person outside seemed undeterred and pushed the door open. Luana and Luna entered, carrying a tray of snacks and hot tea, their faces beaming with smiles. "Good evening." Luana cheerfully stepped into the room, placing the treats on the table. "We heard you hadn't eaten dinner yet, so we brought you something to eat." Ilos regarded them warily. "Who are you?" "I am Luana, and this is my sister, Luna." Luana introduced with enthusiasm. "We are, in a sense, the ladies-in-waiting of Lord Roland." Luna added, "And also friends." Ilos's gaze flitted between the two, noticing their graceful demeanor and refined speech, which bore no resemblance to that of ordinary servants. "You're not Vlandians," she astutely observed. "Indeed," Luana nodded unabashedly. "We hail from the Harlan Empire." "Harlan?" Ilos's expression softened slightly. Although Stokes bordered Harlan, direct conflict between the two nations was minimal, and she harbored little animosity towards the Harlan people. Luna noted her change in demeanor and, with a smile, offered a cup of warm tea. "Please have some tea. This is Lord Roland's favorite floral brew. It is sure to soothe your spirit." Ilos hesitated for a moment before accepting the teacup. The warm, fragrant steam enveloped her senses, easing her taut nerves. "Why are you here?" she inquired softly. Luana shrugged, her tone casual. "Perhaps for reasons similar to yours. We were once nobles in Harlan, but due to the war, we became captives and were sold here." "Nobles?" Ilos exclaimed in surprise as she scrutinized the menu. "You certainly do not resemble slaves." Luana laughed, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "We are indeed slaves, but Lord Roland has never regarded us as such. Here, we can move freely, even participate in the management of the territory." "How can that be?" Ilos shook her head in disbelief. "A slave is a slave. That is the established order of society. Luna took a gentle sip of her tea and replied softly, Miss Ilos, before I arrived here, I too believed as you do. However, Lord Rolin is not a typical noble. He possesses a unique perspective on the world. Here, if slaves contribute sufficiently, they can attain freedom. And freedmen can stimulate the economy and consumption of the territory. Ilos frowned. I cannot comprehend this at all. You will come to understand soon enough. Luana waved her hand dismissively. But when you witness firsthand how he treats the denizens and how he cultivates this land, you will realize that his ideals have the power to truly transform the world. Ilos fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Do you not wish to return to Harlan? Luana and Luna exchanged glances, both breaking into laughter. To be honest, we have already come to regard this place as home. Luana said with an unusual seriousness. In Harlan, though we were nobles, we were constantly embroiled in the intrigues of the aristocracy. Here, we can engage in truly meaningful endeavors. Luna nodded. Lord Rolin trusts us with significant responsibilities. The feeling of being needed is far more precious than any hollow noble title. Ilos lowered her gaze in contemplation, her fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of her teacup. The steadfast resolve she once held began to waver. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Tyrol entered, cradling a stack of clean garments. Luana, there you are, she said with a gentle smile, then turned to Ilos. Miss Ilos, these are the fresh clothes prepared for you. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. Ilos looked up at Tyrol and suddenly noticed her distinct accent. You are from Vlandia? Tyrol nodded candidly. Yes, you are Ilos, correct? I am Tyrol from the Vlandian Empire. What? Ilos sprang to her feet, nearly toppling her teacup. Vlandia and Harlan are sworn enemies. How can you? Calm down. Luana pressed her hand on Ilos' shoulder, gently guiding her back into her seat. Here, nationality and origin are of no consequence. Tyrol is our dear friend and also the territory's medical officer. Tyrol approached Ilos and sincerely stated, I understand your feelings. I once harbored deep-seated hatred for the Harlan people. But Luana and Luna have shown me that hatred only blinds one's vision. In Lord Roland's territory, we have learned the virtues of cooperation and tolerance. Chapter 43. The Alliance of Tanglai and Klaus. Ilos' gaze darted between the three, her astonishment palpable. The education she received since childhood had taught her that Vlandians and Harlanites were eternal enemies, destined never to coexist. Yet now, these adversaries stood together in harmony, even calling each other friends. This is absurd, she murmured. Do not find it absurd. Luana leaned closer with a playful smile. This is the charm of Lord Roland. He has a remarkable ability to unite individuals from disparate backgrounds toward a common goal. Tyrol placed the garments on the bedside and softly remarked, Time will reveal all. Miss Ilos, I hope you find your place here. After some light conversation, the three rose to take their leave. Before departing, Luana turned back and winked at Ilos. By the way, remember to rise early tomorrow. Fairlyn said she would take you on a tour of the territory. That girl is a real gem, and I assure you, it will be an eye-opening experience. Additionally, I hope you join a maid group soon. Maid group? Ilos heard an unfamiliar term, her confusion evident. Oh, it's nothing. My sister is just rambling. Luna quickly pulled Luana in front of her, nudging her out the door. The door closed gently, and the room returned to tranquility. Ilos approached the window, gazing out at the governor's garden bathed in moonlight. Everything felt foreign, yet strangely reassuring. She recalled Luana's words, Tyrol's calm demeanor, and Lord Roland's profound remarks from earlier. Perhaps there truly was something different about this place. In 6 months, she murmured to herself, I shall see what you can prove. The night breeze wafted in, carrying a hint of floral fragrance. Ilos inhaled deeply, for the first time feeling a flicker of anticipation for this unfamiliar place. The Duchy of Tanglai, the royal council chamber. King Sandor of Tanglai sat upon the throne, his fingers lightly drumming against the armrest, his piercing gaze fixed upon the standing foreign minister Horn. The flickering candlelight in the chamber illuminated Horn's somewhat weary visage. Horn, what is the progress on the alliance? Sandor inquired directly, his voice low and commanding. Horn bowed slightly, responding respectfully, Your Majesty, the Duchy of Klaus is willing to ally with us, but they have stipulated a steep fee. Oh, Sandor's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. How much? Klaus demands a payment of 100,000 gold coins as an alliance fee, along with an annual military support of an additional 20,000 gold coins, Horn replied cautiously, wary of inciting the king's ire. Sandor scoffed, his finger tapping the armrest with increased fervor. 100,000 gold coins? They are certainly asking for a king's ransom. While Tanglai is prosperous, we are not to be trifled with. Horn nodded in agreement. Your Majesty speaks true. Klaus is clearly leveraging our current predicament with the Kalkoyan threat to impose such exorbitant demands. Sandor took a deep breath, suppressing his dissatisfaction, and stated solemnly, attempt to negotiate a lower price, but under no circumstances must we forego the alliance. The cavalry of Kalkoya has already gathered at the border. We cannot afford any further delays. Yes, Your Majesty, Horn affirmed with a grave nod. I will promptly re-engage with the Klaus envoy to negotiate a more reasonable fee. Sandor nodded slightly, then inquired further, and what of Vlandia? What is their stance? Horn's expression became somewhat complex. Vlandia has temporarily rejected our request for an alliance. Princess Mira has stated that they have just emerged from a civil war and require time to recuperate. They are unable to participate in any new conflicts. Sandor let out a light snort, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes, as anticipated. The military strength of Vlandia is indeed stretched thin, even in alliance. They offer little assistance. He paused momentarily, a glint of sharp insight crossing his gaze. However, their firearms are certainly formidable. Might it be possible to procure some weaponry for Vlandia? Horn pondered for a moment before responding. Your Majesty, I have already gauged the Vlandian envoy, but they remain resolute, declaring that firearms are a royal secret and will never be sold abroad. Sandor narrowed his eyes, a hint of coldness in his tone. A secret? Merely a matter of waiting for the right price. Continue to probe. We can raise our offer as long as they are willing to relent. Horn nodded. Yes. I shall arrange for further contact with Vlandian officials, particularly those who might be tempted by financial incentives. Sandor nodded in satisfaction before inquiring, what of Karkoya's movements? Horn's expression grew serious. According to the scouts' reports, the number of Karkoyan cavalry is still on the rise. They have seized several key passes along the border and appear to be preparing for a large-scale offensive. A flicker of worry flashed in Sandor's eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. We must forge an alliance with Klaus as swiftly as possible while simultaneously bolstering our own defenses. Furthermore, we must continue to apply pressure on Vlandia. Securing their firearms would greatly enhance our chances of success. Horn bowed solemnly. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Your Majesty. I shall set the arrangements in motion immediately. A few days later, at the negotiation camp on the border of the Duchy of Klaus, Horn sat across from the Klaus diplomat, Oliver. The atmosphere within the tent slightly tense. Oliver was a slender, middle-aged man, his gaze sharp, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lord Horn, 100,000 gold coins is our bottom line, Oliver stated leisurely. Horn smiled slightly, his tone calm yet firm. Lord Oliver, Tanglai and Klaus have been allies for many years. This alliance is essential for jointly resisting the threat posed by Karkoya. 100,000 gold coins is indeed a considerable burden for Tanglai. Oliver raised an eyebrow. Oh, what amount does Lord Horn deem appropriate? Horn had prepared for this moment. Responding slowly, 50,000 gold coins as a fee for the alliance, with an annual military support of 10,000 gold coins. This reflects our sincerity. Oliver chuckled lightly and shook his head. Lord Horn, the threat from Karkoya is imminent. Does Tanglai truly believe its safety is worth such a sum? Horn's gaze darkened, yet his tone remained calm. Lord Oliver, if Klaus insists on a high price, we may have no choice but to seek alternatives. After all, while Vlandia has temporarily refused an alliance, their firearms are astonishingly powerful. If we could secure assistance in that regard, we might still be able to face Karkoya alone. Oliver's eyes flickered, evidently aware of the prowess of Vlandian weaponry. After a moment of silence, he finally relented. 70,000 gold coins, along with an annual support of 15,000 gold coins. This is my final concession. Chapter 44, An Outing. Horn felt a surge of joy within, though his exterior remained composed. He feigned contemplation before nodding. Very well. We shall proceed under these conditions. I hope Klaus will promptly send troops to support our border. Oliver displayed a satisfied smile. A pleasant collaboration, Lord Horn. In the Tanglai Royal Palace, within Sandor's study, Horn reported the results of the negotiations to Sandor, and a hint of a smile finally appeared on the king's face. Well done, Horn. 70,000 gold coins, while still a substantial sum, is advantageous given the pressing presence of Karkoya's forces. Any savings in our finances are welcome. Horn humbly lowered his head. It is merely my duty, Your Majesty. Sandor rose and walked to the window, gazing at the distant city walls, his tone grave. Next, we must focus on securing Vlandia's firearms. We must obtain them at all costs. Horn nodded. Your Majesty, I have arranged several clandestine channels to attempt contact with Vlandian craftsmen or officials. As long as the price is enticing enough, there will surely be those willing to take the risk. Sandor turned, his gaze sharp. Remember, this matter must be conducted in secrecy. If Valandia discovers we are circumventing royal channels to pilfer their technology, it may provoke unnecessary conflict. I understand, Horn replied gravely. The following day, the morning sun shone brightly over Kenai Corner City, as foot traffic increased and vendors busily hawked their wares. Faline eagerly grasped Ilos's hand, weaving through the crowd with enthusiasm. How does this compare to your capital, Stokes? She blinked with a hint of pride. Ilos surveyed the neatly paved stone streets and the freshly painted brick houses, her brow slightly furrowed. The architectural style here is quite unique. She reached out to touch the wall, noting its stone structure mixed with a certain type of mortar. No wonder it was so sturdy. That is cement. Faline proudly raised her chin, a brilliant invention of Rolin. Just as Ilos was about to respond, she suddenly realized something was amiss. Isn't he your lord? How dare you address him by his first name? Oh, that Faline stuck out her tongue. If Rolin is in a good mood, I might even dare to call him that to his face. She waved her hand dismissively. Rolin doesn't mind such things. He is nothing like those stuffy nobles. Oomph. Those tedious aristocrats are good for nothing but their pompous rituals. The moment you show them even a modicum of disrespect, they would love nothing more than to execute you. Ilos chose not to elaborate further, wholeheartedly agreeing with Luana's description of Rolin as a lively character. The two turned a corner, and before them lay a bustling commercial street, filled with shops, their signs shimmering in the sunlight. In front of a spice shop, the proprietress enthusiastically introduced customers to the newly arrived cinnamon, while next door, a clothing store displayed a myriad of garments, overwhelming the senses. What would you like to buy? It's on me. Faline patted her coin pouch, the sound of silver coins clinking echoing in the air. Ilos's gaze was drawn to a long dress in the clothing store. The outermost garment, a pale lavender dress, was adorned with exquisite patterns, the waist cinched with a deep purple ribbon, looking intricate and refined. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook her head. No need. I am a captive now. I do not require anything. Who says a captive cannot have things they like? Faline insisted, pulling her into the store and calling out to the shopkeeper. How much for this dress? The shopkeeper, an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles, squinted as he appraised Ilos. This young lady has exquisite taste. It is made from fine silk, and the purple dye is particularly rare. This dress is priced at 15 silver coins. Faline readily paid, stuffing the wrapped dress into Ilos's hands. A welcome gift for you. Ilos gently hugged the new garment, the warm touch momentarily overwhelming her senses. In her family, due to their decline, she had not worn new clothes for many years, although she was growing taller. She could only make do with her old clothes, patched and barely holding together. Thank you, she whispered, her voice barely audible. After leaving the clothing store, Faline dragged her through a shoe shop, a jewelry store, and finally stopped in front of a confectionery shop. The glass display showcased an array of intricately designed pastries, the sweet scent of cream wafting through the air. Try this. Faline purchased 2 cream cakes, handing one to Ilos. Rolin calls this a Napoleon. Although I don't know why it has such a peculiar name, it tastes surprisingly good. Ilos cautiously took a bite. The flaky pastry crumbled between her teeth, the creamy richness and tangy sweetness of the jam flooding her mouth. Her eyes widened slightly. In Stokes, desserts were a luxury reserved for the nobility, something commoners might never experience in their lifetimes. Delicious, isn't it? Faline beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. The chefs in our territory can whip up dozens of desserts. I'll gradually introduce you to them. At noon, they entered the largest tavern in the city, contrary to Iros's expectations of a dim and chaotic atmosphere. The interior of the tavern was spacious and luminous, with polished wooden tables and chairs, while the walls were adorned with the Clinton family crest. The waitstaff, dressed in coordinated linen uniforms, bustled between the tables. 2 servings of roasted lamb chops, accompanied by mead. Faline ordered with familiarity, turning to Iros to explain that the lamb had been marinated with rosemary, yielding a crispy exterior and tender interior, ensuring that she had never tasted such exquisite fare before. As they awaited their meal, snippets of conversation from the neighboring table drifted over. The dialect, thick with a Stokes accent, caught Iros's attention. She turned sharply to see a middle-aged man raising his goblet and laughing with friends. His skin was dark and his hands calloused, yet he wore respectable cotton garments. Are you from Stokes? Iros could not help but inquire in her native tongue. The man paused momentarily, then nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, madam. I am Anton the stonemason, hailing from Kren City. He scrutinized Iros's opulent attire and suddenly lowered his voice. You wouldn't happen to be the young lady from House Reed, would you? Iros stiffened, her fingers instinctively clenching. Anton quickly gestured. No need to be alarmed. No one in Kenai Corner cares about such matters. I am the foreman for the construction of the front line. I have seen you at the defense line. After our defeat, I was sold here. His tone brightened. But now, I am a free man, having found a new job teaching the newly arrived slaves how to lay bricks. A free man? Iros echoed in disbelief. But the war ended only a few months ago, according to Lord Rolin's decree. Anton took a sip of his drink. As long as you contribute sufficiently, you can apply for a free status. My bricklaying skills are quite commendable, and with diligent work, I soon attain my freedom. He produced a stamped parchment from his pocket. His expression filled with pride, as if showcasing a noble crest. This is the new rule set forth by Rolin. All free men are issued proof of their status for identification and management purposes. Iros accepted the certificate, which clearly displayed Anton's name, age, and other personal details. Phelan had mentioned that free men could choose their employment freely, possess private property, and even own their own homes. What your family? She asked softly. Anton's gaze dimmed for a moment. They remain in Kren City. But I truly hope one day to bring them here. He suddenly lowered his voice, miss. If I might speak blasphemously, being a free man here is far superior to life in Stokes. At least here, my children can receive an education. At that moment, the waiter presented the aromatic roasted lamb chops. Phelan deftly arranged Iros's napkin and handed her silver cutlery. Do try quickly. It won't taste as good once it cools. Iros cut off a small piece of lamb and placed it in her mouth. The meat was succulent and juicy, the fragrant rosemary blending perfectly with the smoky aroma of the grill. She suddenly recalled a conversation she had overheard between her father and brother back in Stokes. Her brother insisted on raising the taxes on serfs, claiming their family was impoverished while those commoners feasted too well. Is this all culinary design by Rolin? She asked hesitantly. Phelan, her mouth full, replied indistinctly, mostly. Rolin always has some peculiar ideas, like adding milk and eggs to bread and grilling meat on iron plates. She swallowed her food, winking mysteriously. Of course, most of these ideas are delightful, but do avoid anything Rolin personally prepares. Well, because that would rob you of a precious opportunity to enjoy good food in your lifetime. After they had dined well, the two strolled to the central square of the city. The midday sun was glaring, and a few children were frolicking about. Iros noticed that although their clothing was modest, it was clean, their cheeks rosy, a stark contrast to the emaciated street urchins of Stokes. Shall we visit Luna's workshop? Phelan pointed toward a two-story building to the west of the square. During the day, Luna is almost always there. They approached leisurely. Now, close to the city wall where the foot traffic was sparse. Luna is quite remarkable. She is intelligent and shares a great deal in common with Rolin. Phelan said with a smile. Though she speaks little, when discussing matters with Rolin, she can articulate a torrent of ideas that I can hardly comprehend. Inside the workshop, Luna was absorbed in her blueprints, momentarily oblivious to their arrival. Iros gazed at the array of oddly shaped iron tubes and a newly designed firearm hanging on the wall, murmuring, is this what defeated Stokes? It seems so small and unremarkable. At that moment, Luna noticed their presence and greeted them with a smile. Phelan, on your first day, you've already brought her to such a clandestine place. Aren't you concerned she might turn out to be a spy? Fear not. Iros could never comprehend it. Phelan replied playfully. Ah, Iros, I'm not mocking you, for I too cannot grasp it. Seeing Phelan deliver her words with such seriousness, Iros could not help but laugh. Well, I am rather dull. I have never received attention in my family. Phelan shook her head. They simply fail to see your brilliance. You must know that Rolin values only those who are extraordinary. She then turned to Luna. Iros will definitely stay here. Rolin has assured me of it. As they made their way back to the governor's residence, Iros fell silent. The setting sun elongated their shadows. That stonemason Anton, Iros suddenly spoke. Was what he said true? About the free men? Phelan halted, looking at her earnestly. Iros, do you know why people like Luana and Till, these foreigners, willingly choose to stay? She pointed toward a new building under construction in the distance. Most of the workers there were once slaves, but now they have earned their homes, lands, and even shops through their own labor. Night had fully descended, and the silhouette of the governor's residence stood majestic and warm under the moonlight. Iros stood before the door, abruptly turning to ask, Phelan, why did you choose to follow Rolin? The girl tilted her head, pondering, then flashed a mischievous smile. Because when he offered me coins, his gaze held not pity, but expectation. She gently pushed open the grand door. Come, dinner should include ice cream. That, too, is Rolin's invention. Iros stepped into the brightly lit hall, the oil lamps casting her shadow upon the polished floor. The shadow seemed to stand a little straighter than when she had left that morning, her garments rustling softly as she walked. In the palace of Kalkaya, the golden candlelight flickered in the council chamber, illuminating the stern visage of King Clauda, of Calcaya. He sat upon his throne, draped in a deep red robe embroidered with golden wolf patterns, his gaze as sharp as that of a hawk. Bishop Bysop, the representative of the Holy Kingdom stationed in Calcaya, stood in the center of the hall, holding the Pope's mediation document with a solemn expression. Your Majesty Claudia, Bysop said with a slight bow, his voice steady. His Holiness the Pope hopes that the dispute between Calcaya and Tanglay can be resolved through peaceful means. The Church is willing to mediate to avoid further suffering. Claudia scoffed lightly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest of his throne. Mediation? Bishop Bysop, Tanglay is, after all, Calcaya's territory. A century ago, my ancestors' incompetence led to the independence of Tanglay and Klaus. Now, I am merely reclaiming what belongs to Calcaya. Where lies the dispute? Bysop's brow furrowed slightly. Your Majesty, the historical entanglements are difficult to disentangle, but war brings only suffering. His Holiness hopes you will reconsider. Reconsider? Claudia rose abruptly, his robe billowing. We of Calcaya have waited far too long for this opportunity. Your Church, with merely a few voices, believes it can compel us to relinquish all that we have lost. Shall the Church bear the weight of our sacrifices? His voice thundered through the hall, reverberating with intensity. Now, the armies of Carcoya have assembled. Should the Church continue to impede us, it would be tantamount to declaring enmity with Carcoya. Bishop's expression turned grave. Your Majesty, the protocols of war must be adhered to. Otherwise, it would be a profound disrespect to the Church. If you insist on waging war, the Church will have no choice but to declare Carcoya a heretic. Clatter narrowed his eyes and slowly descended from the throne, standing before the bishop, his voice low and menacing. Bishop, are you threatening me? The bishop stood firm. I am merely conveying the will of the Pope. Clatter suddenly erupted in laughter, laced with derision. Very well. Then may your holy emissary hasten to fulfill that damned process. He turned his back on the bishop, waving his hand dismissively. Chapter 46. Windmills and Water Wheels. In the Tanglai Palace's conference room, King Sandor sat at the head of the long table, his expression dark as he unconsciously stroked his family crest. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Horn, entered briskly, followed by a ragged middle-aged man bearing fresh whip marks on his face. Your Majesty, Horn bowed. This is a craftsman from Goya City named Marcus. He claims to have participated in the artillery production of Valandia. Sandor's gaze swept over Marcus. Are you certain you can manufacture cannons? Marcus knelt, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, I serve Prince Dengil, overseeing the casting of cannons. If your Majesty provides the materials and manpower, I assure you I can produce cannons. Sandor narrowed his eyes. Why have I not heard of Dengil employing cannons in warfare? Marcus immediately prostrated himself repeatedly. Your Highness, the urgency of the situation has led to a premature war, and I have not been afforded enough time for mass production. Horn interjected appropriately. Your Majesty, Marcus is willing to serve Tanglai, and he guarantees he can produce usable cannons, given sufficient resources. Sandor pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Excellent. Marcus, if you truly can produce cannons, I shall not only reward you handsomely, but also grant you noble status. Marcus, overwhelmed with excitement, bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall not disappoint. After Marcus was led away, the Minister of Military Affairs quietly cautioned. Your Majesty, this man's origins are dubious, should we? Sandor waved his hand dismissively. With Carcoya's armies looming on our borders, we have no choice. Even if his cannons possess only half the power of Rolin's, they are sufficient to intimidate our foes. In the study of the governor's office in Kenai Corner, candlelight flickered, illuminating Rolin's focused countenance. He bent over his desk, fervently inscribing detailed designs on a parchment with a quill. The blades of windmills and the wheels of water wheels were meticulously annotated in every detail. My lord, Mr. Cohen has arrived. Faline gently announced as she opened the door. Rolin looked up, rolling the designs. Let him in. Cohen strode into the study, still bearing the scent of iron shavings from the workshop. He respectfully bowed. My lord, you summoned me? Roland handed him the designs. These are the structural blueprints for the windmill and water wheel I've devised. Gather a group of craftsmen and endeavor to construct them promptly. Cohen accepted the blueprints, unfolding them for a closer inspection, his brow furrowing slightly. My lord, while these structures appear uncomplicated, their intended use is to replace manual labor. Roland interjected, standing and moving to the window, pointing towards the distance. The water wheel can harness the power of flowing water to drive machinery, while the windmill can utilize wind energy. They can be employed for milling grain, forging, and even iron smelting, with efficiency far surpassing manual labor. Cohen's eyes lit up. In that case, the production speed in the workshop will significantly increase. Moreover, Rolin turned, his gaze profound. The liberated manpower can be redirected to other industries, such as textiles, construction, and even the development of new weaponry. The growth of our territory cannot solely rely on human labor. We require more efficient tools. Cohen nodded solemnly. I understand, my lord. I will immediately assemble the craftsmen, prioritizing the water wheel, as the resources of the river are easier to exploit. Rolin smiled in satisfaction. Excellent. Should any issues arise, feel free to seek my counsel. Additionally, the papermaking technology in our territory needs further enhancement. The current output is too coarse for writing. The papermaking technology is already in the experimental phase, and I believe it will soon be put into practical use, Cohen replied. Very good. The advancement of papermaking will become a new pillar of profit for our territory. We must ensure quality is paramount. After Cohen departed, Faline leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Roland, can these windmills and water wheels truly replace human labor? Roland tousled her hair. Of course, they will ease our lives. However, he paused, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Do not think of slacking off. The work that needs doing must not diminish. Faline stuck out her tongue. I would never. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Duchy of Klaus, King Hakakeo sat in the main seat of the council chamber, his expression calm, exuding an air of inscrutability. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Oliver, stood below, holding the treaty signed with Tang Lai. Your Majesty, Tang Lai is willing to pay a sum of 70,000 gold coins for the alliance and provide an annual military support of 15,000 gold coins, Oliver reported. The threat from Karkoya is imminent. They urgently require our assistance. Hakakeo scoffed. 70,000 gold coins? Tang Lai is quite generous. He rubbed the armrest of his throne. His gaze sharp. Karkoya's cavalry was indeed formidable. If we do not intervene, Tang Lai is likely to suffer from rampant pillaging by the Karkoyans. The Minister of Military Affairs stepped forward, speaking solemnly. Your Majesty, the forces Karkoya has assembled this time exceed all previous counts, should Tang Lai fall. We may very well be their next target. Hakakeo fell silent for a moment, finally resolute. Send word down. Withdraw 40% of the army from within the kingdom, and have the governors gather the noble militias. In half a month's time, we shall march northwest to support Tang Lai. Upon the issuance of this command, the entire nation of Klaus immediately entered a state of war. Messengers galloped forth, summoning the lords to rally their forces. In the town square, the conscription officer proclaimed the king's edict aloud, and young men lined up in long queues to receive weapons and armor. The forges burned day and night, tirelessly producing arrows and swords. Outside Kenai Corner, a somber cemetery was established, with orderly gravestones arranged upon the lush green grass, each inscribed with the names of fallen soldiers and their respective units. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the faint fragrance of distant wildflowers, yet failing to dispel the pervasive sorrow in the air. On the day of the funeral, the sky was overcast, with leaden clouds hanging low, as if mourning the lost lives. At the entrance of the cemetery, soldiers stood in formation, holding their muskets with barrels pointed downward, their expressions grave. The residents of the territory arrived in succession, dressed in plain clothing, carrying wildflowers or candles, silently gathering at the periphery of the cemetery. The families of the fallen soldiers were seated at the forefront. Among them were elderly men with white hair, women cradling infants, and young children clutching their mother's skirts. Eyes filled with confusion. Roland, clad in black attire with a white flower pinned to his chest, walked slowly towards the platform at the center of the cemetery. His gaze swept over the crowd, meeting countless tear-filled eyes, as though a heavy stone pressed upon his heart. Faline, Luana, Luna, and Tyrol followed closely behind, bearing wreaths of remembrance. Ilos stood among the crowd, witnessing Roland's solemn demeanor for the first time, and instinctively held her breath. Chapter 47. The Funeral. Roland ascended the platform, pausing for a moment in silence before speaking in a low voice. Today we gather here not to celebrate victory, but to honor those brave souls who shall never return home. His voice reverberated through the silent cemetery, as if capable of penetrating the very souls of those present. Each individual among them had once been a brother, father, son, or friend to us. They sacrificed their lives to safeguard this land and to protect all that we hold dear. Roland's gaze slowly swept over the families of the fallen soldiers, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow and respect. Their sacrifices shall forever remain unforgotten. A soft sobbing arose from the crowd, as an elderly woman clutched her son's belongings tightly, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. Roland descended from the platform and approached her, gently taking her hand in his. Your son was a true hero. His bravery saved countless lives. The elderly woman trembled, her lips quivering as she choked out, "My lord, was he in pain when he left us?" Rolin shook his head, his voice tender. He fought until the very last moment, until victory was secured. He departed with honor. The woman could no longer contain her emotions, collapsing at Roland's feet in tears while he gently patted her back. This poignant scene moved the surrounding crowd, many discreetly wiping away their tears. Subsequently, Roland returned to the platform and solemnly declared, "Every family of the fallen soldiers will receive compensation and land grants. Their names will be inscribed on a monument, ensuring that future generations remember them. For those soldiers without families, their compensations will be utilized to enhance the lives of the common folk, allowing their sacrifices to continue benefiting this land." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as many wore expressions of disbelief. In this era, the deaths of soldiers were often regarded as a mere statistic, with lords seldom holding funerals for ordinary soldiers, let alone dispensing compensations. A middle-aged man stepped forward, the father of a fallen soldier, clutching a tattered hat in his hand. In a hoarse voice, he said, "My lord, my son often spoke of how serving you was his greatest honor. Today, witnessing your treatment of us commoners, I finally comprehend why he held you in such high esteem." Roland placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It is I who should be grateful to you for entrusting me with your most cherished family member. Their sacrifice has brought peace and prosperity to our domain." As the funeral drew to a close, the soldiers raised their rifles, firing a salute into the sky. The gunfire echoed above the cemetery, as if bidding a final farewell to the lives lost. Roland then personally laid flowers at each gravestone, reciting the names of the deceased. Families approached in turn, placing candles or tokens at their loved ones' graves, softly expressing their yearning. Elise stood aside, quietly observing the scene unfold. A profound sense of emotion surged within her. To many nobles, the death of a soldier was merely a number on a war report. They never mourned the loss of commoners. Yet here, Roland regarded every life as a treasure. This act resonated harmoniously with her own beliefs, reminding her of the comrades lost on the battlefield, wondering how their families fared. Those individuals were also her subjects, but she could guarantee her brother would never hold a funeral, nor would he harbor a shred of sorrow. It finally dawned on her why individuals from diverse nations and backgrounds willingly pledged their loyalty to Roland. As the funeral concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yet the families of the fallen lingered in the cemetery, reluctant to depart. Roland did not rush them. Instead, he instructed his attendants to prepare hot tea and food, personally delivering it to each family member. Fairlin and Luana also assisted, softly comforting those who had lost loved ones. As night fell, countless candles illuminated the cemetery, their faint flames flickering in the darkness, as if the souls of the departed were safeguarding this land. Roland stood at the edge of the cemetery, gazing at the warm glow of the candles, exhaling a deep breath. Fairlin quietly approached him, softly inquiring, "Roland, are you well?" Roland smiled gently, replying, "I am fine. I simply feel that the weight of life is far heavier than we imagine." Fairlin nodded, her eyes drifting towards the horizon. "Today, I witnessed many things I had never seen before. It turns out that death can be so solemn, so deserving of respect." Roland sighed softly. Every individual deserves to be remembered, especially those who have given everything for us. At that moment, Elise approached, her demeanor noticeably softer than usual. "My lord," she said quietly, "today's funeral has given me a new understanding of you." Roland gazed at her with warmth. "I hope it is a favorable understanding." Elise smiled faintly. "Do you believe this approach is correct?" "Hold on, Quayod." Elise paused for a moment before nodding resolutely. "Of course. They died to protect their homeland and should receive such respect." Roland beamed with satisfaction. "I'm glad you think so." The following day, the residents of Connaught Corner were still conversing about the unprecedented funeral. In taverns and markets, people praised Roland's compassion. An elderly craftsman remarked to his companion, "I have lived over 60 years and never heard of a lord holding a funeral for ordinary soldiers. Lord Roland truly regards us as human beings." His companion nodded in agreement. "Indeed, my nephew also perished in that battle. Seeing the Lord personally lay flowers for him made me feel both sorrowful and that it was worthwhile." Such dialogues echoed throughout the territory, further elevating Roland's reputation. This funeral became a symbol of unity and loyalty in the hearts of the populace. They knew that as long as they followed Roland, their lives and dignity would forever be cherished. 10 days later, Roland found himself in the governor's mansion, idly contemplating whether he should cook dinner himself that evening. After all, as an impeccable governor, The persistent rumor of his culinary incompetence had become widely known, leaving him feeling a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, the butler, Don, approached slowly, presenting a letter to Roland. "My lord, a missive from the palace courier has arrived." "Oh." Roland, surprised by Don's appearance, took the letter, recognizing it bore the royal seal of Valandia and was evidently penned by Melra. "Dear Lord Roland, recently, urgent intelligence has arrived from the border. The Duchy of Tangley has officially allied with the Duchy of Klaus. King Hacker of Klaus has ordered the mobilization of troops from various regions, expected to reach the Tangley border within a fortnight. The main cavalry force of Kalkoya is still gathering, yet the mediation process of the church is nearing its end. War seems inevitable. My father's health has been declining, and I am making most decisions for the court. However, the treasury has been significantly depleted post-Civil War. If war is reignited, not only will finances be strained, but the nobles may also harbor discontent. I wonder what insights you may have on this matter. I look forward to your response. Your dearest friend, Melra." Upon finishing the letter, Roland felt little surprise. If Tangley and Klaus did not unite, they would certainly be picked off one by Kalkoya. Kalkoya had long cast a covetous eye on both nations. After all, it was once their territory, and they had a ready-made pretext for war. Regrettably, Kalkoya was powerful. Even with the combined forces of both nations, they likely would not stand a chance. Contemplating his thoughts, Roland took up his quill to respond to Melra. "To Her Highness Melra, the alliance between Tangley and Klaus was anticipated. The cavalry of Kalkoya is valiant in battle, and even if the two nations unite, their chances of victory may only be 30%. The Klaus army lacks combat experience, while Tangley's defenses overly rely on mountainous terrain. Once Kalkoya breaches the passes, the plains will offer no refuge. However, this is precisely Valandia's opportunity. In accordance with my counsel, the focus should primarily be on self-development. First, we must restore and recuperate. Our nation has endured years of warfare, leaving the populace weary, and the defensive line against Stokes requires fortification. Additionally, the lands ravaged by conflict need to be rehabilitated. The immediate priority is to encourage land reclamation and expand the population. I have instructed Cohen to expand 3 new workshops in Clinton Town, which will be fully operational during the agricultural off-season. Engaging in warfare with neighboring countries at this juncture would merely squander our national resources, providing Stokes with a chance to exploit our weakened state. Secondly, we must adopt a strategy of patience. The battle against Karkoya is destined for victory, albeit at a great cost to our strength. Once we have driven Tangley to the brink of despair, they may once again seek our assistance. We could deploy our forces under the guise of aiding our ally, thereby winning the hearts of the Tangley people while repelling our weary adversary at minimal expense. At that time, you may demand Tangley to open their borders, cede control of frontier lands, and permit Valandia to station troops and conduct marches within Tangley, gradually establishing our influence over them. Thirdly, you need not worry about the capabilities of my troops and weaponry. The first batch of support firearms will be completed today and dispatched to Goya City, destined for the training and armament of your royal guard. Faced with Karkoya's cavalry, I will ensure they are caught unawares. As for Klaus, while this war may diminish their strength, they still possess considerable resources, necessitating a long-term strategy. Your steadfast sword, Rolin Clinton. The letter was conveyed back to the palace by messenger, and Mira revealed a slight smile upon reading its contents. "Roland, since you have boasted so boldly, I find myself compelled to place my trust in you." Half a month later, at the border between Klaus and Tangley, the armies of both nations were converging. General Jello of Klaus arrived at the front lines, meeting with Marshal Command of Tangley. Within the command tent, the two leaders faced each other. Jello cut to the chase. "Command, where are the forces of Karkoya positioned?" Command's expression was grave. "Scouts report that their vanguard has reached the Cypro Plains, less than 30 kilometers from our defensive line." Jello snorted coldly. "Clarita is resolute in his intent to wage war this time." Command nodded. "Thus, we must join forces to withstand their iron cavalry." Jello rose and approached the map. "My suggestion is to take the initiative and strike them unexpectedly." A flicker of surprise crossed Command's eyes. "Strike first? Karkoya's cavalry is virtually invincible on the plains." Jello smiled confidently. "Precisely because of this, they will never anticipate our boldness in launching an offensive." As night descended, the allied forces of Klaus and Tangley stealthily advanced towards the encampment of Karkoya. Jello, mounted on his steed, wore a resolute expression. He issued orders for complete silence, planning to launch a surprise attack at dawn. The Cypro Plains, shrouded in a gray mist before dawn, witnessed the allied forces of Klaus and Tangley traversing through the fog, closing in on Karkoya's encampment. The soldiers held their breath, the occasional clash of metal reverberating starkly in the stillness. Jello, perched on his steed, had eyes sharp as an eagle. He raised his hand to signal the troops to halt and whispered to his aide, "Relay the command. Archers prepare the fire arrows. After the first volley, heavy infantry will advance immediately." The aide nodded and swiftly transmitted the orders. The soldiers of the allied forces gripped their weapons tightly, their hearts pounding like drums. This was their first encounter with Karkoya's legendary cavalry. Fear and excitement intertwined within each soldier's heart. "Attack!" Jello unsheathed his long sword, its cold sheen slicing through the morning mist. In an instant, thousands of fire arrows streaked across the sky like meteors, raining down upon Karkoya's encampment. Tents ignited in fierce flames, horses whinnied in panic, and chaos erupted within the camp. Karkoya's soldiers, caught unprepared, rushed out in disarray, only to confront the shield wall and spears of the allied heavy infantry. "For Tanglai!" Command cried out, leading the left flank into the enemy camp. Each swing of his long sword sent blood spraying, as Tanglai's soldiers surged forth like a tide through the breach. Observing this, Jello's lips curled into a cold smile. He had anticipated a swift counterattack from Karkoya, yet the enemy's disarray exceeded all expectations. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. "Relay to the right flank to continue the advance. Do not grant them a moment's respite," Jello commanded loudly, then personally led his troops toward the center of the encampment. His target was the command tent of Karkoya. If he could slay the enemy commander, this battle would be etched in history. "Jello, do not push further," Command implored, recognizing that Karkoya's seasoned warriors would soon regroup. "Our gains have already been substantial." "Nonsense," Jello cackled, waving his hand dismissively. "Look at those wretches across from us. They are hardly reacting. We must seize this chance for a decisive victory. Ideally, we can eliminate their commander and diminish their morale. Do not be so arrogant. I see your forces and class have not seen battle in years. You have forgotten your own strengths. If you seek your demise, we Tanglai shall not accompany you." With that, Command rallied his troops, preparing to retreat to their defensive line. "Humph, without you lot dragging us down, the class soldiers shall show them our mettle. All forces, advance." Chapter 49, The Disagreement of Commanders. In an instant, the soldiers of Klaus erupted in a fervent battle cry, surging forth like a spear into Karkoya's encampment. Yet, just as they were gaining momentum, a cloud of dust suddenly rose on the distant horizon. Jello squinted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. It was Karkoya's cavalry, far greater in number than anticipated. They had swiftly regained their composure amidst the chaos. "General, the enemy's cavalry is charging," the aide shouted in alarm. Jello gritted his teeth, swiftly assessing the situation. Command's troops were already beginning to withdraw, while their right flank was being encircled by the suddenly appearing cavalry. He made a decisive call: "All troops, form a defensive shield wall and retreat to the west line." However, before Jello's forces could regroup, Karkoya's cavalry descended upon them like a tempest. The thunderous roar of heavy cavalry charging was deafening, their spears slicing through their formation in an instant. Jello witnessed his soldiers trampled beneath iron hooves, blood staining the grass. "Form ranks! Form ranks!" Jello shouted hoarsely, but amidst the chaos, no one heeded his command. Soldiers scattered in flight, ruthlessly pursued by the cavalry. Simultaneously, Command recognized the turn of events. He wished to issue covering orders, but his own troops were also struggling, forced to fight and retreat simultaneously. A contingent of Karkoya cavalry set their sights on his banner, relentlessly pursuing. "Protect the marshal." The guards fought with all their might, forming a human wall. Command's steed was struck by a spear, and he stumbled to the ground, his shoulder armor cleaved open, blood instantly soaking his battle attire. In a moment of dire urgency, a squad of Tanglai archers arrived, just in time, their rain of arrows driving back the pursuers. Command was hoisted by his guards, retreating in a disheveled manner to the rear. At noon, the remnants of the Allied forces finally escaped back to the west line. This fortress, constructed of colossal stones, stood as the first line of defense for Tanglai against Karkoya. The defenders lowered the drawbridge, welcoming the defeated soldiers. Jello was among the last commanders to return. His armor was riddled with dents, and his cloak was utterly torn apart. Upon stepping into the fortress, his legs buckled, nearly bringing him to his knees. Command encountered Jello in the medical tent. The face of this Tanglai marshal was as pale as a sheet, yet the flames of fury blazed within his eyes. "General Jello," he gritted through clenched teeth, "your reckless advance has cost thousands of lives." Jello sneered coldly, retorting, had he not been so eager to retreat. leading to the collapse of our formation. We could have extricated ourselves unscathed. Unscathed? Keemon suddenly slammed his hand on the table, causing pain to radiate through his wound. Drawing a sharp intake of breath. The forces of Karkoya are nearly double our own. Continuing this battle will lead to our total annihilation. The two men glared at each other, the air within the tent thickening with tension. Eventually, an aide, stealing his resolve, stepped forward to interrupt. Generals, the casualty figures have been compiled. The coalition has suffered nearly 5,000 losses in this conflict, with soldiers from Kloss accounting for 60% of that number. On the other hand, while Karkoya initially faced significant losses from the surprise attack, their cavalry's counteroffensive ultimately resulted in only over 3,000 casualties. Meanwhile, within Karkoya's camp, King Clauda was rewarding his troops. The campfire illuminated his stern visage, and the wine in his goblet glistened a deep crimson, reminiscent of blood. Today's battle has struck fear into the hearts of Tanglai and Kloss. Clauda raised his goblet high, his voice booming, "Tomorrow, we shall strike with renewed vigor and breach the Weiss line." The generals cheered in unison, yet the aged marshal wore a worried expression. "Your Majesty, the Weiss line is easy to defend, but challenging to assault. A direct attack will only result in further casualties. It would be wiser to await the arrival of siege equipment from the rear before resuming our efforts." Clauda narrowed his eyes. "Jill, you're growing old. A true lion does not grant its prey a moment's respite. It seizes the opportunity to rend its throat." He turned to the messenger with a commanding shout. "Relay the order to the entire army. At dawn tomorrow, we shall commence the siege." At dawn the next day, Karkoya's vast army surged towards the Weiss line like a tide. The infantry advanced slowly, a deluge of arrows obscuring the sky. However, as Gol had predicted, the defenders, utilizing the treacherous terrain, repelled the assaults repeatedly with rolling stones and boiling oil. The battle raged until dusk, with Karkoya suffering nearly 2,000 casualties, yet failing to budge the defensive line. Clauda was compelled to order a retreat, opting instead to heed Joel's counsel by dispatching cavalry to sever the coalition supply lines while awaiting reinforcement from his siege equipment. Thus commenced the siege. The supplies within the Weiss line dwindled, frequently disrupted by the enemy's cavalry. Keemon dispatched messengers to circumvent various routes to the capital of Wanlan, urgently requesting the king to send reinforcements to the front lines to eliminate the threat to their supplies. Days later, on the outskirts of the city of Kenai Corner, Cohen and his artisans had completed the construction of the first water wheel. The enormous wooden wheel slowly turned under the river's current, its connected gears creaking rhythmically. "Success!" one artisan exclaimed with excitement. Cohen wiped the sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He turned to his assistant and instructed, "Test its efficiency immediately. If all is well, we shall commence mass production based on this standard." The news of the water wheel's success quickly spread throughout the territory, drawing both freemen and slaves to marvel at this novel creation. Rolin himself arrived on site, observing the rotating wheel while contemplating the next steps of his plan. "Cohen, let us now attempt to connect the water wheel to the hammer of the ironworks," he commanded. "If we can substitute machinery for human labor in forging iron ingots, our production efficiency will increase manifold." Cohen nodded. "Yes, my lord. However," he hesitated, "we may not have sufficient manpower, especially those skilled in mechanics." Rolin pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of someone. "What about Ilos? Although my initial intention was for her to lead troops in battle, this is not the right time for that. In that case, we cannot allow her to remain idle within the territory." Cohen expressed some hesitation, "But she is a Stokes." "What if?" Rolin chuckled. "I trust her. She is a noble lady of high virtue." In the garden of the governor's residence, Ilos was practicing swordsmanship alone. Her movements were crisp and decisive, the blade glinting like silver in the sunlight. "Your swordsmanship is commendable." Roland's voice rang out from behind her. Ilos turned, sheathing her sword and offering a slight bow. "My lord Roland." Roland approached her directly, stating plainly, "I require your assistance." Ilos raised an eyebrow. "Oh? How may I assist you?" "The water wheel has been successfully constructed. We must now apply it within the workshop," Roland explained. "You excel in organization and command, making you perfectly suited to aid Cohen in this endeavor." Ilos paused for a moment, a flicker of complexity in her eyes. "Do you trust me so readily?" Roland met her gaze. "Trust is mutual. I believe you will make the right choice." Ilos took a deep breath and finally nodded. "Very well. I shall give it a try." Chapter 50. Paper and Military Attire. 3 days later, on the morning of the East Gate Square of Kenai Corner, 20 carts laden with weapons, ammunition, and other supplies were neatly arranged. Firearms, wrapped in oilcloth, were meticulously stacked in wooden crates, personally escorted by the royal guards. Rolin stood on the steps, watching as the convoy slowly exited the city gates, raising a cloud of dust. This batch of firearms is sufficient to arm 500 men. Hogg whispered beside him. Her Highness Malara should be pleased. Rolin nodded. This is merely the first batch. Once subsequent production is completed, we shall continue to provide support to Malara. Subsequently, Roland returned to the governoress' study, only to find Cohen carefully unfurling a sheet of pale yellow paper. The surface was smooth, and the edges were cut with precision, starkly contrasting with the coarse parchment. My lord, please take a look. Cohen's voice trembled slightly with excitement. We have improved the process, eliminating impurities. This paper is not only soft and durable, but also allows for ink writing without smudging. Roland took the paper, the delicate texture tingling at his fingertips. He picked up a quill, dipped in ink, and wrote the words Clinton Territory on the sheet. The ink was swiftly absorbed without spreading, the characters clear and legible. Excellent. Roland could not help but exclaim, what is the cost? Only 1/10 that of parchment. Cohen's eyes sparkled. I plan to establish a workshop in Clinton Town specifically for paper production. Roland's fingers lightly tapped the table, his mind racing with calculations of profit. The workshop must be large, with high output. This paper will surely be in high demand. He stood up, pacing the study. We shall sell the paper to every corner of Valandia, rendering parchment a relic of the past. Cohen nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. I will ensure the task is completed. There is one more matter. Roland paused, fixing his gaze on Cohen's eyes. Managing so many workshops alone is too burdensome. Select some reliable individuals from the freemen to train as assistants. They must be literate, numerate, and of good character. Cohen displayed a look of gratitude. Thank you for your consideration, my lord. I will seek out the most loyal and reliable individuals to assist. Just manage it as you see fit. Roland nodded in satisfaction. By the way, the formula for the new paper must remain strictly confidential. Those involved in its production must sign non-disclosure agreements, with severe penalties for any breaches. Understood. Cohen responded solemnly. As they were speaking, the door to the study was gently pushed open, and Ilos entered. Upon seeing Roland and Cohen in conversation, she immediately halted. Apologies. I will return later. Come. Roland gestured. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Ilos approached Roland, standing straight. Over the past month, she had gradually integrated into her duties at the governor's office. Today, she wore a light purple gown, her golden hair neatly pinned back, appearing both capable and elegant. Roland handed Ilos the new paper brought by Cohen. Take a look at this. Ilos examined the paper closely, her eyes widening in surprise. This is for writing? Yes. This is called paper, and it is very inexpensive, low enough to soon make parchment merchants weep. Roland replied with a smile. Ilos also picked up the quill and wrote a few simple words on the paper, exclaiming in astonishment. This paper is indeed convenient for writing. If the cost is low enough, it could replace parchment in the near future. Certainly, that day will surely come. After Ilos and Cohen departed, Roland stood by the window, gazing out at the bustling street, lost in thought. The successful production of straw paper signifies not only an increase in the territory's fiscal revenue, but also represents a significant advancement in cultural dissemination. He turned to the nearby Faline and said, Please summon Luana. I have matters to discuss with her. Moments later, Luana briskly entered the study, her face adorned with her characteristic, lively smile. My lord, you summon me? Roland nodded, gesturing for her to take a seat. The production of straw paper has commenced, and now we must consider how to promote it. I wish to have the merchant caravan take the first batch of samples to Goya City and other major cities to showcase its advantages to scholars, officials, and merchants across the land. Luana's eyes lit up. That's a splendid idea. We could initially gift some to the palace's clerks and scholars at the university. Once they begin to utilize it, others will surely follow suit. Roland smiled approvingly. Precisely. Additionally, I plan to establish a bookstore in Kanai Corner, dedicated to selling books made from straw paper. The prices will be significantly lower than those of parchment books, making them accessible to more common folk. Luana clapped her hands in excitement. This will undoubtedly elevate the cultural standards of our territory. Roland waved his hand, continuing, The management of the bookstore requires trustworthy personnel. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? After a moment of contemplation, Luana replied, I have someone in mind named Acker. He has previously worked in the merchant caravan as a scribe, is proficient in reading and arithmetic, and is honest and diligent. I believe he would be capable. Very well. Let us give him a chance. Hold on to dead. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, you are responsible for organizing a group to prepare the samples of straw paper. which will accompany the merchant caravan to the capital for promotion. Luana nodded solemnly. Rest assured, my lord, I will see to it. By the way, there is another task that requires your attention. Just as Luana was about to leave, Rolin called her back. The territory's army needs to design a new military uniform. A military uniform? Luana blinked. Isn't there already a standardized uniform in place? While Luana's assertion was indeed accurate, although the musketeers do not require formal armor, a standardized military attire remains essential. Otherwise, it would be difficult to discern allies from foes on the battlefield. However, previous limitations in production capacity and financial constraints had delayed this matter, leaving the army's uniforms quite plain. That said, is still not visually appealing. Roland recalled the styles of military attire and felt they were far removed from his recollections of medieval musketeers. Napoleon once remarked that aesthetically pleasing military uniforms could enhance the cohesion of the army and uplift the morale of the soldiers. Now that the territory has progressed, it is indeed necessary to provide the warriors with attractive uniforms. Napoleon? The cake? Failing had always been quite the clever one. Rolin, momentarily interrupted, found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 51, The Battle of the Weiss Line. In any case, this matter must be expedited. Roland meticulously searched his memory, recalling various uniforms he had observed, particularly those of artillerymen and musketeers, striving to ensure that all soldiers in the territory donned standardized new uniforms before the next war. After Luana departed, Roland summoned Hogg and inquired, "Is there any news from the border recently?" Hogg replied, "Reports from the palace indicate that the conflict between Kelkea and Tanglai continues, but the Weiss Line has not yet been breached. However, Kelkea's cavalry is frequently harassing the supply lines of the allied forces, and the situation for Tanglai is rather grim." Roland narrowed his eyes. It seems they cannot hold out much longer. Relay orders to strengthen border patrols, especially along the trade routes to Tanglai. We must not allow them any opportunity to infiltrate. Understood. Hogg acknowledged before departing. At the Tanglai border, before the Weiss Line, the dawn's light had yet to fully tear through the veil of night. The morning mist lingered over the battlefield, imbued with an air of mystery and foreboding. In the distance, the clarion call of Kelkea rang out, resounding and triumphant, as if a roar emerging from the abyss, instantly shattering the morning's tranquility. Heavy siege engines were pushed forward by dozens of brawny men, moving slowly. The massive trebuchet cast a menacing shadow in the faint morning light. King Claude rode upon a black warhorse, clad in armor, his gaze sharp as a hawk, sweeping over every corner of the city walls. He raised his longsword, his voice booming like thunder across the ranks. "Today, the Weiss Line shall fall. Warriors of Kelkea, charge with me and let the Tanglai people witness our might." Upon the walls, Command tightly gripped his longsword, gazing down at the relentless tide of enemies below. His heart chilled. The allied soldiers behind him were gaunt and emaciated, clearly deprived of adequate sustenance for an extended period. They could barely sustain themselves on thin gruel and hard bread, their strength long depleted. Meanwhile, news of reinforcements remained elusive, leaving them to fight alone. "Archers, prepare." Command took a deep breath, striving to calm his inner turmoil, and gritted his teeth as he issued the command. Instantly, arrows rained down from the walls, carrying with them the last hopes and resolve of the defenders. However, Kelkea's forces were well prepared. They raised sturdy shields, forming an impenetrable phalanx. Most arrows were deflected, with only a few managing to pierce the gaps, inflicting minimal damage upon the enemy. Shortly thereafter, the trebuchet unleashed its fury. Boulders screamed like enraged beasts as they crashed into the city walls, each impact accompanied by a deafening roar. Stone shattered, dust billowed, and the defenders teetered under the ferocious onslaught. The siege tower, pushed by infantry, slowly advanced toward the walls. And the archers atop, it rained down relentless fire upon the defenders. "Hold fast. We cannot allow them to ascend the walls." Jello bellowed, wielding his longsword as he personally led a group of soldiers to block a breach created by the boulders. His armor was smeared with blood and dust, each swing of his sword eliciting sprays of blood and cries of agony from the enemy. However, the allied soldiers' strength was severely drained, their movements increasingly sluggish, each swing of their swords becoming a monumental task. One Kelkea soldier seized the opportunity to climb the battlements, brandishing a curved blade as he felled two Tanglai soldiers. This action seemed to unleash a Pandora's box, as more and more enemies surged onto the walls, engaging the defenders in a desperate struggle. The defensive line began to crumble, and the defenders fell back step by step. "Marshal, the northern wall has been breached." A bloodied aide stumbled forward, breathless with terror and helplessness, his voice quivering. Command exchanged a glance with Jello, and in that instant, they reached a silent agreement. They both understood that continuing to hold their ground was futile. Only a retreat could preserve their remaining strength. Relay the order to the entire army. Retreat in an orderly manner. Command gritted out. Abandon the Weiss line and fall back east. Quickly. As the command was issued, the defenders began to retreat in an organized fashion, bearing their wounds and exhaustion. They left behind the once steadfast Weiss line, which was gradually reduced to ruins under the enemy's onslaught. In the workshop of Kenai Corner, Ilos was directing the craftsman to connect the water wheel with the hammer. Her instructions were clear and precise, and the craftsman executed them swiftly, far exceeding Cohen's expectations. Adding another gear here will increase the rotation speed. Ilos pointed at the blueprint. Cohen stared at her in astonishment. You understand mechanics? Ilos smiled softly. Maintaining a learning attitude is essential for continuous progress. Outside the outskirts of One Lawn City, Marcus knelt before King Sandor, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. Your Majesty, all 10 cannons have been completed, and the ammunition is fully prepared. He reported loudly, his voice quivering with enthusiasm, once transported to the front lines. We will surely turn the tide of battle. Sandor rose from his throne and strode purposefully towards Marcus, patting him on the shoulder with a commendatory remark. Well done. With these cannons, no matter how formidable the cavalry of Karkoya may be, they cannot withstand our artillery. He then turned to the Minister of Military Affairs and commanded the immediate mobilization of reinforcements equipped with cannons to hastily support command. The minister hesitated, suggesting, Your Majesty, should we not conduct a trial firing first? We are not yet fully aware of the condition of the cannons. It would be reckless to send them to the front lines. There is no time. Sandor interjected sharply. The Weiss defense line has been breached, and command cannot hold out much longer. Order the reinforcements to depart at once. Without delay. 10 days later, at Shurian City, the Allied forces retreated here, battling as they went. This fortress, situated in the eastern part of the Inner River Plain, was Tangley's final bastion. To their west, the entire Inner River Plain had fallen into enemy hands, with villages along the way laid to waste and farmland turned to scorched earth. Refugees crowded the city gates, their cries filling the air. However, the cavalry of Karkoya pursued relentlessly, showing no mercy. On the city walls, Command gazed at the distant horizon, his brow furrowed. Days of battle had left him haggard, the bandages beneath his armor soaked with blood. His aide rushed over, a glimmer of hope in his voice. Marshal, the reinforcements have arrived. Command turned abruptly, hastening towards the city gate. However, upon seeing the size of the reinforcements, his heart sank. Fewer than 2,000 men. Hardly a drop in the bucket. The commander of the reinforcements dismounted and knelt on one knee. My lord, we have come to assist you. Additionally, this contingent has brought 10 cannons. Chapter 52, Defeat and Further Defeat. Cannons? Command was momentarily taken aback, but a flicker of light ignited in his eyes. He had heard of the incredible power of Valandia's cannons. If they could be successfully replicated, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Quick, bring the cannons up to the city walls. He commanded. 5 days later, Karkoya's army loomed over Shurian City like a dark cloud. Krata, mounted on his steed, surveyed the solitary stronghold and scoffed. Today, the army of Tangley shall be consigned to history. On the city walls, Command gripped his sword tightly, his gaze fixed on the advancing enemy forces. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, Prepare the cannons, fire. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roar of cannon fire erupted, cannonballs screaming towards Karkoya's ranks. The front line of cavalry was thrown into disarray, horses rearing and soldiers screaming. The Karkoyans had never witnessed such weaponry, and chaos ensued. Continue firing. Command bellowed. However, before the second round of cannon fire could commence, one cannon suddenly exploded, shards of hot metal scattering, and the nearby gunners collapsed in agony. Following this, 3 more cannons fell silent, regardless of the gunners' frantic attempts to revive them. Clear the barrels. Quickly, the commander urged, panic etched on his face. Yet before the remnants could be cleared, the enemy's catapults had already targeted the city walls, and in an instant, stones rained down, shaking the defenders and causing some unfortunate souls to be struck and topple from the walls. The cavalry of Karkoya surged to the foot of the city. Ladders were raised, and soldiers swarmed up like ants. Hold them off. Command shouted, slicing down an enemy soldier, but more adversaries surged onto the walls. The interval between cannon attacks was too lengthy, unable to maintain sustained pressure. Marshal, we cannot hold. The aide cried, bloodied and desperate. Command gritted his teeth, gazing down at the fluttering banners of Karkoya. Just then, Jiro arrived from the southern gate, delivering grim news. Command, the southern gate is about to collapse. Abandon this place, or we shall all perish here. Command closed his eyes, ultimately giving the order. All troops break out, leave the cannons, and retreat to the royal capital. The allied forces within the city gathered at the eastern gate, cavalry leading the way as they retreated towards Wanlan, leaving behind the silent, deactivated cannons standing forlornly atop the walls, as if mocking this futile resistance. Throughout Tangli, a melancholic atmosphere pervaded, while in the city of Kanai, the first hydraulic hammer had successfully passed its test. The heavy hammer, driven by machinery, rose and fell rhythmically, striking the heated iron ingots, sending sparks flying. The surrounding craftsmen erupted in cheers. Rolin stood at a distance, observing this scene with a faint smile. Faye approached and whispered, "Miss Ilos is truly accomplished in both arts and arms." Roland chuckled lightly. Indeed, her worth extends far beyond that. After appreciating Ilos's performance, Roland proceeded to inspect the production of straw paper in the workshop. Inside, craftsmen busily spread the crushed plant fibers over fine mesh screens, and through pressing and drying, sheets of smooth straw paper gradually took shape. Cohen accompanied Roland, stepping forward to introduce, "My lord, you have arrived just in time. This batch of finished products is complete." Roland took the straw paper, examining its texture with satisfaction. "Excellent, even better than I had anticipated." "Cohen, you have done well." Cohen smiled sheepishly. "I merely followed your designs." "My lord." Roland clapped him on the shoulder. "No need for modesty. By the way, how is the search for personnel coming along?" Cohen replied earnestly, "I have selected 5 free men, all young and diligent. 2 of them have worked in the merchant guild and possess good arithmetic skills, while the other 3 are craftsmen with rich expertise. They can assist me in managing the production of various workshops." "Very good," Roland nodded. "Next, we must gradually increase the output of straw paper to meet market demand as soon as possible. Additionally, we should prioritize the site selection for the new workshop, preferably near a river for easy access to water." Cohen noted seriously, "Yes, my lord. I will lead a team for a site inspection tomorrow." After leaving the workshop, Roland made his way to the newly established bookstore. The shop, located at the heart of the commercial street, had Arkell busily organizing the shelves inside. Upon seeing Roland, he hurriedly bowed. "Governor." Roland replied gently, "No need for such formalities. How is the bookstore coming along?" Arkell respectfully answered, "My lord, the shelves and counters are set up, and the first batch of books will arrive tomorrow. Miss Luana has also helped me contact several scribes, who will provide more manuscripts in due course." Roland surveyed the surroundings. Though the bookstore was small, it was well organized. He approached a shelf, casually picking up a handwritten poetry collection and flipping through it, inquiring, "Have the prices been determined?" Arkell nodded. "As per your instructions, the price is only 1/3 of that of the parchment books. I have also prepared some cheaper blank straw paper notebooks for students and merchants." "Good." Roland approved. "Remember, the bookstore is not just a place to sell books, but also a center for disseminating knowledge. We should hold regular reading sessions to attract more visitors." A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Arkell's eyes. "Yes, my lord. I will certainly strive to manage the bookstore well." The remaining allied forces retreated to the royal capital of Tangli, Wanlan City. The soldiers on the walls silently observed the disheveled, defeated troops, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Sandor, his countenance dark, listened to Command's report and roared, "Incompetence! Where's Marcus? Bring him to me." Marcus was dragged into the hall, his face ashen. Sandor seized him by the collar, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "Is this the cannon you assured me of? You tell me, what purpose do they serve?" Trembling, Marcus stammered in defense, "Your Majesty, it must have been the soldiers' improper handling. This is not my fault. Take him away and execute him." Sandor bellowed. Marcus collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy, yet Sandor, in a state of agitation, had no mind to heed him. "And that Hohen, bring him to me as well. Is this the talent he promised me? One capable of producing cannons?" "Your Majesty, the army of Karkoya is approaching in the near future," the Minister of Military Affairs whispered. "Should we consider seeking assistance?" Sandor remained silent for a long while, finally speaking slowly. "Dispatch a messenger to Varandia." Chapter 53. Tangli seeks aid again. 3 days later, a convoy laden with samples of paper and a second batch of support firearms was ready to depart. Roland personally went to the city gate to bid farewell, earnestly advising the convoy leader, "This cargo is of utmost importance. Ensure its careful safeguarding. Upon arriving in Goya City, seek out Princess Mela. She will arrange the subsequent matters." The convoy leader nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall fulfill my duty." After watching the convoy depart, Roland returned to the governor's office, where Ilos approached him hurriedly, nearly colliding with him. At the critical moment, Ilos quickly halted and stepped back to bow. "Apologies, Your Excellency." Rolin waved his hand, indicating that it was of no consequence. "It is evident that you have been quite busy lately." Ilos smiled faintly. "Indeed, there are new issues to resolve in the workshop every day. I hardly dare to relax." Rolin raised an eyebrow. "No need to rush, just do your best. Furthermore, do not place too much emphasis on these matters. Take some time to practice your marksmanship, as I am looking forward to having you lead troops alongside me in battle." Ilos nodded, her gaze growing somewhat profound. "However, victories on the battlefield bring only fleeting glory, while creations in the workshop can transform lives. Lately, I am beginning to understand your original intention for building this territory more and more." Rolin felt somewhat troubled by her words. "So, it seems you do not favor combat. If you require it, my lord Rolin, I will fight. However, I hope you will not compel my sword to be drawn against my fellow Stokes." Rolin nodded with satisfaction. "I am pleased to hear you think this way. I assure you, I will not send you to harm your own kin. By the way, how was the progress of the water wheel application?" "Very smoothly," Ilos replied, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "Besides the hammer, we are also attempting to use the water wheel to power the mill and the textile machine. Mr. Cohen said that in a few days, the new workshop will be ready for production." "Excellent." Rolin clapped her shoulder. "Your abilities truly exceed my expectations." Ilos displayed no hint of arrogance. "It is my honor to serve you, my lord." For days later, as night fell, Rolin was reviewing reports from various regions in his study. Feline entered with a cup of hot tea, softly saying, "Rolin, you should rest." Rolin accepted the cup and rubbed his weary eyes. "Thank you. By the way, Feline, what do you think of Ilos?" Feline tilted her head in thought. "She is a very earnest person, putting her all into everything she does. Moreover, she seems increasingly invested in the development of the territory." Rolin smiled. "Yes, her transformation brings me great comfort. Perhaps it won't be long before she becomes one of our core members." Feline blinked. "Did you foresee this coming?" Rolin took a sip of tea, speaking meaningfully. "Human hearts are tender. As long as enough trust and opportunity are given, there will always be those willing to reciprocate with loyalty." Just then, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. Luana rushed in, her face flushed with excitement. "My lord, a letter has arrived from Goya City." Rolin took the letter and swiftly tore it open. The letter was personally written by Mela. Its content concise and clear. "My lord Rolin, the samples of paper have been received, and both my father and the ministers in court have praised it highly, immediately ordering a large quantity for court documents. The scholars of the Academy also hold it in high regard and expect market demand to far exceed expectations. The firearms have been delivered to the Royal Guards, preparing for training as planned. Furthermore, the envoy from Tangley has come again seeking assistance, willing to pay 100,000 gold coins for our military support. This matter requires careful deliberation. I hope you can hurry to Goya City to discuss it. Mela." Rolin set down the letter, a faint smile gracing his lips. The success of the paper was anticipated, but Tangley's plea for aid was an unexpected delight. He turned to Luana. "Prepare yourself. I'll be going to Goya City tomorrow." Luana nodded. "Yes, my lord. I will arrange for the carriage and escorts right away." Feline leaned closer, curiously asking, "Rolin, are we going to the royal capital?" Rolin shook his head. "This time I will go alone. You and Luana will stay in the territory to oversee everything here." Feline pouted slightly, but ultimately nodded obediently. "All right, please return early." When Rolin arrived in Goya City, it was just dusk, the sunset casting its glow upon the palace. As he dismounted the carriage, Mela's personal maid approached, respectfully bowing. "Lord Rolin, the princess has been waiting for you in the council chamber for quite some time. Lead the way." Rolin nodded slightly and followed the maid through the palace corridors. The guards along the way saluted him with a mixture of respect and awe. Since Mela took over the governance, Rolin's status in Varandia had become increasingly prominent. Nearly everyone knew the name of this military deity. In the council chamber, Mela stood by the window, facing the entrance. She wore a deep crimson gown, the hem embroidered with a golden royal crest, her hair elegantly styled, exuding grace and authority. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned, a smile gracing her lips. "You have arrived." Rolin knelt on one knee to pay his respects. "Your Highness." Mela raised her hand to indicate he could rise. No need for excessive formalities. The envoy from Tangley has already arrived and is waiting in the palace. However, before meeting him, I would like to hear your thoughts first. Rolin stood upright, his gaze resolute. "Your Highness, Tangley is now at its wit's end. The army of Karkoya may breach Wanlan's city at any moment. Their plea for assistance is merely an attempt to drag us into their predicament. From Tangley's perspective, We share a symbiotic relationship. We must respond to their request for aid. Yet, this also presents an opportunity for us. It is, as you mentioned before, the authority of garrisoning and marching. Rolin spoke solemnly. We can use this to infiltrate Tangli and potentially exert control over it gradually in the future. Additionally, the Podhill and Clee Valley are fertile lands rich in minerals. If we can incorporate them into the Varandia territory, it would greatly benefit our development. Malon nodded thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that we can send troops, but we must ensure Tangli pays a sufficient price? Precisely. Rolin smiled slightly. They are now at a dead end and have no room for negotiation. A glimmer of approval flashed in Malah's eyes. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Moments later, the envoy from Tangli was ushered into the council chamber. He was a middle-aged man, haggard and bloodshot-eyed, clearly exhausted from days of travel. Upon seeing Malah and Rolin, he bowed deeply. Princess Malah, Lord Rolin, I thank you both for your precious time. Chapter 54, The Prince. Malah gestured for him to take a seat. There is no need for such formalities. We are already aware of Tangli's predicament. How does your king wish Varandia to assist? The envoy took a deep breath, his tone heavy. Your Highness, the army of Karkoya is advancing on Wanlan City. Our military has suffered considerable losses and urgently needs allies for support. His Majesty the King hopes Varandia can send troops to assist in defense and jointly resist Karkoya's invasion. Malah exchanged a glance with Rolin, then slowly replied, Varandia has just emerged from civil war, and our national strength has yet to recover. To act rashly would pose a significant risk to us. The envoy hastily interjected, Your Highness, once Tangli falls, Karkoya's next target will likely be Varandia. You must understand the principle of mutual survival. Rolin interjected appropriately. You make a valid point, but for Varandia to deploy troops, we require sufficient guarantees and returns. The envoy looked at Rolin, hope gleaming in his eyes. Lord Rolin, what conditions do you propose? Rolin spoke in a calm tone. Varandia may deploy troops, but Tangli must grant us the rights to station troops and march freely, allowing our forces to operate unrestricted within Tangli's territory. Furthermore, the Bode Hills and the Kelly Valley must be ceded to Varandia. The envoy's expression changed dramatically. This is an outrageous demand. Granting rights to station and march is already excessive, and ceding the Bode Hills and Kelly Valley, which are the bountiful lands of our eastern territory, would be tantamount to surrendering our 3 major provinces. Mira smiled faintly. Does Tangli still possess bargaining chips? Who, besides Varandia, would be willing to send troops to support a Tangli on the verge of annihilation? And without Varandia's support, how much longer can Wanlan City endure? 6 months? 3? Rolling added. The cavalry of Karkoya is unstoppable. Tangli's defeat is inevitable. However, Varandia has the capacity to drive the Karkoyans back to the border, or even completely expel them from the Cypro Plains. At that point, the Cypro Plains can be handed over to Tangli in exchange for the eastern lands. This would not be a loss for you. The envoy remained silent for a long while, uncertain of Rolin's confidence, but he knew that Tangli had no path of retreat. Finally, he spoke with difficulty. This matter is of great significance. I must consult His Majesty the King. I shall report your proposal faithfully. Mira nodded. Of course. However, time is of the essence. I hope your country can provide a swift response. If delayed, and the opportunity is lost, Varandia cannot guarantee Tangli's safety. The envoy stood and bowed. Tangli will respond as soon as possible. Thank you, Your Highness and Lord Rolin, for your audience. After the envoy departed, Mira let out a long breath and turned to Rolin. Do you think Sandor will agree? Rolin smiled slightly. He has no choice. You truly are a master negotiator, Rolin. Rolin humbly shook his head. I merely seized upon the other's weaknesses. Mira suddenly changed the subject. Rolin, you must be weary from today's journey. I have arranged a room for you in the palace. Please rest well. Tomorrow, I shall take you to observe the training of the royal guards. With the firearms you provided, their combat effectiveness will surely increase. The next morning, the two arrived at the training grounds behind the palace. Hundreds of royal guard soldiers were lined up, practicing with their flintlock rifles, glinting coldly in the sunlight. Upon seeing Mira and Rolin, Sergeant Baron immediately ordered the training to cease and saluted the two. Your Highness, he exclaimed. He then turned to Rolin. Lord Rolin, it has been a long time. Indeed. Baron, you seem more spirited than ever since our last meeting. All thanks to His Majesty the King, Her Highness, and Lord Rolin, Baron promptly flattered. Mira gestured for him to continue. Proceed with the training. Let Lord Rolin review and provide guidance. Baron complied, shouting loud, aim, fire. The soldiers moved in perfect unison, loading, aiming, and firing in seamless succession. The gunfire was deafening. although many missed their distant straw man target. The impressive synchronization within such a short time truly reflected the caliber of the Royal Guards. Rolin nodded in satisfaction. The training has been commendable. With a bit more time, their combat prowess will strengthen further. Mira turned to him. This way, my safety will be better assured. Your Highness's safety is always my foremost duty. Mira suddenly chuckled lightly, her eyes glinting with a hint of teasing. Rolin, you are always so serious. Rolin awkwardly touched his nose. It is my duty. Mira's gaze grew profound as she softly inquired. Rolin, have you ever considered becoming a prince of Valandia? Rolin was taken aback. Why do you say this, Your Highness? Mira met his eyes directly, her tone earnest. Once I ascend to the throne, as long as you marry me, you shall become a prince of Valandia. At that time, you will rule this nation alongside me. Rolin was momentarily speechless, his ears slightly flushed. He had not anticipated Mira would address this topic so directly. After a brief pause, he cleared his throat, attempting to ease the awkwardness. Your Highness, this is quite sudden. Mira, however, did not afford him the chance to evade. Do you dislike me? Of course not. Rolin quickly shook his head. Your Highness, you are extraordinarily talented and possess a global perspective. I hold you in great esteem. Then, why the hesitation? Mira pressed on. Rolin took a deep breath, smiling wryly. Your Highness, I am merely a country noble. What merit do I possess? Mira interrupted him. Rolin, your abilities are evident to all. I need you, and Valandia needs you. Then, with a playful smile, Mira seemed to release her grip on her prey. Like a lioness letting go. Consider it. Rolin, just as long as you do not mind that I am older than you by over 5 years. I am not young anymore. It is time for me to marry, and if I miss this opportunity, I may end up marrying someone else. Rolin hurriedly waved his hands. Your Highness, you are absolutely exquisite, and the term aging does not apply to you. This matter is of great importance. Please allow me to consider it carefully, and I will provide you with a prompt response. Mira nodded, no longer pressing. Very well, I shall await your answer. Upon exiting Goya, Rolin wasted no time and rode back to Kenai Corner City. As he stepped through the city gates, he heard a familiar voice calling from the direction of the market. The voice was loud and warm, imbued with the shrewdness and savvy characteristic of a merchant. Isn't that Tret's voice? Rolin thought, intrigued, and followed the sound. In the center of the market, Tret's caravan was unloading goods. The cart was piled high with wares from various regions, spices from the south, furs from the north, and Tret himself stood nearby, directing his men to sort and arrange the goods. He had gained a bit of weight since their last meeting, his round face adorned with a satisfied smile, his silken robe vibrant in the sunlight. Chapter 55. The Merchant Tret. Tret, Rolin called out loudly, harboring a great fondness for this merchant. During Old Clinton's time, Tret frequently visited the territory, acquiring grain and selling farming tools and daily necessities. Furthermore, during the most challenging times for the territory, it was Tret who extended a helping hand, bringing essential supplies for producing firearms to Rolin. Tret turned around, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Rolin, and he hurried over, executing an exaggerated bow. Ah, is this not our esteemed Governor Rolin? You look quite worn from your travels. Have you just returned from the capital? Rolin chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. What a coincidence to run into you right after my return. What treasures have you brought this time? Tret rubbed his hands together, a glint of merchant cunning in his eyes. Just some trinkets, not as fine as the novel goods from your territory. Speaking of which, every time I return to Kenai Corner City, I have to relearn the way. The changes are too great. Rolin looked around and indeed noted that Kenai Corner City had transformed remarkably since he last met Tret. The cobblestone roads were neatly laid. The shops lined up along the streets, and the pedestrians dressed splendidly, bustling even more than many capital cities. Let us go to a tavern to sit for a while. Rolin suggested, I will treat you to a drink, and we can chat. The two made their way to a tavern and found a quiet corner to sit. The server quickly brought forth ale and a few snacks. Tret took a sip of the ale, sighing contentedly. Nothing beats the ale here. Lord Rolin, to be honest, your territory is developing at an astonishing pace. The last time I was here, there weren't nearly as many brick houses. Now even the sewer system is nearly complete. Rolin smiled. All credit goes to the hard work of the citizens. Speaking of which, since I formed my own trading caravan, our opportunities to meet have dwindled. For this, I must apologize. Tret waved his hand dismissively. You were too polite. What Lord Wu and T want to keep trade within their own grasp. The wealth that merchants take is all genuine gold and silver. Moreover, he lowered his voice and winked slyly. The soap, matches, and the newly released toilet paper in your territory have allowed me to amass quite a fortune. Just from exporting soap abroad, I have earned this. He extended his 5 chubby fingers. 500 gold coins? Rolin speculated. At another 0. Trait laughed heartily. Rolin raised an eyebrow. It seems I must consider raising my prices. The two exchanged knowing smiles and clinked their cups together. As the evening wore on and the wine flowed, Trait's face turned as red as a ripe apple. He leaned closer to Rolin and said conspiratorially, "My lord Rolin, let me share a heartfelt confession. Once I complete this run and save enough money, I plan to settle in Kenai Corner. This place has great potential." Rolin's eyes brightened. "That is splendid news. If you come, I can assign you to manage part of the trade caravan affairs. Your familiarity with various trade routes and markets makes you just the talent I need." Trait's eyes widened in astonishment, the effects of the wine momentarily forgotten. "Are you serious?" "Of course," Rolin nodded. "My territory requires a diverse array of talents, and you should give it considerable thought." Trait rubbed his hands together in excitement. "That will be fantastic. I will certainly contemplate this matter seriously." He hesitated for a moment. "Additionally, I have a small request from this trip. Feel free to speak. I have a merchant friend who, hearing of Kenai Corner's development, wishes to send his son here for employment." Trait said cautiously. "Oh, do elaborate. What sort of lad is he? What skills does he possess?" Rolin's interest was piqued. "The boy is 16, of impeccable character, and quite capable, suitable as a guard for the caravan." Rolin's expression, which had been expectant, suddenly fell. "He's a boy, then?" Trait blinked in surprise. "Yes, what of it?" Rolin muttered instinctively, "Boys don't play." "Huh?" Trait looked bewildered, not quite grasping the remark. Rolin quickly cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. "It's nothing. I merely meant that, boys have abundant energy, making them ideal for guarding duties. Have him come. I will make the arrangements." Though Trait found Rolin's reaction somewhat odd, he was still pleased to receive the approval. "Thank you so much. The lad's name is sane. I assure you he will not disappoint." To shift the topic, Rolin inquired, "By the way, do you have any fresh news from abroad?" Trait perked up instantly. "While there may not be fresh news, I do have plenty of gossip. The nobles of Stokes have recently become enamored with our perfumes, especially the rose scent, which has tripled in price and is still in high demand. One countess nearly came to blows with another lady over the last batch." Rolin chuckled. "It seems I must instruct the workshop to increase production." After chatting for a while longer, the evening grew late. Trait rose to take his leave. "My lord Rolin, I must return to oversee the goods. I will seriously consider your earlier proposal and respond promptly." Rolin stood as well. "No rush. Take your time to ponder. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." Stepping out of the tavern, a gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a hint of coolness. Rolin inhaled deeply, gazing upon the bustling sights of the city, filled with a sense of accomplishment. The transformation of Kenai Corner was indeed remarkable, and it would continue to evolve in the foreseeable future. Upon returning to the governor's residence, Fairlin was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard with Ilos. Upon seeing Rolin, Fairlin dropped her wooden sword and rushed over Rolin. "You're back. Did Princess Mira bully you?" Rolin chuckled. "Why would she bully me?" Fairlin pouted. "Who knows? That woman is quite clever. It would be wise to remain cautious." Ilos approached gracefully, bowing. "Good evening, Lord Rolin. Was your journey to the capital successful?" "Very successful." Rolin nodded, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, Ilos, do you have some free time lately? I would like to request your assistance in training a new batch of caravan guards." Ilos looked somewhat surprised. "Me? But I am not well versed in trade affairs." "Yet your swordsmanship and commanding abilities are exceptional." Rolin smiled. "Guards do not need to understand commerce. They simply need to ensure safe delivery of goods. Now that the water carts are also completed, you need not concern yourself too much with the workshop's affairs. Tomorrow, go see Luna for a gun. Consider it your personal firearm, and also learn more about leading troops in battle." Ilos pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "I will do my utmost." Chapter 56. Signs of Rebellion. Fairlin interjected. "Rolin, did you just visit Trait? I heard his caravan has entered the city." "You certainly keep well informed." Rolin ruffled her hair. "Indeed. I invited him to join our caravan. He possesses considerable experience in trade." Fairlin's eyes lit up. "Wonderful. Let him make more trips to the south and bring us delicious southern fruits. All you think of is food. I brought Trait to assist the territory with serious business." "There is no time for fruit gathering," Rolin replied. "But gathering fruits is serious business, too. You see, for the territory to develop rapidly, we must enhance the happiness of the populace, and to elevate their happiness, we need to diversify the food options. Therefore, wouldn't procuring fruits from the south be of great importance?" Having spent considerable time with Rolin, Fairlin had learned quite a bit, particularly in the art of persuasion. "Fine. I will have a cart of lychees brought to you, so you can indulge like Yongu Fei." Rolin knew Fairlin wouldn't comprehend the reference, and he teased her playfully. Meanwhile, In Wanlan City, King Sandor's furious roar echoed within the royal palace's grand hall, causing the candle flames to flicker erratically. He slammed the documents in his hand to the ground. The envoy beside him knelt, as if someone had tightened a grip around his throat, his breath momentarily stilled. You demand both military and marching rights, while also asking for the cession of the Poda Hills and the Kelly Valley? Do the Valandians truly believe Tanglay is a lamb ready for slaughter? The Minister of Military Affairs, standing nearby, interjected somewhat inopportunely, Your Majesty. The armies of Kelkoya are stationed 50 kilometers away. If we delay further. Silence. Sandor glared at the audacity of someone daring to contradict him at such a moment. Seeing the Minister of Military Affairs immediately fall silent, he panted heavily, surveying his courtiers, only to find none dared to meet his gaze. After a prolonged silence, Sandor finally slumped back onto his throne. He raised a hand to rub his temple. His voice hoarse. Tell the Valandians that we shall grant them only 5 years of marching and military rights. And that deployment to towns and villages requires the consent of the local lords. As for the land cession, he clenched his teeth and spat out the last few words. Let them first drive the Kelkoyans from the Cypro Plains before we discuss it. In the Kelkoya camp outside Wanlan, within King Clauda's tent, a scout knelt to report, Your Majesty, we have received word that Tanglay is negotiating with Valandia, likely discussing troop reinforcements. Valandia? Clauda scoffed, tossing a half-eaten lamb bone into the fire. Does that sickly metalin dare to intervene? He rose, the wolf emblem on his armor glinting ominously in the firelight. Order the entire army to rest for 3 days. After that, we shall besiege Wanlan. If this turtle shell is difficult to crack, let us suffocate them within. The old marshal, Gore, hesitated to speak. Your Majesty, there are rumors regarding Valandia's firearms. Rumors? Clauda waved his hand impatiently. 30 years ago, Valandia was defeated by Stokes and forced to cede land for peace. Even if they have improved somewhat since, how can they contend with Kelkoya's iron cavalry? They are merely bluffing. He disregarded the old marshal and shouted to those outside the tent, let the cavalry continue to ravage the surrounding villages. Not a single grain of food is to be left for the Tanglay. In the capital of Klas, Brasker City, on the desk of King Hakako lay a thick stack of pleas for assistance, all emanating from Wanlan. Time was running short for Tanglay. He lifted his gaze towards the Minister of Military Affairs and inquired, Where are our troops? The 2nd Legion has already set forth towards the border and is expected to arrive in 5 days. The minister replied hesitantly, But alas, Karkoya is already at the gates of Wanlan. Even if our forces enter Tanglay, there will be no troops from Tanglay to support us. Hakako suddenly let out a cold laugh. Incompetent Tanglayans. They have abandoned the Weiss defense line themselves, yet expect us to clean up this mess. Dispatch orders to the commander of the 2nd Legion to hasten to Wanlan at the quickest pace to assist in the eradication of the Karkoya forces. Furthermore, instruct him to send out scouts for intelligence. Should Wanlan have fallen, we will alter our strategy and consolidate the Klas forces within Tanglay, retreating to the northern defenses. In the city of Goya, as the envoy from Tanglay departed, a faint smile graced Mira's lips. She turned to the military minister, Trimmy, standing beside her, and calmly queried, What is your opinion on the conditions proposed by Tanglay, Lord Trimmy? Trimmy bowed. Your Highness, the Karkoya army is already at our doorstep. Tanglay has no alternatives left. Should we apply further pressure? Mira gently shook her head. There is no need. 5 years have sufficed for us to penetrate Tanglay's military and political systems. Rising, she approached the window, gazing at the distant city walls. Send word to the governors of various regions to commence gathering the Lord's armies, preparing to support Tanglay. Appoint Governor Rolin as the commander of the Valandia reinforcements. Once the troops reach the border, all will heed his command. Understood, Your Highness, Trimmy replied, bowing as he exited the council chamber. Once outside, his expression shifted several times, ultimately revealing a faint, cold smirk. 2 days later, within the governor's mansion of Kenai Corner, Rolin was perusing the letter sent by Mira. The missive detailed the outcomes of negotiations with Tanglay and Mira's analysis of the situation. Rolin set the letter aside, his brow furrowed. Bill, immediately notify all the nobles of the valley to assemble with 200 troops each 3 days hence outside Kenai Corner. At once, my lord. Bill bowed in acknowledgement. I shall dispatch someone to attend to it. As night fell, Baron Arthur's secret estate was ablaze with light. A dozen nobles from the valley gathered around a long table. Their expressions varied. Arthur stood at the head, surveying them all. Gentlemen, the Valandia army is about to embark. This is our best opportunity. An elder noble frowned. Princess Mira now commands the royal guard. Should we act rashly, it could spell disaster. The royal guard is of no concern. Arthur scoffed. Prince Dengil has secretly trained a cadre of warriors, and with the private soldiers each of our houses has retained, we can easily seize control of Goya City. You merely need to follow the plan, have your trusted aides bring in serfs to bolster our numbers, and assemble our elite forces in secret. Once the Valandia army enters Tanglai, we shall act without delay. The nobles exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. Arthur's smile broadened with satisfaction. Roland has bullied us for too long. If this continues, our family's legacy will be tarnished. This time, we must ensure he tastes the bitterness of defeat and reclaim all that we have lost. The following day, Bill reported back to Roland with the noble's responses. Rolin, seated in his chair, focused intently on the replies from Arthur's faction, disappointment etched on his face. As expected, Dengil is not yet disheartened. Chapter 57, Assembly. From the perspective of Arthur and his faction, their actions were not particularly misguided. The kingdom's conscription was intended to support Tanglai, and it was evident to anyone that this was a thankless endeavor. Aside from those eager to capitalize on the war for personal gain, were those aspiring to enter the kingdom's military department and become court nobles. The prospect was more detrimental than beneficial for any feudal lord. Even if Valandia performed admirably and helped Tanglai withstand the Carcoya onslaught, post-war there would be no additional lands granted to them. Conversely, leading troops to the front lines posed the risk of death in battle, a far greater loss. Thus, any rational individual would avoid the battlefield, merely ensuring the requisite troop numbers were met. However, the Valley nobles were distinct from others. They had recently engaged in the struggle for the throne and had significant grievances with Roland, who was keeping a watchful eye on them. Any hint of discontent could reveal information, compelling Roland to remain cautious. Yet, even if Arthur and his cohorts were aware that their actions might arouse Roland's suspicion, they had no alternative. After all, this matter pertained to the future of the throne and dictated their own fates. How could they not participate personally? If a coup were to occur and they were absent, instead serving under Roland, they would not only gain nothing, but might also find themselves under suspicion from the eldest prince. Should others accuse them of collusion with Roland and leaking information, they would be left with no allies, and their innocence would be indefensible. Evelyn quietly approached Roland. Roland, you appear troubled. Rolin sighed softly. Dengil is preparing to make his move. Those nobles feigning illness are undoubtedly gathering forces in secret, intending to instigate a coup while our army departs. What shall we do? Evelyn's eyes widened. We must inform Princess Mira at once. Indeed. Roland moved to his desk, swiftly penning a letter and handing it to Luana, instructing her to ensure it reached the palace post-haste, delivered directly to Princess Mira. He sealed the letter and added, furthermore, have the workshop box up the latest batch of firearms and dispatch elite soldiers to escort them to Goya. Once I lead the troops away, all subsequent firearms must be sent to the palace, ensuring they are received by Princess Mira herself. Evelyn nodded earnestly. I shall make the arrangements immediately. 3 days later, outside Kenai Corner, the assembled troops were far fewer than anticipated. Roland, mounted on his warhorse, surveyed the sparse ranks, his heart sinking. Hogg rode up, speaking in hushed tones. My lord, fewer than half of the nobles have come personally. The rest are merely serfs to fill the ranks. Roland let out a cold laugh, as expected. He turned to Lancelot, commanding, you will accompany me, leading the territorial forces and these reinforcements towards Tanglai as planned, ensuring our original strategy remains intact. Lancelot nodded firmly, understood. Then, Roland addressed Hogg. You take the elite of the 2nd Legion and return in secret, acting per Princess Mira's instructions. Should any disturbances arise in Goya, provide support at all costs. Hogg immediately understood. Rest assured, my lord. Before the departure of the troops, Roland gathered the core members for a meeting at the governor's mansion. Ilios, Luna, and Tyrol assembled in the study. Roland stood before the desk, his voice grave. Dengil may very well initiate a coup within the next few days. We must prepare for all contingencies. Ilios stepped forward. My lord, please allow me to accompany you to Goya. I possess combat skills that may prove useful. Roland shook his head. No, you shall remain in the territory to oversee defenses. Evelyn will accompany me. Luna presented a list, my lord. This is the inventory of the latest firearms, all packed and ready to depart. Additionally, the rifling technique you previously mentioned is under study and should yield results shortly. Excellent. Roland nodded, then turned to Tyrol. How is the medical team prepared? Tyrol replied softly. We have assembled an ample supply of medicines and bandages. Roland surveyed the group. This operation is of utmost importance. All must exercise caution. In the barracks, the soldiers of Clinton S. Domain had now donned a unified new uniform. The attire of the musketeers was primarily red and white, with red jackets adorned with golden embellishments, complemented by pure white trousers and black knee-high military boots. The uniforms of the artillery are predominantly cloaked in shades of black, exuding a sense of simplicity that simultaneously conveys an air of grim determination. The colors of the combat attire and the ceremonial dress are largely identical, yet they possess a certain elegance that far surpasses the earlier, more austere military garb. These uniforms have all been diligently crafted by the workshops in recent days, finally ready for collective distribution to all troops before their grand expedition. "Hey, come and see how this outfit looks on me. Is it appealing?" exclaimed a soldier, straightening his posture and offering an impeccably executed salute. "Stunning. Absolutely magnificent," his companion readily praised, giving a thumbs up, and almost as if influenced, he too raised his right hand in a salute. The first soldier beamed with delight, yet he did not lower his salute, and the two continued this peculiar exchange, standing tall while sharing hearty laughter. "Honestly, I truly hesitate to don this attire on the battlefield. Even a speck of dirt would cause me great anguish," remarked another soldier seated nearby, observing the two engage in their salute game. "If any foolish enemy were to soil my uniform, I would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Don't go looking for trouble." The captain of these soldiers observed his vain subordinates with a bemused expression. "You, lad, must heed my commands when on the battlefield. If you follow my orders, even if your uniform is ruined, Lord Rolin will provide you with a new one. But should you disregard my commands and seek to settle scores, then you shall never wear this uniform again." In Goya City, within the royal palace's side chamber, Mira finished reading Roland's letter, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. She turned to the captain of the royal guards, Baron, and instructed, enhance the palace's defenses, especially the nighttime patrols. Additionally, send someone to closely monitor Dengel's movements. Baron bowed, responding, "Yes, your highness." Mira approached the window, gazing at the distant city walls, murmuring to herself, "Dengil, you ultimately could not restrain yourself." Leading the Valley army along the road to the border, Roland heard the thunderous cacophony of hooves and marching soldiers intertwining. Suddenly, a rapid clatter of hooves echoed from behind. Baron Robert, accompanied by several guards, galloped forward, his armor caked in dust, evidently having ridden swiftly. "Governor Roland." Baron Robert saluted from his mount, his expression grave. "There is something I have pondered and deemed necessary to inform you." Roland spurred his horse to pick up speed, slightly ahead of the army's pace, with Robert keeping up. At this moment, Roland inquired, "What is the matter, Baron?" Robert lowered his voice. "You must have noticed that many nobles have not personally led their troops in this support mission. I am concerned that they might take advantage of your absence to covertly undermine the Clinton territory as a form of retaliation. Should we not bolster the defenses of the territory, or perhaps send some troops back for reinforcement?" Upon hearing this, Roland patted Robert's shoulder, his tone warm with appreciation. "Thank you for your vigilance, Robert. You are a loyal and kind-hearted individual, always considering the welfare of others." He paused, his voice growing somber. "However, what those nobles intend to do is likely far more insidious than you can fathom." Robert blinked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Roland gazed toward the darkening sky. Speaking slowly, "Their true target is not the Clinton territory, but rather Goya City." "Goya City?" Robert responded, puzzled, entirely unaware of the impending events that would unfold there. Was transpiring in the capital? Could it be? As thoughts flickered through his mind, Robert seemingly grasped a crucial point. Just as he was about to inquire further, they emerged from the woods, and the landscape shifted before them as the army reached the designated rendezvous point at the border. They lifted their heads to behold the vast plain of the Valandia border, where a multitude of tents sprawled out like stars in the night sky. The armies of other governors had already arrived, awaiting Roland's command. "It seems we shall have to continue this discussion later," Roland declared, urging his horse forward. Robert followed closely, yet unease churned within him. In the center of the camp, Mountain Governor Monty was engaged in discussions regarding military affairs with several generals. Upon seeing Roland's arrival, he strode forward, executing a precise military salute. "My Lord Roland, the reinforcements from various regions have all arrived, totaling 12,000 men, and are awaiting your orders." Roland surveyed the surroundings. The camp was meticulously organized, and the soldiers appeared invigorated, a testament to Monty's thorough preparations. He nodded in approval. "Well done, Lord Monty. Relay the command for the entire army to rest today, and we shall set forth at dawn tomorrow, with the objective of Wanlan City." "Understood." Monty responded with a firm nod, then lowered his voice. "However, there are certain matters that require your attention. Among the reinforcements, the proportion of elite soldiers is less than 30%. The majority are temporary conscripts. I fear their combat capabilities may struggle against the cavalry of Karkoya." Roland let out a derisive snort. "No matter. The lords do not wish to squander their hard-earned resources, and I can comprehend that. I never expected to rely on them to win this battle. He turned to Monty, his expression laden with meaning. They believe this expedition holds no benefits and that there will be no new lands to distribute. They are utterly oblivious to what this war signifies. If they do not wish to exert themselves, then let the merits and rewards be granted to those willing to serve the kingdom. Monty seemed to grasp the intent, but saw that Rolin offered no further explanation, so he turned to convey the orders. As night fell, campfires flickered to life, and soldiers gathered to enjoy their evening meal. Rolin stood solitary on a high ridge at the edge of the camp, gazing into the distance. At that moment, Robert approached, carrying 2 cups of warm wine. "Governor, have a drink to warm yourself." Roland accepted the cup, expressing his gratitude. After a brief silence, Robert finally could not restrain his curiosity. "You mentioned earlier that there would be benefits to this war. Is that true?" Roland sipped his wine, his gaze profound. "What? Do you doubt my words?" Robert furrowed his brow. "Of course not. But with our current forces, can we truly defeat the Carcoya army? I have heard that due to considerable losses on the front lines, the Carcoya reserve troops have also assembled and entered Tanglay." Roland did not respond directly, but instead countered. "Do you know what the Carcoya people fear?" Robert shook his head. "They fear fire. Every man fears fire," Roland replied with a faint smile. "Especially the fire they have never encountered." Days later, a mysterious contingent quietly infiltrated Goya City. They dispersed among various inns, appearing as ordinary merchants. Yet they were in fact soldiers secretly trained by Dengil. Baron Arthur personally arrived at Dengil's residence in the royal territory, speaking in hushed tones. "Your Highness, all preparations are complete. Our forces have set forth toward Goya City, and the Valandia reinforcements have departed the homeland, unlikely to return for at least 5 days." Beside Dengil, Trimmy also bowed in report. "In my capacity as Minister of Military Affairs, I have temporarily withdrawn the Goya City Defense Forces from the capital." Dengil stood by the window, the moonlight casting a cold glow upon his features. "Excellent. The operation will commence tomorrow night. We must swiftly seize Goya City." The Valandia reinforcements arrived at a vast plain 30 kilometers east of Wanlan City as the evening sun began to set. Roland, mounted on his horse, gazed at the faint outline of Wanlan City walls in the distance. At that moment, scouts galloped back to report, "My lord, Wanlan City is currently besieged by the Carcoya army, the ground littered with signs of battle, but the walls remain unbreached." Roland nodded, somewhat astonished. It is indeed surprising that the coalition of Tanglay and Klaus has managed to hold out this long. He turned to the messenger, commanding, "Relay to the entire army to set up camp here. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow to relieve Wanlan City." As night enveloped the camp, the flickering campfires illuminated the surroundings. Roland stood before the hastily erected command tent, gazing toward the distant direction of Wanlan City. Fulin stood behind him, inquiring, "My lord, are you concerned about tomorrow's battle?" Roland regained his composure and smiled as he spoke. "Naturally, there are concerns. The enemy's numbers are overwhelming, and we are engaged in battle in the wilderness, which places us at a disadvantage. However, I firmly believe that glory shall ultimately belong to us." Meanwhile, near the city of Shurien, the 2nd Legion under Cross found itself embroiled in an unexpected skirmish. Commander Lost, mounted on his steed, gazed anxiously at the fluttering flag of Carcoya atop the city walls. His initial intention had been to support the city of Wanlan, but he had lost his way within Tanglai territory, meandering until he arrived at the inner river plain. Observing the city's feeble defenses from a distance, Lost was struck by a sudden idea. Since he could no longer locate Wanlan, why not seize this city in support of Tanglai? This would also compel Carcoya to divert troops to assist, alleviating the pressure on Wanlan. Moreover, capturing a city held by the enemy would allow him to boast of his accomplishments in the battle reports. Chapter 59, The Battle for Wanlan Support. With this thought in mind, Lost hesitated no longer. He raised his sword high and commanded, "All troops advance. Capture this city." The soldiers of Cross charged towards the city walls, their archers providing cover fire. At that moment, the walls of Shurien were still in a state of partial collapse. The Carcoyans pursued the enemy eastward, and the scant remaining garrison, lacking resources to repair the walls, believed it impossible for an enemy to reach this point. Consequently, the damage caused by Carcoya's trebuchets had remained largely unaddressed since its initial destruction. Within the city of Shurien, the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion of Carcoya's Logistics Corps lounged loosely in the buildings, chatting in small groups. Some soldiers, having imbibed too much the previous night, were sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber from their hangovers. Suddenly, they felt a slight tremor beneath them, followed by the blaring of horns echoing across the sky. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The patrolling soldiers hastily rushed back into the city, while Commander Hank, half-dressed, dashed out of the barracks. Upon learning of the enemy assault, he quickly issued orders. Quickly, everyone, don your gear and assemble at the breach in the southwestern wall. On La's side, upon seeing the massive breach in the southwestern wall, a flicker of hope sparked within him. He promptly commanded all cavalry to dismount, with spear bearers leading the charge through the breach. However, just as the order was given, a cloud of dust suddenly rose on the distant horizon. The patrol team hurriedly reported, "My lord, a force is approaching from the west. It appears to be the enemy." La's heart sank as he cursed. Where do these ruffians come from? Aren't they supposed to be besieging Rolin? Glancing at the weak defenses of Shurian, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Commit a quarter of our forces to continue the assault. The rest, intercept the reinforcements." Meanwhile, the commander of Karkoya's reserve corps, Murphy, was leading his troops eastward to support the 1st Legion. However, upon reaching the northwest of Shurian, he heard a commotion emanating from the direction of the city. Dust billowed in the distance, suggesting a force was marching swiftly. Though he knew not who they were, Murphy was certain they were not allies. He ordered a map to be unfurled, and upon seeing the marking for Shurian, he deduced the enemy's objective. Form up the entire army, march southeast, and support Shurian. By noon, the vanguards of both armies officially clashed outside Shurian, the sounds of clashing weapons ringing incessantly. Rows of soldiers surged forward, only to be pierced amidst the chaos. Blood splattering freely and staining the grass a deep crimson. In the midst of flashing blades, both sides suffered heavy casualties. Lost personally led the charge, his sword stained with blood, yet Karkoya's cavalry relentlessly surged forth, their assault ferociously potent, witnessing the increasing toll among his soldiers. While the defenders in the city rained arrows down from the still intact walls, Lost cursed inwardly, realizing that continuing the fight would yield no favorable outcome. He immediately commanded, "Cavalry cover, all troops retreat southward." Upon receiving the order, Cross's forces abandoned over 1,000 corpses, slowly withdrawing. "Commander, the enemy is retreating. Shall we pursue them?" Murphy's aide observed Cross's soldiers gradually exiting the battlefield and promptly sought his counsel. "Our losses are considerable as well, and we remain unaware of the situation to the south. To pursue recklessly may lead us into an ambush. Order the entire army to cease pursuit and return to Shurian for regrouping." At dawn the following day, the Valandian army, under Rolin's command, advanced towards Wanlan. The soldiers marched silently, the air thick with tension. Rolin rode at the forefront, flanked by Lancelot and Monty. "My lord, a Karkoyan patrol has been detected ahead, neutralized by our vanguard," Lancelot reported in a hushed tone. Rolin nodded. "Excellent, maintain stealth. Signal the artillery troops to occupy the high ground as planned and prepare for bombardment." As the army advanced, the silhouette of Wanlan gradually came into clear view. On the walls, the defenders of Tanglai continued their staunch resistance, while Karkoya's forces amassed outside, siege towers and trebuchets having moved near the walls. "It seems we have arrived just in time." Rolin squinted, instructing the messenger, "Form up the entire army. Prepare to attack." The Valandian troops swiftly arranged themselves, with musketeers at the front, while spear bearers and cavalry protected the flanks. The artillery positioned on the high ground aimed their dark muzzles at the Karkoyan formations. "Fire!" Rolin commanded. The deafening roar of cannon fire erupted, cannonballs whistling into the Karkoyan ranks, instantly kicking up clouds of dust and dismembered limbs. Caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, Karkoya's soldiers faltered, their formation in disarray. "Musketeers, advance!" Rolin ordered again. The musketeers marched forward in disciplined formation, halting 100 meters from the enemy to aim their weapons. "Fire!" The cacophony of gunfire erupted like popcorn, bullets soaring across the battlefield as Karkoya's soldiers fell in droves. Their leather armor proved futile against the muskets, cries of agony reverberating through the air. Finally, Karkoya's commander reacted, bellowing orders for a counterattack. Cavalry surged from the flanks, attempting to breach Valandia's formation. Yet Rolin had anticipated this move. "Spear bearers, form up!" Lancelot shouted. The spear bearers swiftly formed a dense phalanx, shield bearers raising their shields forward to protect the spearmen. Karkoya's cavalry crashed against this wall of steel, tumbling into chaos. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Valandia's artillery and muskets maintained relentless pressure on the enemy, while Karkoya's soldiers, leveraging their numerical advantage, launched wave after wave of assaults. Rolin stood amidst the fray, calmly observing the unfolding battle. "My lord, the right flank is under significant pressure. The enemy has concentrated their elite forces there," Monty reported. Rolin nodded. Deploy the reserves to support the right flank. Additionally, prepare the skirmishers for a flanking maneuver. As the orders were given, Rolin's skirmishers quietly emerged from the flank, encircling Karkoya's army from the diagonal rear, launching a surprise attack. Karkoya's formation was utterly disrupted, and chaos ensued as soldiers began to flee. On the walls, the defenders of Tanglai, witnessing this turn of events, felt their morale surge. Commander Command personally led his troops out through the eastern city gate, sandwiching Karkoya's forces between themselves and Valandia's army. Karkoya's eastern contingent faltered first, crumbling under the pressure. Following suit, the entire army, like a chain reaction, lost its previously formidable momentum, becoming akin to lambs to the slaughter in the face of gunpowder, mercilessly butchered. Chapter 60, The Midnight Coup. The battle raged until dusk, with the remnants of Karkoya retreating in disarray. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, smoke lingering in the air. Rolin, seated on his mount, watched as the enemy fled, letting out a long sigh of relief. "We have won," Phelan exclaimed with excitement. Rolin shook his head, stating, "This is merely the beginning. Karkoya will not surrender easily. We must utterly vanquish them." At that moment, Commander Command and Jello approached, accompanied by several generals. Command's armor was stained with blood, yet his eyes shimmered with gratitude. "My Lord Rolin, I am deeply thankful for your timely assistance. Without the Valandian army, Wanglan City would likely have fallen." Rolin smiled faintly. "We are allies. It is our duty. However, the battles ahead will be even more arduous, as Karkoya will surely regroup." Command nodded solemnly. "I understand. The coalition will fully support you." As night descended, a modest celebration was held within Wanglan City. Rolin sat together with Command, Jello, and others, deliberating the forthcoming strategies. "The reserve corps of Karkoya has already entered Tanglai territory. We must eliminate them swiftly, or we shall face endless repercussions," Rolin stated, pointing at the map. Command furrowed his brow. "But our forces are limited. Splitting them to pursue would be too risky." Rolin concurred, momentarily at a loss for a better idea, before inquiring, "I have heard that the second batch of reinforcements from Cross has arrived in Tanglai. Are they in Wanglan City as well?" Jello shook his head. "No, by the timeline, they should have arrived near Wanglan long ago. I wonder if they encountered some unforeseen mishap." Upon hearing this, Rolin sighed softly. The battlefield is ever-changing, and surprises are inevitable. Since Karkoya's reinforcements have not yet arrived, we shall concentrate our forces to completely obliterate their main army first, and we can deliberate on subsequent matters later. The others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the city of Goya, the coup plan orchestrated by Dangil was quietly unfolding. In the darkness, squads of armed soldiers stealthily infiltrated the royal palace. Dangil sat in the study of the lord's residence, gazing at the map's symbol of the Goya palace, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. "Mela, your time has come to an end." Trimmy stood at the side door of the palace, his fingers trembling slightly as he unlocked the door. The night was as dark as ink, the cold wind rustling the leaves by his feet, as if silently warning him of impending doom. He inhaled deeply and pushed open the heavy palace door. Outside, the assassins secretly trained by Dengil had already lined up, each carrying powerful explosives, their eyes gleaming with resolute determination. "Hurry inside," Trimmy urged in a hushed tone. "Mela and Maitlin are in the sleeping quarters. You have but one chance." The assassins filed in, the lead figure in black nodding to Trimmy. They traversed the dimly lit corridor, their footsteps as silent as phantoms. However, when they entered the central courtyard, the sight before them froze them in their tracks. Torches around the courtyard flared to life simultaneously, illuminating the night as brightly as day. Baron stood clad in armor atop the steps, flanked by 2 rows of neatly arranged musketeers, the ominous muzzles already trained upon them. "Drop your weapons." Baron S.'s voice boomed like thunder. The leader of the assassins' face paled, his right hand reaching for the explosives, but his movements were ultimately too slow against the prepared musketeers. With a command from Baron, the deafening gunfire instantly shattered the night's tranquility. Bullets erupted in a spray of blood, and the assassins fell into a pool of crimson before they could even ignite their fuses. Trimmy's face turned ashen as he stumbled back 2 steps, only to be pinned to the ground by the guards who had appeared from seemingly nowhere. Baron strode forward, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Lord Trimmy, Princess Mela has long awaited your self-surrender." Simultaneously, outside the eastern gate of Goya, the noble army led by Baron Arthur had quietly arrived. Under the moonlight, hundreds of soldiers brandished muskets secretly developed by Dengil, their eyes glinting with avarice. The guards at the gate had already been replaced, and upon seeing Arthur's forces, they immediately lowered the drawbridge. Remember, Arthur instructed the nobles trailing behind him in a low voice. Once we seize the capital, we must immediately secure the armory. Prince Dengil has promised that once we succeed, each of us shall receive a promotion, and our territories shall double. As the soldiers surged through the city gates, they had scarcely reached the main street when the air was suddenly filled with the cacophony of battle cries from the surrounding alleys. The elite troops, led by Hogg, along with a significant portion of the royal guards, surged forth from all directions, the muzzles of their flintlocks gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Impossible, Arthur shouted. Your muskets should all be at the front lines. Does Rolin not fear defeat? Hogg let out a hearty laugh, raising his gun to aim. Fool! The production capacity of Lord Rolling's workshop is beyond your imagination. Your perspective is that of a frog at the bottom of a well. Before he could finish, he pulled the trigger, the bullet whistling through the air and striking Arthur in the shoulder. The battle erupted instantaneously, although the noble coalition was also armed with muskets. Their rate of fire and accuracy paled in comparison to Rolling's flintlocks. The streets filled with smoke and the chaos of bullets flying. Arthur attempted to organize a counterattack, only to find his forces encircled and divided. A nobleman screamed as he tossed aside his weapon in a frantic escape, only to be struck down by a stray bullet, collapsing into a pool of blood. Within mere moments, the coalition's soldiers had suffered devastating casualties. Only the nobles, shielded by layers of protection, remained, half of whom were already dead or injured, while the other half trembled in fear, having lost their will to fight. Quickly surrender. Do not resist any longer. Hogg's voice pierced through the battlefield. The surviving nobles exchanged glances, and one by one, they began to drop their weapons. Arthur knelt in disbelief as soldiers roughly bound him, muttering, Rolling, how could you? In the Carcoya camp outside Wanglan City, King Claudia was seething with rage, smashing every object within reach. Maps, goblets, even solid gold candlesticks were hurled against the tent's pillars. Useless. All of it. He roared, veins throbbing at his temples. Victory was so close. Yet they had been repelled by Valandia's ragtag army? The old Marshal Joel knelt on one knee, still stained with fresh blood upon his armor. Your Majesty, the firepower of Valandia is indeed formidable. I suggest a temporary withdrawal to regroup with the reserve corps. Withdraw? Claudia seized Joel by the collar, his eyes ablaze with madness. Do you know the cost we incurred to besiege Wanglan? To retreat now would grant the Tanglei people a chance to breathe. Our efforts would be in vain. He thrust the old marshal aside and bellowed outside the tent. Send word. Tomorrow, we shall commit the entire army once more. I will cleanse today's shame with the blood of our enemies. Joel struggled to rise, his voice hoarse. Your Majesty, we have already lost most of our siege equipment, and our soldiers are utterly fatigued. If we force an assault. Claudia suddenly calmed, a sinister smile curling upon his lips. True, their firepower is impressive, but it remains a ranged weapon. I refuse to believe they have not exhausted their arrows. Tomorrow, let all remaining peasant soldiers stand at the forefront, including those from the supply corps, as well as the Tanglei captives we have taken along the way. Once that accursed firepower is rendered useless, let them experience the might of Carcoya. Within the Goya Palace, Mela toiled late into the night, attending to state affairs. Baron rushed in, bowing as he spoke, Your Highness. The rebellion has been quelled. Trimmy, Arthur, and the others have all been apprehended and await your judgment. Mela nodded gently, her gaze shifting from the documents. What of Dengil? Dengil was not involved in this operation. The surveillance reports indicate he remains at the Lord's residence, awaiting the outcome of the rebellion. Then let us report our actions to him, Mela said, a hint of a smile breaking through her weary expression. I believe he shall be quite astonished. Mela Hogg and Baron led their troops, racing towards the Lord's residence under the cover of night. Torches flickered in the wind, illuminating the resolute faces of the soldiers. Mela rode atop her steed, her gaze steely, yet her heart was tumultuous with a myriad of emotions. She reminisced about the days of her childhood, frolicking with Dengil in the palace gardens. Back then, though her brother was proud, he would extend a hand to lift her whenever she stumbled. Now, however, the bonds of kinship had been utterly devoured by the insatiable desire for power. Meanwhile, within Dengil's residence, the lights blazed brightly. He stood before the window of his study, his right hand unconsciously caressing his chin, his eyes frequently darting towards the city gates. The bottle of red wine lay nearly emptied on the table. Dengil picked up his glass several times only to set it down again, revealing his growing impatience. Why is there still no news? He murmured to himself, his brow furrowed with anxiety. He turned sharply to his attendant, barking, Go outside and check again. As the attendant exited the study, a sudden commotion erupted outside the estate. Dengil's eyes brightened, believing Arthur had returned victorious, and he immediately adjusted his attire in preparation for a grand welcome. However, just as he flung open the door to his study, a barrage of gunfire erupted, followed by the clamorous shouts of soldiers and the clashing of swords. Dingel's countenance shifted dramatically as he grasped the grim reality that the coup had failed. He swiftly retreated to his study, retrieving a pouch of gold coins and several confidential letters from a hidden compartment, hastily donning a servant's cloak before vaulting through the back window into the garden. The night was profound, and the shrubs in the garden provided ample concealment. He hunched low, making his way stealthily towards the stables. I must escape. Dingel's heart raced like a drum, sweat soaking through his back. As long as he remained alive, there was still hope for everything. Just as he was about to reach the stable's latch, the surroundings suddenly illuminated with numerous torches. In the blinding light, Mela emerged slowly, her deep crimson cloak billowing in the wind. Behind her stood Hogg and Baron, accompanied by dozens of armed soldiers. Brother, the night is deep. Where do you intend to go? Mela's voice was chillingly calm. Dengil froze in place, the pouch of coins slipping from his grasp and scattering across the grass. He slowly turned, forcing a distorted smile, which quickly morphed into a frenzied grimace. Mela, I have not lost. You are utterly unworthy of the throne. Just wait and see. If you truly ascend to kingship, the crown shall surely melt through your skull. Mela's gaze swept over the fallen coins and the corner of a letter peeking from his cloak, and the last remnants of warmth in her eyes evaporated. She raised her hand gently, and the soldiers advanced, encircling Dengil. Arthur and Trimmy were your commands, were they not? Mela stepped closer, the moonlight casting a pallor on her face. You plotted a coup with the intent to kill our father and usurp the throne. According to the law, you should face execution by hanging. Dengil's head snapped up, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by a wild frenzy. You lie. I only wish to reclaim my rightful throne. Father has grown senile, thinking to hand Valandia over to a woman. You will ruin the entire kingdom. Mela ignored his outburst and instructed Hogg, bind him and take him to the carriage. We shall return to Goya, where my father will announce the verdict. The soldiers roughly secured Dengil, who struggled violently, his expensive silk shirt tearing to reveal an old scar on his lower back, one he had sustained while protecting Mela from a fall when she was a child. Mela's gaze lingered on the scar for a fleeting moment before she turned and walked towards the carriage, her back rigid as iron. At dawn, the convoy arrived in Goya. Dengil was confined within the carriage, escorted by heavily armed guards through the silent streets. In the morning mist, early risers, vendors and craftsmen, retreated in fear to the roadside, whispering amongst themselves. Within the royal bedchamber, King Matiran leaned against the headboard, erupting into a violent cough after hearing Mela's report, the medicinal brew spilling from his lips. The maid rushed forward to assist, but he waved her away. This ungrateful wretch, Matiran's voice rasped like sandpaper. I kept him in the realm to protect him. How dare he? His words were cut short by another bout of wrenching coughs. Mela knelt beside the bed, gently grasping her father's withered hand. Father. No one could have anticipated that events would spiral to this extent. The chamber fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the bubbling of the medicinal concoction over the charcoal fire. After a long pause, Matiran sighed deeply. Confine him to the farthest eastern village of Tides, and station your most trusted soldiers to guard him. He is to remain there for the rest of his days, never to leave the village or contact anyone without your permission. The old king struggled to prop himself up, tears glistening in his murky eyes. Mela, promise me. Do not kill him. He is still your brother. Mela bowed her head, her lashes casting shadows upon her face, her gaze wandering yet uttering not a word. Matiran sighed again, gazing out the window, ultimately relenting. At noon that day, Matiran, despite his ailing health, convened an urgent meeting in the throne hall. From this day forth, Dengil Valandia's position as heir is revoked. Though his voice was feeble, it bore an undeniable authority. He shall spend his remaining days in Tides, forbidden to step outside the village. Without Mela's consent, he shall not communicate with anyone. The old king trembled as he unfurled a scroll of parchment, declaring, This is my last will. Upon my death, Mela Valandia shall inherit the throne. The hall fell into a stunned silence. Those who had once supported Dengil turned pale, fearing the repercussions of this calamity, while Mela's supporters struggled to contain their joy. Chapter 62. The Way to the Crown. Matiran leaned weakly against the throne, yet insisted on completing the remaining agenda. He appointed Rolin as the new Minister of Military Affairs, granting him full authority to combat the forces of Carcoya. The nobles of the valley who had supported Dengil during the rebellion, along with Trimmy, were stripped of their noble titles, their family estates confiscated, and their lands reclaimed for royal distribution. They were to face execution by hanging, publicly carried out in Goya to serve as a warning. As night fell, Mela stood alone on the terrace of the western tower of the palace, gazing eastward towards tides. Baron quietly appeared behind her, whispering, "Your Highness, Dangil has been escorted to tides. As per your command, 2 of the most loyal soldiers have been chosen to handle his fate." Mela nodded, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the frost upon the terrace railing. In the moonlight, her profile appeared as cold as marble. "Baron, do you truly believe this crown is so heavy?" Baron hesitated for a moment before kneeling solemnly on one knee. "Your Highness, you will save Valandia. Without you and Lord Rolin, all the citizens of Valandia would lose everything to the enemy's slaughter, including their very humanity." Mela closed her eyes as the night breeze caressed her long hair. In the distance, the tolling of the night watchman's bell resonated, deep and sonorous. On the battlefield outside Wanlan City, the smoke from the previous day's conflict had yet to dissipate, yet the troops of Karkoya were regrouping, launching another assault. This time, their tactics were markedly different. A multitude of ragged foot soldiers and captives were driven to the front, surging towards the coalition's lines like a tide. Rolin stood upon the city walls, his gaze steely as he observed the scene. "They intend to exhaust our ammunition with these rabble," Rolin remarked to his companion. "Command, my supplies are still en route. If we waste ammunition on these foot soldiers now, we will be defenseless when Karkoya's elite forces arrive." Command clenched his fists, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. "These despicable scoundrels. Lord Rolin, I can lead the Tanglai forces out to confront them and eliminate this rabble." Nearby, Jello frowned at this. "Command, the scales of victory have already tipped in our favor. Why take unnecessary risks? My soldiers are utterly exhausted and cannot endure further needless casualties." Command spun around, glaring at Jello. "You Colossus have pocketed so many gold coins from Tanglai, and now you wish to back down at this crucial moment? The support from the Second Legion has yet to arrive. Should this coalition falter, will you Colossus not become the slaughtered beneath Karkoya's blades?" Geralt's expression darkened. Yet in response to Clement's inquiry, he ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well. I shall lead the army of Cross to exit the city alongside you. However, I must assert that this is for the victory of the coalition, not for Tanglai." Clement scoffed, uttering no further words, and turned to assemble his troops. Soon enough, the gates of Wanlan City creaked open, and Clement, accompanied by Geralt, led the coalition forces forth to confront the rabble of Karkoya. As the battle commenced, the coalition's superiority became evident. Clement's pikemen formed a wall-like formation, driving back the disarrayed foes, while Geralt's cavalry executed flanking maneuvers, throwing the enemy into disarray. However, amidst the fierce combat, Karkoya's archers suddenly unleashed a torrential rain of arrows from afar, striking down coalition soldiers in droves. "Raise your shields," Clement bellowed, but it was too late. Following the deluge of arrows, Karkoya's elite troops encircled from both flanks, plunging the coalition into a desperate struggle. Clement and Geralt each commanded their forces to engage the enemy on the sides, yet the sheer number of foes was overwhelming, and coalition casualties steadily mounted. On the city walls, Roland observed the unfolding chaos, his brow furrowed. He turned to Lancelot and commanded, "Signal the musketeers and artillery to prepare. We must support them." Lancelot expressed his concern. "My lord, if we fire now, we will waste considerable ammunition on the rabble." Roland replied sternly, "We can no longer afford such deliberations. If we delay further, they will be utterly annihilated." Following Roland's order, the Valandian musketeers and artillery swiftly took their positions. Cannons adjusted their angles, and musketeers aimed at the enemy lines. "Fire!" With Roland's command, cannonballs and musket shots soared forth, striking true amidst Karkoya's ranks. The enemy was thrown into disarray by this sudden onslaught, allowing Clement and Geralt to retreat back within the city. However, Karkoya's forces did not waver. King Clauda himself oversaw the battle, commanding his troops to press forward, attempting to breach Wanlan City in one decisive assault. Roland understood that there was no retreat left. They must take the initiative. "All troops, heed my command," Roland proclaimed from the city gates, his voice resounding. "Follow me out of the city and crush the enemy." Once more, the gates swung open, and Roland led Valandia's forces forth like a torrent. Pikemen at the forefront, musketeers behind, cavalry flanking the sides, and artillery providing support from the rear. The battle swiftly escalated into a fierce melee. The thunderous reports of muskets, the clash of swords, and the cries of soldiers intertwined, transforming the battlefield into a scene of utter carnage. Roland, mounted upon his steed, aimed his musket at the enemy. Fiorlin followed closely, her short sword flashing like lightning, intercepting any foes seeking to harm Roland. The morale of Valandia's soldiers soared, yet Carcoia's numbers were daunting, and the struggle grew increasingly stalemated. At that moment, Clement and Geralt burst forth once more from the city, flanking Roland's forces. Carcoia's formation began to falter, fear etched upon the faces of their soldiers. The aging Marshal Gol, witnessing this, hastily directed his troops to stabilize their ranks, but it was too late. Sensing the opportunity, Roland commanded his cavalry to charge directly into the heart of the enemy. Kill! Roland's bullet pierced an enemy soldier's chest, and he then brandished his sword forward, signaling the entire army to charge. The aged Joel, frail and unsteady, was unceremoniously unseated during the melee and captured by Valandian soldiers. King Clauda, witnessing the tide turn against him, roared in fury, but ultimately ordered a retreat. The remnants of Carcoia's forces fled westward like a receding tide, the coalition pursuing relentlessly, slaying countless foes in their wake. As the battle concluded, the field lay strewn with corpses, the air thick with smoke. Roland stood upon a rise, gazing at the retreating enemy, releasing a long breath. Clement and Geralt approached his side. "We have won," Clement spoke, his voice tinged with exhaustion yet relief. Geralt nodded. "Indeed. This time we have truly shattered their main force. For the foreseeable future, Wenlan is secure." That evening, within Wenlan City, the coalition commenced a grand celebration. Sandor nearly emptied the city's food supplies, recognizing that Wenlan would no longer be besieged and provisions could flow freely. Soldiers shared food and drink, reveling in this hard-won victory. Chapter 63, The Hunt. Roland, Clement, and Geralt were invited by Sandor to the palace for a dinner prepared especially in their honor. King Sandor, seated at the head of the table, appeared haggard yet maintained an air of authority, his gaze occasionally flickering towards Roland, as if weighing some consideration. "Governor Roland." Sandor raised his goblet, his voice hoarse yet firm. "I thank you for your timely support in lifting the siege of Wenlan. Tangley shall not forget this kindness." Roland inclined his head slightly, raising his goblet in response. "Your Majesty is too gracious. Allies ought to support one another." Sandor set down his goblet, lightly drumming his fingers on the table. "What plans do you have next?" "Though Carcoia has temporarily retreated, their forces continue to ravage our lands, and the people of Tangley suffer every moment." His tone bore a hint of urgency. Roland pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "At present, the coalition requires rest. Our soldiers have fought tirelessly and are utterly fatigued. Moreover, my ammunition has been substantially depleted, and we must await resupply before we can advance." Sandor's brow furrowed imperceptibly. "But it's soon relaxed. I understand your constraints, yet time is of the essence. With every day that passes, more villages are burned, and more innocents are slaughtered." He paused before adding, "Moreover, Her Highness Princess Mira previously promised assistance in reclaiming our lost territories." Roland discerned the insinuation in Sandor's words and smiled slightly. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, since we have made a promise, we will fulfill it." However, he shifted his gaze to Sandor. "I also hope Your Majesty will not forget our initial agreement regarding the ownership of those lands, which I trust will be promptly addressed after the conflict." Sandor's expression momentarily stiffened, a flicker of dissatisfaction passing through his eyes, but he quickly masked it. He let out an awkward chuckle, raising his goblet to conceal his feelings. "Of course, as long as you uphold your promise, Tangley shall not renege." The dinner concluded amidst a facade of harmony, and as they departed the palace, Fiorlin quietly inquired, "Roland, do you think Sandor appeared displeased? Might he go back on his word?" Roland chuckled softly, replying, "He is certainly displeased, but Tangley lacks the leverage to negotiate now. Should he dare to renege, we would immediately turn our guns upon him. Given Tangley's current predicament, we could even advance straight towards Wenlan." As the month drew to a close, the chill of winter gradually receded, and the breath of spring subtly approached. Roland's supply convoy finally arrived at Wenlan City, laden with ammunition for their firearms. The soldiers' spirits had also considerably revived, and the morale of the coalition surged once more. On a crisp morning, Roland, Clement, and Geralt stood before the central map of the camp, deliberating their next course of action. Based on the timeline, Carcoia's main force should have retreated to the inner river plains, where a stronghold called Stone Rock City lay, positioned at a strategic pass and difficult to assault. "I believe Clauda will fortify there," Clement asserted, his eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Geralt, however, appeared hesitant. "Carcoia's reserves have likely already arrived and should have merged with them. Their strength should not be underestimated." A reckless pursuit carries great risk. Rolin contemplated for a moment before speaking. Lord Gerald's concerns are valid, yet we cannot afford to grant them respite. Let us dispatch cavalry swiftly to Stone Rock City to scout the enemy's deployment, while we advance the coalition at a steady pace, ensuring we maintain ample combat readiness. The other two nodded in agreement. With the plan finalized, the coalition swiftly prepared to depart. Mounted upon his steed, Roland gazed at the flowing ranks of soldiers, contemplating the battles yet to come. Meanwhile, since the defeat at Stone Rock City, Lost had been simmering with a desire to restore his honor. However, he was acutely aware that his paramount objective was to support Wanlan, yet he struggled to discern the correct route. Suddenly, a thought struck Lost, as he received news of the departure of the Karkoya Reserve Corps, surmising that they too were preparing to head towards Wanlan. Thus, he issued orders to maintain a sufficient distance from the Reserve Corps while proceeding parallel to them in the south. In this manner, he could arrive at Wanlan simultaneously with the Reserve Corps, and if Jiro inquired, he could assert that prolonged engagement with the Reserve Corps had delayed their march. 5 days later, as Lost's army advanced eastward, an urgent report suddenly reached him. Commander, a large contingent of troops has been spotted to the east, and, judging by their banners, it appears to be the main force of Karkoya. The main force? Could it be that they have already captured Wanlan? Lost's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. What was their course of action, and what was the state of their forces? They are marching in our direction. Scouts, risking their lives, discovered that among them were numerous wounded soldiers, and their troop size was approximately 8,000. 8,000? Lost calculated carefully and feared they had suffered a significant defeat. His spirits lifted instantly, and he clapped his hands, smiling at his aide. Wanlan has held firm. Not only have they defended it, but they have also crushed the main force of Karkoya. I knew it. The Karkoyans are all show and no substance. Now our opportunity has arrived. The aide promptly suggested a course of action that aligned with Lost's inclinations. My lord, should we seize this opportunity to strike the enemy hard? Lost laughed heartily. Of course. Is this not a battle victory delivered right to our doorstep? Jiro has truly served me a sumptuous feast. All troops, he my command, form up and charge. We must swiftly annihilate the enemy and deny that accursed Reserve Corps a chance to respond. Lost's army surged forth from the west, charging into the remnants of the Karkoya forces. Claudia was completely unaware of what was unfolding, and in a state of unpreparedness, his front lines were quickly thrown into disarray. Soldiers panicked, their formations collapsing. Lost, mounted on his steed, raised his long sword and shouted with exhilaration, "Slay them all. Leave not a single one alive." The morale of Klaas's soldiers soared as they brandished their weapons and ruthlessly struck down the Karkoya soldiers. However, Claudia, seasoned by many battles, swiftly regained his composure amidst the initial chaos, barking out commands. Do not panic. Cavalry, regroup and launch a countercharge. His guard immediately unfurled the assembly banner, and the previously scattered cavalry rallied to his side upon hearing the signal. In mere minutes, a cavalry unit coalesced under Claudia's command. For the glory of Karkoya, Claudia swung his longsword, and the cavalry surged forth like a torrent of steel towards Lost forces. At the moment of clash, the sound of colliding steeds and the sharp clang of swords intertwined. Lost's infantry formation was breached by the cavalry, resulting in sudden casualties. He gritted his teeth, cursing, how can this rabble of defeated soldiers still be so formidable? Chapter 64. The Reserve Corps. The aide galloped over, his face etched with urgency. My lord, the situation is dire. The Karkoya cavalry's counterattack is too fierce. We cannot break through swiftly. Their Reserve Corps must have already sensed the battle here and will soon arrive. Perhaps we should retreat. Lost felt a weight in his chest as he surveyed his surroundings. The battle was slipping from his grasp under Claudia's command. The Karkoya cavalry grew bolder, while his own troops began to exhibit signs of fatigue. He tightened his grip on the reins, spitting in frustration. They are nothing but a bunch of greenhorns, unable to defeat even the demoralized remnants of an army. Relay the order. The entire army must retreat westward. Do not linger in battle. Yet it was too late. Murphy's Reserve Corps had stealthily maneuvered to the rear of Lost forces and suddenly launched an assault. A hail of arrows fell like locusts, and Klaas's soldiers were struck down one after another. Lost's army was caught in a pincer movement, their formation utterly collapsing. Soldiers panicked and fled in all directions, the battlefield filled with the sounds of despair. Damn it! How could they respond so swiftly? Lost was thoroughly alarmed. With his retreat blocked, he would soon be encircled by the enemy. Do not panic. Maintain formation. Lost shouted hoarsely, but to little effect. He had to personally lead his guard to carve a bloody path, attempting to break free. The battle raged for a full hour before Lost barely managed to break the encirclement with the remnants of his forces. When he counted his numbers, his heart sank to the depths. From an army of 8,000, fewer than 4,000 remained, and most were injured. Damn, those Carcoyans. Lost struck his fist against a tree trunk, his eyes blazing with fury. Meanwhile, Claudia and Murphy's forces converged on the battlefield. Soldiers brandished their weapons, cheering in victory. Claudia, mounted on his horse, gazed coldly at Murphy. Your march was too slow. Had you arrived at Wanlan sooner, we would not have suffered this defeat. Murphy knelt on one knee, explaining solemnly. Your Majesty, I encountered this Kloss army near Shurian City. They are as cunning as foxes and attempted to ambush Shurian City. I fear they might strike us again, so I slowed our march to ensure safety. Claudia snorted derisively. Excessive caution is mere cowardice. What now? The battle for Wanlan has already been lost. Do you have any suggestions for what comes next? Murphy raised his head, his gaze resolute. Your Majesty, I believe we should temporarily retreat to Shurian City, fortify our defenses, and hold the city. Shurian City's terrain is advantageous, easy to defend, and difficult to assault, allowing us to maximize the mitigation of the enemy's onslaught. Defend the city? Claudia's brow furrowed, his tone laced with disdain. The glory of Carcoya lies in the cavalry charge. Are we to relinquish our greatest advantage and cower behind the city walls? Such behavior is the epitome of cowardice. Murphy did not retreat, continuing to persuade. Your Majesty, circumstances change. Currently, the coalition holds the upper hand, and their morale is soaring. A frontal charge will only lead to unnecessary casualties. Holding the city and wearing down the enemy's spirit, then counterattacking when they are weary, is the superior strategy. Claudia fell silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the exhausted soldiers on the battlefield. After consecutive, fierce battles, the troops did indeed require rest. He finally nodded reluctantly. Very well. Relay the order for the entire army to march towards Shurian City, and also have Shurian City send reinforcements. However, we must engage the coalition on the open ground to the east of the city. Let those cowardly fools relying on firearms witness what true warfare entails. The orders were swiftly communicated, and the Carcoya forces began a methodical retreat towards Shurian City. Though weary, the soldiers remained spirited, buoyed by their recent victory. Claudia rode at the forefront of the column, unwilling to concede defeat, believing that Carcoya's iron cavalry would once again shatter the enemy's lines. 3 days later, the coalition's main forces arrived at the battlefield where lost troops had fallen into an ambush. Rolin, command, and Jiro surveyed the ravaged land, where broken weapons and unburied corpses lay scattered across the battlefield, the air thick with the scent of blood and scorched earth. It is our Kloss's second legion, Jiro remarked darkly, kicking aside a bloodstained shield. That fool Lost acted without orders and has suffered great losses. Command crouched to examine the body of a Kloss soldier. Speaking somberly, from the wounds, it appears they faced a cavalry charge and a volley from archers. They must have been surrounded. Rolin scanned the surroundings, his gaze ultimately falling to the west. The Carcoyans retreated in that direction. The cavalry has reported that they are gathering at Shurian City. Shurian City? Command rose, brushing off the dust from his hands. That place is easy to defend and hard to attack. If they fortify themselves there, we will face considerable challenges. Rolin nodded, contemplating for a moment before responding. Not necessarily. Claudia is proud and overconfident, placing immense trust in his cavalry. He may not be inclined to hide behind the city walls. I suspect he is more likely to engage us outside the city. Rolin had previously gathered insights about Claudia, rumored to be the product of close kinship. Uncertain whether it was due to a genetic flaw, Claudia frequently exhibited traits of volatility and impulsiveness, epitomizing the archetype of a mad king. Jiro frowned and remarked, even so, we must not let our guard down. The cavalry of Calcaya poses a significant threat in open terrain. We must devise a means to counteract them. Rolin, with a slight smirk, reassured him, fear not, I have a plan. That evening, the Allied forces established camp in the wilderness. Roland convened a meeting with the commanders to meticulously discuss the forthcoming battle strategy. Claudia would likely opt for a decisive confrontation in the open, as is characteristic of the Calcayan combat style. Roland pointed to the map, indicating a plain to the east of Shurian City, which was ideally suited for a cavalry charge. It was highly probable that he would array his forces there. What shall we do in response? With his finger tracing a semicircle on the map, Roland proposed, we will position our forces on this gentle slope. The musketeers and artillery will occupy the high ground, while the pikemen will form a dense defensive phalanx at the front. Our cavalry will be concealed within the woods on either flank, poised to launch a surprise attack when the enemy's charge falters. Jiro raised a pertinent question. What if Claudia is not deceived? If he insists on holding the city, will we not be wasting our efforts? With confidence, Rolin replied. Then we shall compel him to emerge. We can deploy small units to harass the outskirts of Shurian City, severing their supply lines. A proud man like Claudia will never tolerate such provocation. Once the plan was finalized, the Allied forces commenced their preparations methodically. 5 days later, they approached Shurian City. As anticipated by Roland, Claudia did not fortify the citadel, but instead assembled his troops on the plain to the east of the city, bracing for battle. The two armies faced each other from afar, the air thick with a sense of impending violence. Roland, mounted on his steed, surveyed the enemy formation. The Chalcaean army was arrayed in meticulous order, with elite heavy infantry at the center flanked by fearsome heavily armored cavalry. Claudia himself stood among the central ranks. Though his expression was obscured, it was undoubtedly one of confidence. Chapter 65. The Decisive Battle of Chalcaea. As expected, Roland withdrew his gaze and instructed Fairland beside him. Relay the orders. We shall proceed as planned. The Allied forces swiftly occupied their predetermined positions, with musketeers and artillery taking their places on the high ground, and pikemen forming a formidable phalanx at the forefront. Roland specifically commanded the soldiers to dig a shallow trench in front of their position and to set up caltrops. While these obstacles were simple, they were sufficient to disrupt the rhythm of the cavalry's charge. At noon, the battle horn finally sounded. With Claudia's command, the Chalcaean cavalry surged towards the Allied positions like a tidal wave. The earth trembled beneath their iron hooves, and the din of battle echoed fiercely. Calmly observing the approaching enemy, Roland waited until they were within range before decisively raising his hand and commanding, "Fire!" The cannons roared to life, and shells whistled down into the cavalry ranks, causing chaos and destruction. Following this, the musketeers commenced their volley fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The Chalcaean cavalry fell in droves, their momentum significantly hampered. "Do not falter. Charge forward," Claudia bellowed from the rear. The cavalry, undaunted, pressed on. However, as they neared the Allied positions, their steeds were impeded by the trench and caltrops, drastically slowing their advance. The pikemen seized the opportunity to advance, their sharp spears piercing through the decelerated cavalry. Just as the Chalcaean assault began to falter, Roland commanded the concealed cavalry on both flanks to launch their surprise attack. The Allied cavalry struck like a dagger into the enemy's side, while the skirmishers armed with muskets maneuvered to the enemy's rear, unleashing a barrage of fire that threw the Chalcaean formation into disarray. Realizing the tide of battle was turning against him, Claudia personally led his guard into the fray. His valor temporarily steadied the ranks, but the momentum gradually shifted in favor of the Allied forces. Amidst the thunderous reports of muskets, Chalcaean soldiers continued to fall, their blood staining the plain crimson. The battle raged on until dusk, when the Chalcaean forces finally could withstand no longer and began to retreat. Claudia, under the protection of his guards, barely fought his way out of the encirclement and fled westward. Although the Allied forces also suffered significant losses, they seized the opportunity to pursue and slaughter countless enemy soldiers in their wake. Meanwhile, the scant defenders of Shurian City, recognizing the inevitable, hastily gathered their weapons, taking as many supplies as they could carry, and followed Claudia's retreat. Before exiting the city, they took care to incinerate the supplies they could not transport. The Allied forces celebrated a resounding victory, their soldiers exulting in jubilation. Standing atop the high ground, Roland gazed upon the fleeing enemy, exhaling a sigh of relief. This climactic battle had thoroughly shattered Chalcaea's ambitions. As night descended, the Allied camp was aglow with the flickering of campfires, the sounds of celebratory songs rising and falling. Rolin, along with Commandant and Jiro, gathered within the command tent to summarize their achievements. Claudia has escaped, but the main force of Chalcaea has been annihilated. They will pose no threat in the foreseeable future, Roland stated. While I am uncertain about the state of the west defense line, judging by the situation in Shurian City, it should also be in ruins. Therefore, the next line of defense for the Chalcaean people should be their homeland's Kines. Commandant raised his goblet, gratitude glimmering in his eyes. Thanks to your command, my lord Roland, and the firepower of Alandia, we have achieved this splendid victory. Jiro for once bore a rare smile. Next, it will be our time to reap the rewards of victory. In Wanglan City, upon hearing the news that the frontline troops had seized Shurian City, Sandor's weathered face broke into a smile for the first time. However, as if recalling something, he turned to the military minister beside him and solemnly instructed, When you send the messenger back, be sure to tell Commandant to comply with Rolin's arrangements as much as possible. Unless absolutely necessary, do not defy him. And certainly do not provoke his wrath. Yes, your majesty. The military minister nodded in acquiescence. Then, Sandor directed his gaze towards the foreign minister, Horn. We must also revise our diplomatic strategy towards Valandia. We must extend our goodwill and avoid any conflict. Additionally, probe Mara once more, inquiring whether they can sell us various recent technologies from Valandia, particularly firearm technology. Tangli is willing to pay for it, indeed for many aspects of it. Horn bowed in compliance. In the Kalkayan camp, a furious Claudia, having just endured defeat, wore a dark expression. A guard entered the tent, slowly placing the evening meal before Claudia, preparing to bow out, only to witness Claudia hurl the food to the ground in a fit of rage, then unsheath his sword to slash at the air. Damn it! Damn it all! Those cowardly tortoises, shameless beasts. How dare they? Such despicable and filthy weapons could defeat my iron cavalry? Once I have subdued Valandia, I shall capture Medellin and dismember him. Breathing heavily, Claudia finally ceased his frenzied motions. The guard stood frozen, uncertain of how to respond. However, after this outburst, Claudia gradually regained his composure. He realized that continuing the fight would only lead to further retreats for his army, devoid of any chance of victory. Thus, he fixed his gaze upon the motionless guard. Dispatch an envoy to Wanglon, informing Sandor that Kalkaya is willing to offer 300,000 gold coins for peace negotiations. Upon hearing this, the guard stiffened, then exhaled in relief. Yes, your majesty. He accepted the command and exited the tent, only to feel his legs weaken outside, nearly collapsing to the ground, simultaneously relieved to have survived another day. Within Shurian City, Allied soldiers busied themselves with repairing the walls and clearing the streets. Rolin stood atop the ramparts, gazing at the setting sun gradually sinking in the west. Fairlin approached hurriedly, clutching a stack of documents, her face radiating excitement. Roland, the supplies sent from Wanglon have arrived, and there is a letter from His Highness Mara. Roland accepted the letter, unfolding the paper to reveal Mara's elegant handwriting. My lord Roland, the news of the resounding victory at the front has spread throughout Goya. My father is greatly pleased and has entrusted me with conveying his gratitude to you. You have not merely secured victory for Valandia, but have also provided an opportunity to reshape the continental landscape. I have dispatched Diroma to Wanlon to urge Sandor to fulfill his promises. Furthermore, a new batch of aid supplies has set forth. May we triumphantly return soon. Mela. Roland smiled faintly, folding the letter neatly and tucking it into his bosom. Phelan blinked and inquired, what did Mela say? She reminded us that it is time to collect debts. Roland gazed towards the direction of Wanlon, his words laden with significance. In the royal palace of Wanlon, within the council chamber, Sandor reclined nonchalantly on the throne, his smile unwavering, completely unperturbed by the need to display his cheerful demeanor to the gathered ministers and subordinates. Horn briskly entered, bowing slightly. Your Majesty, the diplomatic minister of Valandia, Diroma, requests an audience. How prompt, Sandor mused lightly, raising his hand to gesture for him to enter. Chapter 66, Peace Talks. Diroma, clad in the crimson garb of Valandia, bowed respectfully, yet his gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. Your Majesty, I come at the behest of Her Highness Mela to confirm Tonglai's commitments to Valandia. When do you intend to transfer the sovereignty of the Bode Hills and the Clee Valley? Sandor's fingers tightened abruptly, then slowly relaxed, suppressing his inner discontent. He forced a smile. My lord Diroma, Tanglai has just endured a great war and is in dire need of reconstruction. Might we defer this matter for a later discussion? Diroma smiled slightly. Your Majesty, Her Highness Mela has specifically instructed that should you require assistance, the armies of Valandia would be most willing to aid your nation in post-war reconstruction efforts. The veiled threat in Diroma's words was unmistakable. Sandor fell into a contemplative silence before eventually sighing. Very well. Once our armies set foot on the plains of Cypro, I shall sign the deed of cession. However, prior to ceding those territories, we must acquire Valandia's firearms technology. This new weaponry poses too great a threat to Tanglai. Today we are allies, with your guns aimed at our enemies, but what of tomorrow? As a neighboring nation of Valandia, we must possess the means to defend ourselves. Diroma was not surprised. Mela had signaled prior to his mission to Tanglai that outdated firearms technology could serve as a bargaining chip. The Bode Hills and the Clee Valley, rich in resources, were territories that must be secured at all costs. That said, Diroma feigned difficulty, repeatedly claiming that firearms technology was the cornerstone of Valandia's military and could not be casually sold. The two parties engaged in yet another round of negotiations, ultimately leading Sandor to consent to pay an additional 20,000 gold coins as compensation, which finally persuaded Diroma to relent. No sooner had Diroma departed than Horn returned with another report. Your Majesty, an envoy from Karkoya requests an audience. Oh, Sandor's previous displeasure was immediately alleviated by this news, and he waved his hand eagerly. Let him in. The doors of the council chamber swung open, and the envoy hastily entered. His face bore a semblance of struggle, yet he ultimately bowed before Sandor and spoke. Your Majesty, Karkoya wishes to maintain peace with Tanglai moving forward. His Majesty Claudia deeply regrets the skirmishes and frictions that have occurred between our nations and is willing to compensate Tanglai with 300,000 gold coins as an apology. 300,000 gold coins? Sandor's expression shifted to one of displeasure. Such a sum could scarcely suffice for the reconstruction of the cities they had ravaged, let alone cover the costs of aligning with their allies. If Claudia possessed only this modicum of goodwill, then it seemed there was little to discuss. The envoy, acutely aware of his precarious position, stubbornly pressed on. Then, according to your Majesty's opinion, 3 additional eastern provinces, Sandor declared with an unyielding tone. The Karkoyans have trampled upon half our lands. They ought to compensate with their own territory. The envoy, taken aback, could hardly fathom that the once timid Tanglai would dare to present such demands to Karkoya. However, he soon realized that Tanglai held the upper hand and that further entanglement would be futile. After considerable reflection, he resolved to do the only thing within his power. Your conditions are rather stringent. I must report this to His Majesty Claudia for a decision. 3 days later, within the Karkoya military camp, Claudia kicked over a table, scattering parchment maps and goblets across the floor. 300,000 gold coins are insufficient? Sandor dares to demand the 3 eastern provinces. He seized the envoy by the collar, exclaiming, Tell him I shall never acquiesce. If Tanglai insists on such terms, I shall not hesitate to unleash the full wrath of Karkoya upon them. Regardless, I am determined to drag Tanglai down with me. Within the fortified city of Shuryin, the coalition convened for their routine meeting. Claudia has sent envoys to negotiate? Jello scoffed. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently. Keeman, however, furrowed his brow in concern. I wonder how the negotiations are progressing. Nevertheless, I propose we continue our advance westward, applying pressure to Karkoya. This would render the outcome of the negotiations more favorable to us. Jello regarded Keeman as though he were a fool, and Rolin couldn't help but stifle a laugh. No matter how advantageous the negotiation results, they would ultimately benefit Tanglai, while their allies, Klaus and Valandia, would gain naught. Keeman, avoiding the crux of the matter, was clearly feigning ignorance while entangling several nations together. Rolin tapped the table lightly, a smile gracing his lips as he stated, A cornered rabbit will bite. How much more so a monarch? If we persist in our pressure, we may find ourselves in a scenario where both sides suffer considerably. It would be wiser to remain still, awaiting news of the negotiation results before making any decisions. Jello wholeheartedly concurred, and though Keeman wished to retort, he recalled the king's recent admonishment to avoid conflict with Roland, ultimately choosing silence. Days later, in Wenlan, the envoy reappeared in the council chamber, humbly conveying Claudia's stance. His Majesty Claudia believes that the conditions set forth by Tanglai are entirely unacceptable. Should Tanglai insist upon such terms, Karkoya would not hesitate to mobilize its entire strength, willing to perish alongside Tanglai. Upon hearing this, Sandor's expression darkened once more. Just as he contemplated expressing his frustration, he recalled the formidable cavalry of Karkoya. If Claudia, in his madness, were to disregard all caution and lead his soldiers into his lands to pillage and destroy, Sandor knew he would not emerge unscathed. He had not forgotten that Tanglai's victory over Karkoya had relied on the assistance of the Valandians. This dependency in warfare was one he wished to avoid repeating. After a moment of contemplation, Sandor recalled his agreement with Mela and thus articulated his bottom line. Ceding the Cypro Plains, along with a compensation of 150,000 gold coins, is my final offer. Should Claudia refuse even this, then do not seek me again. After all, while Rolin might not be inclined to assist Tanglai in seizing excess territory, the Cypro Plains had been negotiated between himself and Valandia. Even if Claudia declined, Roland would have to intervene personally to secure it. Within the defenses of Wyss, Claudia had returned and was urgently fortifying the lines in anticipation of a failed negotiation. The envoy galloped in, his face marked by exhaustion from days of relentless travel. Your Majesty, Tanglai has set forth its bottom line. demanding the cession of the Cypro plains alongside a compensation of 150,000 gold coins. At this moment, Murphy seized the opportunity to voice his opinion. Your Majesty, the Cypro plains are exceedingly barren, of little worth. If this can secure peace, it may afford us the time to develop. Chapter 67, A New Peace. Claude's previously proud demeanor diminished, his countenance appearing aged and wearied, with strands of gray beginning to show at his temples. After considering Murphy's suggestion, Claude closed his eyes, seemingly surrendering to fate. So be it. Within the council chamber of Wanlan, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the visage of King Sandor. He grasped the quill pen firmly, slowly inscribing his name upon the peace treaty presented by the envoy of Karkoya. Subsequently, he accepted the royal seal from his attendant, pressing it heavily onto the parchment. The crimson wax resembled a congealed stain of blood, symbolizing the conclusion of this war. May the two nations coexist in peace henceforth, Sandor intoned, his voice deep and devoid of discernible emotion. The envoy respectfully accepted the treaty, exhaling a sigh of relief before bowing and retreating. Immediately thereafter, Sandor turned to his side. Addressing Diloma, who had already laid out the land transfer agreement between Valandia and Tangley upon the table. With a smile that brooked no dissent, Diloma stated, Your Majesty, I kindly ask you to fulfill your promise regarding the Bodhi Hills and the Cree Valley. Sandor's fingertips quivered slightly, yet he ultimately signed the agreement. Diloma, satisfied, folded the documents and inclined his head slightly, expressing gratitude for the king's cooperation, assuring that Princess Mira would find solace in this matter. Soon, news of the peace between the two nations reached Shurian City. Within the coalition camp, soldiers rejoiced and embraced one another, celebrating not only their triumph, but the complete cessation of hostilities. Euphoric, Faye rushed to Rowan's side, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Rowan, we can go home now. Rowan smiled in response. Indeed, we shall return home shortly. Jello was the first to lead the troops of Klaus on their journey home. Before departing, he made a point to bid farewell to Rowan. My lord Rowan, I hope that when we next meet, we shall still be allies. Rowan nodded in acknowledgement. Certainly. It has been a pleasure to fight alongside you. The following day, Rowan prepared his belongings and, accompanied by Valandian nobles and their soldiers, set forth on the journey home. Command, however, was to continue westward to take command of the west front line. Rowan bade him a final farewell. Take care, Lord Command. You are a capable commander, and it has been an honor to fight at your side. Command firmly grasped his hand. I must once again express my gratitude, Lord Rowan. Without your support, Tangley would have been consumed by the flames of war. Rowan smiled, not denying the sentiment, and swiftly changed the subject. By the way, General Gol is also in Shurian City, correct? If possible, I would like to bring him back to Valandia. Command readily agreed, stating that Gol was indeed Rowan's captive and that he had the right to make arrangements regarding him. Thank you for your understanding, Lord Command. Then we shall set off. The Valandian troops embarked on their journey home. Rowan instructed his men to bring Gol to his side. Though the old general had been captured, he maintained a composed demeanor, albeit with a hint of worry in his eyes. General Joel, Rowan began straightforwardly, Karkoya has reached a peace agreement. Yet you have suffered defeat on the front lines and have become our prisoner. Given Claude's temperament, even if you return to Karkoya, your prospects may be grim. Gol scoffed. His Majesty the King will decide my fate. My life does not require your concern. Rowan shook his head. I can offer you a choice. I have heard of your military prowess. Valandia is in need of talents such as yours. Perhaps you are unaware, but I have recently been appointed as the Minister of Military Affairs, responsible for Valandia's military matters. Regrettably, I lack the time for mundane tasks and possess limited military acumen. If possible, I would like to request your assistance. Gol remained silent for a moment, gazing into the distance. I promise to consider your proposal. Upon hearing this, Rowan ceased to press him further and shifted the conversation. Your family remains in Karkoya, I presume? I advise you to write to them promptly and arrange for their safe passage to Valandia. Once Claude returns, he may very well unleash his fury upon your family. Gol appeared moved, surprised that Rowan would show concern for his family. His expression shifted several times before his gaze finally wavered. He thought of his devoted wife, his unmarried daughter, and the loyal old servant of the family. After a long pause, he took a deep breath. Thank you for your concern, Lord Rowan. I shall ensure they travel to Valandia as soon as possible. When the time comes, I hope you will be able to receive them. Rowan smiled. I assure you they will receive the treatment befitting nobility within my domain. Furthermore, tomorrow I will send someone to the Tangley border to escort them. Gol bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Rowan. Regarding your proposal, I will give it serious consideration and provide you with a satisfactory response soon. Days later, the Valandian army arrived in Goya City, once again receiving a warm welcome from the townsfolk. Mira personally came out to greet them, her gaze lingering on Rowan for a moment before a slight smile graced her lips. Welcome back, our hero. Rowan knelt on one knee in homage. I am honored to have fulfilled my duty. Mira helped him rise, softly saying, Father has prepared the decree. After you rest for a few days, you will be formally appointed as the Minister of Military Affairs. Rowan nodded and then introduced Joel to her. Mira expressed her welcome to the old general's presence. Behind her, Hogg also bowed to Rowan. My lord, in accordance with your command, the insurrection crisis in Goya City has been successfully resolved. Well done, Hogg, Rowan commended, thoroughly pleased with his capabilities. That evening, a grand celebration feast was held at the palace. Faye, wearing a new dress, darted around excitedly, while Joel sat beside Rowan, wearing a complex expression as he listened to the jovial discourse of Valandia ministers. Rowan raised his goblet, proclaiming loudly, For the peace and future of Valandia. The assembly responded in unison, the sound of clinking glasses ringing melodiously. Although the banquet concluded, the nobles did not hasten to depart, for they knew that the distribution of Valandia's latest interests would soon be unveiled. Some well-connected and affluent individuals had been bustling about in these days, hopeful that their share of the proverbial pie would be larger. A few days later, within the grand hall of Goya Palace, beneath a resplendent dome adorned with the banners of Valandia, sunlight streamed through stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the floor. Mira, donned in a regal red and gold gown, her crown embedded with rubies, sat poised upon the throne. Her gaze swept over the assembled nobles, a solemn smile gracing her lips. Chapter 68, The Division of Valley Interests. Ladies and gentlemen, Mira's voice rang clear and strong. We gather here today not only to celebrate victory, but to honor those valiant warriors who have sacrificed blood and loyalty for Valandia during the war. The hall fell silent, all eyes fixated upon the steps leading up to the throne. Mira received a parchment scroll from an attendant and proclaimed, Governor Monty, a masterful commander, steadfastly defended the flanks during the decisive battle at Shurian City, repelling Karkoya's cavalry thrice and achieving remarkable merit. He is hereby granted the lands of the former Baron Wood to recognize his accomplishments. Monty strode forth, kneeling on one knee, the clash of his armor resonating against the ground. Accepting the document of his grant from Mira's hands, he declared with a booming voice, I, Monty, vow eternal loyalty to Valandia and to Princess Mira. Thunderous applause erupted, and many nobles exchanged glances. Although Wood's lands had been reclaimed due to insurrection, they were fertile and rich in minerals. Monty had thus become a pivotal figure in the kingdom. Next, the attendant continued to read, Baron Robert, who led his personal guard into the fray during the Battle of One Lawn City, displaying courage and loyalty, is hereby granted the lands of the former Baron Lauren in recognition of his valor. Robert's face flushed with excitement as he hastily approached to pay his respects. Originally a mere provincial noble, his territory had unexpectedly doubled due to his allegiance to Rowan. Mira smiled as she handed him the grant, quietly saying, Rowan has spoken highly of your loyalty. I hope you will continue to serve the kingdom. Roberts solemnly acknowledged the decree, and, as he returned to the ranks, he could not help but cast a grateful glance towards Rolin, who stood in the front row. At last, the voice of the herald resonated once more. Rolin Clinton, governor of the Vale, has commanded with unwavering resolve during numerous battles, utilizing the prowess of firearms to decisively vanquish the Kalka army, earning accolades surpassing that of the entire military. By special decree, he is granted the territories of the former Barons Arthur, Mordor, and Leon, elevated to the rank of Count, and officially appointed as the Minister of Military Affairs of Valandia, overseeing the kingdom's military. The hall erupted into a fervor. The three baronial lands signified that Roland's influence would now extend over a third of the Vale, while the position of Minister of Military Affairs bestowed upon him substantial power. The nobles expressed a mix of astonishment and envy, with some even calculating how best to forge alliances with this newly ascended figure. Roland stepped forward with measured grace, his black attire accentuating his tall stature. He knelt on one knee, raising his gaze to meet Mira's. A flicker of tenderness passed through her eyes, only to be swiftly eclipsed by the majesty of her royal demeanor. She personally affixed the Count's insignia upon Roland's chest before presenting him with a silver ceremonial sword, emblematic of his authority as Minister of Military Affairs. Count Rolin, Mira's voice, audible only to him, conveyed a weighty promise from this day forth. The sword and shield of Valandia shall rest in your hands. Rolin inclined his head slightly, his tone low yet resolute. I shall not fail in my duty. The investiture continued throughout the afternoon, with the royal family and loyalists reclaiming most of the rebellious nobles' territories. While the lands ceded by Tangli were conferred upon knights and nobles who had distinguished themselves in battle, along with a few merchants who had discreetly maneuvered their way into nobility with substantial wealth. For the existing nobles, this investiture inevitably resulted in enclaves. And whether they chose to consolidate their lands through exchanges or develop vassals to manage them was a matter that Mira need not concern herself with. The investiture persisted until evening, when Mira hosted a banquet to celebrate the newly elevated nobles. The palace's banquet hall was ablaze with light, crystal embellishments refracting a dazzling glow that illuminated the guests' opulent attire. The strains of melodious music filled the air as the nobles raised their goblets in jubilant toast, celebrating the victory of war and the newly acquired honors. Amidst the throng, Rolin stood out, clad in his black ensemble, adorned with the insignia of a count, capturing the attention of many. His gaze swept across the hall, spotting Fairlin delighting in the desserts, while Lancelot was surrounded by a throng of ladies recounting tales of valor from the battlefield. As for himself, he once again found himself enveloped by the admiration of noble maidens. The air was filled with melodious laughter, yet Rolin felt as though he were back on the battlefield. Recalling the sensation of being encircled by foes during the Battle of One, Count Rolin, a gentle voice called from behind. Rolin turned to see Governor Monty raising his goblet in salute. I thank you for your kind words before His Majesty, which have afforded me new lands. Rolin smiled faintly and clinked glasses with him. You deserve this, Monty. Your abilities and loyalty merit such rewards. A glimmer of gratitude crossed Monty's eyes as he replied softly. Whenever called upon, I shall follow the footsteps of Her Highness Mira and yours. Rolin nodded, his gaze drifting beyond Monty to where Roberts stood awkwardly in a corner, seemingly unaccustomed to his newfound role as one of the evening's protagonists. He approached, placing a reassuring hand on Robert's shoulder. Why are you hiding here alone? Roberts quickly bowed, a hint of embarrassment surfacing on his face. Lord Rolin, no, Count, I am merely not accustomed to such gatherings. Relax, Rolin chuckled. You must learn to revel in your glory. Roberts took a deep breath, solemnly stating, without your support, I would not be here today. This kindness shall remain etched in my memory forever. Rolin waved his hand, about to respond further when a servant hurried over, respectfully announcing, Your Excellency, Her Highness Mira requests your presence on the terrace. Rolin paused for a moment, then nodded. I understand. He navigated through the bustling banquet hall, ascending the spiral staircase to the palace terrace. The night breeze brushed against him, carrying the coolness of early spring, and he beheld the myriad lights of Goya's city spread before him. In the distance, the outline of the city walls emerged subtly in the moonlight, while beyond lay an abyss of darkness, concealing an uncertain future. Do you enjoy the view? Mira's voice floated from behind him. Rolin turned to see her in a resplendent silver gown, adorned with jewels that sparkled under the moonlight. Beautiful, Rolin replied sincerely. Standing here feels as though I can touch the very heartbeat of Alandia. Mira stepped beside him, turning her gaze towards the horizon. Father has named me heir to the throne. One day, I shall ascend and become the queen of Alandia. Rolin glanced at her. You will be an exceptional queen. Mira turned to meet his gaze. I need someone who can stand by my side. Rolin, have you given thought to my question from last time? Chapter 69, The Fiancé. The night breeze tousled their hair, bringing a chill. Rolin paused for a moment before slowly responding. Mira, I hold great affection for you. Your wisdom, courage, and generosity command my admiration. To spend my life with you would be my utmost honor. A flicker of joy illuminated Mira's eyes, but she playfully pressed on. Is it merely affection? Rolin chuckled softly, brushing his fingers against her cheek. No, it is far more than that. I aspire to build Valandia with you, transforming it into the mightiest nation on this continent. I long to witness the prosperity of the people under your reign, flourishing and thriving. This sentiment may run deeper than mere affection. Mira's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she stood on tiptoe, wrapping her arms around Roland's neck, whispering then, Will you be my husband? Roland did not respond with words. Instead, he lowered his lips to hers. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes intertwined, as if time itself paused in reverence of their union. After a prolonged moment, Mira released him, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Is this your answer? Roland nodded, smiling. Indeed, my queen. But do you know, according to the law, kissing the future queen could warrant a death sentence? Mira teased, her spirits high, a playful glint in her eyes. What law is that? I'm unaware of such a thing, Rolin replied, confident he could recite every word of Valandian law. Knowing that no such decree existed, I just established it. What, do you have any objections? Mira pouted, unfazed. Rolin, undeterred, gently grasped her hand, speaking tenderly. Then, I implore Her Highness to personally adjudicate my transgression. Mira leaned against his shoulder, whispering, once I settle matters with Tangli, we shall hold our wedding ceremony. I will proclaim to all of Valandia that you are my husband. Rolin encircled her waist, his gaze resolute. I shall stand by you until the end, no matter what challenges lie ahead. The two stood quietly on the terrace, savoring this rare moment of tranquility, until the chime of the banquet hall's clock echoed, prompting Mira to reluctantly say, we must return. Our guests are awaiting. Rolin nodded, taking her hand. Let us go, my lady. As they re-entered the banquet hall, all eyes turned toward them. Mira's face radiated an unmistakable joy, while Rolin remained composed as ever. Fairlin was the first to dart over, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Rolin, what did you and Her Highness discuss? Why are you both so happy? Rolin patted her shoulder, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, a secret. Phelan pouted, poised to inquire further, when Mira proclaimed loudly, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your presence this evening. I am delighted to announce that, effective immediately, Count Rolin shall become my betrothed. The hall erupted in a fervor, filled with cheers and congratulatory exclamations. Hogg and Lancelot exchanged knowing smiles, as if they had anticipated this outcome all along. Among the nobles surrounding Rolin, the young ladies' faces simultaneously revealed expressions of disappointment mingled with a hint of trepidation. Mon, stepping forward, solemnly bowed to Rolin. Congratulations, Your Excellency. No, perhaps it would be more fitting to address you as His Highness. Rolin shook his head with a smile. The wedding has yet to take place. There is no need to rush the title. As for Phelan, upon hearing the news, she huffed in mild irritation. I knew it. Rolin, you could never escape that womanesque grasp. The soiree continued late into the night, with guests gradually dispersing. Rolin stood at the palace entrance, bidding farewell to the last departing noble. Phelan, weary to the point of barely keeping her eyes open, leaned against him and murmured, Rolin, when shall we return to Kenai Corner? Rolin replied softly, soon, once the matters here are settled, we shall make our way back. Mira approached his side, gently saying, you shall stay at the palace tonight. I have arranged accommodations for you. Rolin nodded gratefully. Thank you, Your Highness. After Phelan was escorted to rest by her maid, Mira and Rolin strolled together along the palace corridor. Moonlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a mosaic of colors upon the floor. What are your plans moving forward? Mira inquired. Rolin pondered before responding. First and foremost, I must return to Kenai Corner to oversee the continued development of the territory. Following this war, I have conceived new ideas for improving firearms, and the application of water wheels must be further promoted. Additionally, Marshal Gore's family will soon arrive in Valandia, and I must arrange suitable accommodations for them. Mira nodded in agreement. These matters indeed require your personal attention. However, as the future Minister of Military Affairs, you must also swiftly familiarize yourself with the kingdom's military operations. Since Trimmy was executed, the Ministry of Military Affairs has been temporarily managed by his deputy, resulting in a backlog of numerous affairs. Rolin chuckled. Rest assured, I shall take over promptly. Moreover, I have found a capable assistant. Mira raised an eyebrow. Do you have someone in mind? Gore, Rolin stated, if he is willing, his experience would be invaluable to us. Mira considered this thoughtfully. Indeed, his capabilities are beyond question. But can you assure his loyalty? Rolin's gaze was resolute. I believe that with ample trust and respect, he will become a pillar of Valandia. Mira smiled faintly. Very well. I shall leave this matter to your discretion. Furthermore, through this war, I have identified numerous pressing issues that require resolution. Firstly, concerning the kingdom's military. The number of royal troops is insufficient. Shockingly, it is the noble coalition that serves as the primary force on the battlefield, relegating the royal army to a role of elite unit for flanking maneuvers. We must expand the royal army's numbers, gradually transforming it into an imperial force. Even if it incites discontent among certain nobles, the royal army must establish a commanding presence on the battlefield. Mira nodded without hesitation, fully understanding, you are correct. Valandia has historically been impoverished and weak, with the royal family unable to sustain numerous direct military forces, relying instead on the noble coalition. Now that the nation is growing stronger, the private armies of the nobility are also expanding. The royal army must keep pace with this development to exert pressure on the nobles. Rolin then articulated his second insight. The expansion of the royal army will inevitably provoke resistance from the nobility. As a means of negotiation, we could select a group of loyal noble lords and have them dispatch soldiers to Goya City for firearms training. This approach offers three advantages. Firstly, it can fracture the noble coalition and diminish resistance sentiments. Secondly, in future conflicts, the noble private armies can be utilized as a new type of troop, significantly enhancing Valandia's overall combat effectiveness. Lastly, for these nobles, it provides an opportunity to achieve military merit, ensuring a win-win situation. That makes a great deal of sense. Relying solely on the royal army and the soldiers from the Clinton territory will ultimately prove inadequate for commanding the battlefield. The inclusion of noble private armies is indeed beneficial. However, we cannot divulge firearms technology to these nobles, as their loyalty is inherently limited. Mira concurred with Rolin's assessment, while adding her own stipulations. Upon reaching the door to Rolin's chamber, Mira paused and softly declared, "Good night, Rolin." Rolin took her hand and gently kissed the back of it. "Good night, Mira." The following morning, Rolin arose early and strolled through the palace gardens. The early spring flowers had just begun to sprout, and the air was fragrant with the scent of rich earth. He inhaled deeply, soaking in the rare tranquility. "Sir," Phelan's voice called from behind. She hurried to catch up with Rolin, holding a letter in her hand. "It's a letter from Luna, sent from Kenai Corner." Rolin accepted the letter, quickly breaking the seal and perusing its contents. In the letter, Luna reported on the territory's recent status. Production at the paper workshop was proceeding smoothly. The first batch of books had commenced sales. Ilos had completed training the caravan guards, ensuring the safety of the convoys, and Cohen had improved the design of the water wheel, enhancing its efficiency. "It seems they have managed quite well in my absence," Rolin remarked with satisfaction. Phelan blinked inquisitively. "So when do we return?" Rolin tucked the letter away. "Today I will visit the Ministry of Military Affairs to hand over responsibilities. We shall set out for Kenai Corner tomorrow." Phelan cheered, skipping away in delight. Later that morning, Rolin arrived at the Ministry of Military Affairs, where he met with the acting deputy, Klein. Klein was a middle-aged man, his hair graying, yet his gaze remained sharp. He greeted Rolin with respect. "Your Excellency, welcome." Rolin nodded. "Klein, I appreciate your hard work during this time. I will need your assistance in quickly familiarizing myself with the operations of the ministry." Klein presented a stack of documents. "These are the recent backlog matters, including border defenses, military supplies, and the Royal Army's conscription plans." Rolin took the documents and swiftly reviewed them. Border defense is paramount, particularly in regions bordering Stokes and Kloss. Though we currently maintain peace, we must not lower our guard. Klein nodded in agreement. "I have intensified patrols, though our forces remain somewhat lacking." After a moment of contemplation, Rolin suggested, "Let the border nobles allocate troops for patrols, forming a standing border defense force. Additionally, the provision of firearms should be prioritized for border security." The two remained occupied until the afternoon, organizing the Ministry of Military Affairs' primary affairs. Rolin rubbed his aching temples and told Klein, "That will be all for today. Tomorrow I must return to Kenai Corner. For the time being, I will entrust the ministry's matters to you." Klein bowed solemnly. "Rest assured." On the following morning, Rolin, Phelan, Hogg, and others set out on their journey back to Kenai Corner. The troops slowly departed from the gates of Goya City, with Phelan glancing back wistfully. "Reluctant to leave?" Rolin teased with a smile. Phelan pouted. "Not at all. I was merely wondering if the next time we come, you will be hosting a wedding with Princess Mira." Rolin chuckled as he looked at her. "What's this? Are you unhappy?" "I am not unhappy at all. You are the esteemed Count, a powerful noble of Valandia, while I am merely an ordinary commoner. How could I dare to be displeased with the Count?" Phelan turned her head, seemingly unwilling to meet Rolin's gaze. "Still denying it?" Rolin remained unfazed, enjoying the charming display of Phelan's endearing demeanor. The supply wagons thundered along the road, wheels stirring up clouds of dust. Roland urged his horse forward, the image of Mira and the kiss they shared on the terrace vividly playing in his mind. His troops gradually entered the town of Connor's Corner, where a throng of residents had already gathered at the city gates. People held flowers and waved colorful ribbons, their cheers rising and falling like waves. Children bounced alongside the procession, their eyes brimming with admiration, while the elderly stood by the roadside, their faces glowing with pride. Euphilia perked up, excitedly waving to the crowd, eliciting a ripple of warm laughter. Roland, mounted upon his steed, greeted the residents with a wave. He observed how the soldiers in the ranks instinctively straightened their backs, their steps becoming resolute and powerful, pride glimmering in their eyes. Once mere farmers, even slaves, these soldiers had now transformed into triumphant heroes. A warm current surged within Roland. It was the trust and support of these individuals that had brought him to this moment. Navigating through the jubilant crowd, Roland and his entourage finally arrived at the governor's mansion. In the square before the estate, Luana, Luna, Ilios, and others had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Roland, Luana hurried forward and bowed, saying, "My lord, welcome back." Roland smiled and nodded. "You have worked hard during my absence." Upon entering the governor's mansion, Roland wasted no time in resting. He pulled out a sheet of parchment and began sketching and writing, engrossed in his work until the late hours of the night. The following morning, Roland immediately summoned Luna to his study. He handed her a stack of blueprint from the table, saying, "Luna, these are my new ideas for improving the firearm. The current muzzle-loading rifles have a loading speed that is too slow. I aspire to design a breech-loading rifle that allows ammunition to be loaded from the rear, significantly enhancing the rate of fire." Luna leaned closer to the blueprints, scrutinizing the details marked by Roland, her eyes gradually widening in surprise. "Loading from the rear, this is indeed a bold concept." Roland pointed to a component on the blueprint. "However, loading from the rear may pose significant challenges regarding airtightness. I have some ideas, but I will need you to conduct experiments and improvements. Additionally, I have sketched a design for a telescope." He unfurled another sheet, illustrating glass polished into various thicknesses and shapes, capable of magnifying distant objects, greatly aiding battlefield reconnaissance and command. Luna's brow relaxed slightly as her fingers traced the lines on the blueprints. "These designs are intriguing. I will endeavor to create a prototype as soon as possible. However, it may require multiple adjustments to achieve the desired effect." "I have faith in your abilities," Roland said, patting her shoulder. "If you need anything, feel free to request it. The resources of the territory are at your disposal." Chapter 71, Evening Conversation. Luna nadi vernistli. Carefully stowing the blueprints. Just as she was about to leave, Euphilia burst through the door, a mischievous smile on her face. "Luna, did you know? Roland is to wed Princess Mira." Luna's body stiffened for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. Turning around, she managed a faint smile. "Congratulations, my lord." Roland keenly sensed the disappointment in her eyes and was about to speak, but Luna had already exited the study in haste. Euphilia blinked, teasingly saying, "What's wrong with her? She doesn't seem too happy." Roland sighed softly. "I will find time to clarify this matter with everyone soon." As noon approached, Tret came to visit. Dressed in a brand new silk robe, his round face beamed with smiles as he entered and promptly got to the point. "Esteemed Count, congratulations on your triumphant return. I hear not only have you been promoted, but you also serve as Minister of Military Affairs. Truly an outstanding talent of the younger generation. Moreover, congratulations on your impending princely title." Roland smiled and invited him to take a seat. "Tret, it seems the news from Goya City travels swiftly." Tret rubbed his hands together, his eyes twinkling with a merchant's shrewdness. "The entire Valandia is talking about your achievements and your upcoming marriage. Honestly, the best decision I ever made in my life was to connect with you early on. You are too kind." Roland poured him a glass of wine. "It appears you have settled in Connor's Corner?" Tret's eyes brightened, and his tone became eager. "Indeed, I purchased a brick and stone house near the commercial street. My wife and children adore it here, especially the fireplace. It is wonderfully warm in winter." He took a sip of wine and reflected. "In the past, I was always on the move, and my family lived in constant fear. Now, however, Connor's Corner boasts excellent security and convenient living. I've saved some money and plan to send my children to school, all thanks to your support." Roland nodded in satisfaction. "Speaking of schools, we must indeed pay attention to education in the territory. In the future, Connor's Corner should not only have schools, but also institutions dedicated to training in manufacturing and production skills. These schools should be more affordable and accessible to everyone, providing ordinary children from humble backgrounds with learning opportunities." Tret pondered this thoughtfully and immediately praised. "Your foresight is remarkable, my lord. This way, ordinary families will have the chance to change their fates and will work even harder." Roland agreed with Tret's sentiments. If those obstinate nobles were to hear of this initiative, they would undoubtedly condemn Roland's approach as impractical, allowing precious knowledge to flow to the filthy commoners. Suddenly, Roland recalled something and turned to Tret. "By the way, have you given further thought to joining the merchant caravan?" Tret straightened in his seat, speaking earnestly. "My lord, I was just about to discuss this with you. I wish to join your merchant caravan and serve you. Honestly, witnessing the changes in the territory, I believe there is greater potential in following you." "Splendid." Roland raised his wine glass. "From today onward, you shall serve as Luana's deputy, assisting her in managing the affairs of the caravan. Your experience and connections will be invaluable to us." Tret stood up excitedly, bowing deeply. Thank you for your trust. I shall not disappoint you. As Roland and Tret conversed. In the tavern of Clinton Town, Bill, Cohen, and a group of craftsmen sat together, raising their glasses in celebration. The tavern owner had specially brought out his treasure honey wine for everyone to enjoy free of charge. Bill raised his glass high, his cheeks flushed. To our illustrious lord. Lord Roland is now a count, the Minister of Military Affairs, and soon to be a prince. What does this signify? It signifies we have chosen the right person to follow. Cheers! The crowd responded in unison, the sound of clinking glasses ringing clear and melodious. Cohen wiped the wine stains from his mouth, reflecting, just a few years ago, this was a dilapidated little town. Now look at it. Workshops, buildings, hospitals, all in abundance. Even the merchants from the capital envy our way of life. An older craftsman wrapped his arm around a friend's shoulder. Do you know how I ended up here? I was sold here as a slave. Back then, I thought my life was over. But Lord Roland granted us the status of free men and allowed me to use my skills as a carpenter. Now, I own my own house and plan to have my son inherit my craft, while my daughter will apply to the governor's mansion when she comes of age, determined to become a maid there. This life was something I wouldn't have dared to dream of. A young man's eyes sparkled with hope. I heard that Lord Roland plans to build more workshops and help more people become free men. Of course, Bill, slightly inebriated, wrapped his arm around the young man's shoulder. As long as we follow Lord Roland, wonderful days still lie ahead. Laughter and merriment filled the tavern until deep into the night when the patrons began to disperse. Under the moonlight, the streets of Clinton Town lay quiet and tidy, with newly constructed brick houses standing in orderly rows, while the water wheels of the workshops turned slowly in the night. All of this was a change brought forth by Roland. That evening, in the sitting room of the governor's mansion, candlelight flickered as Euphilia, Luana, Luna, Tyrol, and Ilios gathered around soft woolen blankets draped over the seats. The flames crackled in the fireplace, casting a warm glow upon the faces of all present. Fei Lin animatedly recounted her experiences in Tangley, while Luna kept her gaze lowered, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the rim of her teacup. Luana, perceptive to her sister's unusual demeanor, gently inquired, "Luna, what troubles you? You seem so distracted since earlier." Luna managed a strained smile, replying, "It's nothing, perhaps I've simply grown weary from spending too long in the workshop today." Fei Lin blinked, abruptly setting down her dessert and clapping her hands together. "Well, since everyone will find out sooner or later, I might as well say it outright. Roland is to marry Princess Mira." As her words hung in the air, Luna's fingertips trembled sharply, and Luana's smile froze, the pastry in her hands falling silently onto the plate. Tyrol widened his eyes slightly, then smiled with approval. "That is splendid news. Lord Roland and Princess Mira are quite well matched." Meanwhile, Ilos observed the reactions of the group with a contemplative expression. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the restless dancing of the flames in the hearth. Finally, Ilos shattered the quiet. "Luana, Luna, do you both harbor feelings for Roland?" Luana inhaled deeply, her golden strands fluttering in the gentle breeze. She lifted her head and spoke candidly, "Indeed. Luna and I were among the first slaves to arrive in the territory. At that time, we believed we would spend our lives in darkness." Her gaze softened as she continued, "Yet, Lord Roland has bestowed upon us dignity and freedom, allowing us to partake in the development of the territory, even granting us residence in such fine quarters and food befitting nobility. Such kindness is hard not to be moved by." Luna's voice was barely a whisper. "He has never looked at us with disdain, as if we are equals." She clutched the hem of her dress, adding, "But I am merely a slave purchased by Lord Roland. If I were to marry him, it would surely invite scandal and cause him embarrassment." "You are not a slave," Fei Lin interjected suddenly, her eyes fixed earnestly upon her. "Roland has never regarded you as such. You have always been free individuals, officers of the governor's office, indispensable aides to Lord Roland." Tyrol gently clasped Luna's trembling hand. "In Lord Roland's eyes, there is no hierarchy of worth. He values your talents, and that is paramount." At that moment, Luana felt Ilos's gaze upon her and abruptly asked, "And what of you? What do you feel for Roland?" All eyes turned to Ilos, who shrugged. "As a former adversary, I did harbor hatred towards him. However, over the past 2 months, I have witnessed how he has been developing the territory. The streets, the shops, the workshops, even holding funerals for fallen soldiers." Her voice grew somber, in stark contrast to other nobles who merely exploit their subjects. "Roland seeks ways to improve the lives of everyone. This disparity leaves me perplexed. Yet one thing is certain, I do not dislike him at all. I knew it." Luana suddenly clapped her hands, a mischievous glint in her eyes. You used to take a longer route to the workshop just to pass by Roland's study, and you always seemed to appear in the garden at just the right time. Ilos's face flushed instantly. That was for work purposes. Fei Lin burst into laughter, throwing her arms around Ilos's shoulders. Oh, don't be shy. Roland has said that the more people who admire him, the more it attests to his charm. Finally, Luna lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes as they began to slide down her cheeks. She gently wiped them away, revealing a resolute smile. You are right. I should not continue to bind myself with the shackles of the past. It is indeed best for Lord Roland to marry Princess Mira. This is advantageous for both Valandia and the Clinton territory. I merely need a bit of time to adjust my feelings. Luana moved beside her sister, pulling her close. Silly girl, do you think I'm not saddened as well? But we are the last descendants of the Garcia family, true nobility of Harlan, even in tears. We must hold our heads high. At this, Fei Lin lowered her voice mysteriously. Roland told me he would find time to explain everything. So we shouldn't be too upset. Moreover, she elongated her tone, her eyes sparkling. It is fashionable among the nobility to have multiple wives. If I cannot be the primary wife, I could still be a mistress. Fei Lin, Tyrell admonished with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Unexpectedly, Luna burst into laughter, the clouds of gloom dissipating from her eyes. That actually reminds me. She feigned seriousness, poking Fei Lin on the forehead. Just so we're clear, if that day ever comes, the second position is mine, and you're not to claim it. Fei Lin immediately bristled. On what grounds? I have fought alongside Roland in battles. That is my rightful claim, but I'm taller and older than you. The younger ones must naturally take the back seat. I will grow. The two began to tussle like children, while Luana laughed and attempted to intervene, only to be pulled down onto the carpet. Tyrell shook his head with a sigh, but was suddenly fed a piece of pastry by Ilos. The sweet cream melted on her tongue, and she looked at Ilos in surprise, discovering that this typically serious Stokes girl bore a mischievous glint in her eyes. The flickering light of the fireplace cast the shadows of the 5 individuals upon the wall, weaving a tapestry of warmth. Amidst the laughter, Luna quietly gazed in the direction of Roland's study. Through the window, she could see the candlelight still aglow within. He must be burning the midnight oil again. Dealing with paperwork, she mused, a smile unconsciously curling at her lips. The following morning, Roland mounted his warhorse and, accompanied by Bill, departed from Cornerstone City to inspect the newly conferred baronies. The early spring breeze swept across the fields, revealing barren lands and sparse crops. Their first stop was the territory of Lion. The sight before Roland furrowed his brow. The serfs in the fields were clad in rags, gaunt and weary, mechanically tilling the unyielding soil. Their eyes were hollow, as if they had long since grown accustomed to suffering. Bill explained, my lord, since these lands were reclaimed by the crown, the officials dispatched by the royal family only managed the affairs hastily before leaving. Princess Mira must have intentionally left these serfs for you. Roland nodded, yet a heaviness weighed upon his heart. He dismounted and approached an elderly serf toiling nearby. Upon seeing Roland, the old man hurriedly knelt, fear trembling in his voice, and my lord. Roland helped him to his feet, gently asking, what do you eat each day? The old man lowered his gaze, unable to meet Roland's eyes. We have a thin porridge daily, with some wild vegetables on occasion. Looking around, Roland noted the sparse and stunted crops, clearly lacking care and nourishment. Bill sighed. When Baron Lion was in charge, he only exploited the serfs, never caring for their well-being. These lands have not been properly cultivated in ages. Let's go to the town and see, Roland said resolutely, remounting his horse. Upon entering Lion Town, the scene grew even more desolate. The houses appeared on the verge of collapse, and the streets were mired in mud and refuse. Many shops had shuttered, leaving only a few vendors barely scraping by. The presence of free citizens was scarce, casting the entire town into a state of lethargy. Bill pointed towards a dilapidated blacksmith shop in the distance. My lord, the new blacksmith in Clinton Town, Patrick, was once a free citizen here. He said life was too harsh to sustain even a basic business, and so he had to leave. Chapter 73, Reconstruction. Roland fell silent for a moment, then declared, these territories now belong to me. They can no longer retain their former names. He gazed into the distance, contemplating for a while. From this day forth, Lion Town shall be renamed Clearwater Town, in hopes that it may flourish anew like clear water. The other 2 towns in the barony will be called Sunset Town to the north and Coastal Town by the sea. Bill's eyes sparkled with excitement. My lord, a new name is sure to bring forth a new vitality. Roland smiled faintly. Come, let's go to the seaside. The two made their way eastward and finally reached the eastern edge of their territory. The azure sea stretched endlessly before them, its waves gently lapping against the rocky shore, while the sea breeze, laden with a salty tang, enveloped them. Rolin inhaled deeply, unable to contain his exhilaration at this moment. At last, we have our own coastline. Bill, look, we can build a dock here, develop fisheries, and even establish maritime trade routes. Bill, too, was swept away by the magnificent scenery, exclaiming excitedly, "My lord, our territory will soon be able to produce sea salt and trade with other nations by sea." Rolin nodded, his mind already sketching out a blueprint for the future. He crouched down, scooping up a handful of sand, letting it slip through his fingers. This land is replete with resources. It was merely that previous occupants failed to utilize them. We must ensure that this land sustains as many people as possible. After completing their inspection of the territory, Rolin and Bill began their return journey. Throughout the way, Rolin's thoughts were consumed by the development of their new domain. He said to Bill, "Upon our return, summon Cohen, Fairlin, and Luana immediately. We need to devise a detailed plan." By the time they arrived at the governor's mansion, evening had fallen. Rolin, neglecting rest, went straight to his study, unrolling parchment to record his thoughts. Fairlin entered, carrying a cup of hot tea, and softly inquired, "Rolin, how is the new territory?" Rolin sighed and shared his observations. After listening, Fairlin responded indignantly, "Those nobles are truly despicable. They indulge themselves without regard for the lives of their subjects." Rolin rubbed his cheek, his tone resolute. "But now, these lands are my responsibility. I cannot allow them to remain in neglect." Soon Cohen, Bill, and Luana arrived in the study in succession. After Rolin briefly outlined the situation of the new territory, he directly addressed the matter at hand. "We must urgently improve the conditions of these 3 towns. Cohen, you are responsible for organizing craftsmen to repair the houses and roads in Clearwater Town, especially the homes of the freemen. We must give them a reason to stay." Cohen nodded in agreement. "Yes, my lord. I will prioritize the restoration of housing and water supply to ensure the residents can live normally." Rolin then turned to Bill. "Bill, I hope you can investigate the land conditions in Clearwater Town and see what crops are suitable for planting. Additionally, research how to improve the soil to enhance yields." Bill diligently noted the requirements. "I will set off at once, my lord." "Luana," Rolin continued, "you're responsible for coordinating the merchant caravans to transport food necessities to these 3 towns. Particularly in Clearwater Town, the serfs are in dire need of sustenance." Luana readily agreed. "No problem. I'll arrange it for tomorrow." Lastly, Rolin looked at Fairlin. "Fairlin, you will accompany me to Shore Town. We need to plan the construction of the dock." Fairlin nodded enthusiastically. "Wonderful. I've always wanted to see the sea." After the meeting concluded, everyone departed, leaving only Luana behind. She hesitated for a moment before softly asking, "My lord, what do you plan to do regarding the serfs in the new territory?" Rolin understood her concern and replied gently, "Of course, they will be treated the same as the other serfs, although their lord was involved in the rebellion. Such matters do not concern the common people. As long as they work diligently, they shall have enough to eat and not perish in the cold. If they contribute sufficiently, they may even become freemen." A glimmer of relief shone in Luana's eyes. "You are always so compassionate." Rolin smiled. "This is not compassion, it is wisdom. Only by ensuring the well-being of the subjects can the territory truly prosper." As night fell, Rolin stood alone at the window of his study, gazing at the starry sky. The vacant eyes of the serfs in Clearwater Town, the dilapidated houses, and the expanse of the azure sea filled his mind. He resolved that he would ensure the people living here could see hope. The following morning, Rolin's plans commenced in full swing. Cohen led a team of craftsmen and building materials to Clearwater Town, while Bill set off with agricultural tools and seeds to assess the land. Luana's caravan, laden with food and daily necessities, followed closely behind. The entire Clinton territory buzzed with activity, contributing to the development of the new domain. Days later, Rolin and Fairlin rode to Shore Town. The conditions here were slightly better than in Clearwater Town, as there were more freemen, yet the town's potential remained largely untapped. Rolin stood at the water's edge, pointing to a stretch of flat tidal flats. "This is suitable for building a dock. Fairlin, what do you think?" Fairlin gazed excitedly at the sea, pointing to various locations. "A road can be built there to connect to the town, and over there, we can construct a warehouse." Rolin nodded with a smile. "Indeed, your ideas are excellent." He continued, "The dock construction can be divided into 3 phases. First, we will build a small dock for fishing boats. Next, we will expand it into a medium-sized dock to accommodate merchant vessels. Finally, we will expand further based on demand, preparing to welcome warships." In the ensuing days, Rolin frequently traversed between the 3 towns, personally overseeing the progress of each task. The houses in Clearwater Town were gradually being repaired, the roads were being leveled, and the serfs received new tools and seeds, their faces finally breaking into smiles after being well fed. The dock construction in Shore Town was also progressing vigorously, providing fishermen with a secure place to moor their boats. One afternoon, as Rolin reviewed the reconstruction report for Clearwater Town in his study, Fairlin entered briskly, holding a letter bearing the royal seal. "Rolin, a letter from Princess Mela," she said, handing it to him, her curiosity piqued by the letter's contents. Rolin accepted the letter, Mela's familiar handwriting coming into view. "Dear Rolin, I was deeply moved to hear of your holding a funeral for the fallen soldiers of the territory. The valiant soldiers of our kingdom, who sacrificed their lives for the nation, deserve such respect and commemoration. I've decided to hold a collective funeral for all the soldiers of the kingdom who have sacrificed during this war. No, not just this war, but for all the fallen over the past few years, outside of Goya City, scheduled for 5 days from now. As the Minister of Military Affairs and the commander of the reinforcements, as well as a key figure in the various wars, I hope you can also attend. On another note, I have informed my father of our engagement, though he does not oppose it. He has advised me to remain true to myself and not to become consumed by romantic pursuits. He clearly does not trust me. I shall prove that love and ambition are never at odds, and Valandia will surely rise under my guidance. By the way, speaking of my father, since our victory over Carcoya and the expansion of our territory, he has been looking increasingly well and his health has improved significantly. All this is thanks to you. I look forward to our reunion. Mela." Rolin read the letter with great seriousness, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Fairlin leaned over to sneak a glance, only to be lightly tapped on the forehead with the letter by Rolin. "It is impolite to spy on others' correspondence." "I wasn't spying." Fairlin pouted, "but judging by your expression, Princess Mela must have written something quite sweet, right?" Rolin tucked the letter away and walked to the window. The governor's garden had recently been planted with numerous tulips, which are now sprouting tender shoots. "The royal army's funeral is in 5 days. I must set off early." He turned to Fairlin and said, "Please inform Ilos to come see me." A moment later, Ilos knocked and entered. She was dressed in neat riding attire, her golden hair tied up high, exuding more spirit than when she first arrived in the territory. "You called for me? I'm going to Goya City to attend the royal army funeral, and you shall accompany me this time. Afterwards, you will oversee the army's affairs in the territory and coordinate military supplies." Rolin retrieved a rolled-up blueprint from the drawer, which detailed the expansion plan for the dock in Shore Town. "Cohen will handle the construction. Please have someone deliver these plans to him." Ilos took the blueprint and suddenly inquired, "My lord, do you now fully trust me?" Rolin gazed into her eyes and replied, "Though it may seem peculiar to state this at present, Miss Ilos, through our time together, I have come to believe that you are a woman of wisdom, kindness, integrity, and courage. I now place my complete trust in you." Ilos fell silent for a moment, then solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, I shall not betray your trust." 3 days later, Rolin arrived at Goya City. At the city gates, the royal guards were already lined up to welcome him. The captain of the guard bowed respectfully, "My lord, Princess Mira is awaiting you in the garden." In the garden on the west side of the palace, Mira was bent over, pruning the branches of a white rose. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned her head, the morning light casting a gentle glow upon her profile. Seeing Rolin, she set down her silver shears and glided across the lawn towards him. "You arrived earlier than expected," Mira remarked, a slight smile gracing her lips. Rolin took her hand and pressed a kiss upon her knuckles. "I did not wish to keep you waiting." He glanced at the white rose, a new variety, cultivated by the royal gardener. "Isn't it lovely?" Mira gently caressed the petals. "I hope to use them to adorn the hall for the wedding." As they walked side by side among the rose bushes, Mira elaborated on the arrangements for the funeral. "The ceremony will be held on a hillside to the east of the city, which I have decided to name Triumph Hill. It offers a panoramic view of the entire Goya City. A name of great significance." Rolin nodded. "Have the lists of the fallen been verified?" "The Ministry of Military Affairs toiled for 3 nights to complete it." Mira sighed. "Most of the soldiers who perished abroad were not returned, and we can only erect a monument in their honor." Taking a deep breath, Mira suddenly turned to look directly at Rolin. "Do you know? My father never allowed women to participate in funerals, believing it would diminish the solemnity. But this time, I shall personally lay flowers for each martyr." A stubborn flame flickered in her eyes, and Rolin felt as though he were witnessing the princess who stood her ground against the nobles in the council chamber. He spoke softly. "This is precisely the change Valandia requires." On the day of the funeral, over 200 oak coffins were meticulously arranged on Triumph Hill, each draped with the Valandian military flag, followed by monuments adorned with honor ribbons. At dawn, the royal escort slowly brought King Maitland forward. the elderly king insisting on attending in person. Mira and Rolin rode closely behind, followed by a formidable procession of the kingdom's soldiers. As the morning mist had yet to dissipate, Mira stood upon the platform, clad in a pure white gown with a cloak embroidered with golden insignia. Her voice resonated clearly across the hillside. Today, we gathered not only to mourn, but to remember. These brave souls defended not only our territory, but also the right to exist for every Valandian. When it was Roland's turn to speak, he approached the front row of coffins, raising his sword to his chest. I have fought alongside many of these men. They charged forth without hesitation and never faltered when wounded. Their spirit will take root in the land of Valandia, eternally supporting this nation. Suddenly, he raised his voice. Private Charlie of the 3rd Corps, you risked your life deep in enemy territory, bringing us vital intelligence. Corporal Martin of the 1st Infantry, you shielded your comrades with your body, allowing them to retreat safely. With each name called, suppressed sobs echoed from the ranks of soldiers. As the midday sun broke through the clouds, Mira descended from the platform, taking white chrysanthemums from the silver basket held by her maid, personally placing them upon each martyr's coffin. Rolin noticed her straightened back and steady gait, as though an invisible weight pressed upon her shoulders, yet would not bend her. At the conclusion of the ceremony, Mira announced a momentous decision. From this day forth, Triumph Hill shall become the resting place for Valandia's heroes. A grand monument will be erected here, inscribed with the names of all who sacrificed their lives for the nation. In the future, whenever our children inquire about the significance of these names, we shall proudly tell them that this is the cornerstone of Valandia's resurgence. Suddenly, a crisp sound of metal clashing erupted from the hillside. Soldiers struck their swords against their shields, the sound resonating like a rolling tide. The old king nodded slightly, and Rolin observed many officers discreetly wiping away tears from the corners of their eyes. After the funeral, Mira hosted a brief reception at the military camp. A veteran who had lost his right arm approached Rolin, his remaining left hand clenched into a fist against his chest. My lord, I am Bob from the former 1st Infantry. Thank you for allowing my son to remain here, never to be forgotten. His voice choked with emotion. Rolin steadied the trembling shoulders of the elderly man. We shall not forget any who have contributed to our nation. As night fell, Rolin found Mira in solitude, gazing at the newly erected gravestones in the distance, the night breeze tousling her hair. He removed his cloak and wrapped it around her slender shoulders. You performed admirably today. Leaning against him, Mira finally revealed a hint of fatigue. In truth, I was utterly terrified. I feared mispronouncing names, feared losing composure before everyone. To do so would be to betray those who sacrificed. But when I saw the looks in those soldiers' eyes, I suddenly understood what it means to be a true ruler. A king is human too and may feel fear. Rolin gently stroked her long hair. To weep freely, to laugh wholeheartedly, to become the beacon and aspiration for all citizens. To embody their ideals of life, to be the pride for which everyone is willing to strive. This is the essence of a true king. Chapter 75, Livia. Mira suddenly asked, do you think the souls of those warriors can truly witness today's funeral? As long as they are remembered, they will live on forever. Rolin pointed towards the unfinished monument base on the hillside, just like the monument you designed. It will convey to future generations that the glory of Valandia is forged from the courage of countless ordinary individuals. Mira fell into a long silence before suddenly breaking into a light laugh. You know, after the ceremony today, the Ministry of Military Affairs received over 30 requests, all seeking deployment to the border. Klein remarked that he had never witnessed such a phenomenon in all his years, because the soldiers found something worth protecting. Rolin gazed towards the distant lights of Goya's city. You have given them a reason to take pride. At noon, Mira sent a message via a servant. The old king wished to have lunch with them in the palace garden. When Rolin arrived, he discovered that King Maitland appeared much improved, trembling hands pouring tea for himself. Although his left hand still trembled, not a single drop spilled onto the table. Rolin, the old king gestured for him to sit. Mira said you wish to reform the military pension system? Rolin took a seat beside King Maitland. Indeed, your majesty. The families of the fallen soldiers should receive pensions, and the wounded must have dedicated rehabilitation facilities. In the long run, this will foster greater unity among the troops than temporary rewards. King Maitland turned to his daughter. Do you believe the treasury can sustain this? Mira, well prepared, replied. We have meticulously calculated the proposal. Utilizing a portion of the income from the new territories to establish a special fund is entirely feasible. Sunlight filtered through the grapevines, casting dappled shadows between the three of them. The old king suddenly chuckled. You've been planning this all along? Haven to you? He patted Mira's hand. You are Valandia's future queen, my daughter. I trust you have not forgotten the glory of the Valandia family, nor the lessons I have imparted to you. Everything concerning this nation is entrusted to you. 3 days after the funeral, Rolin returned to Connaught Corner City. The morning sun illuminated the rooftop of the governor's mansion, and as Rolin disembarked from the carriage, he spotted Fairlyn bounding down the steps. "Rolin, you have finally returned," she exclaimed, fluttering towards him like a joyful little bird. Klein mentioned that the first batch of houses in the new territories has been repaired, and preparation for the sewage system are underway, and then Rolin chuckled as he gently tousled her hair. "Speak slowly, one matter at a time. It seems that during my brief absence, our territory has undergone quite a few changes." "Indeed," Euphelia puffed out her chest with pride. "We have not been idle. By the way, Marshal Gore's family arrived yesterday and is currently residing in the guest quarters of the governor's mansion." Rolin nodded in acknowledgement. "Perfect. I wish to meet them as well. Please inform the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous lunch." Barely had he stepped into his study when he heard a soft knock on the door. Upon opening it, he found Gore standing outside in a simple white robe, accompanied by a dignified woman and a young lady. "Lord Rolin," Gore inclined his head slightly. "Allow me to introduce my wife, Margaret, and my daughter, Livia." Lady Margaret performed a refined and restrained curtsy typical of Calcaean nobility. She appeared to be in her 50s, her silver-gray hair neatly pinned up, and although fine lines adorned her eyes, they still sparkled with brightness. Livia, on the other hand, seemed more reserved, clad in a simple gown, her flaxen hair cascading down her waist. "Welcome to Connaught Corner City," Rolin said gently. "Was your journey pleasant?" "Thank you for your concern, my lord," Lady Margaret replied softly. "Though the journey was long, we arrived safely." Her voice was soft yet tinged with fatigue. Livia lifted her gaze, curiously scrutinizing Rolin. Her eyes were a rare shade of violet, particularly luminous in the sunlight. "My lord," she suddenly spoke, her voice as clear as a bell. "I've heard that you have invented many intriguing things, such as the water wheel and paper. Is that true?" "Livia," Gore admonished softly, "do not be rude." Rolin, however, chuckled. "Yes, those ideas were indeed mine, but the actual crafting and improvements were accomplished by the skilled artisans of the territory." He stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. "Please, come in and have a seat. Let us converse at leisure." Inside the study, sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a warm glow on the floor. Rolin personally poured hot tea for his guests, the fragrance wafting through the air. "First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude for your acceptance of my family," Gore said solemnly. "There is no returning to Calcaia. King Clauda has declared me a traitor." Lady Margaret's hands trembled slightly as ripples formed in her teacup. "We left in haste," she whispered, "and although we took as much of our family wealth as we could, a considerable portion remains there. Gore informed me that we would be safe here." "Of course," Rolin nodded. "Everyone yearns for a reunion with their family, and I can certainly empathize with Gore's sentiments. Connaught Corner City welcomes all who are willing to contribute to its prosperity." Gore took a deep breath, straightening his back. "It is precisely for this reason that I have decided to accept your previous proposal. I am willing to serve Valandia as your military advisor." Rolin's eyes lit up. "That is splendid news. Your experience and wisdom will be invaluable to us. As for remuneration, I shall adhere to the kingdom's standards." "Thank you immensely for your generosity." Gore initially bowed, then awkwardly rubbed his hands together. "Though it may be improper to ask, Lord Rolin, I do have one request, though. Please, do not hesitate to speak." Rolin gestured for Gore to feel at ease. "My daughter, Livia, has now reached an age where she wishes to contribute to the family during this difficult time," Gore explained. "Thus, I intend to seek her a position in Valandia." "Certainly welcome," Rolin exclaimed. "Miss Livia must possess considerable talents and is bound to be a valuable asset to the territory. May I inquire as to her areas of expertise?" A proud expression graced Lady Margaret's face. "Livia has studied under the great masters at the Royal Academy for 7 years, excelling in history, mathematics, and astronomy. Had it not been for the upheaval, she would have received her formal bachelor's title this year." "How fortuitous!" Rolin's eyes brightened. "Connaught Academy is currently in dire need of qualified teachers. If you do not mind, Miss Livia could temporarily serve as a trainee scholar, responsible for teaching foundational courses." Chapter 76, Settling In. Livia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is it truly possible? I could be a scholar at the academy and teach the children." "Of course, esteemed miss." Rolin smiled at her. He then turned his gaze towards Gore with curiosity. "If you will forgive my inquisitiveness, why did your daughter not pursue studies in command and military matters like you?" Gore's expression suddenly turned serious. "My lord, this was a deliberate choice on my part. I wish for Livia to remain distant from military affairs. As a father, I have witnessed too much death and do not wish for her to become entangled in war. The study fell into a contemplative silence. Rolin regarded Gore's resolute visage, etched with the scars of conflict. He fully understood the sentiments of the old general. I see. Rolin finally spoke. The Academy indeed presents a splendid choice. He turned to Livia, his eyes filled with encouragement. I believe Miss Livia will have ample opportunity to showcase her talents there. Thank you for your encouragement, Lord Rolin. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Livia said as she rose to curtsy. Rolin nodded in acknowledgement, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, have you found suitable accommodation in Kenai Corner City? At the mention, Gore appeared somewhat embarrassed. I sincerely apologize, Lord Rolin. We have been staying at the Governor's mansion these past few days due to our lack of funds. However, please rest assured, Margaret has brought sufficient wealth, and we will be moving out shortly. That is not what I meant. Rolin sensed that Gore had misunderstood his intent and quickly clarified. I was concerned that you might struggle to find a suitable residence. As the real estate market in Kenai Corner City has been exceptionally vibrant lately, Livia suddenly interjected. Father, we could rent a small house for now. I've heard that there are nice apartments available for rent on the commercial street of Kenai Corner City. Rolin shook his head. There is no need for such trouble. The territory has a dedicated department responsible for ensuring the well-being of its officials. Should you require assistance, I will arrange for someone to find you a suitable residence. And there will be favorable pricing as well. Thank you so much. Gore expressed his excitement. Your consideration for all the inhabitants of the territory is truly heartwarming. It is a privilege to serve under you. During lunch, the dining room of the governor's mansion radiated a warm atmosphere. Euphelia enthusiastically regaled Livia with tales of the many curiosities of Kenai Corner City, and the two young girls quickly became acquainted. Lady Margaret, meanwhile, engaged in lively conversation with Tyrol, discovering a mutual interest in herbalism. Lord Rolin, Gore privately approached Rolin after the meal. I wish to commence my duties as military advisor at the earliest opportunity. Once I have settled my family, I will immediately head to Goya to begin work in the military department. Rolin nodded and patted Gore's shoulder. Currently, the military department is overseen by Klein. Once you arrive, you may consult with him for further details. It is indeed taxing to part with your family so soon, but rest assured, you will have 2 days off every 10 days, during which you can reunite with them. Gore waved his hand dismissively. That is already quite acceptable. While I was in Calcutta, I had to spend years stationed at the border, seldom seeing my family. The following morning, Rolin personally escorted Gore and his family on a tour of Kenai Academy. It was a newly constructed 3-story stone building with a central courtyard filled with roses, and the sounds of teachers instructing emanated from the classrooms. Our students come from various backgrounds, Rolin explained. There are noble children as well as those from merchant families. We classify them based on ability rather than lineage. Livia's eyes sparkled as she turned to her father. May I stay today? I wish to meet the headmaster here. Gore smiled and nodded in agreement. As he gazed at his daughter's joyful silhouette, he softly remarked to Rolin, you have bestowed upon her a new hope. In Karkoya, female scholars like her find it exceedingly challenging to gain recognition. That afternoon, the territorial officials located a suitable residence for the GOL family. Situated on Marigold Street, near the academy, stood a 2-story brick house with a quaint little garden, offering both tranquility and convenience. On moving day, Rolin deliberately dispatched servants from the governor's office to assist. A week later, at the military conference in the royal capital, GOL made his debut as a military advisor. When Rolin introduced the former Karkoya marshal to the assembled generals, a murmur of low voices filled the conference room. Gentlemen, Rolin raised his voice. Marshal GOL possesses a wealth of combat experience and is intimately familiar with Karkoya's military structure. His addition will undoubtedly augment our forces. The veteran general rose and executed a formal military salute to those present. I am honored to serve Valandia. I assure you that my council will prioritize the interests of Valandia. After the meeting, Rolin and GOL stood on the terrace, surveying the panoramic view of Goya City. Suddenly, Rolin inquired, how is Livia adapting at the academy? A rare softness graced Joel's features as he replied, she is quite fond of it there. When she returned yesterday, she excitedly informed me that she has begun teaching introductory mathematics. He paused, then added, Your Excellency, I have a request. Might I ask you to occasionally look after her? Margaret and I are rather advanced in years, and Livia, at times, becomes so engrossed in her studies that she neglects her own well-being. Rolin smiled in agreement, of course. I shall encourage Faye to visit her more often. Faye is a lively young girl, and she will make friends with anyone. In the heart of the Holy Kingdom, within the grand temple of St. Gory, Pope Gregory VII stood beneath the dome, clutching a detailed report on Karkoya's defeat. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting mottled shadows on his aged visage. His gaze traversed each word on the report, his brow furrowing progressively. That arrogant fool, Claude, Gregory VII scoffed, handing the report to the bishop beside him. He believed his cavalry to be invincible, dismissing even the church's mediation. Now he has finally tasted the bitterness of defeat. The bishop took the report, quickly scanning it before his expression turned grave. Your Holiness, the weakening of Carcoia's strength is indeed advantageous for us. However, Valandia's victory over Carcoia's iron cavalry, achieved through that wicked firearm, exceeds our imagination in its potency. If we allow heretics to maintain control over such technology, it may pose a threat to the authority of the Holy Kingdom. Chapter 77. The Director of the Institute. Gregory VII paced slowly, his robe trailing on the marble floor, producing a faint rustling sound. His eyes were deep and frigid. You are correct. This demonic gift must be curtailed. It brings not the glory of war, but rather a sacrilege against the divine order. He halted, turning to the bishop with a command. Immediately dispatch a holy envoy to Valandia, demanding that they surrender the technology of firearms. Should they refuse, they shall be deemed obstinate, consorting with demons. At that point, the Holy Kingdom will be compelled to take all necessary measures. The bishop bowed in acquiescence. Yes, Your Holiness. I shall make the arrangements forthwith. Meanwhile, within the governor's office in Kenai Corner, Rolin was hunched over his desk, fervently drafting plans for the territory's next phase of development. Reports on the construction of a new school covered the surface of his table, and he scrutinized every detail. Faye entered, carrying lunch. Rolin, take a break. You have been busy all morning, she urged, placing the meal on the table and curiously leaning over to examine the blueprints. Has the construction of the new school been completed? Roland rubbed his tired eyes and smiled as he accepted the lunch. It's nearly finished. This school will specifically train production and manufacturing skills, with affordable tuition so that anyone may enroll. I hope it will serve as a starting point for the citizens to change their destinies. Faye's eyes sparkled with excitement. That is splendid. This way, commoners' children will acquire practical skills and secure good jobs in the future. Roland nodded, his gaze returning to the blueprints. The school is located near the workshop district of Kenai Corner, facilitating hands-on practice for students. Additionally, I plan to establish scholarships to reward those who excel academically. At that moment, Luana knocked and entered. My lord, the construction of the new school is already halfway through and is expected to be completed next month. However, we need to finalize the management staff promptly. Roland set down his teacup and gestured for her to sit. What arrangements have been made regarding the teachers? Luana opened her notebook. The elderly craftsmen in the territory are eager to teach. They are experienced and can impart the most practical skills to the students. However, we still need to carefully consider the candidates for the principal and management staff. Roland pondered for a moment and asked, Do you have any recommendations? Luana smiled slightly. Lady Margaret has relevant experience from her time in Carcoia. If she is willing, she would be an excellent choice. Roland's eyes brightened. That is indeed a splendid idea. Lady Margaret is knowledgeable and graceful. She would be perfectly suited to serve as principal. I will find time to discuss it with her. Luana nodded in agreement, but then added, However, it seems that Lady Margaret has not worked for many years. I am uncertain if she would be willing to re-engage in management. Well, let us inquire first, Roland replied nonchalantly. After all, there is still some time before the school is completed. If Lady Margaret declines, we can consider other candidates later. A few days later, Roland personally visited the GOL family on Marigold Street. Lady Margaret warmly welcomed him inside, while Livia was in the study organizing her lesson plans. Upon hearing of Roland's visit, she quickly set aside her work to come greet him. Lord Roland, welcome. Lady Margaret poured him a cup of floral tea, the aroma intoxicating. Roland accepted the tea with a smile. Madam, I have come to discuss a matter with you. Lady Margaret nodded slightly. Please go on. The new school in the territory is nearing completion. It is an institution designed to train production and manufacturing skills, aimed at providing more opportunities for the citizens. Upon hearing this, Margaret seemed to grasp Roland's intentions, but began with some pleasantries. What a wonderful idea. Your citizens will surely be delighted. By the way, what is the name of this school? It is a vocational college, Roland blurted out. A vocational college? Margaret echoed, encountering a new term. Is that a Valandian dialect? Ahem. It is my mispronunciation. The name of the school is Clinton Vocational and Technical Institute, abbreviated as Clinton Tech, Clinton College. Upon hearing this name, while Margaret found it somewhat peculiar, at least it was a term she could understand. Clinton College, you must have deliberated on that name for quite some time. Although Roland understood that Margaret's comment was not meant to be sarcastic, he still felt a pang of embarrassment, resolving to engage in fewer mischievous antics in the future. So, you have come here today to... Roland's tone turned earnest. We hope you will take on the role of principal, overseeing the overall management and teaching at the school. Lady Margaret, slightly taken aback, had not anticipated Roland to offer her such a prominent position, but quickly regained her composure. Your Excellency, thank you for your trust. However, I have not been involved in such matters for a long time, and fear I may not be up to the task. Roland shook his head. Your experience managing the Noble Academy in Carcoya is invaluable. It is precisely what we need. Moreover, the majority of the school's teachers are craftsmen. While they excel in technical skills, they may lack knowledge in other areas, thus necessitating your guidance. Livia softly remarked, Mother, this presents a splendid opportunity. You have long aspired to continue contributing to the realm of education, and now is the time. Lady Margaret glanced at her daughter, then turned her gaze towards Rolin, ultimately breaking into a smile. Since you hold such trust in me, I shall be willing to give it a try. Rolin responded with delight. That is magnificent. Furthermore, Miss Livia, if you're inclined, you may also transfer to the Vocational Institute to assist Lady Margaret in her endeavors. Livia nodded. I shall give it due consideration. While Rolin engaged in amiable conversation with the Gore family, the envoy from the Holy Empire had already arrived in the capital city of Goya in Valandia. Clad in an opulent white robe, adorned with a golden cross symbolizing the authority of the Holy Empire, he was followed by a formidable retinue of holy knights. Mira received the envoy at the palace. With a proud demeanor and an arrogant tone, the envoy declared, Your Highness Mira, His Holiness the Pope is deeply troubled by Valandia's utilization of malevolent firearms. Such weaponry is a creation of demons and must be prohibited. Mira's gaze turned icy. Yet her smile remained courteous. Your Excellency, firearms are vital to Valandia's national defense. Where lies the evil in that? The envoy scoffed. They bring only slaughter and destruction, contravening the sacred doctrine. His Holiness demands that Valandia immediately surrender the technology of firearms to be uniformly safeguarded by the Holy Empire. Otherwise, the Holy Empire shall regard Valandia as heretical and impose necessary sanctions. Mira's fingers lightly drummed on the armrest of the throne, her dissatisfaction evident in her eyes. Your Excellency, Valandia has never transgressed the sacred doctrine. Firearms are our tools for safeguarding our homeland and shall not be surrendered to anyone. The envoy's expression darkened instantaneously. Your Highness, this is the decree of His Holiness. Do you wish to stand against the entire Holy Empire? Mira rose, gazing down at the envoy. However, after much contemplation, she forced herself to regain her composure. In her heart, she calculated that opposing the church at this moment would leave Valandia with little chance of victory. Should the Holy Empire rally other nations to join in a crusade against Valandia, many would be eager to participate. At that point, Valandia would be left isolated and could face annihilation. Nonetheless, Mira understood well that the church would not easily declare war on Valandia. Otherwise, her own nation would have been vanquished decades ago. If the Holy Empire announced a holy war, her main army would have to charge into battle at the forefront, while other nations would merely provide auxiliary support. However, Valandia was too distant from the church and the logistical strain of a prolonged march, not to mention the aftermath of victory, would result in Valandia's interests being plundered by neighboring countries, leaving the Holy Empire with scant rewards for their efforts, a true case of losing more than gaining. The firearms were not developed by the royal family, but rather invented by the nobility of Valandia. We shall convey your demands and deliberate with the respective noble before reaching a decision. Furthermore, even if we resolve to surrender the technology of firearms, the organization of such materials will require considerable time. Your Excellency, please take your leave. We shall provide a prompt response. Mira resolutely adopted a strategy of delay. The envoy did not conceal his displeasure, yet he appeared somewhat helpless. Then, I hope your Highness remains true to your word. Remember, the patience of His Holiness is finite. With that, he turned and strode away, the holy knights following closely behind. Mira watched the envoy's retreating figure, her brow furrowed. She promptly summoned a messenger and penned a confidential letter, dispatching it swiftly to the city of Connaught. When Rolin received Mira's letter, he was inspecting the construction site of a new school. The contents of the letter cast a grave expression upon his face. Felina, sensing his unease, inquired softly, Rolin, what has transpired? Rolin handed her the letter. The Holy Empire demands we surrender our firearm technology. Otherwise, we shall be deemed heretical. Felina's eyes widened in disbelief. By what right do they make such demands? Rolin sneered, because they are fearful. The emergence of firearms has disrupted the traditional paradigm of warfare, undermining the Holy Empire's influence over the nations. He summoned Hogg, addressing him with gravity, immediately strengthened the defenses of our territory, particularly in the workshop area. Moreover, assigned personnel specifically to ensure Luna's safety. Hogg nodded solemnly. Yes, my lord. The envoy's threats did not disrupt the rhythm of Valandia. Through a flurry of correspondence, Rolin and Mira deliberated strategies to counter the Holy Empire while simultaneously preparing for their wedding with great fervor. The development of Rolin's new territory progressed steadily. The reconstruction of Clearwater Town showed promising results. The dock of Coastal Town began to take shape, and the fields of Sunset Town thrived with renewed vitality. In April, the city of Goya basked in the gentle spring breeze, with sunlight illuminating the streets. On this day, Valandia rejoiced as governors and nobles from various regions gathered in the capital, bearing meticulously prepared gifts to celebrate the wedding of Mira and Rolin. The streets of Goya had been adorned anew, with the golden lion banner of Valandia and the sword and shield banner of the Clinton family fluttering in the gentle breeze. Residents had gathered early along the streets, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the wedding procession. Rolin, attired in a finely tailored black suit, with a badge denoting his status as an earl pinned to his chest, rode a magnificent pure white steed, leading a temporary honor guard selected from elite troops as they proceeded towards the city of Goya. Behind him rode Luna, Luana, Tyrol, Ilos, and Felina, each mounted on grand steeds, adorned in splendid attire, their faces radiant with joy. Felina excitedly gazed around, while Ilos cautioned her to maintain decorum and not embarrass Rolin. At the city gates, garlands of white roses adorned the stone walls, as Baron personally led the royal guards to welcome them. Upon seeing Rolin, he bowed solemnly and proclaimed, "Welcome, Lord Rolin." Rolin nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the revitalized city. The streets were clean and wide, lined with bustling shops, and pedestrians donned fine attire, so starkly different from the somewhat antiquated Goya he remembered. He could not help but exclaim, "Mira is truly remarkable. The transformation of Goya is nothing short of astounding." Felina rode closer, grinning. "That is because she's just like you. Both of you are changing the world in your own unique ways." The wedding procession advanced slowly along the main street, the cheers of the populace rising and falling. Children chased after the procession, scattering petals, while vendors paused their business to applaud from their doorways. Some elderly citizens, with tears in their eyes, murmured, "This is the fourth royal wedding I have witnessed. May Her Highness Mira truly lead us to victory." At long last, the procession arrived at the palace. The entire edifice was adorned with flowers and ribbons, creating an ethereal spectacle. The banners of the Valandia family and the Clinton family hung prominently at either side of the grand entrance, symbolizing the union of the two families. Rolin dismounted, adjusted his attire, took a deep breath, and stepped into the palace. Inside the grand hall, nobles and palace officials had already gathered in anticipation. Upon sighting Rolin, they erupted into applause. Governor Monty approached, clapping Rolin on the shoulder, exclaiming, "My lord, no, your highness, today is your grand day." Baron Robert also squeezed through, excitedly adding, "My lord, I wish you and her highness a lifetime of happiness." Rolin thanked each of them, yet his gaze involuntarily wandered towards the depths of the hall. As the melodious music began to play, Mira, supported by her attendants, gracefully emerged, clad in a pure white wedding gown, intricately embroidered with golden patterns, crowned with a silver tiara adorned with rubies, and clutching a bouquet of blooming white roses. Her visage was partially veiled, revealing a gentle smile and a steadfast gaze. Rolin stood transfixed, as if time had come to a standstill. Only when Mira reached him did he regain his senses, gently taking her hand. King Matiran sat regally upon the throne, his visage marked by the passage of time, yet his eyes radiated satisfaction. The officiant proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Today, we gather here to witness the union of Count Rolin Clinton and Princess Melowalandia." The hall was instantly enveloped in silence, save for the melodious strains of music that resonated throughout. The officiant began to recite the wedding vows, as Melowalandia and Rolin stood facing each other, their gazes locked in mutual adoration. "In times of prosperity and adversity, in health and in sickness, do you pledge to support one another and safeguard the future of Valandia?" "I do," they replied in unison. King Matiran rose slowly, personally bestowing upon them 2 rings adorned with precious gems. Rolin gently slipped the ring onto Melowalandia's finger, and she reciprocated with the other. "Now, the groom may kiss the bride." With a slight smile, Rolin lifted Melowalandia's veil and leaned down to kiss her lips. The hall erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers as nobles raised their goblets in celebration, bestowing blessings upon the newlyweds. Following the ceremony, the guests proceeded to the banquet hall, where a long table was laden with exquisite dishes and fine wines, while musicians struck up lively dance tunes. Mellowolandia, entwined in Rolin's arm, expressed her gratitude to each guest. Euphalin leaned closer to Rolin, whispering, "Rolin, Princess Mellowolandia looks truly radiant today." Rolin instantly replied with a grin, "Indeed, she has always been beautiful." Hearing their exchange, Mellowolandia's eyes sparkled with mischief as she teasingly inquired, "Oh, who do you think is more beautiful, me or Euphalin?" Euphalin immediately retorted, "Of course, it's me." Roland's laughter drew the attention of surrounding nobles. Governor Monta approached with a raised goblet, jesting, "Your Highness, it seems your married life will be quite lively." The festivities continued late into the night, with guests departing gradually. Rolin and Mellowolandia stood together on the palace terrace, gazing at the myriad lights of Goya City. "From this day forth, we are truly husband and wife," Mellowolandia murmured. Rolin squeezed her hand tightly, his gaze unwavering. "No matter the time, no matter what happens, I shall always stand by your side." Mellowolandia leaned against him, smiling, "I believe in you." On the following morning, the fragrance of roses still lingered in the gardens of Goya Palace. Rolin and Mellowolandia strolled side by side along a dew-kissed path, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows upon Mellowolandia's flowing gown. The Minister of Finance had just reported. Mellowolandia absent-mindedly plucked a white rose, her fingertips caressing the petals. The gifts from the nobles amounted to a significant fortune, with 3 chests filled solely with gold. Rolin took the rose from her hand and tucked it behind her ear, remarking, "It seems everyone wishes to curry favor with the future queen." Mellowolandia chuckled softly thus. "I instructed him to prepare equally valuable return gifts. The art of governance lies in balancing grace with authority." Suddenly, she turned, her finger resting against Roland's chest. "By the way, how is the development of your territory progressing? I heard the sewer system in Clearwater Town has been completed." "The progress in the new territory is quite commendable," Rolin responded, taking her hand. "However, the transformation of Goya City is truly astonishing. The commercial district has expanded twofold, and even the slums have been paved with cobblestones." A glint of mischief flickered in Mellowolandia's eyes. "This is all an imitation of your ideas. Speaking of which," she lowered her voice, "I heard that your ladies accompanied you here. May I meet them?" Rolin felt a sudden wave of awkwardness. "They are my most capable assistants. The development of the territory relies on them. What is there to be nervous about?" Mellowolandia arched an eyebrow. "I want to bite them." She looped her arm through Rolin's. "I merely wish to meet these remarkable ladies you have praised so highly." After all, she leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against his cheek. "If you harbor any intentions towards them, you must first pass my scrutiny." Rolin faltered, flustered. "Mellowolandia." "I'm just kidding," she laughed, releasing him. "But seriously, invite them for lunch. I wish to witness their talents." At noon, the long table in the dining hall was laden with exquisite dishes. Luna nervously adjusted the pleats of her gown, while Luana continuously reminded her sister to maintain her composure. Ilos wore a sharp riding outfit, her sword temporarily secured by the guards. Tyrol sat quietly in the corner, while Euphalin leaned against the window, curiously counting the newly planted roses in the garden. "Welcome, Princess Mellowolandia," the guard announced loudly. Everyone immediately rose to pay their respects. Mellowolandia had changed from her morning gown into a light golden ensemble, adorned with a single pearl hairpin, yet she still radiated brilliance. "No need for such formality," Mellowolandia said, as she took her seat at the head of the table, her gaze sweeping over the guests. "Today is merely a private gathering. Rolin often speaks of you, and I have long wished to meet you." The servants began to serve the dishes, the silver cutlery gleaming in the candlelight. Luna carefully sliced into the roasted fish on her plate, the sound of metal clinking resonating through the air. "I hear you are a design genius?" Mellowolandia suddenly inquired. Luna's hand trembled, causing a piece of fish to tumble back on her plate. "Your Highness, you flatter me. I'm merely..." "She is the principal contributor to the development of firearms." Rolin interjected. "Every firearm in the territory has been designed and improved by Luna." Mellowolandia nodded thoughtfully. "Impressive. Those intricate mechanisms would take even the finest craftsmen in the capital considerable time to study." "All the designs are Lord Rolin's. I merely execute them," Luna humbly replied. Mellowolandia then turned to Luana. "You handle trade and diplomacy?" Luana straightened her back. "Yes, Your Highness. Currently, there are 6 trade caravans operating between various countries." "What are the profits like?" "Last month, The net income was 1,200 gold coins, Luana stated fluently, primarily from the sales of soap and paper. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Melowalandia's eyes. Very efficient. She suddenly turned to Ilos. So, why did you choose to remain with Stokes Roses? Ilos paused, her fork suspended in midair. Lord Rolin granted me dignity and trust, and most importantly, his initiatives to benefit the citizens deeply moved me. I hear you are responsible for military training? Yes, Ilos' voice grew steadily resolute, though I have only recently taken charge of the territory's military. I believe I am no less capable than anyone else. Melowalandia exchanged a glance with Rolin, her lips curling upward. Fascinating. Yufalin abruptly interjected. Princess Melowalandia, what do you think of Rolin as a person? A hush fell over the table. Luna's spoon clattered to the floor. Yet Melowalandia remained unfazed, instead smiling. He is an idealist, a rare genius, and the most suitable person to be my husband. She gazed at Rolin, her eyes filled with tenderness. We share a common vision, striving to achieve what others cannot. Then, Yufalin's eyes darted mischievously. If he wished to take a mistress, would you consent? Yufalin. Rolin nearly spilled his goblet. But Melowalandia only laughed more heartily. That would depend on who it is. She glanced meaningfully at Luna, then surveyed everyone at the table. If they can pass my assessment, well, I might just consider it. Luna's face flushed a deep crimson, while Luana's eyes widened in shock. Ilos hastily drank her soup, yet her ears turned secretly pink. However, Melowalandia suddenly grew serious. Now is not the time for such discussions. The threat from the Holy Kingdom looms large. We must concentrate our efforts. After lunch, Melowalandia retained Luna for a private conversation. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the floor of the parlor. Do not be anxious. Melowalandia gestured for Luna to sit. I'm merely curious about your views on the development of firearms. Luna took a deep breath, her fingers unconsciously twisting her skirt. The design for the breech-loading rifle proposed by Lord Rolin is currently under development. If we can resolve the issue of gas tightness, the performance of this firearm will far exceed that of the old-style rifles. As she spoke with increasing fervor, she even picked up a quill and began sketching design plans on the parchment prepared by Mira. Mira listened intently, occasionally posing incisive questions, to which Luna responded with poise. A genius. By the conclusion of their discourse, Mira sincerely exclaimed her admiration, affirming that Rolin was indeed correct. Luna was truly indispensable. Luna summoned her courage. Your Highness. Regarding the topic from lunch, Mira smiled faintly. I am quite serious. Rolin values you greatly, and Valandia is in need of your talents. As for matters of the heart, she added with significant implication, let us engage in fair competition then. Though it seems I may have inadvertently stolen a march. Your Highness. At that moment, Diloma arrived to report that the envoy from the Holy Church demanded an immediate audience. Mira's expression darkened. How many have they brought? 20 holy knights, fully armed, Diloma replied in a hushed tone. They have delivered an ultimatum, insisting that we must surrender our firearm technology, or else. Or else what? Or else they will declare Valandia as heretical and call upon all nations to wage war against us. That night, the palace's council chamber was ablaze with light. Mira, Rolin, and the ministers were engaged in urgent discussions regarding their countermeasures. We cannot withstand this, Gore stated gravely. The influence of the Holy Church is too formidable. We cannot afford to gamble. If they indeed launch a holy war, the consequences would be dire. But surrendering our firearm technology would mean Valandia loses its greatest advantage, Ilos countered. Mira's fingers lightly tapped the table. What if we relinquish the outdated firearm technology? Rolin suddenly raised his head. No, we must not only surrender the antiquated firearm technology, but also modify it to such an extent that it appears advanced and reliable, while in reality, it is fraught with issues and devoid of any research value. The assembly fell silent in astonishment. For instance, Rolin revealed with a cunning smile, we could alter the gunpowder formula to make the barrels prone to bursting. Mira joined in the laughter, and then claimed that their craftsmen lack skill. But this charade cannot last indefinitely. Luna expressed her concern. They will eventually uncover the truth. That should suffice for us to buy some time. Rolin rose. We have already acquiesced to their excessive demands. If the Holy Church seeks to extend its grasp further, we shall reveal their grotesque visage to the world, allowing other nations to ponder the consequences of permitting such control by the Church. After a moment's contemplation, Mira suddenly inquired, Luna, can you provide this problematic firearm technology? Luna smiled. Of course, Your Highness. It is far easier to commit errors than to do what is right. I have conducted many failed experiments in this area and accumulated a wealth of experience. 5 days later, Mira presented the meticulously prepared firearm technology documents to the Holy Envoy. As the envoy perused the seemingly detailed, yet fundamentally flawed blueprints, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Princess Mira is indeed wise, he declared pompously as he rolled up the scroll. His Holiness will be gratified by Valandia's cooperation. Once the envoy and his holy knights departed, Diloma leaned in to whisper, "Do they truly believe it?" Mira scoffed. "These documents will occupy their research for quite some time. By the time they discover the faults, our new firearms will have long since undergone upgrades." The following dawn, Mira donned a light traveling outfit and departed the capital with Rolin, bound for the Clinton territory to conduct inspections. As the carriage progressed, the scenery along the road began to transform. The farmlands surrounding Goya were orderly, but upon entering the valley, the fields exhibited a more vibrant vitality. Mira noticed that the serfs laboring in the fields appeared rosy-cheeked and vigorous, a stark contrast to the apathetic figures she had encountered elsewhere. "Your serfs," Mira remarked with surprise. "They seem quite healthy." Rolin lifted the carriage curtain. "Here, they have designated rest days and ample provisions daily." He pointed to a row of newly constructed stone houses in the distance, their residences, each with independent rooms. Mira pondered. No wonder your territory is developing so rapidly. As the new city walls of Kenai Corner came into view, Mira instinctively straightened in her seat. The original walls had been dismantled, and the city had expanded nearly twice its former size, with the new walls taking on an irregular polygonal shape. "You have enlarged the city?" Mira exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Rolin. "What is the meaning of these walls?" Rolin nodded with a smile. "The population has surged too quickly. The original urban area could no longer accommodate it, so we decided to expand the city. As for the walls, this new design effectively mitigates the impact of cannon fire." Upon passing through the city gates, Mira was awestruck by the sight before her. The broad stone-paved streets branched out in every direction, flanked by orderly three-story brick buildings. The ground floors bustling with various shops. The pedestrians were neatly dressed, children frolicked at the street corners, and the entire city radiated vitality. "This is no smaller than Goya," Mira said, half-jokingly. "Perhaps we should consider relocating the capital here." Rolin seized the opportunity to respond. "Speaking of which, I was just contemplating the matter of separation." Mira's smile softened. "Indeed, I suspect you would prefer residing here, yet I must remain in the palace." "I have an idea." Rolin pointed to the road under construction outside the window. "I plan to repair the road from Goya to Kenai Corner, widening and reinforcing it. Simultaneously," he added with a mysterious smile, "I am developing a new mode of transportation that will significantly reduce the travel time between the two locations." Mira, intrigued, pressed for details. "What kind of transportation?" "It's a secret for now," Rolin winked, "but I can assure you that while we must temporarily live apart, once everything is ready, I will make frequent trips between the two places. Moreover," he took Mira's hand, "when the time is right, I will move to the palace to reside with you." Mira's eyes sparkled with delight. "You always have such brilliant ideas." That evening, the two settled into the governor's residence. Mira stood at the window of the study, gazing at the luminous cityscape, remarking, "The nights here are even livelier than in Goya." Rolin approached her side. "Because the workshops operate in shifts, many people only finish work at night. As a result, the commercial district has extended its hours of operation." The following morning, the group set out to inspect the new territory. As the carriage traveled eastward, the farmland along the roadside gradually thinned out, replaced by vast expanses of land being cultivated. Mira noted that although the serfs here were simply dressed, they exhibited equally commendable spirits. "It seems your policies have been effectively implemented in the new territory," Mira commended. Rolin nodded. "Bill and the others have demonstrated strong execution. The reconstruction of Clearwater Town took merely 2 months, and it is already yielding crops." At noon, they arrived at Coastal Town. The sea breeze greeted them, carrying a briny scent. As Mira alighted from the carriage, she was astonished to discover that a small dock had already been constructed along the coast, with workers erecting larger port facilities. "Are you preparing to establish a navy?" Mira inquired keenly. Rolin smiled in acknowledgement. "Indeed, that is part of the plan. With a port and a navy, we can not only safeguard maritime trade, but also threaten the enemy from the sea. However, shipbuilding technology presents a challenge. There are no experts in this domain in the Clinton territory. The royal family has a shipyard in the royal territory," Mira suggested timely. "That is precisely where I hope you can assist." Rolin pointed to a plot of land beside the port. "I intend to establish a shipyard here." "How is the royal shipyard faring? Can some craftsmen be dispatched?" Mira contemplated for a moment. "It is possible, but the shipbuilding technology in the royal territory is relatively outdated. The vessels produced are not significantly larger than fishing boats." "No matter," Rolin asserted confidently. I have some ideas regarding shipbuilding. Moreover, artillery is exceptionally well suited for deployment on naval vessels. Envision a warship armed with cannons, navigating the seas with indomitable might. Mela could not help but chuckle. Rolin, how is it that you possess such extensive knowledge? From agriculture to firearms, and now shipbuilding. Rolin winked mysteriously. Because I have an excellent teacher. Who? It is life. Indeed. Rolin gazed out at the azure expanse of the ocean and began to weave a lie without a hint of remorse. As long as one is willing to observe and learn, life will impart a wealth of wisdom. That evening, they took refuge in the Lord's Manor at the coastal town. As the sun descended, the sea shimmered with golden ripples. Mela stood shoulder to shoulder with Rolin, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Rolin, Mela suddenly inquired, what would happen if the Holy Kingdom discovered flaws in the technology we provided? Rolin's expression turned grave. By then, we will have even more advanced weaponry. He clasped Mela's hand firmly. Trust me, I shall never cease my quest for exploration. As long as I am here, the technological prowess of Valandia will remain perpetually ahead. In the imperial capital of the Harland Empire, Chiliawu, the opulent council chamber reverberated with tension as Emperor Petrov, fixated on the map, unfurled across the long table. His fingers struck heavily upon Valandia's territories, his brow furrowed in concern. A mere small nation can sway the fate of the continent. Petrov's voice was low and icy. Valandia has aided Tanglai in vanquishing Karkoya, even coercing Karkoya into ceding territory for peace. Such power exceeds our expectations. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Trelaski, bowed deeply. Your Majesty, Valandia's firearms technology is indeed formidable. Intelligence reports indicate their army is equipped with a new weapon of great range and devastating power, capable of overwhelming even Karkoya's iron cavalry. Firearms, Petrov narrowed his eyes. This technology must not be monopolized by them. Trelaski, dispatch intelligence operatives immediately to infiltrate Valandia and gather all information regarding this technology. Yes, Your Majesty, Trelaski nodded, then added, however, Valandia's defenses are formidable, particularly in the city of Kanai. It is said that even merchant convoys face rigorous inspections. Then let us approach from the city of Goya, Petrov sneered. Mela has just wed. Perhaps the capital's vigilance will wane. Furthermore, what news from Stokes? Trelaski pondered momentarily. Since their last defeat, Stokes has been in a period of recovery. Their king, Nero, is cautious and is unlikely to provoke war in the near future. Cautious? Petrov scoffed. Nero merely fears Valandia's military might. If that is the case, let us provide him with an opportunity. He rose, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Send an envoy to Silver City to convey our intentions of alliance to Nero. Harland is willing to supply arms and funds, and may even deploy troops to support Stokes in avenging Valandia. Once accomplished, the spoil shall be divided between our two nations. Trelaski furrowed his brow slightly. Your Majesty. Will Nero accept? We shall find out, Petrov replied nonchalantly. Even if he declines, we can ascertain his stance. In Silver City, within the Stokes Palace, the envoy Bokarim stepped into the grand hall where Nero sat upon his throne, his demeanor indifferent. The king of Stokes, nearing 50, had graying temples. Harland envoy Bokarim. I greet your Majesty, Bokarim said with a bow. Nero inclined his head slightly. The envoy has traveled far. What brings you here? Bokarim straightened, his tone respectful yet edged with sharpness. Your Majesty, the Harland Empire deeply sympathizes with Stokes' plight. Valandia has triumphed through vile means, even threatening the security of neighboring nations. Our Emperor, His Majesty Petrov, is eager to forge an alliance with Stokes to jointly confront Valandia. Chapter 82, Shipwright Hap. The hall fell into silence as several ministers exchanged glances. Nero's hand rested upon his right leg as he spoke slowly. I appreciate Harland's good intentions, but Stokes has endured much strife and has yet to recover its strength. Initiating war at this juncture would not be prudent. Bokarim was prepared, smiling as he replied, Your Majesty need not worry. Harland is willing to provide 100,000 gold coins for military expenses and support with elite weaponry. Additionally, we can mobilize troops for assistance. Should Stokes engage, victory will be within reach. Nero's gaze was profound, as if he could see through to the core of a person. Envoy, Valandia's firearms are fearsome. Even with Harland's support, we may not secure a certain victory. Your Majesty is overly concerned, Bokarim asserted confidently. Though firearms are potent, they are not invincible. Harland's infantry legions are unparalleled. If they can coordinate with Stokes' forces, they will surely breach Valandia's defenses. Nero remained silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Envoy, why does Harland harbor such trepidation toward Valandia. Bokaram paused, quickly regaining his composure. Your Majesty, Valandia's expansion threatens the balance of the continent. If left unchecked, it will undoubtedly lead to grave troubles in the future. Nero slowly shook his head. Stokes presently requires restoration. Matters of alliance should be discussed at a later time. Disappointment flickered in Bokaram's eyes. Yet he maintained his decorum. As you wish, Your Majesty. Harlan will respect your decision. However, should Your Majesty reconsider, please feel free to contact us. Just as he turned to leave, Nero spoke again. Wait a moment. Bokaram looked back. Does Your Majesty have further instructions? Nero replied coolly. Although Stokes shall not engage in battle for now, if Harlan decides to assault Valandia, we are willing to grant passage for Harlan's forces through Stokes' territory. A glint of brilliance flashed in Bokaram's eyes. Is Your Majesty's statement sincere? Indeed, Nero nodded. Moreover, once Stokes' strength is restored, we can revisit the matter of alliance. Bokaram bowed deeply. I will faithfully relay Your Majesty's sincerity. In Chiliawu, Harlan Palace. That old fox, Nero. Petrov scoffed after hearing Bokaram's report. He clearly wishes for us to take the lead while he reaps the benefits. Trelaski cautiously inquired. Your Majesty, shall we continue with our plans? Petrov pondered for a moment before responding with a cold smirk. Nero thinks he can remain uninvolved by merely granting passage? Ridiculous. Issue orders to halt any direct military deployments against Valandia. Since Stokes dares not act, we need not shoulder the risks alone. As for the firearms technology, intelligence gathering will proceed as usual. Petrov's gaze darkened. Furthermore, intensify the economic blockade against Valandia, restricting merchant traffic. If we cannot defeat them militarily, we shall strangle them economically. Trelaski nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Petrov looked out the window, the dying rays of the sun casting a crimson hue upon the imperial banner. The morning sun bathed the port of the coastal town in golden light, the sea breeze carrying a briny scent. Rolin stood upon a newly constructed dock, gazing at the distant, glistening waves. Fei Lin stood beside him, tiptoeing to peer. Rolin, have they arrived? Soon, Rolin smiled slightly. The royal shipwrights will be here today. Before long, a cloud of dust appeared in the distance as a convoy approached slowly. At the forefront was a white-haired elder, sturdy in stature with keen eyes. He dismounted and strode towards Rolin, bowing. My lord Rolin, I am Hab, sent by Princess Mela to lead the royal shipwrights in assisting you. Rolin grasped his hand warmly. Master Hab, it is an honor to finally meet you. With your participation, our shipbuilding endeavor shall surely progress smoothly. Hab grinned broadly. The princess mentioned you have unique ideas regarding warships. Might you elaborate? Rolin nodded, retrieving a scroll of blueprints from his pocket and unfurling it upon a wooden crate on the dock. On the blueprint was depicted an unprecedented warship, its hull elongated with or positions on either side and a sharp ram at the prow. Most striking were the designated gun ports along the ship's sides. Hubble squinted, scrutinizing the design. Indeed, it was novel. But, my lord Rolin, what do you mean by ironclad? He inquired. Do you intend to encase the hull in iron plates? Precisely. Rolin responded with unwavering conviction. Armoring the ship will significantly enhance its defensive capabilities, allowing it to withstand cannon fire and safeguard the hull. Hubble frowned, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible. Iron is far too heavy. The ship would sink. Rolin, having anticipated this, patiently explained, Master Hubble, while iron is heavy, a well-conceived design can ensure the buoyancy of the hull will suffice. We could first construct a small prototype to validate this concept. Seeing Hubble still hesitant, Rolin added, Of course, we are not in a rush to build an ironclad vessel. Our immediate focus should be on constructing formidable wooden warships. These vessels must be equipped with sails and oars to guarantee speed and maneuverability, while also being capable of carrying cannons to establish naval firepower superiority. Hubble pondered over the blueprint for a moment before finally nodding. Your idea is audacious, yet not without merit. I shall require time to study these designs, particularly the positioning of the cannons and the hull's balance. Very well, Rolin replied readily. The shipyard is still under construction. You may settle in Seaside Town and commence your research. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to voice them. A satisfied smile spread across Hubble's face. With your unwavering support, we shall certainly not disappoint your expectations. After Hubble departed with the assembled craftsmen, Evelyn tugged at Rolin's sleeve, whispering, Rolin, why are you so eager to construct warships? Does Valandia not already possess a formidable army? Rolin's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon, his tone somber. Evelyn, the Holy Kingdom lies across the continent. An overland assault would require our forces to traverse numerous nations, posing excessive risks. However, a maritime route would allow us to circumvent enemy defenses and strike directly at the shores of the Holy Kingdom, even threatening their heartland. Evelyn's eyes sparkled with excitement. Like pirates, appearing suddenly and catching them off guard? Exactly, Rolin smiled. Since the Holy Kingdom views us with disdain, we need not be courteous. Even mere harassment of their merchant vessels or plundering their ports would prove immensely troublesome for them. Chapter 83. The Harlan Spy, Part 1. Evelyn gleefully waved her small fists. Splendid. I detest being bullied without retaliation. Rolin nodded. Valandia shall not be butchered at will. We must seize the initiative both on land and at sea. However, there's another reason behind the establishment of a navy. What reason? Evelyn, what lies beyond the sea? Rolin asked with a smile. Beyond the sea? Evelyn appeared puzzled. The world's edge, a realm of void. Rolin shook his head, but offered no further explanation. In this world, all that lay beyond the continent was collectively termed the sea, and what the sea enveloped was called the continent. People had never seen another land and made no distinctions between the names of the ocean and the continent. Nevertheless, Rolin was convinced that this world bore a striking resemblance to Earth, not only in terms of historical and cultural aspects, but also regarding physical laws. Furthermore, Rolin had roughly estimated that the entire landmass was slightly smaller than the Asian continent of his past life. Thus, in this vast world, could there be another land? It was precisely this curiosity that fueled Rolin's desire to build a fleet and explore the depths of the sea. 3 days later, in Connie Corner City, within the governor's office, Rolin sat at the head of a long table, sunlight spilling over the documents strewn across it. Evelyn occupied a seat beside him, idly toying with a quill. Core officials, including Elrose, Luna, Luana, and Cohen, were positioned on either side, their expressions solemn. Let us commence, Rolin said, tapping the table to signal the start of the military report. Elrose rose to present. The territorial army has completed its expansion, totaling 6,000 personnel, divided into 3 legions. The first legion is commanded by Hogg, the second by Fry, and the third by Lancelot. Gray oversees the artillery in the first legion, and training for the new recruits is underway. She paused. However, military expenditures now consume 30% of the territory's finances. If we continue to expand the army, I fear pause the expansion, Rolin decisively interjected. Focus on training, particularly in collaborative tactics with firearms. Elrose, you will personally supervise practical exercises for the 3rd Legion. Understood. Elrose nodded before taking her seat. Luna then stood up. The development of breech-loading rifles is nearly complete, with initial issues regarding airtightness resolved. We anticipate commencing mass production next month. However, we require more copper and iron. Rolin nodded in satisfaction. Prioritize equipping the new recruits. Cohen, allocate craftsmen to expand the ammunition workshop. And, he turned to Luna, design a short-barreled breech-loading rifle for the cavalry. Luna's eyes lit up. This way, the cavalry will no longer have to fight burdened by cumbersome old rifles. Just as the atmosphere lightened, Luana's report cast a shadow over the room. The Harlan Empire has blocked trade routes with Valandia. She unfurled a map brought back by the merchant convoy, marked with red crosses. Our merchant convoys were intercepted at the border, and all goods confiscated. The Harlan Emperor is intimidated, Rolin scoffed. He wishes to avoid a direct confrontation with Stokes and us, resorting instead to such underhanded tactics to stifle our development. He pointed to the countries surrounding Harlan. From now on, let the convoys bypass Harlan, selling goods to neighboring nations, ensuring all products are prominently marked with Valandia labels. The Harlan nobility cannot do without our merchandise, and smugglers will create openings for us. Luana quickly took notes and added, however, bypassing Harlan will increase transportation costs. Of no consequence, Rolin replied with a nonchalant expression. We seek long-term influence. Once the Harlan nobility discovers that their neighbors are using our perfumes and soaps while they can only seethe with envy, Petrov will inevitably face pressure. As each official provided their reports, Rolin eventually rose and approached the large map on the wall, pressing his finger down firmly on the location of Seaside Town. Next, I intend to transform this place into Valandia's largest trading port. In due time, Seaside Town shall be renamed Seaside City. Evelyn jumped up. But what about the pirates? If not for their rampant plundering, it should have already become a major trade port. Thus, we must establish a navy. Rolin pointed to the port's location. The shipyard is under construction, and Hubble has begun testing the new vessel designs. Once the first batch of warships is launched, our foremost task will be to eradicate the pirates. He turned to Elrose, transfer 600 of our best swimmers from the army to the navy, primarily selecting from the artillery units, and you will be responsible for their training. Future naval battles will no longer rely on traditional archery tactics, but will instead employ cannon fire to clear the way. Elrose accepted her orders, her golden hair glistening in the sunlight. Additionally, we must increase the military presence stationed in Seaside Town. Ever since I took control, pirates have not dared to come ashore, but with the wheat harvest approaching, I fear they will soon attempt to wreak havoc. Cohen rubbed his hands together and inquired, "My lord, the construction of Seaside Town requires a substantial amount of materials, particularly timber, and the territory's supply of wood is under considerable strain. Luana, instruct the merchants to procure large quantities." Rolin ordered on the spot. Cohen, prepare a list of required materials, urging merchants to enhance trade in these resources. The Karkoya forest is rich in resources. We can also engage in negotiations with the local nobility. They have recently suffered defeat and are currently impoverished. They will not refuse trade. As the meeting drew to a close, Rolin surveyed the gathering. The blockade initiated by Harlan is merely the beginning. The Holy Kingdom and Stokes will inevitably make their move. However, he declared, striking his fist against the map of Linhai City, as long as we command the seas, we can utterly shatter their blockade and even dictate the future landscape. Meanwhile, in the shadowy alleys of Goya City, the spies from Harlan, Schneider, and Claff were engaged in a hushed conversation. Schneider, slender and austere in appearance, stood in stark contrast to the imposing and rugged Claff, dressed in the inconspicuous garb of commoners. They blended seamlessly into the crowd. "It appears our intelligence was flawed," Schneider muttered, his brow furrowed. "Goya City lacks any firearms workshops, and the same goes for the Wong territory. These weapons must be produced in the Clinton region." Claff spat disdainfully, his voice gruff. "That place is heavily guarded. I've heard even a single insect sneaking in would be detected. Storming in would be tantamount to seeking death." Schneider narrowed his eyes, contemplating before responding. "A direct assault is indeed unwise, yet we could first target the armory of the Imperial Guards. They store a considerable number of firearms there. If we manage to steal a few, at least we can demonstrate to the Emperor that we made an effort." Chapter 84. Harlan Spies, Part 2. Claff grinned, revealing a set of uneven teeth. "A splendid idea, but the armory is not so easily infiltrated. Do you have a plan?" Schneider produced a crumpled piece of parchment from his breast pocket, upon which was a rough sketch of the palace's outer layout. "After observing for a few days, I noted that the guards at the armory change shifts each night, creating a brief window of vulnerability. We can slip in through the side entrance during that time." Claff nodded, albeit with perspiration beading on his palms. "When shall we strike?" "Tonight." Schneider tucked away the parchment, his voice icy. "There is no time to waste. I have endured these days of fear long enough." The night in Goya City was as dark as ink, the moon concealed behind thick clouds, with only scattered lights flickering along the streets. Schneider and Claff crept along the walls, each step taken with utmost caution. Clad in the coarse clothing of Valandia's peasantry, with sharp daggers concealed at their waists, their eyes betrayed a mix of anxiety and greed. "The armory lies ahead," Schneider whispered, gesturing toward a stone structure not far off. "The guards change every 2 hours. Now is their most lax moment." Claff nodded, though cold sweat trickled down his palms. "If we fail, we shall surely perish here." "Enough chatter," Schneider interrupted coldly. "Acquire the firearms, and we shall become heroes of the Empire." Under the cover of night, the two approached the armory stealthily. The guard at the entrance yawned, oblivious to the impending danger. Schneider deftly extracted a slender wire from his pocket, skillfully picking the lock on the side door. The hinges emitted a faint creak as they held their breath and slipped inside. The armory was engulfed in darkness. Only a few dim oil lamps casting feeble light upon the stacked weapons. Schneider's eyes quickly adjusted to the gloom, and he was exhilarated to discover dozens of muskets neatly arranged in a corner, their barrels glinting coldly in the dimness. "These will suffice," he murmured, hastening towards them. Yet, just as he took his third step, his right leg brushed against an almost invisible wire. The next moment, a sharp bell chimed through the stillness of the armory. "Trouble." Schneider's face paled. Claff turned to flee, but was momentarily blinded by the sudden flare of torches outside. A dozen soldiers from the Imperial Guards, firearms in hand, blocked the exit with unwavering resolve. "Seize them," barked the commanding officer. Schneider drew his dagger, intent on resistance, but a bullet struck his knee, sending him crashing to the ground. Claff was pinned to the floor, his face pressed against the cold ground. In the dead of night, within the barracks of the Imperial Guards, Baron sat in a chair, coldly observing the two bound captives. His right foot rhythmically struck the floor, the sound piercing through the silence of the room. "Harlan's rats," Baron scoffed. "Do you truly believe Valandia's armory is a marketplace? Come and go as you please?" Schneider forced himself to maintain composure, meeting Baroness' gaze. We are merely travelers passing through, driven by curiosity to see what the fabled muskets look like. Curiosity? Baron slammed his hand on the table, splattering water from the teacup. Harlan sent you to steal technology. Do you take me for a fool? Claff trembled, his voice quaking. My lord, we are willing to serve Valandia. If you spare us, we can provide intelligence on Harlan. Baron narrowed his eyes, seemingly weighing the situation. After a moment, he sneered. Valandia has no need for traitors. If you can betray Harlan today, you can betray us tomorrow. He waved his hand, ordering the soldiers. Take them away and treat them as spies. Schneider struggled, shouting, wait. I know Harlan's plans. They intend to ally with Stokes to attack Valandia. Baron's movement paused. His gaze sharpened like a blade. Continue. Schneider swallowed hard, hastily adding, Emperor Petrov of Harlan has dispatched envoys to Silver City, proposing an alliance. If Stokes agrees, they will launch an attack in the autumn. Baron fell silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Interesting. However, this information is not new to us and holds no value. He rose, looking down at the two men. Last chance, what other value do you possess? Claff, in desperation, cried out, we could be double agents. Help you transmit false information. Baron shook his head, motioning to the soldiers. Take them away and let Princess Mira decide their fate. The following morning, Baron hurried to the palace with the interrogation records of the two Harlan spies. Mira was in her study, reviewing documents. Noticing Baron's grave expression, she set down her quill, signaling for the guards to withdraw. My princess, Baron knelt on one knee, presenting the records. Last night, two Harlan spies infiltrated the armory, attempting to steal firearm technology. They have been captured. Here are their confessions. Mira took the records, her gaze swiftly scanning the contents. Her brow gradually furrowed. Harlan is indeed relentless, daring to send operatives into the palace. She lifted her head, fixing her intense gaze on Baron. What else did they divulge? Baron replied solemnly. They claim that Emperor Harlan is conspiring with Stokes to form an alliance, planning to attack our kingdom in autumn. However, I believe this intelligence may not be credible, possibly fabricated to save their lives. Mira scoffed coldly. Whether true or false, Harlan's ambitions are glaringly evident. She stood and moved to the window, the approaching summer sun blindingly bright. These two are untrustworthy. Execute them immediately and send their heads back to Harlan as evidence of our condemnation. Baron hesitated slightly. My princess, will this not provoke Emperor Harlan? Mira turned, her eyes icy. Harlan has already provoked us. If we retreat, it will only embolden them further. Additionally, I will compose a letter to Petrov, demanding an immediate cessation of all espionage activities against Valandia, or we shall consider it a declaration of war. Baron solemnly acknowledged her command. Yes, my princess. That afternoon, the heads of the two Harlan spies were placed in a wooden box, accompanied by Mira's personally pinned letter of condemnation, dispatched by a messenger to the Harlan Empire. The messenger, traveling day and night, arrived at Chilio and, under the cover of night as the city gates closed, left the wooden box on the main road outside the city before turning to depart. Within the Harlan palace, Emperor Petrov was in conference with his ministers. A guard rushed in, kneeling to report. Your Majesty, the patrol discovered a letter from the Valandian royal family outside the city this morning, along with two severed heads. Chapter 85. The Threat of Pirates, Part 1. Petrov immediately rose. Bring it to me. A moment later, the guard once again pushed the door open, cradling a delicately crafted wooden box in his hands. He strode forward with haste. Your Majesty, within this box lie two severed heads. I implore you. Petrov gestured for the attendant to bring the item closer. He first unsealed the letter. Malara's handwriting sprang to life upon the parchment. Your Excellency, Petrov, your nation has dispatched spies to infiltrate our armory, attempting to pilfer firearm technology, a grave violation of the peace accord between our realms. I hereby return the heads of the two spies as a warning. Should Harlan engage in any further espionage against Valandia, it shall be regarded as an act of war. Malara of Valandia. Upon finishing the letter, Petrov's countenance darkened abruptly. He flung open the wooden box, and the gruesome sight of two bloodied heads met his gaze. Those of Schneider and Klaff. A gasp reverberated through the hall as the ministers turned pale. What audacity from Malara! Petrov bellowed, knocking the box to the ground, the heads rolling out and leaving crimson streaks upon the marble floor. Rising to his feet, fury blazed in his eyes. How dare they humiliate Harlan in such a manner? Foreign Minister Trelaski stepped forward, whispering, Your Majesty, Valandia's actions are undoubtedly provocative. We must retaliate. Petrov inhaled deeply, suppressing his wrath. Does Malara believe that such tactics will intimidate Harlan? Preposterous. He turned to the captain of the guards, summoned the hunters at once. A moment later, 10 cloaked assassins knelt silently in the center of the hall. They were Harlan's most elite killers, having previously eliminated numerous disgruntled nobles and key figures from enemy nations on behalf of the Emperor. Peterloff coldly surveyed them. Princess Malara of Valandia has sent us a gift. Now it is our turn to reciprocate. The leader of the assassins raised his head. What does your majesty require of us? Infiltrate Goya and assassinate Malara. Peterloff's voice was as sharp as ice. I intend to make the Valandians aware of the consequences of provoking Harlan. Trelaski expressed concern, Your Majesty. Such an act may incite war. Peterloff scoffed, Va? Valandia relies solely on their firearms. Do they truly believe they can contend with Harlan? Moreover, once Malara is dead, Valandia will descend into chaos. At that moment, we shall ally with Stokes and swiftly annex Valandia. The leader of the assassins knelt on one knee. Your command shall be obeyed. We will not fail you. Meanwhile, within the governor's office of Kenai Corner, Rolin was perusing the letter sent by Malara, which detailed the infiltration of Harlan's spies and the resultant actions taken. Rolin set down the letter, his brow furrowed. Harlan's response was swifter than anticipated. Phelan leaned closer, curiosity alighting in her eyes. What did Malara say? Rolin handed her the letter. Harlan dispatched spies to steal firearm technology, but failed. Malara executed the spies and returned their heads to Harlan as a warning. Phelan's eyes widened. Malara is indeed decisive. Surely, the Emperor of Harlan must be furious now? Rolin nodded, his gaze somber. Peterloff will not let such a provocation pass without retribution. I fear he may resort to more extreme measures. Eloise, standing nearby, tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. Do you believe Harlan will declare war directly? Rolin shook his head. Not at this moment. Harlan has only recently endured war and requires time to prepare. Although we cannot predict his next moves, we must make all necessary arrangements. After a moment of contemplation, Rolin took up his pen and drafted a reply, handing it to Phelan. Dispatch a messenger to Goya at once, ensuring it is delivered personally to Princess Malara. He then instructed Eloise, enhance patrols throughout the territory, particularly around the workshops and barracks, to prevent Harlan's spies from infiltrating. Eloise nodded earnestly. I shall see to it immediately. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the season for grain harvesting. Throughout the territory, efforts were being organized, with laborers diligently toiling in the fields. Rolin sat in the governor's office, reviewing reports, his spirits buoyed. However, at that moment, Eloise rushed into the office, her brow furrowed, bearing dire news. My lord, this morning, pirates landed along the coast. They have pillaged the villages surrounding the coastal town, resulting in numerous deaths, and many homes have been ransacked. Rolin set down the report, barely containing the fury that flared in his eyes. These pirates are audacious beyond measure, daring to slaughter and pillage within my domain. Were they now? Eloise replied gravely. The pirates evidently came prepared, seizing the opportunity during the harvest season when manpower is dispersed, launching surprise attacks along the coast. They are familiar with the terrain and act swiftly. By the time the garrison arrived, they had already fled with grain and valuables. They will not be satisfied with this haul. They will surely return. Eloise, immediately deploy elite soldiers to bolster the defenses at the ports and shipyards. We cannot allow the pirates to disrupt our shipbuilding plans. Eloise affirmed, Yes, I will arrange this at once. Should we notify Princess Malara? Rolin pondered briefly, then shook his head. Not for now. Goya is too distant, and by the time she receives word and sends reinforcements, it will be too late. I shall personally lead troops to the coastal town and eradicate the pirate threat. Eloise bowed solemnly, turning to address the defensive arrangements. Rolin hastened to his study, unfurling a map to meticulously examine the terrain surrounding the coastal town. Phelan entered, her anxiety palpable. Rolin, I heard the pirates attacked the coastal town? Rolin accepted a cup of tea, nodding. Indeed, they stole a significant amount of grain and took lives. Phelan's eyes ignited with rage. Those despicable pirates. We must ensure they pay for their transgressions. Rest assured, I plan to lead a contingent to the coastal town to resolve this issue thoroughly. Phelan raised her right hand. I wish to accompany you. That evening, Rolin led a force comprised of musketeers and cavalry, racing towards the coastal town. As night descended, the troops arrived at the coastal town. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive, with soldiers patrolling the streets in numbers far exceeding the usual. Hogg and the garrison commander had long awaited them at the town entrance and rushed forward to greet Rolin with a salute. My lord, you have finally arrived. Hogg wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice tinged with indignation. The pirates struck suddenly, We have lost considerable grain and valuables, and dozens of villagers have been slain. Rolin spoke gravely. Take me to the scene. Chapter 86. The Threat of Pirates, Part 2. Under Hogg's guidance, Rolin arrived at the granary that had been attacked. The entrance had been violently breached, and the interior lay stripped bare of grain, bloodstains marring the ground. Nearby, several villagers' bodies were covered with white cloth, lying silently. Rolin knelt, lifting the cloth to inspect. He found that most of the wounds on the deceased were inflicted by sharp, curved blades, deep and precise, the work of seasoned pirates. These pirates wielded fine weaponry, far from the ordinary brigands. Rolin rose, his brow furrowed. Did they leave any clues? The garrison commander stepped forward, presenting a rusted badge. My lord, we found this on an injured pirate during our pursuit. Rolin took the badge, scrutinizing it in the light of a torch. It bore the image of a whale, clearly a family crest. Rolin searched his memory, but could not recall any association with this emblem, so he turned to Eloise. Eloise, take a look at this crest. Does it evoke any recognition? Eloise examined it closely, contemplating for a moment before shaking her head in frustration. I apologize, my lord. I have no recollection of this crest. However, I can assure you that this family does not hail from Stokes. Rolin sighed and nodded reluctantly. All right, let us set this matter aside for the time being. We shall return to Linhai Town to deliberate on strategies to confront the pirates. Upon their return to the council hall in Linhai Town, Rolin summoned Hogg, Ilos, Fairlin, and several commanding officers of the station troops. The candlelight flickered upon the table, casting shadows that revealed the gravity etched upon their faces. Rolin placed the pirate insignia on the table and spoke solemnly. The pirates' recent operation is neither random nor spontaneous. It is orchestrated and premeditated. They are well acquainted with the terrain and are even aware of our vulnerabilities. Fairlin clenched her fists, indignantly exclaiming, These pirates are like bothersome flies, impossible to swat away or drive off. We must devise a means to eradicate them once and for all. Rolin smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Fairlin is correct. A frontal assault on the pirates would only scatter them, and once we withdraw, they shall return with a vengeance. Hence, we must entice them into a trap. Ilos interjected, Are you suggesting we set a snare to lure them in? Precisely, Rolin affirmed, drawing a circle on the map over Linhai Town's location. Hogg, you must immediately gather the townsfolk to facilitate our preparations. Conceal all defensive weapons and allow the patrolling soldiers to feign indolence, leading the pirates to believe that Linhai Town is utterly defenseless. Hogg furrowed his brow. My lord, is this not overly reckless? What if the pirates truly launch an assault? Rolin confidently interrupted. If they attack, then so be it. I will have troops lying in wait outside the town, and we shall adequately staff the alleys within. Once the pirates enter the town, we will sever their escape routes and trap them. He turned to Ilos. You shall position the musketeers in the woods outside the town. At the signal, immediately secure the harbor, ensuring not a single one escapes. Fairlin raised her hand eagerly. What of me? I wish to assist. Rolin affectionately ruffled her hair. You shall be responsible for monitoring from a high vantage point within the town. Once the pirates enter our ambush, fire a shot to signal the attack. The group dispersed, and soon, Linhai Town began its performance. The patrolling soldiers became sparse, with some deliberately indulging in excessive drinking at the tavern. The defensive weapons previously stationed atop the walls were quietly removed, replaced by a few tattered flags that fluttered weakly in the wind. The townsfolk appeared to be engaged in their usual activities, yet they consciously gathered towards the Lord's Manor in the town center, leaving a few warehouses wide open, filled with enticing provisions and an array of luxurious goods. 3 nights later, moonlight bathed the shimmering sea, casting a silvery glow upon the flagship of the pirates, the Shell. On the deck of the Shell, torches flickered, the scent of alcohol wafted through the air, and laughter echoed. The pirates sat in a circle, drinking heartily and feasting on meat, celebrating yet another successful plunder. The pirate captain, Hepate, lounged in a mahogany chair at the bow of the ship, clad in a leather coat adorned with a golden whale emblem, a silver-inlaid goblet in hand. His robust frame, marked by a surly visage and a scar over his left eye, enhanced his fierce demeanor. He tilted his head back and took a swig of strong liquor, savoring the taste, before addressing his first mate beside him. It appears this year's harvest has indeed been bountiful. The granaries of those villages are fuller than ever. The first mate, a lean middle-aged man named Redek, sported a constant sycophantic grin. He quickly filled Hepate's cup, complimenting, no matter how bountiful the harvest. It is your astute leadership that makes it possible. Had you not skillfully led the brethren away from those patrolling soldiers, we would not have succeeded so effortlessly. Hepate laughed heartily, patting Redek on the shoulder. You have a way with words. Redek, with a glint in his eye, lowered his voice, "Captain, now that those troops can't even catch a glimpse of our shadows, they must have long since given up. The little town we spotted the other day, It seems the new lord has renamed it Linhai Town. That place is ripe for the taking, far richer than the paltry villages we VE raided. I hear the former lord was executed for rebellion, and the new lord has his own territory, likely too preoccupied to attend to this place. Just think, even the surrounding villages are yielding great rewards. Why not make a grand score in Linhai Town?" Hepe set his leg of lamb back on the platter, narrowing his eyes as he pondered the risks. After a moment, he shook his head. "Redeck, haste makes waste. Linhai Town is not like those small villages. The station troops, they're no pushovers." Redeck nodded vigorously. "You speak true, Captain. I was too hasty." After a pause, he added, "However, we could send scouts to assess the defenses of Linhai Town. If the opportunity arises, we can strike then." Hepe nodded approvingly. "Now that sounds reasonable. Tomorrow, you shall select a few clever brethren to masquerade as fishermen and infiltrate Linhai Town, gathering intelligence on its defenses. We cannot afford to be caught off guard by the station forces." Redeck thumped his chest in assurance. "Leave it to me. I will return with the most detailed intelligence." Chapter 87. Reconnaissance of Linhai Town. Hepe raised his goblet and proclaimed, "Brothers, to this year's bountiful harvest, cheers! Cheers!" The pirates resounded in unison, the sound of clinking goblets reverberating through the night sky. The following afternoon, several pirates disguised as fishermen stealthily arrived at Linhai Town aboard a fishing vessel. Unbeknownst to them, the entire dock of Linhai Town was under Rolin surveillance. Those seemingly bustling fishing boats and fishermen had already observed every move of these pirates with clarity. "Indeed, we have taken a bait." A smirk graced Roland's lips as he turned to Ilos and Hogg, stating, "The pirates are preparing to send scouts into Linhai Town. This is our opportunity." Ilos stepped forward to report, "Everything in the town has been disguised according to your plan. Shall we allow them entry?" Roland nodded, "Yes. Let them in. Allow them to see precisely what they desire." A few pirates wandered the streets of Linhai Town, their eyes greedily scanning their surroundings. They noted the stark emptiness atop the walls, devoid of even the most basic defensive armaments, with only a few lethargic soldiers leaning against the walls, dozing. One pirate whispered excitedly to his companions, "It seems the rumors are true. There are hardly any station troops, and the new lord has no interest in this place." As they ventured further into the town, they passed by a tavern, where through the open windows, they spied a dozen soldiers gathered around tables, boisterously drinking and gambling. The tables were littered with empty bottles, and several soldiers lay sprawled, utterly intoxicated. The tavern owner stood behind the counter, a frown etched upon his face, clearly at a loss with these soldiers. "Is this what a station force looks like? They're nothing but a bunch of drunks," scoffed another pirate. As they approached the garrison, they found the gates wide open, revealing only a sparse handful of soldiers inside, some playing cards, others napping, with weapons carelessly piled in corners, gathering dust. The pirates exchanged glances, their faces betraying a disdainful smile. Turning onto the commercial street, the pirates' eyes lit up. The shop windows displayed a plethora of exquisite goods, silks from the south, furs from the north, and specialties from the Clinton territory. Outside a general store, the proprietor sat eating, while the half-open warehouse door behind him revealed a mountain of stock. "Look over there," one pirate exclaimed, pointing towards a large warehouse in the distance, his voice trembling with excitement. The door was slightly ajar, hinting at the treasures piled within. "This is far richer than those impoverished villages." The lead pirate licked his lips. "Quickly, go report to the captain. This place seems tailor-made for us." They suppressed the overwhelming ecstasy within, feigning nonchalance as they strolled through the town. After confirming the absence of any additional garrison, they swiftly returned to the dock and boarded the fishing boat, setting sail into the horizon. As the vessel slipped out of the harbor, Rolin stood in the manor, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Ilos hurried to his side, whispering, "They've taken the bait. How prepared are we?" "All is in readiness," Ilos replied, a glint of sharpness in her eyes. The marksmen lay in ambush within the woods outside the town. Hogg's men were concealed in every nook and cranny, and Phelan had taken her position atop the clock tower. Rolin nodded. "By nightfall, the gates of Linhai Town will be shut. They cannot mount a direct assault. Relay the command. At dawn tomorrow, the entire army shall remain vigilant against the pirates' incursion." Meanwhile, aboard the Shell, several pirates were reporting their findings to Hepit. Redka animatedly gestured, his words dripping with embellishment. "Captain, you should have seen it. Those soldiers were as inebriated as a puddle of mud. The supplies in the warehouse are nearly overflowing." Hepit stroked his stubble, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Are you certain there are no defensive weapons atop the walls? Absolutely certain. A pirate assured, thumping his chest. Not even a ballista, just a few tattered flags fluttering in the breeze. Hepit slammed his palm on the table, causing the wine glasses to rattle. Excellent. Relay the order. All ships prepare to set sail. We strike Linhai town at midnight, just as dawn breaks. The following morning, a thick mist hung over the sea, shrouding Hepit's fleet as they stealthily approached Linhai town. The pirate ships had been deliberately disguised to resemble a typical merchant convoy. Hepit stood at the bow, squinting towards the shoreline, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Captain, all preparations are complete. Redka leaned closer, whispering, once we make landfall, the brothers can charge in immediately. Hepit nodded, scanning the pirates behind him. Remember, act swiftly, seize what you can and depart. Do not linger. The pirates eagerly rubbed their hands together, their eyes glimmering with greed. They had heard tales of Linhai town's wealth, and were now impatient to make a substantial haul. The fleet silently touched shore, and the pirates swiftly leaped from their vessels, brandishing curved swords and axes as they surged towards Linhai town. The soldiers on the walls seemed paralyzed by the sudden assault, hastily dropping their weapons and fleeing, not even managing to shut the gates. Ha ha ha! Hepit roared with laughter, his voice laced with disdain. These fools don't even dare to resist. I've worried for nothing. Redka quickly flattered. The captain's fame precedes him. These guards must have been terrified at the mere mention of your name. The pirates cheered as they surged through the gates and into the town. However, they soon discovered the streets were eerily deserted. Even the barracks stood empty, as if the entire town had been abandoned. Strange, Hepit frowned, a hint of unease creeping in his mind. Where's everyone gone? Redka waved dismissively. They must have heard you were coming and hidden away. Let us quickly gather the valuables and not waste time. Hepit forced himself to suppress his doubts, gesturing for the crew to scatter and loot the goods and provisions swiftly. The pirates excitedly dispersed, rushing towards the shops and warehouses. Yet, before they could reach the commercial district, a sharp gunshot suddenly shattered the morning's tranquility. Bang! The gunfire served as a signal, and in an instant, marksmen revealed themselves from the rooftops, windows, and alleys on either side of the street. The dark muzzles were aimed at the unsuspecting pirates, and a hail of bullets descended upon them. It's an ambush! Hepit's face blanched, and he bellowed retreat. Quickly, but it was too late. The marksmen had already sealed off all escape routes, and the pirates, like trapped beasts, scurried down the street with nowhere to hide. Cries of anguish filled the air as blood stained the cobblestones. Chapter 88. A Fish in a Barrel. Captain, we are surrounded, Redka shouted in panic. A bullet wound, gushing blood from his arm. Hepit gritted his teeth, drawing his curved sword. Charge with me. He led the remaining pirates in a desperate attempt to break free, but as they reached the gates, they collided head-on with Hog's elite troops. A volley of gunfire rang out, and the pirates fell in droves. Seeing the dire situation, Hepit turned to flee, but was swiftly tackled to the ground by Hog. Trying to escape? Hog sneered, planting a foot on Hepit's back. Too late. The battle concluded swiftly, with pirates dead, wounded, or surrendering. Rolin emerged from the Lord's manor, his gaze cold as it swept over the beleaguered pirates. Bind all the survivors, he commanded, especially their leader. I have questions to ask. The soldiers moved quickly, securing the captives with binding ropes. Hepit was dragged before Rolin, his face smeared with blood, yet still attempting to maintain a fierce demeanor. You are their leader? Rolin looked down at him. Hepit spat blood, sneering. You think capturing me ends it? My brothers at sea will come for revenge. Rolin remained unfazed, his tone icy. Do you believe your ships can evade capture? State your name and your origins. Hepit scoffed, turning his head away, refusing to answer. Beside him, Phelan, incensed, stepped forward and kicked his legs. Scoundrel. Answer Rolin's questions. Hepit winced in pain, but still retorted defiantly. Little girl, are you seeking death? Rolin raised a hand, signaling Phelan to step back, then retrieved a whale insignia from his pocket, waving it before Hepit's eyes. Do you recognize this? Upon seeing the insignia, a flicker of unease crossed Hepit's face, quickly masked by a scornful grunt. I don't know, probably something we plundered. However, Rolin keenly observed Hepit's gaze. It seems you do know. Rolin pocketed the emblem, his voice chilling. Hog, take them away for interrogation, especially this leader. Discover his background and his connection to this insignia. I permit you to employ any means necessary. Yes, my lord. Hog acknowledged, instructing his soldiers to escort the pirates away. The pirates immediately spiraled into panic, with some of the less resolute among them divulging everything they knew before Rolin. Hepet cursed them to silence. Meanwhile, Illos approached at a brisk pace, her face alight with triumph. "My lord Rolin, we have seized the pirates' warships," she reported excitedly. "Our soldiers surrounded their fleet using fishing boats. We have taken control of most vessels, with only a few pirate ships managing to escape." Rolin's eyes sparkled with delight. "Well done, Illos. What about our losses?" "Minimal. Only a dozen soldiers were injured." Illos straightened. The pirates were completely unprepared for the assault. Most of their crew were captured on land. The warships were nearly intact when we took them. Rolin nodded, moving to the window to gaze towards the harbor. "What is the condition of the pirates' ships?" Illos' eyes lit up. "Regarding this matter, my lord Rolin, these warships are far more advanced than we anticipated. The hull design is exquisite, and the rigging is ingeniously arranged, surpassing even the vessels of the Valandian royalty." Rolin regarded the direction of the pirate ships thoughtfully. "Indeed, these pirates are not a rabble, but an organized maritime force." He turned to face Illos. "That whale insignia is the best proof of their legitimacy. I suspect that they might be naval impostors funded by some noble, or at the very least, supported by that noble." "I share your sentiment," Illos agreed. "For ordinary pirates could not possibly possess such fine vessels and equipment. Consequently, before we can construct more formidable warships in the shipyard, we already have capable ships for battle. Our navy can commence training aboard them ahead of schedule." "I shall arrange the training program immediately," Illos replied promptly. "I will ensure that the sailors become proficient in operating these vessels as swiftly as possible. However, given the advanced technology of these ships, it may require some time for them to adapt." Roland patted her shoulder reassuringly. "I have full confidence in your capabilities. Furthermore, now that we have an increased fleet, we can also expand our navy. From the original 600 to 1,500 personnel, new recruits shall be drawn from our territories." Illos was delighted by this. "This will undoubtedly enhance the security of our coastal regions." Indeed, Roland's gaze was resolute and fervent, and not only that. "I aspire to construct the world's strongest navy. Illos, this shall be your new mission." Illos inhaled deeply and saluted with utmost seriousness. "I shall not disappoint your expectations." The following morning, within the Lord's manor in Lintai City, Hogg arrived to report the results of his inquiries. He bore faint dark circles under his eyes, clearly having endured a sleepless night, yet his spirits were remarkably high. "My lord, we have extracted the information." Hogg placed a stack of records before Roland, revealing that these pirates were mercenaries employed by a noble known as Count Fisher. In addition to them, Count Fisher has hired numerous pirate crews to engage in plundering activities along the coastal regions of the continent. Roland perused the records, his brow furrowing gradually. "Count Fisher provided them with ships and weaponry?" "Yes," Hogg confirmed with a nod. "In return, the pirates are obliged to surrender 50% of the goods they seize to Count Fisher." Hepate disclosed that this crew has been serving Count Fisher for over 3 years. Roland set down the documents and continued his inquiry. "From which noble house does Count Fisher hail?" According to Hepate's testimony, Count Fisher is a governor of the Midsummer Isles, overseeing 3 of the main islands within the archipelago. It is said that he wields considerable power locally, and his navy represents a formidable force throughout the islands. Midsummer Isles. Roland murmured the name softly, moving towards a map on the wall, his finger tracing a section of islands to the south, quite a distance from Valandia. Hogg approached Roland's side. "Indeed, my lord. However, Hepate stated that Count Fisher's influence extends broadly, with his pirate crews active along the entire eastern and southern coasts of the continent." Roland pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "What more did Hepate disclose? Any detailed information regarding this Count Fisher?" Chapter 89. Selection. "Not much." Hogg shook his head. "Hepate was merely a minor leader with limited knowledge of Count Fisher. However, one thing is certain. Count Fisher is involved in largely unsavory dealings." With his report concluded, Hogg took his leave with a bow. At that moment, Illos approached Roland and inquired, "What shall we do with those pirates? Their seafaring experience is invaluable to our territory. I propose we appoint them as naval instructors to train our newly formed navy." "How can that be?" Illos displayed evident disapproval. "They are our enemies, and utterly depraved scoundrels. They are merely mercenaries for Fisher, likely devoid of any loyalty to him. As for your assertion that they're all irredeemable scoundrels, well, I beg to differ." However, before Illos could voice further objections, Roland raised his hand to silence her. "Come with me to see for yourself." Roland stood and made his way towards the dungeons of Lintai town, with Illos hastily following suit. Upon arriving at the dungeon, Roland beheld the pirate captives bound in chains, many displaying signs of having been beaten and tormented during the overnight interrogations. Over 200 pairs of eyes reflected a mix of fear, anger, and bewilderment. Ilos's fingers lightly rested on the hilt of her sword, her gaze coldly fixed on the pirates. Do you genuinely believe these wretches can reform? Her words were crisp and clear. Their hands are stained with the blood of the innocent. Rolin did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached the nearest young pirate. He was a lad of perhaps 18 or 19, his brown eyes filled with trepidation. What is your name? Rolin Quayoud. Toby, my lord, the boy stammered, the chains clinking softly as his trembling body shook. Why did you become a pirate? Toby lowered his head. I am the son of a fisherman. Fisher's tax collector seized our last ship. My father fell ill and died, and the captain said that if I followed him, I would have food to eat. Ilos scoffed. Every criminal has their sob story. Roland raised his hand to signal her to remain calm, continuing with his questioning. Have you ever killed anyone? Toby shook his head vigorously. No, I swear. I was only responsible for swabbing the deck. This is my first time on land to pillage. Roland straightened up and turned to Ilos. This is the distinction I speak of. Not everyone is deserving of death. He raised his voice to address all the captives. Listen closely. I shall grant you an opportunity to prove your worth. Whispers rippled through the group of pirates. And a scarred brute suddenly spat. Spare us the false compassion. If you're going to kill us, just do it. Ilos's sword was drawn 3 inches from its sheath. Yet Roland merely laughed. Such spirit. What is your name? Black Shark Dre. I've killed more men than you've ever seen. The brute grinned, exposing a mouthful of blackened teeth. Roland nodded. Very well, Dre. You have made your choice. He turned to the others. Is there anyone else who wishes to follow this brave soul? The crowd fell silent for a moment before 7 more individuals stepped forward with shouts. Roland gestured to the guards. Fulfill their wishes. The others were taken away to be held separately. As 8 heads rolled onto the ground, the remaining pirates turned pale. Observing their expressions, Roland remarked to Ilos, do you see? The selection has begun. In the following 3 days, Roland personally interrogated each pirate. He established a temporary courtroom within the dungeon, allowing a scribe to document each individual's testimony. Through cross-referencing, he gradually unraveled the details surrounding this batch of pirates. Based on their testimonies and attitudes, we broadly categorized them into 3 groups. In the late-night council chamber, Roland pointed to a list on parchment while explaining to Ilos. The first category consists of hardliners like Dre, approximately 30 individuals, who shall be executed tomorrow. The second category includes those who have committed serious crimes but are willing to cooperate, around 80 individuals. The third category encompasses those with lesser offenses or who are coerced, approximately 90 individuals. They can all serve as temporary instructors for the Navy. Ilos furrowed her brow at the list. Using blood-stained executioners as instructors? Roland sipped from his wine, calmly stating, once training is complete, the individuals in the second category will receive their due judgment. But before that, we must extract every ounce of value from them. He set down his cup. I have instructed the blacksmith to forge specialized shackles. During training, they will be unable to escape. The next morning, the executions were carried out publicly on the beach. 30 defiant pirates were bound along the tide line, and Roland compelled all captives to witness how the rising tide slowly submerged their struggling bodies. The cries persisted for a full hour until the last bubble vanished beneath the azure waters. Now, you understand the cost of defying me. Roland addressed the remaining pirates. But I also promise that those who serve diligently will be granted leniency or even pardon. The training program commenced 5 days later. The pirate instructors, still shackled, guided the sailors of the territory in handling sails, not tying, steering, and rowing. Roland inspected the training grounds daily, carrying with him the thick tome that recorded each individual's crimes. During the 3rd week, an unforeseen incident occurred. 5 pirate instructors launched a surprise attack on the guards under the cover of night, attempting to seize a vessel and flee. The patrol swiftly arrived, turning the assailants into a veritable pincushion of arrows. The following day, Roland commanded all instructors to witness the bodies of the traitors being pecked at by seagulls. Only loyalty secures survival, Roland remarked succinctly. The training sessions progressed commendably. Toby and other well-performing captives were granted lighter shackles and even permitted to embark on supervised test voyages. On that day, Ilos approached Roland to apologize for her previous prejudices. Reluctantly acknowledging that Toby had saved 2 drowning students, she conceded, perhaps you were right. I should not generalize about those pirates. Roland smiled. Human nature is intricate. Fear can restrain behavior, but hope can truly transform the heart. Meanwhile, in the city of Goya, assassins from Harlan had stealthily infiltrated, dispersing among various inns within the city. They disguised themselves as merchants, craftsmen, and travelers, maintaining a low profile to avoid drawing attention. Within a dimly lit inn in the southern part of the city, the assassin leader, Vladimir, was conspiring with his subordinates. Under the flickering candlelight, his piercing gaze swept across every face. The palace defenses are formidable. We cannot infiltrate, Vladimir spoke in a low, calm voice. We must await an opportunity when Mira is away. A young assassin frowned. But when Mira goes out, she is heavily guarded and only ventures out during the day, making assassination exceedingly difficult. Chapter 90. The Assassination from Rolin, Part 1. Vladimir's fingers lightly tapped the table, from my observations. Mira occasionally inspects the training at the palace guard barracks and does not return until evening. By then, it will be dusk, and fewer people will be present. This is our chance. He unfolded a hand-drawn map, indicating a necessary turn along the route from the barracks to the palace. There's a corner here where the carriage will slow down. We shall lie in wait. Days later, Mira departed the palace to inspect the barracks. Dressed in a simple white riding outfit, her long hair elegantly tied back, she exuded an air of competence and authority. The carriage rolled slowly along the palace avenue, its wheels thudding over the cobblestones. The guard cavalry rode alongside, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Vladimir stood by the inn window in the southern part of the city, his eyes fixed on the distant palace gates. Upon spotting Mira's carriage emerge, he instantly turned to the assassins behind him and declared, "The target has set off. We shall commence our operation at dusk. Rebes, take 3 men and conceal yourselves on the rooftop. When Mira passes, fire at the carriage to draw the guard's attention. Ivan, Sergei, once the guard pursue, we will charge from the alley, open the carriage door, and complete the assassination. The rest will provide backup. Signal us immediately should anything go awry." As evening fell, the assassins swiftly dispersed, vanishing into the streets. Vladimir, along with Ivan and Sergei, silently slipped into the designated ambush point. It was a narrow alley with excellent visibility around the corner, yet difficult to detect. The 3 men concealed themselves in the shadows, biding their time. "Remember," Vladimir whispered, "once the bait diverts the guards, we act immediately. Ivan, you're to deal with the driver. Sergei, you will intercept the remaining guards. I shall handle Mira." The two nodded, gripping their weapons tightly. On the other side, 4 assassins had climbed onto the roofs lining the street. They held their breath, awaiting the arrival of Mira's carriage. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the rooftops in a golden hue, outlining their figures. At last, Mira's carriage slowly entered the ambush zone. The 4 assassins exchanged glances, simultaneously raising their crossbows, aiming at the carriage. "Fire!" the lead assassin hissed. For bolt shot forth, striking the thick exterior of the carriage with a resounding clink, yet failing to penetrate. The guards reacted instantly, firing their guns in unison. 2 assassins fell from the rooftop, while the other 2, sensing danger, turned to flee. "Chase them!" the captain of the guards ordered sharply, 5 guards immediately pursuing. Vladimir cursed under his breath in the alley. "This is bad. The guards we drew away are too few. I did not anticipate their counterattack would be so swift." But with the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to act. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Move." The 3 men surged forth from the alley like phantoms, charging at the carriage. Ivan swung his blade at the driver, while Sergei intercepted the nearest 2 guards. Vladimir, swift as lightning, dashed to the carriage door, yanking it open. However, instead of a panicked Mira, he was met with the dark muzzle of a short-barreled firearm. Mira, composed, pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of fiery wrath. Vladimir felt as though struck by lightning in his chest, his body hurled backward and crashing onto the cobblestones. Confusion flooding his mind. Could there truly be a firearm concealed within the carriage? "Protect the princess!" the captain of the guards bellowed, leading the remaining guards to converge. Seeing Vladimir fall, Sergei's eyes filled with rage as he swung his blade to fend off the guards before attempting to complete the assassination in Vladimir's stead. Yet Mira had already leaped from the carriage, her other firearm aimed once more. Bang! Another shot rang out, striking Sergei in the knee, causing him to collapse with a cry of agony. Ivan, witnessing the turn of events, realized their mission had failed and turned to flee. However, the captain of the guards raised his weapon, and Ivan felt a bloom of crimson erupt from his back as he fell to the ground. The street fell silent, save for the groans of the wounded and the hurried breaths of the guards. Mira approached Vladimir, looking down upon him. His chest soaked in blood, he struggled to breathe, yet his eyes still gleamed with defiance. "Harlan's assassin?" Mira inquired coldly. Vladimir managed a twisted smile. "You cannot escape. Harlan will not let you go." With that, he swallowed the poison he had been holding in his mouth, soon foaming at the mouth, his life extinguished. Mira surveyed her surroundings, noting the residents peering fearfully from behind doors and windows at this grim spectacle. Taking a deep breath, she proclaimed, "There is no need for alarm. The assassins have been vanquished. Valandia shall not cower before any threat." Gradually, the crowd calmed, and some even began to applaud. Mira nodded slightly before reboarding her carriage. As the carriage resumed its journey, the remaining guards heightened their vigilance. The captain of the guards rode closer to the carriage, whispering, "Your Highness, your marksmanship is truly remarkable." Mira chuckled softly at this close range. Missing would indeed be problematic. This was a gift from Rolin. He claimed it could save my life in critical moments. It appears he was correct. The captain of the guards mused, "Lord Rolin is truly astute." Meanwhile, 2 blocks away, the remaining 3 assassins awaited news for Vladimir, anxiety gnawing at their hearts. As they witnessed the commotion in the streets and the guards' pursuit, a dreadful premonition settled in. "The mission has failed," one assassin stated grimly. "We must evacuate immediately and relay the message back to Harlan," another urged. The trio hastily gathered their belongings, slipping out through the rear of the inn and blending into the crowd in an attempt to escape Goya. However, they had scarcely gone far before a patrol of city guards intercepted them. "Halt! Routine inspection." The guards barked. The 3 assassins exchanged glances, suddenly drawing their blades and charging at the guards. The street erupted into chaos as pedestrians screamed and scattered. The guards fired their weapons in unison, and several assassins fell lifeless to the ground. Upon her return to the palace, the captain of the guards knelt on one knee, his expression grave. "Your Highness, I have failed in my duty, unable to detect the assassin's ambush in advance, nearly placing you in peril. Please punish me." Mira raised her hand gently, signaling him to rise. Her tone calm, yet resolute. "This is not your fault. The assassins clearly lay in wait for days, meticulously planning their scheme, making it nearly impossible to anticipate. Moreover, thanks to your swift response, we have averted disaster. However, from this day forth, it is imperative to intensify the patrols around the palace, particularly in the concealed alleys and on the rooftops. We must not grant the enemy any further opportunities." Chapter 91. The Assassination from Harlan, Part 2. The captain of the guards nodded solemnly. "Understood. I shall make the necessary arrangements immediately." At that moment, Diloma hurriedly approached, her face etched with concern. "Your Highness, I have heard that you were the target of an assassination attempt. Are you unharmed?" Mira shook her head to indicate her well-being, then, with a steely gaze, remarked, "Diloma, Harlan has repeatedly provoked Valandia, first by sending spies to steal firearms technology, and now by dispatching assassins. This matter cannot simply be overlooked." Diloma furrowed her brow. "What does your Highness intend to do?" Mira pondered for a moment, then walked to her desk and took up a pen to compose a letter. "I am inclined to go to war with Harlan, but I must first consult with Roland. You're to send this letter to the Clinton territory, ensuring it is delivered directly to Roland." Diloma accepted the letter and inquired, "Should we suppress this information to prevent public panic?" Mira shook her head. "No, on the contrary. You are to disseminate this news far and wide, allowing other nations to witness Harlan's vile nature. If war is indeed chosen, we will possess a justifiable reason for our nobles." Diloma understood. "I shall see to it at once." Days later, in Linhai town, Roland was inspecting naval training at the port when Fu Eileen rushed up, waving a letter. "Roland, a letter from Princess Mira, marked urgent." Roland took the letter, quickly tearing it open to read. As his eyes scanned the words, his expression grew increasingly grim, culminating in a fierce punch against a nearby wooden crate, producing a resounding thud. The surrounding naval soldiers turned to look, and Fu Eileen was taken aback. "Those scoundrels from Harlan." Roland seethed through gritted teeth. "How dare they lay hands on Mira?" Fu Eileen leaned closer, asking, "What has happened?" Roland handed her the letter, his voice icy. "Harlan has dispatched assassins to ambush Mira. Had she not reacted swiftly, the consequences could have been dire." After reading the letter, Fu Eileen stomped her foot in anger. "These despicable wretches. Hold on. We cannot let them go unpunished." Roland took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He turned to Ilos beside him and commanded, "Summon all the commanders immediately. I am convening an emergency meeting." Half an hour later, the atmosphere in the council hall of Linhai town was tense. Roland informed everyone of Mira's assassination attempt, inciting a wave of righteous indignation among the commanders. Hogg slammed his fist on the table. "My lord, Harlan is pushing us too far. We should mobilize our forces at once." Roland raised his hand to signal for silence, speaking gravely. "Harlan's provocations must be met with a response. But we require a meticulous plan. He pointed to the map on the wall, explaining that Harlan and Valandia did not share a border, with Stokes lying in between. To launch an offensive against Harlan, we must first persuade Stokes to grant us passage. Ilos frowned. Our relations with them are not particularly good. Will King Oro agree? Rolin scoffed. Oro is a cunning fox. He surely knows this move will anger Harlan. However, if he refuses, it will be tantamount to openly opposing Valandia. Our formidable firearms forces will leave him no choice but to comply. He wrote a reply, handing it to a messenger. Deliver this to Goya City without delay, directly to Princess Mira. He then ordered the commanders, prepare the entire army for action, expedite the production of firearms and ammunition, and be ready to march at any moment. In Goya City, within the palace, upon receiving Roland's reply, Mira summoned Gore and Foreign Minister Diloma. She unfolded the letter, addressing both men. Roland recommends that we declare war on Harlan and simultaneously send an envoy to Stokes to request passage. Diloma hesitated. Your Highness, if Stokes refuses, shall we then attack them as well? Fighting on two fronts carries significant risks. Gore contemplated. Perhaps we should first send an envoy to gauge Oro's stance before making any further plans. Mira nodded in agreement. Precisely so. Diloma, we shall declare war on Harlan at once. Additionally, you are to personally visit Silver City with my handwritten letter. Inform Oro that Valandia's ire is directed solely at Harlan. If Stokes grants us passage, we are willing to offer compensation post-war. Should they insist on obstructing us, they will be considered enemies of Valandia. After Diloma departed to fulfill her orders, Mira turned to Gore, mobilize the royal army, and instruct the governors across the regions to assemble their troops, ready to depart at a moment's notice. Furthermore, send word to Roland, urging him to hasten to Goya City for a meeting. Days later, within the opulent palace of Chiliawu, the grand hall echoed with the boisterous laughter of Peterloff. He held Valandia's declaration of war, his eyes glinting with disdain and exhilaration. Ah, Mira, that woman, has indeed lost her composure, he remarked to his foreign minister, Tulaski. Although those incompetent assassins failed in their mission, their actions have succeeded in provoking Valandia into declaring war, which holds some value. Tulaski bowed slightly, cautiously inquiring, Your Majesty, does Valandia's action carry any ulterior motives? They are aware that our two nations do not share a border. With Stokes in between, why declare war? Merely bluster, scoffed Peterloff. Valandia is but a minuscule nation, emboldened by their firearms. They dare to provoke Harlan? Is sheer folly. He stood, pacing before the throne with haughty confidence. Since they have declared war upon us, they shall not blame me for being ungracious. Send word to prepare the entire army. I shall ensure Valandia learns the price of provoking Harlan. Tulaski's brow furrowed. Your Majesty, Stokes' stance remains ambiguous. If they obstruct us, our forces will be unable to directly assault Valandia. That is precisely the crux of the issue. That old fox, Oro, has always sought to benefit from both sides. This time, I shall force him to make a choice. Peterloff fixed his gaze on Tulaski, his tone resolute. You are to personally journey to Silver City and inform Oro that Stokes can no longer sit on the fence. He must choose Harlan and declare war on Valandia, or side with Valandia, in which case my army will first lay waste to Stokes. If he continues to delay, I shall assume he has chosen Valandia. Tulaski felt a chill run down his spine, hesitating. Your Majesty, will this not push Stokes into the arms of Valandia? After all, they have just suffered defeat and are wary of Valandia's firearms. Peterloff laughed derisively, as though hearing the greatest of jokes. Oro is not a fool. Harlan is a superpower, while Valandia is merely a weak principality. Would he forsake the opportunity to ally with Harlan for a hopeless ally? He clapped Tulaski on the shoulder, speaking with conviction. Rest assured, Oro will undoubtedly choose us. Chapter 92, Diplomacy and Alliances, Part 1. Tulaski dared not speak further. Bowing deeply, I shall set forth for Silver City at once. In Silver City, within the royal palace, Diloma stood outside the grand hall, adjusting her attire with resolve. Her gaze fixed firmly on the closed palace doors, prepared for this diplomatic confrontation. Meanwhile, deep within the palace's council chamber, Oro was engaged in a confidential discussion with his ministers. Seated at the head of the table, he surveyed each minister before speaking gravely. The envoy from Valandia has arrived. Their purpose here is undoubtedly to discuss an alliance against Harlan. The Minister of Finance, Tokade, frowned. Your Majesty, Harlan is formidable, while Valandia possesses the advantage of firearms. Their territory is limited. Should we ally with them, we may find ourselves in peril. The Minister of Military Affairs, Aspes, concurred. While Valandia's firearms are indeed powerful, Harlan's army is not to be underestimated. Should war break out, Stokes, caught in the middle, will become nothing but collateral damage. Oro nodded slightly. His gaze contemplative. You speak wisely. If we ally with Valandia against Harlan, our nation would surely be transformed into a battlefield. However, we cannot afford to offend Valandia lightly. Their firearms still hold considerable sway. Thus, we must bide our time and observe the unfolding events. The ministers nodded in agreement. At that moment, the captain of the guards entered to report, Your Majesty, the envoy from Valandia, Diloma, is waiting outside the hall. The noble Oro waved his hand. Let him enter. Moments later, Diloma strode into the grand hall with measured steps. He bowed to Oro and proclaimed in a resonant voice, Esteemed King Stokes, I come on behalf of Her Highness, Princess Mira, to discuss matters of cooperation between our two nations. Oro, wearing a smile and speaking in a gentle tone, replied, Lord Diloma, it is commendable that you have journeyed so far. What counsel does Her Highness offer? Diloma met Oro's gaze directly and stated plainly, Your Majesty, Harlan has repeatedly provoked Valandia, even sending assassins to attack Her Highness Mira. Valandia has declared war on Harlan, and I come hoping that Stokes will grant our troops the right of passage to march against Harlan. A profound silence enveloped the hall as the ministers exchanged glances. Oro furrowed his brow in feigned confusion. Is Valandia intent on confronting Harlan alone? Diloma smiled subtly, understanding Oro's thoughts. If Your Majesty is willing to ally with us, it will be most fortuitous. However, should Stokes harbor reservations, merely granting the right of passage would suffice. Once we triumph over Harlan, Valandia shall bestow generous compensation upon Stokes. Oro's eyes flickered with surprise. Valandia possesses such confidence to vanquish Harlan alone? Diloma stood tall, his tone resolute. The might of Valandia's army is unrivaled, and our firepower is unstoppable. Though Harlan is formidable before us, it is but a paper tiger. As his words echoed, a faint murmur of laughter rippled through the assembly of ministers. Yet, Diloma remained unperturbed, maintaining his upright posture. After a moment of silence, Oro slowly replied, Lord Diloma, granting the right of passage for our troops is no trivial matter. Such a move would undoubtedly provoke Harlan and could bring catastrophic consequences upon Stokes. I require time to confer with my ministers before I can provide you with a response. Diloma inwardly scoffed, having discerned Oro's tactics of delay, yet maintained a respectful demeanor. Your Majesty's careful consideration is warranted. However, time is of the essence. I kindly urge you to reach a decision promptly. Oro nodded. Indeed, once our discussions are concluded, we shall provide Her Highness Mira with a definitive answer without delay. Diloma inclined his body slightly. In that case, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and exited the grand hall, his posture as straight as a pine tree. Once Diloma departed, Oro's expression darkened instantly. He surveyed the ministers and spoke coldly. Valandia's arrogance has exceeded my expectations. They seem to believe that with their scant forces, they can triumph over Harlan. Such delusions are indeed folly. Asbis nodded in agreement. The Valandians, having secured a few recent victories, have lost all sense of their limitations. The saying pride precedes a fall rings true. We must not ally ourselves with these madmen. Upon returning to Goya City, Mira was engrossed in reviewing documents at her desk. Hearing footsteps, she raised her head slightly, though her hands continued their work. Your Highness, I have returned, Diloma announced with a bow, a hint of exasperation in his voice. As you predicted, Oro's stance is ambiguous. He is neither willing to grant passage nor daring to refuse outright. Mira set down her quill, a cold smile gracing her lips. The old fox remains true to form. Wishing to observe from the sidelines while fearing the flames may engulf him, she stood and approached the window, gazing down upon Goya City, cloaked in night. In that case, we need not waste any more time on him. Diloma furrowed his brow. But Stokes stands in the way. Our forces cannot directly assault Harlan. Your Highness, what course should we take? Mira turned to him, her gaze piercing. To Valantia. Valantia? Diloma paused, astonished. Are you suggesting we ally with Emperor Talisco? Indeed, Mira replied, returning to her desk. Harlan and Valantia have been sworn enemies, and their recent conflict has just concluded. Talisco has long sought to vanquish Harlan, but lacked the opportunity. By proposing an alliance, we align our interests with his. Diloma considered this for a moment, still harboring doubts. But Valantia has no prior relations with Valandia. Will Talisco trust us? Mira smiled slightly. Not necessarily. Talisco may doubt our capacity to defeat Harlan. However, we must express our intentions clearly. Inform Talisco that the spoils of victory will be shared equally between our two nations. Once he witnesses our formidable strength, he may well reconsider. Dialoma took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. I understand. I shall set forth for Valentia immediately. Meanwhile, Toloski entered the grand palace hall of Silver City. His steps steady and powerful, his black robe emblazoned with Harlan's royal crest. Oro had been awaiting him in the hall, rising to greet him upon his arrival. Lord Toloski, your long journey has been arduous, Oro said, a smile on his face but a glimmer of wariness in his eyes. Toloski inclined his head slightly and spoke directly. Your Majesty, King Peterlov has instructed me to convey his demands. Stokes must make an immediate choice and can no longer afford to delay. His voice was cold and resolute. Either align with Harlan and declare war on Valandia, or side with Valandia, in which case Harlan's forces will first lay waste to Stokes. The air in the hall instantly grew tense. Oro's smile froze on his face, his fingers gripping the armrests of the throne unconsciously. Tokade and Asbis exchanged grave glances. Toloski continued. If I do not receive your answer before my departure, Harlan will assume you have chosen Valandia. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, piercing into Oro's very soul. Oro took a deep breath and managed a strained smile. Lord Toloski, this matter is of great significance. May I consult with my ministers? I assure you I shall provide you with a response by tomorrow morning. Toloski let out a cold laugh. I hope your Majesty will make a wise decision. With that, he turned and departed, his figure disappearing beyond the hall's threshold. Once Toloski had left, Oro immediately summoned his core ministers for an urgent discussion in a private chamber. The flickering candlelight illuminated the fluctuating expressions on each face. Harlan is overstepping. Tokade slammed his fist on the table, his beard trembling with indignation. This is a blatant threat. If we yield, we shall undoubtedly become Harlan's vassals. Asbis, however, shook his head and spoke solemnly. Lord Tokade, anger will not serve us. Harlan's power far surpasses ours. Should we refuse, Stokes will face annihilation. Are we to simply allow ourselves to be slaughtered? Tokade retorted, unwilling to concede. Oro raised a hand for silence and spoke slowly. Asbis is correct. We have no alternative at this juncture. However, a glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes, yet we can secretly lay the groundwork for a future escape route. Tokade frowned. What does your Majesty imply? Oro lowered his voice. Choosing Harlan is merely a temporary measure. Once the war concludes, we can discreetly reach out to Valantia and leverage their power to counterbalance Harlan. As long as we maintain equilibrium, Stokes can thrive amidst the chaos. Asbis nodded in agreement. Your Majesty is wise. Though Harlan is formidable, Valantia should not be underestimated. If we navigate this deftly, Stokes may yet find an opportunity. The meeting continued late into the night, and ultimately, Oro made a decisive resolution. Tomorrow, I will inform Toloski that Stokes chooses Harlan and will declare war on Valandia. The following morning, Foreign Minister Shaka was dispatched to Toloski's residence. Toloski was already prepared to depart and greeted Shaka with a confident smile that hinted at victory. Lord Toloski, Shaka bowed respectfully. His Majesty has instructed me to convey that Stokes is willing to stand alongside Harlan in battle and will declare war on Valandia today. Trotsky nodded in satisfaction. Your Majesty has made a wise choice. Harlan shall not forget the friendship of Stokes. Shaka forced a smile and then inquired. Might I ask when Harlan's army is expected to arrive? We must prepare provisions and accommodations in advance. Trotsky waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for haste. His Majesty Peterlov will send an advance detachment first, with the main force to follow thereafter. He paused, his tone laden with meaning. Let's hope that Stokes will honor his commitments and not let us down. A chill ran through Shaka, and he quickly assured, Stokes will certainly exert every effort. After bidding farewell to Trotsky, Nero promptly convened a court assembly to announce the decision to declare war on Valandia. The Grand Hall buzzed with discussion, some voices rising in exhilaration while others expressed concern. Your Majesty, the Minister of Military Affairs, Asbis, stepped forward. We must immediately reinforce the southern defenses in anticipation of Valandia's assault. Nero nodded. Let it be so. Furthermore, gather troops from various regions and proclaim that Stokes seeks to avenge past humiliations and reclaim all that was lost in the previous war. In the coastal town, the sea breeze gently caressed the bustling square. Beneath the high platform, pirates stood in rows, their expressions a tableau of emotions. Some appeared anxious, others detached, while a few harbored a flicker of hope. Rolin stood at the center of the platform, flanked by Ilos and Hogg, with fully armed soldiers on either side. The square was teeming with townsfolk, their hushed conversations mingled with anger and curiosity. Roland unfurled the verdict of judgment, his voice steady and clear. Today, I shall announce the final verdict upon you. Your fates hinge on your past transgressions and your conduct during this period. The crowd fell silent. Even the sea breeze seemed to pause momentarily. Toby Roland, he read the first name. The young pirate looked up abruptly, a glimmer of hope igniting in his brown eyes. You were compelled to become a pirate, stained not by the blood of innocence, and exhibited exemplary performance during training. Roland's gaze fixed upon him. I permit you to join the Navy as a boatswain, receiving naval pay. Toby was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brimming with tears. He stumbled forward, dropping to his knees before Roland, voice choked with emotion. My lord, I swear fealty to you. Fealty to Valandia. His forehead struck the stone floor, tears cascading down. Roland raised his hand, bidding him to rise. In my domain, virtuous souls need not debase themselves to survive. From this day forth, you shall regain your dignity as a sailor. A few gasps of admiration emerged from the townsfolk, with some even applauding. Toby wiped his tears and integrated into the naval ranks, several soldiers patting his shoulder in acceptance. Roland continued to read the names. A dozen other pirates, bearing tales similar to Toby's, were pardoned, some joining the Navy, while others were assigned to work at the docks. With each name announced, the crowd stirred more fervently, some as if reborn, overwhelmed with joy. However, when Roland called out the next batch of names, the atmosphere grew tense. Frank, Thomas, Roland's voice turned icy. You have engaged in multiple acts of plunder, with the blood of innocence staining your hands. Nevertheless, considering your compliance during training, you are sentenced to 10 years of labor in the mines. Good behavior may earn you a reduction of sentence or even pardon. The name Pirates turned pale. Frank opened his mouth, seemingly to argue, but ultimately bowed his head, silently accepting the verdict. They were escorted away by soldiers, bound for the mines outside the city. Finally, Roland's gaze fell upon the remaining pirates, the most culpable among them, some having slaughtered villagers, others having attempted rebellion during training. Redeck. Roland's voice was as frigid as ice. The pirate first mate was dragged to the forefront, his visage a mask of terror, eyes filled with pleading. You led the pirates in attacking coastal town, slaying innocent villagers. Your crimes are unforgivable. Roland stated coldly, you're sentenced to execution by hanging, to be carried out immediately. As the verdict echoed, Redeck's countenance shifted dramatically, and he lunged forward, shouting in rage, Roland, you deceiver, I dedicated myself to training the Navy, and you repay me by discarding me. But the guard's fist struck him squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Subsequently, several soldiers hoisted him up, binding the noose around his neck. As the rope tightened, a profound silence enveloped the square. Roland surveyed the crowd, proclaiming, the shame of coastal town shall be washed away today. Yet the pirate menace is not eradicated. Count Fisher roams freely, and the pirates he employs continue to threaten our shores. He raised his fist. Clinton Harbor can no longer remain defensively passive. We must take the initiative to eradicate all pirates, transforming these waters into safe passage for merchants. The naval soldiers echoed in unison. Eradicate the pirates. Defend our homeland. Toby, embedded within the ranks, shouted the loudest. Fear had dissipated from his eyes, replaced by a resolute flame. As night descended, Roland stood at the harbor, gazing at the warships anchored at the shore. Ilos approached him, whispering, after today, the Navy should be more loyal. Roland nodded, adding, that said, we must keep a close watch on Toby and his companions. Should any sign of trouble arise, act swiftly. Ilos chuckled lightly. Do not worry. They shall not escape my watchful eye. At that moment, Phelan rushed in, waving a letter. Roland, an urgent military dispatch from Princess Mela. Roland tore open the letter, his brow furrowing. It read that Stokes had declared war on Valandia and allied with Harlan. Indeed, Roland scoffed, Stokes, this fickle turncoat, has ultimately sided with Harlan. In the capital of Valandia, Morto, Diloma stood before the Grand Palace, gazing upward at the magnificent structure. The palace's dome shimmered under the sunlight, its walls adorned with intricate carvings, reflecting the majesty of the Valandian Empire. He inhaled deeply, adjusted his attire, and stepped into the hall. Inside, Emperor Tarisco of Valandia reclined upon his throne, draped in a purple robe embroidered with royal insignia, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. On either side stood the empire's ministers and generals, their eyes scrutinizing Diloma with a blend of appraisal and disdain. Diloma stepped forward respectfully, bowing, esteemed Emperor Tarisco. I come at the behest of Princess Mela of Valandia to discuss matters of alliance. Tarisco nodded slightly, his voice deep and authoritative. Speak. What does Valandia wish to negotiate with me? Diloma straightened, his gaze unwavering. Your Majesty, Valandia seeks to ally with Valandia to jointly combat the Harlan Empire. Upon vanquishing Harlan, the spoils shall be shared between our nations. The hall fell into an immediate hush, soon erupting in laughter. Tarisco could not suppress a smirk, a glint of mockery in his eyes. What confidence does Valandia possess to confront Harlan? After so many years of conflict, Valandia has been unable to gain the upper hand. What strength does a mere barony possess? Unfazed, Diloma replied, his voice steady. Your Majesty, Valandia's army is capable of vanquishing any invading foe. Our artillery is formidable, rendering the cavalry of Karkoya utterly impotent. Tarisco raised an eyebrow. Oh, if that is the case, why does Valandia not confront Harlan alone, instead of seeking Valandia's assistance? Diloma smiled subtly. Valandia's numbers are limited, unable to fully subdue Harlan alone. With Valandia's support, we can deliver Harlan a resounding lesson, significantly diminishing its power. Tarisco leaned back in his throne, seemingly weighing Diloma's words. After a moment, he shook his head. Lord Diloma, your proposal sounds splendid. Yet why should I believe that Valandia possesses such capability? Harlan's army is no mere paper tiger. Diloma stepped forward, his tone resolute. If your Majesty harbors doubts, you may simply observe the unfolding events. Valandia has declared war on Harlan, and Stokes is also allied with Harlan. Should Valandia withstand the combined forces of Stokes and Harlan, even penetrating the heart of Stokes, would you consider an alliance? A glimmer of interest flickered in Tarisco's eyes as he straightened, fixing his gaze upon Diloma. If Valandia truly achieves such a feat, Valantia will undoubtedly dispatch troops to assist. However, until then, I shall not make any hasty commitments. Diloma bowed deeply. Your Majesty's response suffices. I shall convey your words to Princess Mira. Tarisco waved his hand dismissively. Go forth. I hope that when we next meet, Valandia will still be able to stand and converse with me. Diloma performed another bow and then turned to leave the great hall. His silhouette stood tall like a pine, his steps steady, seemingly unperturbed by Tarisco's disdain. Once Diloma had departed, Tarisco turned to the ministers beside him, a playful smile gracing his lips. Gentlemen, do you truly believe Valandia possesses such strength? The Minister of Foreign Affairs was the first to shake his head. Your Majesty, Valandia is but a small nation. Even if they possess so-called firearms, they are unlikely to withstand the combined might of Harlan and Stokes. Their confidence is merely arrogance. The Minister of Military Affairs concurred. Valandia's army is limited in size. Even with superior equipment, they cannot compensate for their numerical inferiority. Harlan's infantry legions and Stokes' forces are formidable. Tarisco pondered thoughtfully. Yet they dare to declare war and even propose such conditions for an alliance with us. They must possess some level of assurance, do they not? The Minister of Finance chuckled lightly. Your Majesty, Valandia may simply wish to leverage Valantia's reputation to intimidate Harlan. However, their plans are destined to fail. Harlan will not be deterred by such empty bluster. Tarisco fell silent for a moment, then suddenly inquired. If Valandia were indeed able to breach Stokes' territory, do you think we should deploy our forces? The Minister of Foreign Affairs frowned. Your Majesty, that is nearly impossible. Even if Valandia miraculously secures some victories, they could never penetrate deeply into Stokes. Their army would be utterly vanquished by the combined forces of Harlan and Stokes. Tarisco's gaze swept over the assembly. So, none of you believe Valandia can accomplish this? The ministers shook their heads in unison, their expressions rife with disdain. Tarisco chuckled softly. Then let us wait and see. Should Valandia indeed perform a miracle, Valantia will not miss this opportunity.